Han Li's gaze was immediately drawn to the five blood Dan among the items. Promptly retrieving them from the mouth of the beast puppet, he meticulously examined each one. The immense spiritual energy emanating from the pills confirmed their authenticity, allowing Han Li to breathe a sigh of relief as he carefully stored them in an exquisite jade box taken from a storage bag. Although he was unaware of the specific effects of the blood Dan, the intense interest displayed by the Emperor of Yu indicated that the claims made by the young prince of the Xian Wang mansion regarding their utility in forming a golden core were likely true, filling Han Li with immense excitement. He then turned his attention to the other objects. A bowl as black as ink, a blood-red sharp cone of a mere inch in size, and a jade slip radiating a grayish-white aura. The sight of these items sent a chill down Han Li's spine. These items were clearly tools associated with demonic paths and practitioners of dark arts, possibly bearing various prohibitions or curses. Thus, he refrained from handling them hastily and instead took a deep breath, allowing a faint glow to emanate from his hands, which were soon enveloped by a thin layer of azure light. Only then did he cautiously pick up the jade slip to inspect it. Apart from its somewhat eerie aura, it appeared free of any restrictions. After a sigh of relief, Han Li slowly delved his consciousness into it. As soon as his consciousness entered the jade slip, he stood still, his expression shifting from surprise to extreme dejection and ultimately settling into an extremely cautious demeanor, tinged with a hint of rare fear. After what felt like an eternity, Han Li withdrew his consciousness, but he remained momentarily dazed. The contents within the jade slip were both expected and unexpectedly astonishing. Indeed, it contained records of the techniques practiced by the members of the Black Sha sect, such as the Black Sha Shura technique cultivated by the young prince, the Sha Yao decision practiced by the four blood servants, and the blood-refining divine light employed by the Emperor of Yu. What startled Han Li was the frequent mention of a tome called the Xianyin Jing, suggesting that these techniques were derived from it. This piqued Han Li's curiosity immensely. However, despite his hurried search through the jade slip, he found no leads on the whereabouts of this scripture. Helpless, Han Li reluctantly set aside this line of inquiry and focused on some peculiar secret arts outside of the techniques. A few of these caught his attention and filled him with delight, not only resolving some of his long-standing confusions, but also elucidating the true purpose of the Blood Dan. As he calmed himself to examine further, he discovered that the Blood Dan could only be refined within the bodies of cultivators who had mastered the Sha Yao decision, serving as a substitute for the inner elixir of demonic beasts, which was the primary aim of the Sha Yao decision. The four blood servants' ability to transform into Sha Yao and their entry into the Foundation Establishment stage without consuming Foundation Establishment pills was also attributed to the creation of this pill. However, according to the description of the Sha Yao decision, even without using blood sacrifice techniques, those who practiced this method would never attain a golden core due to the rapid nature of their cultivation. The Foundation Establishment stage was the pinnacle of their technique. In truth, not only the Sha Yao decision, but several other techniques bore similar fatal flaws that rendered them incapable of forming a golden core. Of course, their accelerated cultivation speed, coupled with the aid of blood sacrifice techniques, led to astonishing growth. The emergence of the Blood Dan seemed intended to mitigate the shortcomings of such techniques. This led him to a secret art within the jade slip called Sha Dan technique. According to this technique, even a Foundation Establishment cultivator with poor aptitude could, by consuming the Blood Dan, possess a 1/3 chance of forming a pseudo-golden core known as Sha Dan, akin to that of a true golden core cultivator. While the Sha Dan, upon formation, was slightly less powerful than a genuine golden core, it was not far off and similarly possessed the miraculous effect of prolonging life. Upon reading this, Han Li's heart nearly leaped from his chest. A 1/3 chance of forming a golden core? The Blood Dan was simply extraordinary. He felt an overwhelming impulse to seize those 5 pills and consume them immediately. Yet the subsequent mention of the shortcomings of the Sha Dan left Han Li in shock. It stated that since the Sha Dan was an artificially created golden core, once formed, it would not have any potential for growth. This meant that the cultivator would remain indefinitely at the initial stage of the golden core, with no further advancement possible. If that were all, Han Li would not have dismissed this shortcut so readily. The three dispersals of the three transformations of and the method of condensing the golden core were fraught with difficulties and uncertainties. Even if he did manage to disperse his energy 3 times, he had no assurance of success. After all, this technique was merely a hypothesis posited by the master who created the Qing Yuan sword technique, and no one had ever truly practiced it. However, the Shadan technique was different. Its tone suggested that others had indeed used this method before. A one-third chance was an irresistible temptation for Han Li. As for the inability to advance to the nascent soul stage after forming the Shadan, Han Li did not even consider such a distant prospect. He only occasionally dared to dream of the nascent soul stage at night. For him, being able to form a golden core was the ultimate goal. Whether he could later aspire to condense a nascent soul was a matter to be addressed at that time. However, the continued explanation of the Shadan technique left Han Li utterly stunned. It went on to state that once the Shadan was formed within a cultivator's body, it would continuously release the aura of a Sha Yao, gradually eroding the cultivator's consciousness over time. Though this erosion would not lead to a complete loss of consciousness or a terrifying fate of losing all familial ties, it would inevitably dull the mind and render the intellect increasingly foolish. This revelation sent a chilling wave through Han Li. It was well known that Han Li had always prided himself on his sharp intellect, which had been his greatest support in navigating the world of cultivation thus far. Upon reading this passage, Han Li struggled momentarily and then completely abandoned the thought of using the blood dan. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret, realizing that the blood dan, which he had painstakingly acquired, had turned out to be a mere trinket, utterly useless. However, upon further contemplation, Han Li found inconsistencies in his reasoning. If that were the case, why would the Emperor of Yu go to such lengths to cultivate this pill? Given his cunning and shrewdness, he certainly would not consume it himself. With this thought, Han Li turned his attention to another highly intriguing secret art external incarnation. This renowned top-tier secret technique of the demonic path was something Han Li had long heard of. Although the specifics of such incarnation techniques varied greatly, there were undoubtedly treasures regarded as vital by practitioners of the demonic path. Each sect had sought to collect related techniques, yet the 7 sects of Yu had ultimately come up empty-handed. As Han Li read through the technique, his heart soared with joy, for he had finally found a way to utilize the blood dan. If his guess was correct, the Emperor of Yu must have had the same intention as him, which was why he had spared no expense in cultivating the 4 blood servants to refine the blood dan. The blue-robed individual who had perished under the heavenly thunder after being drained of power was likely the incarnation he had forged. Only this could explain why he willingly allowed his power to be absorbed without any resistance. Suppressing the tumult of thoughts within him, Han Li quickly scanned the remaining secret arts. The Xiao Sui Dan and blood sacrifice techniques held no interest for him, as he had never practiced demonic arts. Only the method for refining the blood spirit drill piqued his curiosity, and he made a mental note of it. After retracting his consciousness, Han Li took a moment to digest the information before shifting his gaze to the other 2 items. The blood-red sharp cone he had acquired was the solidified form of the blood spirit drill, likely usable as a magical artifact. As for the pitch-black bowl, it was a rare artifact known as the Soul Gathering Bowl, specifically designed for containing the souls and spirits of cultivators. Once a soul entered this artifact, it would gradually lose all its spiritual essence, ultimately becoming an ordinary wandering spirit, subject to the whims of practitioners of dark arts for manipulation and refinement. Han Li observed the Soul Gathering Bowl briefly, but the chilling aura emanating from it sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to hastily store it away in his storage bag. Han Li was acutely aware that he had not cultivated such sinister arts, and thus could not utilize this artifact. The coldness of this artifact made him wonder how many souls of cultivators had perished within it. Any further contact with it would likely result in a grave illness. Chapter 331. The Command. After carefully stowing away several items, Han Li raised his gaze to the sky, admiring the brilliant hues of the twilight. Moments later, he extracted a blue array flag that had been embedded in the root of a giant bamboo. And instantly, the radiant barrier vanished without a trace. That a faint smile graced Han Li's lips as he turned to explore other corners of the bamboo grove. Before long, All the array flags and discs had been unearthed and meticulously tucked away into his storage pouch. For he treasured them dearly after witnessing the formidable power of the newly enhanced reversed 5 elements array. Upon leisurely returning to his original position, intending to summon his flying instrument to leave the area, Han Li's attention was drawn to something on the ground, a body resembling decayed mud. That of the Emperor. It seemed that with the dispersal of the radiant light, he too had plummeted from the heavens. Han Li furrowed his brow and let out a soft sigh. With a flick of his finger, a fireball the size of a fist shot forth, reducing the corpse of the Emperor to ashes. Although this individual had once been remarkable, in death he was reduced to mere dust, evoking Han Li's profound reflections. Subsequently, Han Li tapped his storage pouch, and a beam of golden light emerged, striking the ground and creating a sizable pit. He then gently swept his sleeve, and a gentle breeze whisked the ashes into the pit with utmost care. Suddenly, a flash of white light interrupted his intended burial, and with astonishment, he beckoned with one hand, causing a misty silk handkerchief to float gracefully from the pit into his grasp. This was. Han Li's eyes scanned the fabric, revealing a look of puzzlement. The handkerchief, slightly yellowed with age, was clearly an artifact from a distant past, woven from an unknown material, radiating a faint luminescence. However, what intrigued Han Li was the indistinct map embroidered upon it. His curiosity piqued. He examined the map closely, only to lose interest after several scrutinizing glances, for it was evident that this was not the topography of the Yu Kingdom, but rather depicted an unfamiliar locale. Moreover, the map was clearly incomplete. Whether it was half or a fraction of the original remained uncertain. That it appeared that this map had been concealed within the Yu Emperor's body through some arcane method. For otherwise, it would have been discovered by the beast puppets earlier. Thus, this map was indeed of considerable significance. Contemplating this, Han Li carefully stored the fragmentary map within a jade box designated for the 5 elements pills. Now was not the time for unraveling mysteries. He needed to locate others promptly. After all, with the Yu Emperor's demise, the ensuing aftermath was bound to be quite troublesome. When Han Li arrived before the cold palace and found Qin Xiaoqian and the others, yet another unfortunate piece of news awaited him. Within the secret chamber of the Blackshaw sect's master, they had discovered the corpse of Wu Xian, who had recently perished, his essence drained by a blood sacrifice. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but soon managed a wry smile, uttering not a single word. With so many foundational cultivators lost due to the incidents involving the Blackshaw sect, he feared that upon his return, Li Huayuan would not greet him with a favorable demeanor. After all, this turmoil had stemmed from his own actions. Feeling a profound sense of helplessness, Han Li decided to leave the aftermath to Qin Xiaoqian and Zhong Wenyang, while he sought an excuse to return to the Qin residence. However, he was utterly unprepared for the unexpected appearance of an individual upon his arrival. That I pay my respects to Master Han. The elegantly attired middle-aged man bowed respectfully. Marshal Nephew Ma, how fortunate for you to seek me at such a late hour. There's some pressing matter at hand. A flicker of surprise crossed Han Li's eyes. He had just returned from the imperial city and was taken aback to find this disciple responsible for liaising with the capital awaiting him in the courtyard. Moreover, it appeared that he had been waiting for quite some time. Master, I have just received news. The higher-ups have issued an order stating that all disciples at the Foundation establishment stage and above must immediately proceed to the Border's 7 sects encampment. The opposing forces have already issued a declaration of war. In 2 months, the 6 demonic sects intend to settle their differences with us. The higher-ups require a consolidation of all personnel. Additionally, I bring with me a communication from Master Li. The elaborately dressed man spoke solemnly. Afterward, he produced an official document and a jade slip, presenting them to Han Li. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a slight shock, but maintained his composure as he accepted the items and scrutinized them closely. The orders on the document indeed matched the information relayed by the messenger, mandating that all disciples engaged in external missions at the Foundation establishment stage must assemble at the border encampment within a month of receiving the order, with the date for the decisive battle against the demonic sects already determined. Furthermore, the emblematic seal at the conclusion of the order was undeniably authentic. After verifying the document, Han Li delved his spiritual sense into the jade slip. As a result, the ethereal image of Li Huayuan emerged, delivering an exceedingly brief message. He simply instructed that the Qin residents no longer required protection, for it had been reported that the demonic sect's plan to infiltrate the secular realm of the Yu Kingdom had been inexplicably cancelled. Han Li and the other disciples could return to the border with peace of mind. Listening to the few terse words from Li Hua Yuan's apparition, Han Li felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Akin to the sensation of blood rising in his throat that he suppressed the turmoil within him before withdrawing his mind. I understand the situation now. Please leave the document and jade slip with me. I will notify the others. Han Li glanced at the items in his hand, contemplating before he spoke that I appreciate your assistance, Master Han. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then replied with utmost respect. He then took his leave from Han Li. With a gentle farewell, Han Li observed the man depart into the night sky. Only then did he exhale softly and slowly push open the door to enter the house. The following morning, Han Li, Song Ming, and several others gathered in the living room, deliberating their departure from Yuejing. Before participating in the grand battle, I must first return to my family, and then I shall proceed to the encampment. Therefore, I will not be traveling alongside you all. Shortly after reviewing the official document, Chen Xiaoqian spoke, biting her crimson lip, that I wish to return the belongings of senior brother Lu to the Lu family. Zhong Wenyang remarked, her face somewhat haggard and her eyes slightly reddened. Though unspoken, her intent to act independently was unmistakable. I have no particular matters to attend to. Marshal nephew Han, let us return together, Song Ming said, appearing quite carefree as he patted Han Li's shoulder with a hearty laugh. No, fourth senior brother, I too have some personal affairs to address, Han Li replied with a smile, gently declining. Oh, is that so? Then let it be. Song Ming expressed his disappointment. How about I accompany junior brother Song on his return? The sole surviving senior brother of Chen Xiao, Qian suddenly turned to Song Ming with a smile and remarked. Instantly, Song Ming was filled with joy, for this meant there would be someone to spar with along the journey. Observing this, Han Li could not help but chuckle inwardly. He had not anticipated that after such a bloody battle, this fourth senior brother would remain unchanged. Thus, the group agreed to disperse in different directions early the following day. At by afternoon, Han Li went to explain to Qin Yan that they were safe. And during his joyful response, he expressed his intention to take his leave the next day. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan hastily uttered words of persuasion to retain him, but Han Li politely declined with a faint smile. Seeing this, Qin Yan could only relent. After departing from Qin Yan, Han Li made his way back to his residence. However, as he passed through a small garden that was a necessary route, he unexpectedly spotted Chen Xiaoqian. Her back turned towards him, adorned in a white dress, seemingly admiring the flowers and inadvertently blocking his path. Faced with this situation, Han Li paused slightly, feeling it inappropriate to proceed silently. Sister Chen, what a coincidence. Han Li greeted her with an unruffled demeanor, attempting to brush past her. Yet, Chen Xiaoqian suddenly twisted her slender waist, her figure turning gracefully, revealing a face as radiant as a flower directed towards Han Li. It is no coincidence. I have been waiting specifically for you, Chen Xiaoqian said, her apricot lips slightly parted, her pair of autumn-like eyes fixed intently on Han Li, a complex expression playing on her face. Wait for me. Han Li exhibited a hint of astonishment. However, for reasons unknown, he felt both a twinge of bitterness and a flicker of joy within. That I have heard that the white chrysanthemum mountain on the outskirts of Yuejing is extraordinarily beautiful, a prominent marvel in the vicinity. Would you accompany me there to take a look? After a brief silence, Chen Xiaoqian unexpectedly uttered words that took Han Li aback. Of course, strangely enough, Han Li, who had initially intended to refuse, found himself swayed by the sorrowful essence in her gaze, inadvertently altering his response. Splendid. Let us depart at once, Han Shidi. If we wait until sunset, we shall see nothing. Upon hearing Han Li's agreement, a blush crept onto Chen Xiaoqian's face, illuminating her beauty even further. Chapter 332. The old grounds. As the words left Han Li's lips, he realized he had previously resolved not to entangle himself further with this woman. Yet he had inexplicably acquiesced. It seemed his resolve was still lacking. Pondering this, Han Li shook his head discreetly. Yet verbally he consented. Very well, sister, let us take my divine wind boat. It will facilitate a swift journey. After speaking, he summoned the pristine divine wind boat and invited Chen Xiaoqian aboard. Upon seeing this, she smiled charmingly and boarded the vessel without hesitation. Thus, Han Li piloted the boat, soaring through the skies with Chen Xiaoqian. In a short while, they arrived at the renowned white chrysanthemum mountain in Yuejing. The mountain was blanketed with blooming chrysanthemums of various kinds, predominantly white, creating an utterly enchanting sight, to Han Li's surprise. Upon reaching the mountain, Chun Xiao Qian did not engage him in conversation. Instead, she walked along the path, occasionally pausing to admire particularly captivating views. Following closely behind, Han Li remained silent, yet he gazed at her enchanting figure. Appearing somewhat dazed and utterly oblivious to the subtlety of the moment, an hour later, Chun Xiaoqian ascended to the mountain's summit, standing in a small pavilion, surveying her surroundings. Han Li stood off to the side. At that moment, aside from the two of them, there was not a single visitor atop the mountain, and with neither willing to break the silence, the atmosphere became profoundly tranquil. This delicate tension lingered for an indeterminate duration until, at last, Chun Xiaoqian uttered a soft remark. Han Shidi, I fear that after the great battle concludes, I shall be wed. Upon hearing this, Han Li was taken aback, turning his face in astonishment. The individual in question was a direct descendant of the prestigious Qin clan. A disciple under the auspices of Tianke Fortress, and a newly established cultivator. He had encountered her a few times, and she seemed quite amiable. If all unfolded as expected, he would soon be entering the Chun family by marriage, thereby becoming her dual cultivation partner. Chun Xiaoqian, seemingly oblivious to Han Li's astonished expression, spoke in an unhurried and indifferent tone. As Han Li's surprise gradually faded, he hesitated briefly before politely responding. Then I congratulate Chun Shiji on her promising union. When the time comes, I shall surely prepare a gift. Han Li had only begun his sentence, yet it was evident that this was not the response she had desired. She trembled slightly, and before Han Li could finish, she disdainfully gestured with her hand, casting forth a circular artifact, and took to the skies, as if there was nothing left to cherish. Gazing in the direction of Chun Xiaoqian's departure, Han Li stood motionless, his demeanor cold, until after a long pause, he exhaled deeply and flew away in a dispirited manner. Although he had already resolved to accept the situation, witnessing the woman who had shown him affection about to become someone else's bride left him with a sense of loss. Perhaps this is a common ailment among men. Despite being known as cultivators, they are no different from mortals when it comes to emotions. Han Li mused wryly as he flew back to the Qin residence. However, upon returning, he learned from others that Chun Xiaoqian had already departed, leaving ahead of him. A bitter smile crept across Han Li's face. It seemed Chun Xiaoqian was truly disillusioned with him and had resolved to marry another. Although he felt a tinge of melancholy, Han Li was not an ordinary individual. He merely nodded as usual and continued to engage in jovial conversation with others throughout the day. Thus, on the following morning, others gradually took their leave from the Qin residence, with Han Li being the last to depart. Prior to setting off, he discreetly glanced at Mo Fengwu. After all, they had shared an acquaintance, and he intended to bid her farewell. However, upon catching sight of Mo Fengwu through the window while hovering outside the loft, Han Li altered his intention of greeting her before departing, for he beheld Mo Fengwu, clad in the attire of a married woman. Inside the building, accompanying a woman of about 50 years and reciting scriptures, her countenance radiating calmness and serenity. After silently observing for a moment, he ultimately chose not to disturb her and quietly turned away. For her, perhaps it would be better not to meet, sparing her the recollection of painful memories. Perhaps this tranquil and untroubled life was what she truly yearned for. Han Li pondered with a hint of sorrow. Han Li departed from Yuejing, taking a slight detour to first visit Jiyuan City. Regardless of the circumstances, since he had pledged to avenge the Mo family, he felt compelled to take a glance. Although no practitioners of the demonic path were currently causing disturbances, with a great battle looming, it was likely that the city would not harbor any high-level cultivators to form formations. All he needed to do was discreetly eliminate the master of the Wusman. And even if the people from Ling Beast Mountain were infuriated, they would have no means to trace it back to him. However, on this journey, besides seeking trouble with the Wusman, he also wished to ascertain how Sun Ergu was managing the Siping gang. Presumably, with the assistance of Chu Han over the years, he must have achieved something noteworthy. Yet, it appeared that the escape route he had left behind back then was still of little use. With such thoughts in mind, Han Li sat aboard the Divine Wind boat, heading straight for Jiyuan City. It had been more than a decade since his last visit, yet many memories remained vivid and etched in his mind. 5 days later, before the renowned Xiang family tavern in Jiyuan City, a young man clad in a green robe arrived. He stood on the street in front of the tavern, squinting at the sign, his expression somewhat peculiar. It was none other than Han Li, who had recently entered the city. After a moment of contemplation, he nonchalantly stepped inside. As fate would have it, upon ascending to the second floor. He immediately spotted the very table by the window where he had sat on a previous visit, now astonishingly unoccupied. Elated, Hanli strode over without hesitation. Just as he settled down, a waiter promptly approached to clean the table and inquired what dishes and drinks Hanli desired. With a slight smile, Hanli casually ordered a few delectable appetizers, sending the young lad away. His purpose for coming here was not merely to indulge his palate. Reflecting on this, Hanli gazed out the window. The grand estate of the Mo family still stood, with several burly men stationed at the gate. However, the massive plaque that once bore the name of the Mo family had been replaced with the two prominent characters of the Li family. Glimmering in the sunlight, Hanli furrowed his brow slightly at the sight of the shining Li family plaque, but as far as he knew, the master of the Wusemen bore the surname Li. It seemed they had directly usurped the place. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Hanli found the two characters of the Li family particularly irksome, as if the previous Mo family sign would have been far more palatable to his eye. While Hanli mulled over these thoughts, the waiter swiftly brought forth the dishes and drinks. At that moment, a lively exchange of laughter arose from downstairs, followed by the arrival of several young men up the staircase. All adorned in luxurious silks, embodying the demeanor of affluent scions, accompanied by a few burly servants. These young gentlemen casually glanced around on the upper floor. One of them, a lanky figure who seemed as though a gust of wind could whisk him away, waved dismissively at the waiter. The waiter hurried over, wearing a fawning smile, and quickly said, "Young Master Xia, how may I serve you? Summon your manager. Today we wish to treat a distinguished guest to a banquet. Expedite the departure of any unrelated individuals from the third floor. We shall bear any losses incurred," the diminutive yet audacious figure commanded. However, the young attendant exhibited not the slightest hint of dissatisfaction, continuously nodding in agreement before hastening to inform the proprietor. Moments later, a middle-aged man in his 40s ascended the stairs. Upon encountering the group, he immediately donned a cordial smile and promptly acquiesced to their demands, subsequently leading the attendant to the third floor to offer his apologies that it remains uncertain whether it was the proprietor's astute competence or the genuine prestige of these young gentlemen that warranted such deference. Before long, patrons dining on the third floor began settling their bills and departing, none daring to express any grievance. Hanli, observing this scene, merely cast a languid glance at the individuals before redirecting his gaze to the bustling street outside. They were merely some affluent youths, individuals who thrived on their family's influence in the secular world, a presence ubiquitous in society. Hanli had little inclination to pay them any heed. At this moment, the young man, led by the esteemed young Master Xia, nodded in satisfaction before descending to greet someone. After a while, footsteps resounded once more from downstairs, and this time Hanli was momentarily taken aback. Involuntarily turning his head to glance, among those heavy footfalls, there was unmistakably one that was light, almost ethereal. This was clearly the mark of an adept from the martial world, whose lightness of foot was indicative of considerable skill. This piqued Hanli's curiosity. Chapter 333. Master Sun, a refined and cultured young man, flanked by the aforementioned wealthy youths, appeared in his 30s, with a handsome visage and a gentle smile. He instilled a sense of warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze upon first encounter. The barely audible lightness of footfall emanated from this individual. The young man exchanged pleasantries with his companions. Casting a brief glance at the second floor, when he caught sight of Hanli's ordinary appearance, he paid little mind, proceeding directly to the third floor, evidently the esteemed guest they spoke of. As soon as they ascended, a stream of exquisite dishes was swiftly delivered by the attendants, and the servants and bodyguards were promptly dismissed by the young gentlemen, clearly intent on keeping their conversation private from prying ears. Witnessing this, Hanli's interest was further piqued, and he discreetly extended his consciousness to the upper floor, listening intently to their dialogue. "Brotherly, we owe you a great debt this time. Otherwise, we would have faced significant losses. Your presence here truly grants us favor. Allow me to toast to you first." This was the voice of the lanky young man, laden with gratitude at its nothing. Those outsiders dared to act under the very nose of our Five Colors sect, which is a direct violation of our principles that I merely intervened to save you all, as it was only proper, the handsome young man replied, exuding a friendly demeanor. Upon hearing the mention of Brother Li and the Five Colors sect, Hanli's expression shifted to one of surprise. Could it be mere coincidence that he encountered individuals associated with the Five Colors sect? Han Li felt a surge of astonishment. Regardless, had it not been for Brother Li's assistance, we would have been in grave peril. Should you ever require our aid in the future, we will never decline, another young gentleman proclaimed, seemingly thumping his chest in affirmation. Thank you for your kind intentions. Gentlemen, however, the individuals responsible for the abduction this time are not to be underestimated. He added, In the realm of the martial world, there exists a figure of considerable renown. Otherwise, who would dare to act against a few individuals of notable status in Jiyuan City? The young man, with an air of elegance, shifted the conversation with a remark. Indeed, those kidnappers are quite formidable. I was peacefully slumbering in my home when I suddenly found myself in an entirely different location upon awakening. It was genuinely alarming. Fortunately, our fathers were able to locate your esteemed father in time. Otherwise, we would have suffered greatly, the lean young man recounted, still haunted by the experience. In truth, if it weren't for Lord Wang's intervention. The youth with the surname Li engaged in conversation with these individuals. Meanwhile, Han Li gleaned the general circumstances from their brief exchange. These notable young gentlemen from Jiyuan City had been abducted by a group of external martial experts. And in their desperation, their fathers had sought assistance from the Wusman. This individual was presumably the son of the Wusman's leader, who swiftly came to their rescue. And now they were hosting a banquet to express their gratitude to this young master. Han Li, with his mind somewhat adrift, gazed out the window while listening to the flattery directed towards the youth with the surname Li, hoping to overhear some useful information regarding the leader of the Wusman. Shortly thereafter, a casual greeting from the lean youth piqued Han Li's interest. Brother Li, I have heard that the esteemed Lord Li is soon to celebrate his 60th birthday. I trust your household is making the necessary arrangements. Moreover, it must be said that your father appears remarkably vigorous for his age. He shows no signs of decline whatsoever. We must certainly partake in the celebratory wine, chuckled one of them. My father possesses profound cultivation. He is certainly not an ordinary individual. If you wish to attend, Brother Li, you would be most welcome. Furthermore, my father has just returned from inspecting the branch and is preparing to personally oversee the festivities. As he holds this birthday in high regard, replied the young master with a smile. Upon hearing this, Han Li withdrew his consciousness, knowing that the leader of the Wusman was indeed within the Li residence, making matters much more manageable. With that thought, he downed his drink in one swift motion, placed a piece of silver on the table, and stated in a low voice, Waiter, settle the bill, and no need for change. With those words, he departed the establishment with efficiency. The tavern attendant, beaming with gratitude, followed behind. Once outside, Han Li cast a few glances towards the Li residence, a faint smirk gracing his lips, before leaving without looking back. That evening, he planned to pay a visit to the Li residence. Should there be no other foundation-building cultivators nearby, he would swiftly take the life of the Wusman's leader, thereby fulfilling his promise. However, as it was still daylight, he felt pressed for time and aimed to address other matters first. With this in mind, Han Li vanished into the throng of passers-by. Currently, the Sipping Gang holds a formidable reputation in Jiyuan City. While it may not yet rival the largest factions, it undoubtedly stands as a top-tier force among the mid-sized gangs, with the leader still being the remarkable Sun Ergu, who initially rose to prominence. Naturally, Sun Ergu's status has changed significantly since then, and no one would dare to address him in such a familiar manner now. Instead, upon encountering Sun Ergu, others would respectfully refer to him as gang leader's son. The headquarters of the Siping Gang has relocated from its old site, which had stood for over a decade, to a more affluent street within the city. The members of the gang have also shifted from the arduous existence of laboring at the docks to establishing a substantial territory through their fierce struggles, even venturing into legitimate businesses such as pawnshops and taverns. Consequently, the Siping Gang has become increasingly prosperous, and the life of its leader, Sun, has grown ever more indulgent. Just last month, Master Sun took in his 9th concubine, a renowned courtesan of considerable repute within Jiyuan City. This concubine possesses a certain beguiling charm, captivating Master Sun, who, despite having crossed the threshold of 40, finds himself utterly enamored, often lingering in her chamber day after day. Nearly forgetting his other wives. As the sun has yet to set, Master Sun strides eagerly toward the courtyard, his heart warmed by thoughts of the enchanting beauty awaiting him, a sense of yearning igniting within him. However, upon pushing open the door to the fragrant chamber, he is taken aback. There, seated before him, is a young man. The moment this young man sees Master Sun enter, he languidly remarks, Sun Ergu, I did not expect you to possess such talent. The Siping gang seems to be thriving. Evidently, I did not choose the wrong person back then. This youth not only addresses him by name, but does so with an air of condescension. It is none other than Han Li, who has stealthily infiltrated the headquarters of the Siping gang. Upon recognizing Han Li, Sun Ergu is struck by the familiar visage of the enigmatic figure who once elevated him to his current status. After all, due to the effects of the youth preservation pill, Han Li's appearance has remained unchanged over the years. This revelation leaves Sun Ergu in a state of shock, his mind swirling like tumultuous waves. Yet, after a brief moment of fluctuating emotions, he promptly adopts a respectful demeanor, stepping forward to offer his greetings. It is an honor to have you here, esteemed Sir Dadai. Sun Ergu, pay my respects. It is no small feat for Master Sun, who has long since abandoned such a subservient posture in conversation, to perform this act with such ease and grace. Observing Sun Ergu's demeanor, Han Li raises an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. However, he swiftly responds with a mild smile, expressing a degree of interest. No need for such formality. You are now the leader of a gang. There is no requirement for such grand gestures. I have merely come to observe your progress and shall be on my way shortly. Hearing this, Sun Ergu feels a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared that the arrival of this man would demand a relinquishment of power. Having occupied a high position for many years, he has gleaned some understanding of the affairs of cultivators, beings far beyond the grasp of mere mortals. As it turns out, this individual is indeed elusive, having granted him considerable benefits yet remaining absent for so long, allowing Sun Ergu to revel in a taste of superiority. Just when he believed that this noble figure might have forgotten him entirely, Han Li suddenly reappears, igniting a sense of anxiety within him. As he remains unaware of Han Li's true intentions, suddenly, Han Li gazes at Sun Ergu with a hint of surprise etched on his face. Come here and extend your wrist, Han Li commanded imperiously after furrowing his brow. Upon hearing this, Sun Ergu was momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, he obediently stepped forward and extended an arm. Han Li, without a hint of politeness, seized the man's wrist and infused a trickle of spiritual energy into him, causing it to surge rapidly through his meridians. Moments later, Han Li expressionlessly released his grip and uttered a statement that left Sun Dabon utterly astounded. You have been afflicted with a slow-acting hidden poison. At most, you have but a month to live. Han Li's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Chapter 334. The anomaly poisoned? Impossible. I am exceedingly cautious. All my food and drink are overseen by dedicated personnel. Sun Ergu exclaimed in fear. Upon hearing his words, Han Li could scarcely be bothered to provide further explanation. With a flick of his hand, a flash of azure light darted into Sun's body. My lord, what is this? Sun Ergu dared not evade, though anxiety began to creep in. This is the true spirit technique, which will reveal the toxins within your body. Take a look in the mirror. Han Li said nonchalantly as he settled into a chair. This. Sun Ergu felt a jolt of trepidation and hurried to a corner of the room where a vanity intended for women stood. In a flurry, he found a small bronze mirror and, with a mixture of suspicion and dread, glanced into it. The sight left him utterly stunned. The reflection revealed a face shrouded in dark energy, its blackish-purple skin unmistakably indicative of severe poisoning. My lord, save me. I have always been utterly loyal to you, with no ulterior motives, Sun Ergu cried in fear, rushing back to kneel before Han Li, desperately pleading for assistance. That moment, he had come to believe more than half of what Han Li had said, that a cultivator of Han Li's caliber would not go to such lengths to deceive him. If he truly meant him harm, he could easily extinguish his life with a mere flick of a finger. Observing Sun Ergu's fervent display of loyalty, Han Li smiled faintly before calmly responding. Do not fret. While this poison is indeed insidious, its toxicity is not particularly strong. You shall not perish within the next few days. There is no need for such alarm. Sun Ergu, reassured by Han Li's words, felt a measure of calm return, yet continued to feign helplessness, imploring, My lord, you possess boundless wisdom. Please devise a way to rid me of this poison. I, Sun Ergu, vow to serve you with unwavering dedication. If you doubt my sincerity, I can swear an oath. Though Sun Ergu's status had dramatically changed, it was clear that his fear of death had only intensified. Before Han Li could respond, he hastily began to chant a series of oaths directed at the ceiling, prompting Han Li to feel both amused and exasperated. To serve you. It seems I have always been the one providing you with benefits. Han Li thought to himself, bemused. Here is an antidote pill. You may take it shortly, as long as you do not continue to be poisoned. You should face no significant issues in the future. Han Li gently shook his head and produced a blue pill, tossing it to Sun Ergu. Thank you, my lord, thank you, Sun Ergu exclaimed joyously as he caught the pill, expressing his gratitude profusely and quickly rising to secure the antidote safely. This poison does not infiltrate one's system after just 1 or 2 instances. It has likely been festering for several months, at the very least. I wonder who was the perpetrator. You should be able to uncover this, shouldn't you? Am I not correct, my esteemed leader's son? Han Li suddenly chuckled lightly, his tone half-jesting. My lord. You jest, replied Sun Ergu, scratching his head while forcing a smile at this moment. Since his life had been saved by Han Li, he naturally held him in even greater esteem. Ah, as a mere mortal's affairs, I, as a cultivator, shall not meddle. You may handle it yourself. Han Li's expression grew serious as he continued. The purpose of my visit is to take Chu Han away. I have made some progress in my cultivation, so bringing him along should not pose much of a challenge. You have no objections, do you? Are you intending to take Lord Chu with you? Sun Ergu stammered. But my lord, Chu Han has long since departed from the Siping gang. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Sun Ergu's heart sank, and he could only respond with a forced bravado. What do you mean? You lost him. Han Li's countenance darkened, causing the temperature in the room to plummet, which made Sun Ergu shiver in fright. My lord, please quell your anger. It was not I who lost him. Lord Chu fled of his own volition. Although he is no longer within the city, he has not wandered far, remaining somewhere in the nearby woods that I have dispatched someone to follow him closely, Sun Ergu hastily explained, fearful of provoking Han Li's wrath. He fled on his own. What transpired? Be clear that if it truly is not your fault, I am known for being just in my rewards and punishments, and I shall not hold it against you. A flicker of surprise crossed Han Li's face as his demeanor softened slightly. After all, Sun Ergu must have some knowledge regarding Chu Han's whereabouts, which was sufficient. However, the notion that Chu Han, now merely a walking corpse, could escape independently was indeed hard for Han Li to fathom. Seeing that Han Li was not genuinely furious, Sun Ergu felt a sense of relief, yet he did not dare to slacken his efforts in explaining. Ever since you entrusted Lord Chu to me, I have diligently adhered to your commands regarding his care, ensuring that no one else sees Lord Chu unless absolutely necessary. The last time Lord Chu exhibited any abnormalities was 6 years ago, during a critical period for our gang's expansion, when we faced a rival mid-tier gang with many skilled fighters, thus necessitating Lord Chu's assistance. In that battle, he displayed great prowess, leading our gang to a resounding victory. However, shortly after that conflict, one of my subordinates tasked with overseeing Lord Chu suddenly reported that Lord Chu had spoken. I was utterly astounded and hurriedly took the soul-retrieving bell to check on him. Then, at this point, Sun Ergu's expression turned wretched. What happened? With the soul-retrieving bell in your possession, how could he have attacked you? Han Li remarked, astonished to hear that Chu Han had spoken. The sight of Sun Ergu's teasing demeanor incited Han Li's irritation, and he chastised him. This is quite perplexing. Startled, Sun Ergu continued. He did not attack me, but before I even entered Lord Chu's chamber, he seemed to sense my arrival and suddenly burst through the wall, fleeing with incredible speed that I was simply unable to pursue him. As Sun Ergu spoke, a look of helplessness spread across his face. He ran away. Han Li raised an eyebrow, his expression suggesting deep contemplation. Indeed, my lord, Lord Chu has been absent for several years now, and he has been lingering in the nearby mountains and forests for reasons unknown. Although I have made numerous attempts, bringing skilled members from the sect to locate Lord Chu, for some inexplicable reason, whenever we draw near, he seems to instantly relocate, unwilling to meet with me. Furthermore, when others venture forth, none are a match for Lord Chu, which has even resulted in the deaths and injuries of 2 adept members from our sect. Sun Ergu spoke, puzzled. There's nothing remarkable about that. It is likely due to your possession of the soul-pulling bell. While I do not understand why Lord Chu has lost control, it is evident that the restrictions I imposed back then still hold some sway. Han Li replied with a cold smirk, maintaining his usual demeanor. So that is the case. Sun Ergu's expression reflected his realization, as it seemed he had already surmised this reason. Please tell me the location where Lord Chu has been staying. I shall handle the matter from here. It appears this incident cannot be entirely blamed on you. I must see for myself what has transpired. Han Li contemplated for a moment before continuing nonchalantly. Moreover, you will no longer need the soul-pulling bell. Hand it over to me. Yes, my lord. Just the other day, I received a report from my subordinate. Lord Chu is currently located to the west of. Sun Ergu respectfully revealed an address situated over 100 miles from Jiyuan City, then cautiously retrieved the soul-pulling bell from his inner robe, presenting it to Han Li with both hands. Han Li nodded, accepting the small bell and briefly inspecting the artifact, satisfied that all was in order. He stored it away in his spatial pouch. In addition to the matter concerning Lord Chu, I also wish to inquire about certain issues regarding the Wazmin. You must answer me honestly. Han Li's expression turned grave as he spoke in a chilling tone. Sun Ergu was momentarily taken aback by Han Li's demeanor, but quickly began nodding like a chick pecking at grain. What kind of person is the current leader of the Wazmin, and what family does he have? Have any outsiders visited the Li residence recently? Is he currently residing within the estate? Han Li's gaze turned stern as he questioned that a shiver ran through Sun Ergu. Yet he replied without hesitation, as for the leader of the Wazmin, to be truthful, I still do not know him well. I have only seen him from a distance on 2 occasions that I can say, however, that his martial prowess is undoubtedly profound. He has 2 sons and a daughter, all of whom are married. The eldest son is said to oversee the former headquarters of the Wazmin, while the second son remains with the leader at the Li residence. Sun Ergu elaborated in great detail, clearly having devoted considerable effort to gathering intelligence on the Wazmin. Han Li listened intently to this information, his finger unconsciously tapping on the table as he seemed to process the revelations. Noticing that Han Li had paused his inquiries, Sun Ergu cautiously ventured, My lord, could it be that you intend to take action against the Wazmin due to the events surrounding the Mo residence? Upon hearing this, Han Li furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. You ask too many questions. Do not inquire about matters beyond your ken, nor indulge in wild speculation. Surely, you do not wish to become an amnesiac? Han Li's voice was cold and chilling, causing Sun Ergu's complexion to change dramatically as he hurriedly begged for forgiveness. After a disdainful snort, Han Li relented. For him, when the time came to assert authority, he would show no mercy. Chapter 335. Astonishment observing the cold sweat trickling down Sun Ergu's face. Han Li sensed that the moment was ripe, so he softened his expression. Very well. Continue to be your esteemed leader. Sunday, unless there are exceptional circumstances, I shall not seek you out. However, as we part today, I cannot predict when we shall meet again. Therefore, take this item and keep it well. Should you have descendants in the future, they may use it to recognize me as long as they are willing to serve me. I will ensure their prosperity for a lifetime. As he spoke, Han Li produced a plain sheet of blank talisman paper, swiftly tearing it in half with a crisp sound, and handed one half to Sun Ergu while tucking away the other. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Sun Ergu first displayed a look of astonishment, followed by uncontainable joy in a fit of excitement. He knelt before Han Li and bowed 3 times with earnest fervor, then raised his head with utmost seriousness, saying, Thank you, esteemed sir, for your great kindness. Rest assured, I, Sun Ergu, along with my lineage, shall serve you as our master for generations, never to waver. Should we fail to uphold this promise, may we be met with the calamity of annihilation. After uttering these words, Sun Ergu bowed once more before respectfully rising to his feet. Witnessing this scene, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. Although his intention had been to win over Sun Ergu, he had not anticipated that merely making a promise would evoke such profound gratitude. However, after a brief reflection, Han Li understood in the mundane world, mortals place great importance on lineage and the rise and fall of families. His words effectively guaranteed the Sun family's prosperity for generations to come. Consequently, it was only natural for Sun Ergu to genuinely wish to ally himself with Han Li. After all, over the years, Han Li had not imposed any unreasonable demands upon Sun Ergu, which made the notion of continued loyalty seem the wisest choice. Having come to this realization, Han Li felt a sense of satisfaction. Sun Ergu's genuine dedication to serving him would yield far greater results than mere half-hearted compliance. Good, since you now sincerely pledge your allegiance to me, I shall bestow upon you further benefits. Take these 2 vials of elixirs. 1 vial is for treating all manner of internal and external injuries. As long as one draws breath, they can be saved. The other vial contains the antidote I previously provided, capable of counteracting 100 poisons. Keep it for your own protection. With a flick of his hand, 2 delicate porcelain vials appeared in his palm, and he casually tossed them to Sun Ergu. Sun Ergu, overwhelmed with gratitude, felt assured that he had made the right choice. After offering a few more words of advice, Han Li departed gracefully from the headquarters of the Siping gang. Escorted by Sun Ergu's respectful farewells that it is wise to keep this path open. One never knows when it may be needed, Han Li mused silently to himself. Standing on the street outside, he looked up to find that night had fully descended, making it the perfect time to visit the Li residence. With a swift motion, Han Li took to the skies, soaring effortlessly towards the Li estate that in no time, he arrived above the Li residence. Under the cloak of darkness, Han Li descended from the sky with remarkable ease, subsequently deploying a series of concealment spells, causing him to vanish silently within the confines of the Li residence. Drawing upon his experience infiltrating the Xian Wang mansion, Han Li skillfully employed a spirit-binding talisman to subdue a formidable opponent, thereafter utilizing mind control techniques to inquire about the whereabouts of the master of the five-color sect. To his elation, he discovered that the master was not ensconced within the heavily guarded inner sanctum, but rather had ventured to a secluded courtyard where his second son resided, seemingly to discuss certain matters. Upon ascertaining the location of this secluded courtyard, Han Li unceremoniously conjured a fireball, reducing it to ashes. Given that the individual had overheard his accent and words, it was prudent not to show mercy and leave any survivors. Subsequently, Han Li deftly evaded numerous watchful sentinels and approached a moderately sized courtyard. However, to his surprise, 4 individuals clad in white stood motionless before the tightly shut gate, their temples bulging and eyes gleaming with intensity. Clearly skilled martial artists, Han Li furrowed his brow, realizing that these must be the personal guards of the master of the five-color sect. With their presence outside, it was evident that the master was indeed within. Coldly scrutinizing the 4 guards, Han Li contemplated briefly before his figure suddenly flashed into their midst. The guards were taken aback, poised to react, but Han Li swiftly blurred once more, simultaneously creating 4 illusions that gently struck out towards them. Instantly, the guards fell silently to the ground, each with a crystalline ice spike embedded in their hearts, their bodies cloaked in a layer of white frost. With an impassive expression, Han Li incinerated the corpses with a fireball, boldly pushing open the wooden door to enter the courtyard. During his approach, he had scanned the entire Li residence with his spiritual awareness, discovering that not a single cultivator remained, which alleviated his concerns and ignited his murderous intent. It seemed that the master of the five-color sect was indeed destined to meet his end at Han Li's hands, that he had resolved that upon entering the courtyard, he would eliminate everyone inside. Leaving any survivors could lead the practitioners from Ling Beast Mountain to uncover his identity. A perilous situation, she had mistaken Han Li for one of the 4 guards stationed outside. As the young woman and Han Li caught sight of each other's faces, they both gasped in astonishment simultaneously. "Ditsu, how could you possibly be here?" The expression on the young woman's face fluctuated between joy and despair. Her stunningly beautiful visage clouded with uncertainty, revealing a hint of panic akin to that of someone caught in the act of infidelity. The situation was almost comical. However, Han Li wore no trace of amusement. His countenance was exceptionally grim. After a prolonged moment of silence, he exhaled a heavy sigh and coldly remarked, "Should I address you as Sister Mo, or should I refer to you as Lady Li?" Mo Yuju. This young woman turned out to be the eldest of the Mo sisters, the one who had once captivated the hearts of countless young gentlemen in Jiyuan City, leaving them utterly entranced and unable to eat or sleep. Although she now appeared as a married woman, her enchanting beauty had not diminished in the slightest. Rather, it exuded an extraordinary allure that drove men to madness. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Mo Yuju's complexion turned ashen, her body swaying precariously as if she might collapse along with the little girl in her arms. "Yuju, why do I hear the voice of an outsider? Who are you speaking to?" A voice that Han Li found somewhat familiar emanated from within the room. Seemingly aware of the unusual occurrence outside, moments later, the door swung open, revealing a white-haired elder and a young man in his 30s. The youth was none other than the Li family scion whom Han Li had encountered earlier that day at the Xiang family's tavern. The elder, with hair and beard as white as snow and a ruddy complexion, had a benevolent demeanor, but upon spotting Han Li, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Could this be the leader of the Five Colors sect? Han Li cast a cold glance at the elder and impolitely inquired of Mo Yuju. However, at that moment, Mo Yuju seemed utterly disinclined to speak, clutching the little girl tightly and gazing at Han Li as if resolved to remain silent at all costs. "Who are you?" What have you done to my wife? The young man, upon seeing a male youth standing in the courtyard, was initially taken aback, but upon hearing Han Li directly call Mo Yuju by her name, his fury escalated, and he nearly lunged forward to teach Han Li a lesson. Yet before he could take a step, the leader of the Five Colors sect restrained him and calmly stated, "At your age, how can you still be so impulsive?" This person managed to slip past Li Da and the others without a sound. He is certainly not an ordinary individual. Do not fall for someone else's provocation. Indeed, the elder's astuteness revealed that he was no ordinary person. If he were truly a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, Han Li would undoubtedly regard him with great caution, considering him a formidable adversary. Alas, he was merely a mortal, and despite his cunning, he was insignificant in the face of absolute power. Chapter 336. Ingning, since you are able to stand here, it is evident that you are not an unknown figure. May I ask if you are an acquaintance of Yuju? If so, you are not truly an outsider. The leader of the Five Colors sect suddenly chuckled and inquired, exuding an air of utmost politeness. This remark left the young man beside him momentarily stunned, revealing a hint of astonishment. Upon hearing these words, Han Li's expression shifted, and a hint of derision curled at the corners of his mouth. In years past, I had studied under the tutelage of Mo Ju Ren for several years. Thus, your daughter-in-law can be considered my senior apprentice, and certainly not a stranger. However, before we indulge in familial ties, should we not first reckon with the annihilation of the Mo family? Witnessing Mo Yuju with the scion of their adversary left Han Li in a state of shock and profound discontent, and he was already contemplating taking action. "You are the remnants of the Mo family," the young man exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. The master of the Five Colors sect also displayed astonishment. Yet his countenance soon darkened, a shadow flickering in his eyes. His robes billowed as if stirred by an invisible wind, and his aura surged forth with palpable intensity. "Since you are but a remnant of the Mo family, do not think to escape. Surrender your life," he bellowed. His demeanor transformed. He then stepped forward with great force, his hair and beard standing on end, leaving behind 2 half-inch deep impressions in the stone ground, a testament to his formidable inner strength. The young man, witnessing this, silently slinked to the side, intending to align with his father's actions. Han Li observed the father and son of the Five Colors sect with an impassive expression, raising a hand without uttering a word. With a sharp sound, several fist-sized crimson fireballs, exuding a wave of intense heat, materialized above his palm. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the advancing master of the Five Colors sect hesitated. "The cultivator," he uttered hoarsely, disbelief etched across his features. The young man beside him was similarly stunned. Humph. Han Li had no intention of further discourse, his fingers curling slightly as he prepared to launch the fireballs to eliminate the two. However, at that moment, Mo Yuju, who had been tightly embracing the little girl, suddenly displayed a resolute expression, darting in front of Han Li. "No, I forbid you from killing the child's father. If you must slay him, then take my daughter and me as well," she declared, her countenance filled with despair. Observing this scene, Han Li furrowed his brow. The fireballs in his grasp crackled ominously, suddenly swelling to the size of a bowl, radiating an even more intense heat. Despite her tragic demeanor, Mo Yuju stood resolutely unyielding. "Esteemed immortal, you seem to be mistaken. It was only later that I learned she seemed to have jumped into the river back then." Upon hearing Han Li's words, Mo Yuju's face lit up with joy as she replied, "Not only is Feng Wu alive, but Kai Huan and Si Shenyang are also thriving. However, I must admit that I am quite disappointed in you at present. You have a brief window to persuade me. Otherwise, I shall still take their lives." With a wave of his hand, the fireball that floated in the air vanished without a trace, and then he coldly remarked. Seeing Han Li retract his attacking stance, both the patriarch and his son from the Five-Colored sect breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, their lives were spared for the time being. They were terrified that Han Li, in his wrath, would heed none of Mo Yuju's explanations. The terrifying might of cultivators was something they were far more aware of than ordinary mortals, and thus they had no desire to resist. Mo Yuju, too, relaxed her expression, and after a moment's contemplation, she softly spoke. "Junior brother Han, considering my father's sake, I am grateful for your long journey to seek vengeance for the Mo family. However, I wish to inquire about your reason for seeking revenge on my husband. They have not harmed any member of the Mo family. They merely issued a command, and that command was not theirs to dictate, but rather was instigated by others from above. As for who those individuals are, as a fellow cultivator, You should be more aware than I. Upon hearing Mo Yuju's words, Han Li was momentarily taken aback and fell into contemplation. How could he be unaware of what Mo Yuju spoke? If one were to identify the true culprits behind the Mo family's tragic downfall, it would undoubtedly be the cultivators from Spirit Beast Mountain. Yet, such adversaries were beyond the reach of Han Li in his current state. Moreover, he did not believe his relationship with the Mo family was strong enough to warrant such a formidable enemy. Ultimately, he was merely venting his frustrations on the five-colored sect for the sake of past connections. Initially, there was nothing inherently wrong with this course of action. After all, regardless of whether the patriarch and his son were innocent, they had involved themselves in the Mo family's annihilation. Yet now that Mo Yuju had appeared and become a member of the so-called enemies, this was entirely unexpected for Han Li. He could only sigh at the whims of fate. Since the members of the Mo family themselves harbored opposing views, Han Li naturally would not engage in such a thankless endeavor. Thus, after some deliberation, he softened his expression and spoke slowly. What you say, sister, does have merit. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, this father and son duo acted as accomplices, and thus, killing them would hardly be unjust. Besides, upon learning that I am affiliated with the Mo family, they displayed an attitude akin to wanting to eradicate us completely, which makes it difficult to believe they bear no connection to the Mo family's demise. As Han Li reached this point, a cold frost once again enveloped his face, causing both the patriarch and the young man to change their expressions drastically, their hearts sinking anew. However, now that the matter involved his sister, and given that the sisters held differing opinions, he had no intention of playing the villain. He decided it would be best for the sisters to resolve this among themselves. I hope that by then, you will be able to persuade Feng Wu. Having said this, Han Li slightly moved his lips, conveying the whereabouts of Mo Feng Wu and Mo Tsuan to her through sound transmission. Upon realizing that this cultivator had abandoned the thought of killing them, the patriarch and the young man could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The patriarch of the five-colored sect, with a smile plastered on his face, took a step forward, eager to cultivate a rapport with Han Li. However, Han Li's icy gaze swept over, causing the elder to feel a chill run down his spine, rendering him unable to take another step forward. I am unaware of the means by which you compelled my senior sister to wed your son, nor do I intend to delve into matters that have already come to pass. Nevertheless, I urge you to treat my senior sister with utmost care in the future. Otherwise, Han Li's words trailed off. Yet the undertone of menace was palpable to all present. Brother Han, you have misunderstood. Mo Yuju hastily sought to clarify the situation for the two, but before she could finish her statement, the elder interjected. Rest assured, esteemed immortal, I will ensure my son treats Yuju with the utmost respect and will not allow her to suffer even the slightest grievance. The leader of the Five Colors sect was astute enough to discern that Han Li had no interest in his explanations, but merely sought a promise. Thus, he offered his assurances with sincerity. Han Li nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuju's eyes glimmered with gratitude, and after a moment of hesitation, she gently handed over the little girl who had been peacefully slumbering in her arms. Brother Han, I understand that you are now a figure of divine stature. This is my daughter, Ning. Please hold her. It would be a way to forge a benevolent connection and partake in a bit of your celestial aura. Mo Yuju whispered. Hearing the enchanting maiden's words, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, then smiled lightly, accepting the child without further ado and gazing down at her. What a visage of innocence, with delicate features and skin fair and rosy. Though still exceedingly young, Han Li could faintly envision a future incarnation of Mo Yuju in her. The little girl, perhaps weary from a day of playful antics, remained blissfully asleep, a sweet smile adorning her cherubic face. Han Li stifled the impulse to pinch her chubby cheek, and with a soft sigh, retrieved a misty white jade pendant from his storage bag, gently placing it in the girl's embrace. He then returned the child, along with the pendant, to Mo Yuju. This spirit jade, while not a rare treasure, possessed the qualities of warmth in winter and coolness in summer, impervious to pests. He decided to leave it with her as a memento. After several fierce battles, Han Li's spoils included not only various magical artifacts, but also some rare treasures, and this spirit jade was among them. Chapter 337. Hidden Hands. Twisted souls, I do not wish for anyone from Spirit Beast Mountain to be aware of the events that transpired tonight. I trust you and your son are not given to loose tongues. The elder felt a tremor of apprehension in his heart, and with a face full of humility, he repeatedly asserted his reluctance to speak. Han Li scrutinized the leader of the Five Colors sect in silence for a moment, and only when he observed the other party break into a cold sweat did he finally smile. With a mere shift of his form, he vanished without a trace from where he stood. Just as the elder was reeling in shock, he felt a light tap on his shoulder, causing him to stiffen and slowly turn his head. Indeed, it was Han Li, standing behind him with an expression of indifference. "Is there anything else you require, esteemed immortal?" "I shall comply without fail," the leader of the Five Colors sect said, his voice tinged with nervous laughter. "Nothing of consequence, merely a greeting," Han Li replied with his usual demeanor. "A greeting." The elder was momentarily taken aback, somewhat perplexed by Han Li's intent. However, as a thought crossed his mind, he hurriedly checked his own condition. And upon finding no abnormalities, he finally relaxed. At this moment, Han Li, no longer uttering a word, summoned the divine wind boat, and with a swift motion, positioned himself upon the magical artifact. After casting a deep gaze at the elder and the young man, he let out a cold sneer and transformed into a streak of white light, soaring into the sky. This left the elder and his son, both bewildered and at a loss, alongside the intricately complex expression of Mo Yuju. Standing upon the magical vessel, Han Li faced the wind, an inconspicuous smirk curling at the corner of his lips. The master of the Five Colors had just proclaimed, with great insistence, that he would not dare to let the people of Spirit Beast Mountain know of his arrival. Yet, Han Li discerned a hint of insincerity in his demeanor. Given this, Han Li had no intention of allowing such a cunning individual, regardless of his status as a mere mortal, to harbor resentment against him in the shadows. Thus, he had stealthily approached from behind and, with a subtle maneuver, implanted a heart-boring insect into the man's body. This insect was remarkably peculiar, slender as a thread, nearly invisible to the naked eye, and could only be sensed through spiritual perception. Once it entered the human body through the skin, it would cling to the blood vessels, gradually wriggling toward the heart. Within a year or two, the afflicted would begin to experience symptoms of heart pain and sleepless nights, which would only escalate in severity. After several months, the individual would succumb to a heart attack, appearing indistinguishable from a typical case of myocardial angina. Even high-ranking cultivators, unaware of the true circumstances, would be unable to discern any abnormalities upon investigation. With the passage of time, the connection between their demise and Han Li's earlier actions would be easily obscured. This peculiar and sinister insect was a prize Han Li had acquired from a vanquished disciple of the demonic path. Initially, its nature had eluded him, but after consulting with others, he learned of its origin and purpose. Now, it was fortuitously employed on the master of the Five Colors. In this manner, he could avoid playing the villain in front of Mo Yuju, while simultaneously fulfilling his tacit promise to Mo Fengwu. A sense of pride welled up within Han Li as he contemplated this. Moreover, even if the master were to disclose tonight's events to the people of Spirit Beast Mountain, Han Li remained unconcerned. After all, he had not harmed the father and son in the slightest, and it was unlikely that the denizens of Spirit Beast Mountain would pursue him over such trivial matters. As for the remaining son of the master of the Five Colors, he seemed to be a decent fellow. Han Li hoped that Mo Yuju and he would share a harmonious future together. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li set forth on the divine wind boat, propelling himself toward the western outskirts of Jiyuan City. That he needed to act swiftly to address the anomaly concerning Chu Han. Although the specifics of Chu Han's predicament eluded him, he could not afford to leave it unattended. 100 miles west of Jiyuan City lay a vast expanse of towering mountains and dense forests, rumored to harbor venomous snakes and ferocious beasts, which explained the scarcity of visitors in the area. This was likely the reason Chu Han had sought refuge here after the upheaval. Han Li hovered in the air, silently observing the shadowy mountain ranges below. After a while, he reached into his storage bag. Retrieving the soul guiding bell, which materialized in his hand, that he cradled it gently in his palm, gradually infusing it with spiritual energy. In no time, the bell emitted a faint white glow, levitating into the air. With his other hand, Han Li formed a series of incantations, swiftly casting them into the small bell, while softly uttering a command. The soul guiding bell trembled momentarily before emitting a clear chime and swiftly soaring in a particular direction. Observing this, Han Li displayed a subtle smile as he followed closely behind on his divine wind vessel, with the trace of the blood essence of the infused during the bell's forging. He could effortlessly locate the hiding place of the through the bell. Of course, the bell could not stray too far from the. If separated by over 1,000 miles, Han Li would find himself at a loss. Merely staring blankly, However, witnessing the bell's reaction now, it was evident that there was indeed concealed nearby, which naturally filled Han Li with delight. The small bell flew straight for 20 to 30 miles before suddenly descending at an angle. Realizing he had found his target, Han Li immediately quickened his pace, grasping the small bell in his hand. Suddenly, a layer of azure light enveloped the bell's white glow entirely. Han Li, recalling the words of Sun Air Go, understood that the altered could sense the presence of the soul-guiding bell. Thus he needed to conceal the bell's aura to avoid alarming the entity, silently landing on a small hilltop. Han Li began to survey his surroundings. Though the night was dark, as a foundation-building cultivator, he could still perceive some outlines, prompting him to proceed directly toward the location where the small bell had descended. A vast pile of rubble at the mountain's peak, moving without a sound. He was as stealthy as a specter. Therefore, when he finally laid eyes on it remained blissfully unaware, seated on a massive rock, legs crossed in meditation, appearing to be in the midst of refining its chi. Hidden behind a boulder, Han Li observed with astonishment, for he sensed the presence of spiritual energy emanating from it, a clear indication of a fifth or sixth layer of chi refining. Such a revelation left Han Li utterly flabbergasted. He distinctly remembered that Zhang Tai had been incapable of cultivating the Changchun technique, suggesting he lacked spiritual roots. Wait, the inability to cultivate the Changchun technique does not necessarily imply Zhang Tai was devoid of spiritual roots. It merely indicates he lacked what attribute roots. Could it be that the possessed roots of a different attribute? Han Li pondered, gradually coming to a realization. Is it truly possible for such coincidences to exist in this world? Among the myriad of mortals, two individuals with spiritual roots coincidentally taken under the wing of that Dr. Mo. Han Li found this hard to believe, yet he soon reflected. What a pity it is. Just due to the differing attributes of their roots, he and Zhang Tai ended up with entirely different fates. If the attribute he lacked happened to be wood, his own outcome. Han Li felt a twinge of trepidation at this thought. Yet how could they be cultivating the fundamental techniques of spiritual energy? Could it be that a flicker of realization crossed Han Li's mind, causing him to furrow his brow as a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes? Nevertheless, he remained hidden, silently observing the meditating. After a meal as time had passed, the finally opened its eyes and slowly stood, stretching its limbs. Its gaze was remarkably vibrant, almost as if it had gained sentience. However, upon witnessing this, Han Li felt no joy. Instead, his countenance darkened, subtly betraying a hint of murderous intent. Today's progress was satisfactory. It seemed that in another 3 to 4 months, he would no longer have to fear that mortal wielding the artifact capable of restraining this body. Chu Han appeared to be in high spirits, murmuring softly to the heavens. Just as a smile graced his face, a chilling voice pierced through the air from the side. That it seems you are quite satisfied with this body. Who? Chu Han's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily turned towards the source of the voice. His face etched with wariness. That it was at that moment that Han Li emerged, his expression devoid of emotion, emanating an aura of frost. Who are you? Chu Han exclaimed, initially questioning Han Li, only to realize he could not discern the depth of Han Li's cultivation, causing his fear to surface. That is precisely what I wish to inquire of you. Who are you? And why have you usurped this body? Be aware, this body belonged to my dear friend, which I entrusted to my subordinate for safekeeping. You have occupied it for so many years without a word. Do you not owe me an explanation? Han Li remarked, his tone steady and unyielding. This body belongs to you? Chu Han expressed a mixture of skepticism and intrigue, his eyes darting about, evidently concocting some scheme. Observing this, Han Li let out a cold chuckle and suddenly raised his hand, revealing the soul-calling bell enveloped in azure light. What are you planning to do? Chu Han gasped at Han Li's action, akin to a startled rabbit, leaping back several paces, his face a mask of caution. Although he had sensed the presence of the soul-calling bell before, he was unaware of its true form and did not realize it was a magical artifact specifically designed to restrain this body. Merely assuming Han Li intended to attack with a random artifact. Chapter 338. Coercion. Han Li paid no heed to Chu Han's alarmed expression, dispersing the azure light surrounding the soul-calling bell before extending his finger, producing a resounding chime. Thud. Chu Han, who had been poised to flee, collapsed to the ground in an instant. The life-bound artifact. You possess the life-bound artifact of this body, Chu Han exclaimed, fear evident on his face. It is good that you know, Han Li replied, if you wish to avoid suffering. You shall thoroughly recount your origins, that I am quite curious as to how you managed to usurp this body. Does not the path of cultivation forbid the seizing of a mortal's form?" Han Li's demeanor remained calm, his voice exceedingly flat, as if engaged in a casual conversation with a friend. However, Chu Han could not help but shiver at his words. It is well known that cultivators who seize bodies are despised in the realm of cultivation. While it may not reach the point of extermination, they would certainly not receive any kindness. Han Li's peculiarly tranquil expression only heightened Chu Han's unease, prompting him to frantically devise an escape plan. "Forgive me, fellow cultivator, I was once a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, but my corporeal form was destroyed in a conflict with an enemy, and thus I was compelled to take over this body." Instead of answering Han Li's question, Chu Han stood up and forced a smile as he explained that "Is that so?" Han Li replied coolly. Though he felt a slight surprise upon learning that the other was also a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, Chu Han, oblivious to Han Li's thoughts, sensed the indifference in his demeanor. Causing him to feel increasingly anxious, he hastily added, "Although my cultivation has fallen to the lower tier of the Qi refinement stage, I still possess some magical artifacts and spiritual stones. Should you choose not to pursue this matter, I would be willing to bestow them upon you." This statement carries a tone of subservience, reflecting a clear awareness of the necessity to bow one's head when under the eaves of another. However, Han Li chose to disregard the other's seductive words, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly inquired, "Are you a cultivator from the seven sects?" Han Li's inquiry, seemingly casual, stemmed from his understanding that outside the seven sects, foundational cultivators were a rarity, although some prominent families of cultivators, like the Yin clan, possessed a number of them. The seven sects. Oh, indeed, I am a cultivator from Spirit Beast Mountain. Might you also be a practitioner of the seven sects?" Chu Han responded with an expression of nonchalance, yet Han Li discerned a flicker of panic in the depths of his eyes, which ignited his suspicions. "A fellow from Spirit Beast Mountain. I wonder how Miss Han Yunji is faring in your esteemed mountain?" Han Li inquired gently with a soft smile. "Han Yunji, I must apologize. Due to my prolonged seclusion in cultivation, I have little recollection of some of the younger disciples," Chu Han replied, initially taken aback before forcing a few dry laughs. His words lacking sincerity. "Unacquainted? Then what individuals do you know? Perhaps you could casually mention a few disciples, and I might recognize them." Han Li continued to probe, maintaining an air of composure. This. Chu Han's countenance shifted to one of alarm, his eyes darting restlessly, presenting a rather untrustworthy demeanor. Observing the man's stammering reaction, Han Li's expression turned cold, his visage darkening. "You have truly disappointed me. It seems you prefer to reject courtesy and invite punishment," Han Li stated bluntly, then stepped forward, swiftly returning to his previous position. Chu Han stood frozen in place, yet a binding talisman had been affixed to his chest, leaving him no chance to react. The sudden change in his complexion prompted him to urgently exclaim, "Friend, what is the meaning of this? We can discuss matters amicably." The binding talisman, effective against mortals, would render them completely immobile, even preventing speech. However, against cultivators with a modicum of power, its efficacy was somewhat diminished. While it could immobilize those of lower cultivation, their ability to speak and display emotions remained unaffected. At this moment, Han Li paid no heed to the man's outcries. Instead, he retrieved a pitch-black bowl from his storage pouch. The appearance of this artifact unleashed an aura of chilling dread, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to plummet abruptly. Following this, a haunting cacophony of wails echoed from the bowl, shrouded in an eerie black mist that enveloped the object, heightening its sinister presence. It was the soul-gathering bowl, recently obtained by Han Li. Cradling the artifact in one hand, he cast a grim glance at Chu Han and emotionlessly approached him in a few strides. Chu Han, transfixed by the bowl's ominous manifestations, initially displayed a look of astonishment. Yet, recollecting something, his expression shifted to one of anxiety as he unnaturally uttered, "What are you planning to do? Are you intending to employ the soul-refining technique?" The mere mention of the soul-refining technique elicited a profound fear in his eyes. The infamous soul-gathering technique is a source of dread within the realm of cultivation, evoking fear and evasion among all who encounter it. Even among practitioners, it is employed to cast curses with solemn oaths. Typically, every sect and prominent family has dedicated individuals who study this technique, as it serves as the most formidable punishment and deterrent against traitors. Known for its merciless reputation in the world of cultivation. It is said that those who master this art can extract a person's primordial spirit and subject it to torment with specialized spells. The direct stimulation of the soul's agony is said to be unbearable, even for the strongest of wills, for even the most resolute cannot withstand such torment for long. Moreover, the greater the strength of a cultivator's primordial spirit, the more intense the suffering they endure, instilling a profound fear in all practitioners. Rumors regarding the soul refining technique proliferate throughout the cultivation community, with the most widely circulated belief being that a practitioner of this technique must cultivate a soul vessel intricately linked to their own primordial spirit. It is only through this artifact that one can wield the soul refining technique, rendering the victim's soul in a state worse than death. Few outsiders have laid eyes upon this soul vessel, yet it is commonly depicted by practitioners as a vessel shrouded in ominous chi and ghostly energy, resembling a bowl containing the souls of countless cultivators. Thus, when this bowl is produced, coupled with Han Li's prior ominous threats, Chu Han mistakenly believes Han Li to possess the dreadful soul-refining technique. That it is no wonder he would think this way. The mere thought of tormenting another's primordial spirit inevitably conjures the image of this technique, sending shivers down one's spine. Upon hearing Chu Han's assertion, Han Li's expression remained impassive, though internally he felt a twinge of surprise. Truth be told, he had produced this artifact not to intimidate with the soul-refining technique, but merely to utilize the chilling aura of the bowl to inflict a modicum of suffering upon his adversary's primordial spirit. Yet now, this individual harbored the misconception that Han Li was adept in the soul-refining technique and was consumed by fear, prompting Han Li to contemplate taking advantage of this misunderstanding. That I shall inquire once more. What is your true origin, and why do you impersonate a cultivator from Spirit Beast Mountain? Han Li refrained from addressing whether he intended to employ the soul-refining technique, instead coldly reiterating his question. Han Li's evasive response only served to reinforce Chu Han's suspicions, causing his countenance to pale. Although his lips quivered as if he wished to speak, he remained silent. Observing this, Han Li dispensed with further pleasantries and quietly intoned a few incantations of which he himself was only partially aware, raising the soul-gathering bowl unceremoniously before Chu Han's face. In the past, even a foundational stage cultivator like Han Li would shudder upon encountering the bowl's chilling aura. Now, with Chu Han having regressed to the chi-refining stage, he was utterly defenseless. Thus, as the bowl was placed before him, he felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him, as if his primordial spirit were on the verge of freezing, akin to thousands of steel needles piercing the depths of his soul. Mere moments later, he could no longer endure the torment, emitting a wretched scream as the muscles of his face contorted grotesquely. Do not rush. I have yet to officially cast my spell. The agony you will experience then will be 100-fold greater than what you endure now. Han Li's disembodied words echoed ominously in his ears. That 100-fold. Upon hearing this, Chu Han nearly succumbed to terror. The present agony is something he can scarcely endure for even a fleeting moment. The torment that awaits him is magnitudes greater, surely enough to render his very soul an excruciating pain, vanishing into thin air. This undeniably resembles the fabled soul refinement technique. Having tasted the bitterness of his predicament, Chu Han no longer harbored doubts. Thus, upon witnessing Han Li once again manipulating the incantation, he hastily implored, "Fellow Taoist, please show mercy. I shall divulge the truth. Might you first stow away the soul vessel and refrain from employing the soul refinement technique any further?" The chill emanating from the bowl had so frozen him that even his voice had turned unrecognizable. Were it not for the lingering spiritual energy shielding him, coupled with Chu Han's inherently robust physique, he would have surely succumbed to rigidity by now. Had he recognized the gravity of the situation sooner, he could have spared himself this torment. Han Li, donning an expression that suggested Chu Han was merely courting his own misfortune, casually tucked the bowl away. In truth, he himself felt a sense of relief, for even had Chu Han not uttered those words, Han Li would soon have relinquished the soul-gathering bowl. The frigid essence of this artifact had proven too much for him to bear, rendering it impossible to continue grasping it. Upon witnessing Han Li indeed storing what he perceived to be the soul vessel, Chu Han exhaled a deep sigh of relief. It would be wise not to entertain thoughts of deceiving me with falsehoods. I possess the means to discern the veracity of your claims through relevant spells. That I trust you are not so foolish as to jeopardize your very essence for the sake of some clandestine secret. Forsaking the cycle of reincarnation itself, Han Li's voice was chillingly cold. This statement caused Chu Han to tremble involuntarily, his visage paling at the recollection of the pain he had just endured. Chapter 339. Astonishment, I am such words. I find utterly implausible without a second thought. Han Li, his expression devoid of emotion, interrupted Chu Han's speech. Upon hearing Han Li's assertion, Chu Han managed a bitter smile. It appeared he had not yet surrendered hope. Contemplating a different approach, after a moment's hesitation, Chu Han feebly confessed, "As you suspect, my identity is indeed rather peculiar. I am not a cultivator from the state of Yu. Not one of our Yu compatriots?" Merely from Chu Han's initial declaration, Han Li's countenance shifted, surprise flickering within him. I am, in fact, a disciple of the Ling Yu sect from the heavenly capital kingdom, journeying through the state of Yu. Chu Han spoke slowly. The demonic path S Ling Yu sect. Han Li's eyes narrowed, emanating a glint as sharp as blades. Indeed, I arrived in your land several years ago, only to be inexplicably beset by a powerful cultivator from your realm, who obliterated my corporeal form, leading to my current plight. Chu Han recounted, a helpless expression adorning his features as he spoke of his body's destruction. After a moment's contemplation, Han Li raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Was it your body that was destroyed 5 or 6 years ago?" His tone remained eerily calm. Chu Han, oblivious to the underlying implications of Han Li's question, answered candidly, "Yes. During the years you have occupied this body, have you never contemplated returning?" Han Li inquired nonchalantly. "Of course, I have wished to return. However, you possess far too little understanding of our demonic path," Chu Han replied, his face awash with resignation. "What is the matter?" "While I am aware of certain matters pertaining to the demonic path, my knowledge is merely a collection of fragmented rumors," Han Li admitted without reservation. "I in the realm of demonic practice, we adhere to the principle of the survival of the fittest, where strength defines authority and only those possessing the requisite power can wield true dominion. That I in my former days at the Yuling sect, I held a position of considerable esteem, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful partner in cultivation and several obedient disciples at my beck and call. However, now that my cultivation has significantly waned, do you truly believe that upon my return, these assets will still belong to me? It is highly likely that the brethren who have long coveted my position will conspire against me with insidious intent." Chu Han coldly remarked. Upon hearing this, Han Li furrowed his brow but refrained from uttering a word. Chu Han continued, "My current predicament is the result of a sudden decline in my cultivation due to a body snatching. Thus, I am confident that if I seclude myself for 3 or 4 decades of diligent practice, I shall restore my former prowess and return openly. Otherwise, do you think I would willingly hide away in this desolate place?" Chu Han's words were laden with a deep-seated resentment. "So, you have been lurking near Jiyuan City all this time and have not encountered any other cultivators?" Han Li's expression remained impassive, betraying no emotional response. "No, you are the first cultivator from the Yu Kingdom that I have encountered since my possession," he replied, his countenance somewhat pallid. "Why did you not disclose this from the outset and instead masquerade as a practitioner from Ling Beast Mountain?" Han Li pressed on without relaxing his scrutiny. "I was concerned that you might be a cultivator from the 7 sects and that it would pose a threat to me," he answered, a hint of trepidation in his tone. Hearing this, Han Li suddenly smiled. "Is this your genuine sentiment?" he asked amiably, though his demeanor sent shivers down Chu Han's spine. "Indeed, do you harbor any grievances?" he inquired cautiously, his expression betraying unease. "That I have heard it said that the most deceptive lies are those that contain 7 parts truth and 3 parts falsehood. But I wonder, how much of what you just claimed is genuine?" Han Li's gaze bore into Chu Han's eyes as he enunciated each word with precision. "Ha! You are overly suspicious, my friend. Every word I spoke was indeed the truth," Chu Han acknowledged, fully aware of the precariousness of his situation, but compelled to maintain his faade. "In that case, allow me to share a piece of information. Your demonic sects have invaded our Yu Kingdom. This implies that we are now adversarial forces, and thus, I see no need to further interrogate you for secrets. I shall simply extract your primordial spirit and extinguish it, sparing us both the waste of time," Han Li declared, his countenance darkening ominously. Upon hearing this, the one who had just suffered a setback turned ashen, exclaiming, "Invaded your Yu Kingdom? Impossible, the time has not yet come." His words, uttered in a moment of desperation, left him pale and filled with regret. Meanwhile, Han Li was taken aback. "You are aware of this matter? It seems I have underestimated you. However, regardless of your former standing within the Yuling sect, you are merely a Qi refinement stage cultivator now. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Han Li's brows drew together, his expression transforming into one of lethal intent. With that, Han Li turned his palm, and the soul-gathering bowl reappeared in his grasp, a chilling aura enveloping the air once more to Han Li's astonishment. Chu Han did not display fear. Instead, his gaze was fixated on the bowl, revealing an expression of peculiar intrigue. Witnessing this, Han Li felt an unsettling apprehension creeping into his heart. He had no mastery over soul-forging techniques. It was merely an act of intimidation. If the other party truly preferred death over speaking, Han Li had no choice but to obliterate both Chu Han's body and the individual alongside it. However, within the newly acquired blood sacrifice technique, there existed some methods for soul extraction, though regrettably, he had not yet had the opportunity to practice them. As Han Li pondered this, Chu Han let out a long, sorrowful sigh and suddenly proclaimed, "Indeed, I harbor certain secrets, which are intricately tied to the very existence of your 7 sects. Yet, how can you assure me that once I divulge this information, you will spare my life? I fear I might still meet a woeful end at the hands of soul refinement." At the utterance of soul refinement, his facial muscles involuntarily twitched. Han Li, hearing the gravity of the words, rubbed his nose and waved his hand to stow away the bowl once more. "What assurance do you seek? If it is reasonable, I can contemplate acquiescing," Han Li replied with an expression of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the other's bluster. "Humph, I have little faith in ordinary oaths. However, as far as I know, the practice of soul refinement strictly forbids the use of soul vessels for swearing oaths. Should one breach such a vow, they are likely to suffer a dreadful fate from the backlash of the soul refinement technique. I require you to swear upon a soul vessel that once I reveal the truth, should you still resort to treachery, the vessel will shatter, subjecting you to the torments of soul refinement," Chu Han stated without hesitation. "Very well, I consent." Han Li responded without a hint of hesitation, though inwardly he could not suppress a smirk. He then procured the soul-collecting bowl and, following the stipulations laid out by Chu Han, made his solemn vow. Observing Han Li's swift and decisive oath, Chu Han felt a twinge of suspicion, sensing something amiss. "I have sworn my oath. You do not wish to impose any further conditions, do you?" Han Li maintained his composure, deliberately revealing his dissatisfaction to prevent Chu Han from dwelling on the oddities of the situation. "Certainly not. I am well aware of the fate that befalls the excessively greedy. However, before revealing my secret, I must request that you inform me of the current state of affairs between our demonic faction and your 7 sects. As I am unaware if this information is outdated." Chu Han, indeed distracted, forced a smile as he explained that a flicker of hesitation passed across Han Li's face. Yet he gradually provided a brief overview of the current conditions of the 7 sects and the demonic faction. Chu Han listened intently, but when he learned that a great battle was set to commence in just over a month, a hint of mockery crept onto his face. Han Li, who had been keenly observing Chu Han's expressions, noticed this clearly. After absorbing the information, Chu Han pondered for a moment before beginning to speak. However, the first sentence he uttered left Han Li genuinely stunned. "If you would heed my counsel, there is no need for you to rush to the 7 sects' main camp. For at this juncture, the 7 sects and the allied forces of the other 2 nations have likely already suffered a significant defeat. Your journey would be tantamount to a death sentence." He spoke with a peculiar expression. Han Li's demeanor remained unchanged. He simply gazed coldly at Chu Han, awaiting further elucidation. The practitioner from the Yuling sect, seeing Han Li's calmness, felt a mix of admiration and increased trepidation towards him. While continuing to elaborate, "You may be unaware, but Ling Beast Mountain has maintained a covert connection with our Yuling sect since its establishment. The last feigned rebellion, if I am not mistaken, was a deliberate smokescreen orchestrated by our 6 sects, specifically designed to await the arrival of the cultivators from the other 2 nations, allowing us to capture all 3 nations' practitioners in one fell swoop. It is likely that once this battle concludes, our demonic 6 sects will dominate multiple countries." This revelation sent a chill through Han Li's heart. A smokescreen. Isn't that a bit redundant? The Spirit Beast Mountain had already openly declared its connection to your spirit control sect. Would it not have been better had it remained silent? In shock, Han Li remarked, his expression somewhat grim. You truly believe that the other 6 sects are unaware of the origins of Spirit Beast Mountain? Understand that among your 7 sects, aside from Spirit Beast Mountain, which is a branch of our spirit control sect, the most powerful Yin Yu sect is also deeply connected with our 6 sects. However, the Yin Yu sect severed ties with the He Huan sect hundreds of years ago, ambitiously intending to establish its own independence. The representative from the spirit control sect then uttered another statement that astonished Han Li. Chapter 340. The Trap. Even so, to protect Spirit Beast Mountain, not only were other cultivators sacrificed, but astonishingly, 2 golden core stage cultivators also perished in that orchestrated attack. This, in any case, is indefensible. Han Li slowly furrowed his brows as he spoke. Without the loss of golden core stage cultivators, how could the other 6 sects possibly be persuaded to believe you? Moreover, do you genuinely think those who fell were merely golden core stage cultivators? Chu Han scoffed. From the implication of your words, Han Li gazed at Chu Han in surprise. To my knowledge, we, the demonic 6 sects, possess 2 or 3 secret methods capable of forcibly elevating foundation establishment stage cultivators to a level nearly equivalent to the golden core stage. Of course, each of these methods has significant drawbacks. Any cultivator who employs them is destined to suffer a shattered meridian and death, and their elevated power lasts but a fleeting moment. However, that brief period should suffice to deceive the ears and eyes of your other 6 sects. For a surprise attack does not require an extended performance. Upon hearing this, Han Li fell silent, having begun to believe at least a fraction of what was said. One can imagine that when the 7 sects and the allied cultivators from the other 2 nations set their grand formation to confront the demonic 6 sects, the demonic forces, already privy to the alliance's every arrangement, would easily tear apart the formation with a sudden strike from Spirit Beast Mountain at that moment. Without the protection of their grand formation, the allied cultivators would not stand a chance against the demonic 6 sects. Even if what you say is true, the time for the decisive battle has not yet arrived. If I were to send word, I should be able to turn the tide in our favor. Why should I flee? Han Li pondered for a moment, unwilling to concede. Do you genuinely believe that we, the demonic forces, would wait until the agreed-upon time to initiate the decisive battle? Know that according to the original plan, there was already a strategy in place to mislead the opponent and exploit a timing advantage. Although I cannot ascertain the exact timing, I estimate that within a few days, we will launch a sudden assault on your main camp. After all, this is when you are at your most relaxed before the great battle, and your numbers are far from complete. Do you believe that there is enough time left for the message to reach the battlefield and for those in higher positions to trust your words? Upon hearing this, Han Li's expression finally shifted, a flicker of concern stirring within him. Should the 7 sects truly face utter defeat, his days would indeed become exceedingly grim. He would either remain in the kingdom of Yu, hunted by demonic forces, or be forced to flee to foreign lands, perpetually on the run. The only alternative would be to repair the teleportation array and embark on a new journey of cultivation in an unfamiliar realm. It seems you possess an intimate understanding of the demonic plans. Your identity must be quite significant. There is no need for concern, for I have no interest in inquiring about your precise identity. I merely wish to ask one more question. After all that you have stated, do you possess any evidence? Surely you do not expect me to place complete trust in your words based solely on your eloquence. Han Li pondered for a moment before posing his question with utmost seriousness. At Han Li's inquiry, the cultivator from Yuling's sect was momentarily taken aback, then a wry smile crept upon his face. In my dire straits, I have lost even my original body. Do you truly believe I could retain any evidence? However, if you exhibit a modicum of patience, simply waiting a few more days should yield some whispers of the impending conflict, he said, feigning nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Han Li merely scoffed. If the body is lost, how could the primordial spirit have escaped, since you were not struck down on the spot back then? I refuse to believe you have not hidden away your vital artifacts and other significant possessions. Han Li replied coldly, his words piercingly direct, causing Chu Han's smile to falter. It appears I cannot deceive you, my friend. Indeed, I possess a jade slip containing correspondence between my sect and the Spirit Beast Mountain. Several years ago, I ventured to the kingdom of Yu specifically to relay this information, yet I never anticipated, he admitted, his embarrassment becoming evident after Han Li's revelation. With the admission finally out in the open, Han Li let out a quiet sigh. This individual's true age was a mystery, yet his cunning was undeniably profound. It seemed he would need to exercise even greater caution. Where's the item located? Han Li inquired bluntly, his gaze sweeping across the figure before him. The jade slip is not on my person. I left it in a nearby cave. I can guide you there, Chu Han responded, now displaying an unusually cooperative demeanor. Not on your person? Han Li's eyes glinted with skepticism. You must understand, my current form is that of a zombie, while it is far sturdier than that of an ordinary person. I have also lost much of my sensory perception. I feared that if I carried the storage bag with me, I might inadvertently misplace it without even realizing, which is why I typically leave it at my dwelling. He offered, forcing out a rather uncomfortable justification. However, Hanley refrained from commenting on this and instead conducted a meticulous search of his person. Only upon confirming that he had found nothing did he coldly inquire again. "Where is the cave?" "I shall retrieve the item." Seeing Han Li's extreme caution, Chu Han could only express his frustration as he divulged the location. Han Li nodded in acknowledgement, seemingly preparing to depart. Yet suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to ask once more, "How did you come to inhabit this body?" Although this vessel lacked a soul or primordial spirit, thus avoiding the complications of possession, it is still not the shell of a cultivator. Han Li was genuinely intrigued. "That I do not know." The response from the other party caused Han Li's expression to darken. However, before he could utter another word, the other party hastily interjected, "I truly have no idea what transpired. When I arrived at Jieyuan City, dragging my severely injured body, I was utterly incapacitated. In a moment of desperation, I had to hastily extricate my primordial spirit and began searching for a cultivator whose body I could seize. Yet, despite scouring every nearby location, I encountered not a single practitioner. Just as despair began to envelop me, I stumbled upon this lifeless corpse devoid of a primordial spirit. I took a chance, treating it as a dead horse to be a living horse. And to my astonishment, I found myself unharmed. This revelation left me utterly bewildered. As he spoke, the practitioner from the Yuling sect wore an expression of incredulity. Han Li listened in silence, casting a glance at the individual before unexpectedly returning to his side. He affixed 2 more calming talismans onto Chu Han before vanishing into the shadows. Chu Han, standing in place, bore a countenance marked by distress. Yet shortly after Han Li's departure, a peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes. Following the directions provided, Han Li accurately located the cave. The entrance appeared rather modest in size. Raising his hand, a moonstone flew from his storage pouch, hovering above his head to illuminate the surroundings. He then glanced at the darkened cave entrance, contemplated briefly, and summoned his phosphorescent shield and turtle shell artifact to shield himself before cautiously stepping inside. As anticipated, the cave was not particularly spacious. After traversing 7 or 8 zhang, he faintly discerned a rock wall obstructing his path, indicating he had reached the cave's depths. Han Li's keen gaze scanned the area but detected no anomalies, prompting him to lower his head and inspect the ground. According to the other party, the storage pouch was buried beneath a large piece of bluestone, which should have been easy to locate. Indeed, a couple of zhang away, he spotted a rather dark object several feet high, resembling a stone. Without further thought, Han Li approached and, aided by the soft white light of the moonstone, scrutinized it closely. The gasp escaped his lips. This was no stone. It was unmistakably a heap of white bones piled high, with some indistinct remnants of flesh still clinging to it, exuding a faint scent of blood. In shock, Han Li focused his attention, quickly discerning that the bones were remnants of ferocious beasts such as tigers and leopards, bearing numerous bite marks as if they had been chewed upon by some creature. This realization, Han Li's thoughts shifted uneasily, and he instinctively felt a sense of dread, hastily attempting to retreat. However, it was already too late. A shadow darted out from an unknown direction and collided violently with Han Li's phosphorescent shield. Instantly, an overwhelming force surged through him, propelling both the shield and himself backwards, crashing against the cave wall with tremendous impact, nearly rendering him unconscious. What manner of beast is this? In the throes of excruciating pain, Han Li pondered in a mix of shock and fury. Yet, before he could tumble down from the wall, the shadow leapt once more towards him. Han Li's heart raced in alarm, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly positioned both of his defensive artifacts before him. A resonant clang echoed, catching Han Li off guard. This time, no immense force met him. However, the foremost phosphorescent shield shattered with a resounding crack, splitting neatly in two and tumbling to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Li nearly bit his tongue in astonishment. It was utterly inconceivable. The white phosphorus shield had been cleaved in two by that monstrous being. Chapter 341. In Distress. This was a premier magical artifact crafted from the white phosphorus of the inked flood dragon. After enduring a protracted period of combat, aside from a minor puncture caused by that blood spirit drill a few days prior, it had suffered scarcely any significant damage, and now it lay in ruins at the hands of a beast. At this moment, illuminated by the moonstone above, Han Li could vaguely discern the shape of the creature, which was exceedingly peculiar that it was not particularly large, standing perhaps 10 feet high, with a slender neck supporting a diminutive head. Yet, two fist-sized orbs of green light flickered coldly with a menacing glint, fixated upon him with an emotionless gaze. Most concerning to Han Li were its two forelimbs, resembling dark, blade-like weapons, which left him utterly astonished. This creature wielded weapons, but what kind of blade was so sharp that it could sever the white phosphorus shield with a single stroke? Such thoughts flickered momentarily in Han Li's mind. Yet his body was already in motion, darting towards the cave's exit like an arrow. That it was absurd to engage in a struggle with such a terrifying creature in this confined cave. Even if he had several lives, they would not suffice. Naturally, fleeing was the most prudent course of action. However, as Han Li moved, the creature silently propelled itself after him, its speed astonishingly swift. The cave was but a short distance, and both Han Li and the beast shot out of the cave in quick succession, creating gusts of wind in their wake. Once outside, without a moment's hesitation, Han Li raised his hand, and a beam of white light erupted from his palm. Revealing the pristine divine wind vessel hovering in the air before him, he intended to command the vessel to ascend into the skies. If the magical artifact could not defend against the creature's onslaught, then he would create distance and obliterate it with the artifact's might. However, due to a brief delay in activating the artifact, a shadow darted before him. The creature had anticipated his move and positioned itself between Han Li and the divine wind vessel. Its blade-like forelimbs clashing together with a metallic sound, cold eyes fixated on Han Li. Seeing this, Han Li's heart sank. Not only was this creature immensely formidable, it seemed to possess a degree of intelligence. This was a grave predicament. Nevertheless, emerging from the dark cave and under the moonlight, Han Li recognized the creature before him. A colossal mantis, its entire body exuding an eerie gray aura. Taking a deep breath, Han Li suppressed his unease, momentarily blurring his form to conjure 5 or 6 identical phantoms, charging directly toward the gigantic mantis. He believed his full-speed Yin step would allow him to circumvent the beast's obstruction. The mantis's green eyes glimmered, and it too manifested several indistinct shadows, each meeting Han Li's phantoms head-on. Han Li's expression changed drastically. With a series of soft thuds, his phantoms were swiftly shattered by the mantis's formidable forearms. The remaining true form was forced to absorb the impact with his remaining turtle shell artifact, resulting in him being sent hurtling back to his original position, a deep gash appearing on the shell. Han Li, pale-faced, cast a glance at the gash on the turtle shell, swallowing hard. It was clear that this artifact could scarcely withstand any further blows. Before Han Li could ponder a strategy, the mantis emitted a sharp sound, revealing a pair of several-foot-long, gray wings that shimmered brilliantly. Following this, a buzzing noise arose, as this beast effortlessly began to float upwards, propelled by the rapid flapping of its wings. Witnessing this scene, Han Li felt a wave of despair wash over him. How could he have forgotten that the mantis was an insect, capable of flight? This development only heightened the creature's astonishing speed. For the first time, Han Li found himself lacking confidence in his own agility. Nevertheless, he hastily cast various auxiliary spells such as the lightness technique upon himself and swiftly patted the storage pouch at his waist. A dozen beams of golden, black, and red light surged forth simultaneously. He aimed to strike first and gain the upper hand. Yet, the mantis beast did not hesitate. As soon as it ascended, it vanished without a trace in an instant. In the next moment, it reappeared above Han Li, poised to deliver a grievous blow to his head, seemingly intent on cleaving him in two. This moment, Han Li remained astonishingly calm. With a slight shift of his shoulders, after a flurry of afterimages appeared, he too vanished from sight. However, the more than 10 golden blades of the golden mantis mother blades circled around him, launching a frenzied assault upon the beast, as if intending to tear it apart with a multitude of strikes. A series of light clinks echoed as the giant mantis wielded its 2 mantis blades with an imperceptible speed, creating an enormous protective net. Upon contact, 3 golden blades and a fiery spear were swiftly shattered into countless fragments, cascading like specks of starlight from the air. Observing this calamity, Han Li, who had taken refuge aboard the divine wind vessel, felt an acute pang of heartache. He quickly summoned the remaining magical artifacts back, and the remaining beams of light swiftly pivoted and flew back. Yet, the colossal mantis was relentless. With a slight crossing and rubbing of its forelimbs, it surged forward like a black streak, rapidly closing the distance to intercept the artifacts. Without hesitation, It unleashed a flurry of strikes, shattering two more golden blades into numerous pieces that fell to the dust. Han Li felt a searing pain in his heart. Although this set of golden mantis mother blades was not considered a top-tier treasure, it was a rare ensemble of several pieces that had served him exceptionally well over the years, and he had developed a certain attachment to them. To think they would be so utterly destroyed today. However, fortune smiled upon him as the pair of Yulong duos remained intact, escaping the fate of destruction, which he deemed a silver lining amidst the misfortune. Yet, gazing at the mantis beast, which continued to fixate on him, Han Li found it difficult to feel fortunate if he could not devise an effective means to deal with this creature. He feared that not only his remaining artifacts would be lost, but his very life was also in grave jeopardy. With this thought, Han Li's spiritual power surged forth beneath him, causing the divine wind vessel to tremble slightly before it transformed into a streak of white light that shot skyward. Han Li did not believe that a mere beast could keep pace with the speed of the divine wind vessel. However, after soaring through the air for only a brief moment, he was compelled to abandon this notion. Acknowledging his own ignorance, now he was sprinting ahead while occasionally glancing back to unleash a few fireballs, attempting to hinder the relentless pursuit of the mantis beast trailing closely behind. This is truly bizarre. The demon beast not only strikes with astonishing swiftness, but also soars through the air at an inconceivable speed, rendering Han Li's divine wind vessel almost sluggish in comparison. Han Li mused with deep frustration. He was now utterly convinced that this demon beast was far more formidable than the white spider he had encountered in the underground cavern. This enormous mantis was either the pinnacle of a fourth-level demon beast or a legendary fifth-level entity, capable of contending with creatures in the early stages of core formation. The mere thought of this possibility sent chills down Han Li's spine, prompting him to desperately unleash fireballs to hinder the relentless advance of the demon beast. Although each fireball was effortlessly cleaved in two by its attacks, they managed to momentarily slow its pursuit, buying precious time for the divine wind vessel. However, Han Li was acutely aware that if this continued, it was only a matter of time before he would be caught. He could not afford to remain in a stalemate. Thus, while maneuvering his vessel and casting fireballs, he hastily focused his mind to delve into his storage pouch, searching for any magical artifacts that could be of use in this dire moment. Suddenly, his consciousness detected an extraordinarily soft object, sparking a brilliant idea within him. Consequently, Han Li lowered his gaze to survey the surrounding environment and abruptly propelled his divine wind vessel in a diagonal plunge towards the dense jungle below. Simultaneously, he hastily extracted 7 or 8 ordinary magical artifacts from his storage pouch, casting them all out without a second thought. Additionally, 4 or 5 puppet soldiers were summoned amidst a flash of white light, unleashing a barrage of dazzling light arrows directed at the pursuing demon beast. This fervent onslaught indeed compelled the massive mantis to flail its arms in defense, though it swiftly reduced the magical artifacts and puppets to mere fragments. Yet, when it sought to locate Han Li, it found only silence below. Han Li had vanished without a trace amidst the sea of trees. The beast's green eyes flickered uncertainly as it descended to a lower altitude. Circling above the nearby thicket, still intent on uncovering Han Li's whereabouts, concealed behind a large tree in the dense forest, Han Li regarded the colossal mantis with a mix of apprehension and vigilance. At that moment, he was draped in a cloak-like veil, entirely severing the various auras emanating from his being. This ethereal shroud was a prized acquisition from his battle with the white spider, obtained from the unfortunate Xian Wei, who had intended to use it against Han Li but had ultimately lost her life instead. This veil not only masked the fluctuations of spiritual energy but also effectively concealed all traces of human scent. In his current predicament, Han Li resorted to this artifact in the hope that the demon beast, possessing limited intelligence, would eventually depart after a fruitless search. Otherwise, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, he kept a firm grip on the solidified blood spirit diamond in one hand. While this object boasted astonishing speed and formidable lethality, having witnessed the mantis's incredible velocity, Han Li lacked the confidence to utilize it against this demon beast. He merely kept it at the ready as a precaution. Chapter 342. Suspicion and alarm. As Han Li held his breath, intently observing, the giant mantis flew back and forth within a radius of several miles. Suddenly, Han Li's expression turned ashen. With an expression of icy determination, he tightly gripped the blood spirit drill and began to infuse it with spiritual energy, causing the artifact to gently heat up. Emotionless, he gazed at the approaching beast descending from above. Han Li had resolved to unleash the magical tool only when the creature drew closer, for this strategy would significantly increase his chances of injuring or slaying it. Of course, such a tactic would inevitably heighten the risks he faced, yet at that moment, Han Li was beyond concern for his safety. 50 zhong, 40 zhong, 30 zhong. His heart raced wildly, prompting him to take a deep breath as he prepared to launch the blood spirit drill. However, what unfolded next left Han Li utterly dumbfounded. The mantis demon beast, upon reaching a mere 20 zhong above his head, suddenly spiraled and veered off course, darting towards another location not far from him. In the aftermath of a couple of anguished, beastly roars, the massive mantis re-emerged, clutching a gigantic wild boar in its forelimbs. As it soared back into the woods without hesitation, the silhouette of the creature gradually faded from view. Han Li let out a long sigh of relief and unceremoniously collapsed onto the ground, disregarding the dignified demeanor expected of a cultivator. The previous encounter had been a harrowing brush with death. Had he not opted to attack at close range, he might well have ended up as the beast's next meal, just like that wild boar. This narrow escape was nothing short of sheer luck. Han Li silently rejoiced, for the first time realizing that his fortune might not be so dire after all. Once he steadied his mind, Han Li recalled the instigator of this entire ordeal, the Yuling sect cultivator who had taken possession of Chu Han's body, and a burning fury ignited within him. It was evident that the message within the cave had been a trap set by his adversary. Despite his utmost caution, he had fallen victim to the cunning of his foe, nearly losing his life in the process. Very well, now that I have survived, you shall witness my vengeance, Han Li muttered bitterly to himself as he rested. In his mind, the fact that Chu Han had affixed 3 binding talismans upon him rendered it impossible for the latter to escape based on his cultivation level alone. Once he returned, taking the life of his opponent would be effortless. Feeling his physical and magical strength restored, Han Li immediately took flight on his magical tool, retracing his original path. However, this time he dared not soar high in the sky. Instead, he cautiously maintained a low altitude of merely a few zhong above the ground, fearful of drawing the beast's attention once more. As he journeyed back, the chilling night breeze washed over him, dousing a significant portion of his seething anger and clearing his mind considerably. He began to reassess the sequence of events surrounding his encounters with Chu Han, reflecting on the words and actions of the Yuling cultivator, as well as the terrifying mantis beast. Han Li began to doubt the creature's original status as a foundational stage cultivator. That it was inconceivable that such a formidable insectoid beast would emerge in the vicinity of Jiyuan City without being domesticated. Considering the identity of the Yuling cultivator, it was highly likely that this colossal mantis was one of its tamed spirit beasts. The sheer ferocity of such a creature left Han Li struggling to fathom that a foundational stage cultivator could truly tame it. According to his perspective, this mantis spirit beast could undoubtedly contend with 3 or 4 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. A truly astonishing feat. Could it be that this Chu Han was not merely a foundation establishment cultivator, but rather one of the core formation stage? This thought startled Han Li. As he approached the original small hill, he found himself unable to advance any further, instead hovering in the low air, deep in contemplation. How could a core formation cultivator meet such a tragic fate? With a destroyed body and a spirit that has fled, one must understand that when encountering another core formation cultivator, even if defeated, one should be able to escape, right? Unless, of course, they encountered the ancient monsters of the Yu Kingdom at the nascent soul stage. However, the nascent soul cultivators from the 7 sects had long ceased to involve themselves in worldly matters. It seemed that only 2 or 3 were still present in the Yu Kingdom. Moreover, during the recent confrontations between the demonic path and the 7 sects, Han Li had not heard of any nascent soul-level cultivators making their move. This made it difficult for him to imagine what kind of cataclysmic upheaval would ensue should those individuals engage in battle. Nonetheless, Han Li felt a twinge of dissatisfaction regarding the nascent soul cultivators' indifference to the struggles of lower-tier cultivators. Having silently grumbled about it several times, what could these high-level cultivators possibly be scheming? Could it truly be a mere coincidence that this individual, likely a core formation cultivator, crossed paths with one of those ancient monsters? Han Li pondered with a hint of speculation. If the being that had usurped Chu Han's body were indeed a core formation cultivator, then it would certainly explain how they could possess such knowledge of the secrets surrounding the demonic invasion, as well as command a formidable spirit beast like the mantis. After some contemplation, Han Li was compelled to acknowledge that the possibility of Chu Han being a core formation cultivator was alarmingly high, eliciting a cold sweat and an odd expression from him. There was a mixture of fear and a touch of exhilaration. Could it be that the opponent was merely feigning weakness, pretending to be of such low cultivation, all the while toying with him? Han Li desperately tried to assess how likely this worst-case scenario could be. No, the opponent was certainly not pretending to be weak. After mulling over this for a while, Han Li finally arrived at a firm conclusion in his mind. To say nothing of other matters, it was indeed certain that the body of Chu Han had been usurped only a few years prior. Thus, his unfathomable cultivation level, as he had previously mentioned, had undoubtedly diminished, even if his primordial spirit remained, allowing him to rebuild without bottlenecks. His current cultivation level was indeed reflective of his capabilities. Moreover, Han Li discerned at a glance that the other party could no longer control the mantis spirit beast. Otherwise, such a formidable bodyguard would not be absent from his side. It was crucial to note that he was at his weakest now, most in need of robust protection, which had led him to unwittingly lure himself into that cave, hoping that the uncontrollable giant mantis would eliminate him. Han Li's mind was exceptionally astute. Just a brief reflection allowed him to grasp the essence of the truth, significantly bolstering his courage. This was not out of a desire to take advantage of someone in peril, but rather a recognition that he had forged a deep enmity with this cultivator from the spirit control sect. If the other party managed to escape his grasp, once their core formation strength was restored, they would undoubtedly seek to tear him to shreds. Thus, he could not allow this individual to leave here alive. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Han Li no longer hesitated and urged the magical artifact beneath his feet. Soaring directly towards the small hill, in the blink of an eye, Han Li reached the summit and immediately spotted Chu Han, who remained obediently in place, several talismans still intact on his body. Elated, Han Li descended to a distance of several dozen zhang from his opponent, simultaneously gripping a magical artifact in each hand. Upon witnessing Han Li's descent, Chu Han's face displayed a look of astonishment, seemingly unable to fathom that Han Li had survived. Thus, he managed a strained smile, attempting to utter something with his lips. However, Han Li took a few steps forward, unceremoniously raising a hand, unleashing two streaks of dark light that howled fiercely as they surged towards him. Having resolved to eradicate any threats, Han Li had no interest in engaging in verbal sparring with someone on the brink of death. The dark light shot forth with tremendous force. Chu Han's complexion changed dramatically. Just as Han Li anticipated the imminent annihilation of his foe, Chu Han unexpectedly swayed his body and leaped several zhang to evade the trajectory of the attack. "What are you doing? Have you forgotten your sworn oath?" exclaimed the agitated Yuling sect cultivator, clearly taken aback by such a fierce assault upon encountering Han Li. Han Li, disregarding Chu Han's words, focused intently on the three calming talismans adorning his opponent, scarcely believing his eyes. How could Chu Han still move if the talismans had not been removed? Han Li was filled with doubt. However, this was neither the time for inquiries nor entanglements. Thus, with a cold snort, he pointed at the dark light, which immediately expanded severalfold, transforming into two thick beams of dark light that darted towards Chu Han in an instant. Han Li had made up his mind. Even if it meant sacrificing the lifeless body of Chu Han, he would ensure that not a trace of this core formation cultivator's primordial spirit remained. Chu Han seemed to perceive Han Li's unyielding resolve. As the dark light bore down upon him, in a moment of desperation, he opened his mouth wide, releasing a beam of green light that forcefully intercepted the full brunt of Han Li's dark attack. Chapter 343, The Green Radiant Sword. What is this? Witnessing his full force attack being blocked, Han Li was taken aback. Before him hovered a small sword, merely a few inches long, shimmering in green with glimmers of light dancing upon its surface. A magical treasure, Han Li exclaimed involuntarily, his expression shifting. How could his opponent, relying solely on a cultivation level of the 5th or 6th layer of chi refinement, possibly withstand the might of his dark light? If it was not a magical treasure, then what else could it be? This revelation left Han Li both astonished and elated. The astonishment stemmed from the fact that his adversary possessed a magical artifact for defense, complicating matters. The joy arose from the prospect that if he were to eliminate Chu Han, he could claim this treasure for himself. At this moment, Han Li was finally convinced that Chu Han had indeed once been a core formation cultivator. With this thought in mind, Han Li continued to command the dark light to launch a relentless assault while conjuring the soul-guiding bell into his grasp. The reason he had refrained from using this artifact earlier was merely because he believed Chu Han had been immobilized by the calming talismans, rendering it unnecessary. Yet now, It seemed imperative to utilize this intrinsic magical artifact to subdue his opponent once more. Upon witnessing Han Li produce the soul-guiding bell, a flicker of panic flashed across Chu Han's eyes. Yet it was swiftly replaced by a fierce determination to in a sudden, violent motion. He struck his own abdomen and, opening his mouth, expelled a jade-green elixir. The moment this object emerged, it radiated a soft, verdant glow that enveloped his entire form. At that instant, the soul-guiding bell in Han Li's grasp began to resound with a series of sonorous chimes, intended to render his opponent feeble and incapable of retaliation. However, after a succession of tolls, Chu Han stood unharmed, displaying no signs of being affected. Observing this scene, Han Li's expression grew solemn. It was evident that the light emanating from the green elixir shielded his adversary, nullifying the effects of his soul-guiding bell. Contemplating this, and after striking the bell a couple more times to no avail, Han Li's countenance darkened as he stowed the small bell away. Yet, with a swift flourish of his hands, he summoned forth over a dozen puppets, the last remnants of his second-tier constructs. Should these be destroyed, he would be left with nothing but his less effective homemade puppets. Thus, Han Li resolved not to prolong this confrontation. As soon as the puppets appeared under his command, beams of light and arrows surged forward with great momentum. Faced with such a formidable onslaught, Chu Han exhibited a mix of astonishment and fury, urgently casting several spells towards the green elixir, causing it to spin rapidly and emit a brilliant green luminescence. Instantly, a myriad of colors intertwined, erupting into a dazzling display, and Chu Han was jolted backwards several paces, yet astonishingly withstood the entire assault, leaving Han Li in a state of profound shock. How could a cultivator at the 5th or 6th level of Qi refining withstand the full force of a mid-foundation establishment practitioner? It was truly extraordinary. However, upon reflection, considering that Chu Han was originally a core formation cultivator with a few potent techniques, it seemed less surprising. At that moment, Chu Han, relieved to have countered Han Li's attack with his 2 trump cards, exhaled deeply. Meanwhile, his mind raced, formulating suitable words to persuade Han Li to cease this reckless assault. He was acutely aware that his meager reserves of spiritual power could not endure such a strain. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, Han Li, after a brief moment of contemplation, rummaged through his storage pouch and suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a blinding red light that flickered into existence. Chu Han was taken aback. Before he could comprehend the situation, the floating green elixir erupted violently, sending a searing pain rippling through his soul, forcing a scream from his lips as he collapsed to the ground, his limbs convulsing uncontrollably. The verdant light that had shielded Chu Han vanished without a trace upon the elixir's explosion, and the unimpeded beams of light and arrows promptly swarmed over him. Meanwhile, the green sword, bereft of its master's control, lost much of its potency, becoming ensnared beneath Han Li's formidable onslaught, appearing on the verge of collapse. Witnessing this turn of events, Han Li was filled with unexpected joy. He had not anticipated that his audacious strike would prove so effective. The reason he refrained from directly attacking the heart or head of the spectral soul with the blood spirit drill was due to his lack of confidence in targeting vital areas of a being whose body bore the characteristics of a zombie. It was likely that such strikes would only inflict severe injuries without guaranteeing a kill. Therefore, it would be far more prudent to aim the blood spirit drill at the most vulnerable aspect, the green elixir. However, he never anticipated that shattering the green pill would result in significant repercussions for the opponent, leading to such a dire outcome that it appears that the green elixir was intricately connected to the essence of the opponent. No wonder the adversary exhibited such a reaction when it was unleashed against them. Could it be that this was a golden pill forged during their core formation stage? Han Li surmised with a hint of mischief. At that moment, the puppets ceased their assault upon a mere gesture from Han Li. He then gazed intently at the scene before him. As the light faded, Han Li distinctly observed a charred corpse lying on the ground, surprisingly intact and not reduced to ashes amidst the attack, which caught him off guard. Could it be that the zombie body of the spectral soul was fundamentally different from that of an ordinary human? After contemplating the corpse for a moment, Han Li refrained from approaching it immediately. Instead, he waved his hand through the air, conjuring 5 or 6 fireballs the size of fists that hovered above. With a soft exhalation of the word go, the fireballs shot forth like crossbow bolts towards the corpse. With a series of muffled thuds, the charred body ignited under Han Li's cold gaze. In that fleeting moment, as the flames erupted, a green orb, roughly the size of an egg, suddenly burst forth from the raging inferno and fled swiftly to the side. Observing this, a chill swept over Han Li's visage. In an instant, he flashed and appeared behind the orb, extending his hand in a lightning-quick motion while radiant white light emanated from his palm. The green orb emitted a piercing shriek as it was crushed by Han Li's power-infused fingers. Subsequently, Han Li swayed back to the side of the spectral soul, elegantly waving his sleeve to extinguish the flames that had engulfed it. Even a core formation cultivator was no more than this. A mere illusion had been so easily unraveled. Han Li gazed down at the charred spectral soul, a cold smile creeping across his face as he remarked. He then meticulously examined the injuries of the spectral soul. To his astonishment, aside from its completely charred exterior, its internal organs and bones remained unscathed. This revelation filled Han Li with immense joy, although he was aware that the spectral soul was merely an empty shell. He had inadvertently come to regard it as a loyal subordinate. Should it recover fully, he would be exceedingly pleased. Furthermore, he harbored a plan that required the spectral soul's participation. Thus, Han Li produced the soul-guiding bell and gently tapped it, prompting the spectral soul, which had been lying on the ground, to rise upright, its eyes regaining a vacant stare. Han Li nodded. Despite some superficial injuries, its formidable regenerative abilities as a zombie would likely ensure a swift recovery. His gaze then shifted to the small green sword floating in the air. Having lost its master, it now lay completely motionless. Han Li first utilized the Wulong Diao to gradually press it downwards. Then it truly seems to be as the legends describe. Without the cultivation of the core formation stage, it is impossible to wield any unclaimed magical artifacts. Han Li thought to himself, somewhat vexed. Now, this particular artifact could only be coveted from a distance. However, his interest in this treasure remained unabated. After a series of cautious attempts, he finally felt assured enough to take it in hand and began to admire it closely. The body of this short sword measured merely 1.5 inches in length. Deprived of its master's spiritual energy, its brilliance had diminished significantly, yet it emanated a faint chill that rendered its beauty even more striking. Etched upon the sword's blade were 2 small ancient characters, which, upon closer inspection, Han Li could not help but softly pronounce, El Huang. Delighted, he played with the El Huang sword for a while before reluctantly placing it into his storage bag. Cherishing it as his first acquired magical artifact, subsequently he cast his gaze around once more, ensuring that nothing had been overlooked. His attention was drawn to the scattered green lights upon the ground, which turned out to be fragments of green elixirs shattered by the blood spirit's drilling. Although broken, their radiance remained undiminished, leaving him quite astonished. He approached, bent down, and gently gathered the particles, though he was unaware of their purpose. He couldn't bring himself to leave them behind, suspecting they were related to the golden elixirs of core formation cultivators. Chapter 344. The Great Formation to exterminate demons rather than meticulously studying the scattered fragments. Han Li conducted a thorough search of the surrounding area, ensuring nothing had been missed. He had no intention of letting this demon beast escape. After all, aside from its other valuables, its forelimbs were undoubtedly exceptional materials for refining artifacts in the cultivation world. As for the notion of capturing and taming this formidable creature alive, Han Li quickly dismissed it. He understood well that any demon beast capable of being manipulated by cultivators had likely been subjected to restrictions from a young age. Gradually tamed over time, sees a powerful spirit beast not raised by oneself was nothing short of a daydream. Take, for example, the cultivator from the spirit control sect. He had lost his physical form and transformed into another being, which rendered him incapable of controlling the giant mantis. Otherwise, once such demon beasts were fully tamed, they would remain steadfastly loyal for a lifetime, displaying far greater fidelity than mere humans. Regarding the matter of notifying the Seven Sects Alliance, Han Li pondered for a moment but could not ascertain the truth of the claims made by the spirit control sect cultivator. Therefore, he decided to linger here for a few more days to gauge the situation further. After all, his speed was considerable. Even if delayed, he would still arrive at the Seven Sects camp on time. Thus, Han Li spent a day quietly setting up the inverted 5 elements great formation in the dense forest not far from the cave. This time, he did not hastily lay down only a part of the formation as he had during the palace battle. Rather, he meticulously completed the entire array, resulting in a power that was incomparable to before. During this period, he also witnessed the giant mantis venture out to hunt once again. To his astonishment, it returned with a massive black tiger, leaving Han Li marveling for quite some time. It was worth noting that he had never encountered a black tiger before. Clearly, it was no ordinary beast. Alas, such an extraordinary creature had fallen prey to the giant mantis, destined to become merely a delightful meal. Having meticulously prepared his comprehensive strategy, Han Li quietly infiltrated the cave around noon. Yet, in the span of mere moments, he swiftly emerged from within, alighting upon his divine wind vessel, and set his course directly towards the Grand Formation. Hot on his heels was the looming shadow of a massive mantis. Startled by Han Li's sudden movement, the Grand Formation was situated in close proximity. As Han Li soared out of the cave, he immediately entered the encompassing range of the array, although the mantis beast possessed a modicum of intelligence. It was utterly oblivious to the intricacies of formations, easily falling into Han Li's trap and becoming ensnared within the array. For the ensuing 2 days, Han Li allowed the colossal mantis to flail about chaotically within the inverted 5 elements formation, fully exploiting the array's illusory capabilities to confine the creature within a limited expanse. Only when the beast appeared somewhat fatigued and sought to rest within the formation did Han Li unleash a multitude of puppets, incessantly harassing the creature from outside the array, ensuring it could not find a moment's respite. This mantis beast, known for its remarkable offensive prowess yet lackluster defenses, dared not let the puppet's assaults come too close, resorting instead to incessantly wielding its forelimbs to shield itself. Thus, after merely half a day's effort, the beast could no longer withstand the relentless onslaught and began to suffer blows from the puppets. Though the injuries were minor, it was evident that its stamina was nearly depleted. Meanwhile, Han Li had systematically replaced the spirit stones powering the puppets 5 or 6 times, sensing the opportune moment had arrived. He summoned forth his talismanic treasure, a small yellow knife with a hilt, and, under the cover of the puppet's attacks, swiftly pierced the giant mantis's head, ending its life within the array. With the task accomplished, Han Li could hardly contain his exhilaration as he approached the carcass of the beast. Drawing forth a silver greatsword, he deftly severed the mantis's razor-sharp forelimbs. Then, filled with immense anticipation, he gingerly explored the creature's abdomen. He hoped fervently that this beast was of the 5th rank, for then he could obtain an exceptionally precious inner core. Suddenly, a look of astonishment illuminated Han Li's face, only to be swiftly replaced by an expression of peculiarity. As he hesitantly withdrew his hand from the carcass, he discovered several oval-shaped objects, all of identical size, white and streaked with blood. Mantis eggs? Han Li murmured in disbelief. Even in his confusion, he could hardly mistake these for inner cores. Yet, his astonishment was not yet at an end. He extracted 7 or 8 more from the creature's abdomen, bringing the total to over a dozen. Gazing at these egg-sized objects, a broad smile blossomed upon his face. What a delightful surprise! However, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, and he furrowed his brow, pressing a finger against one of the white eggs before closing his eyes to sense its essence. Before long, his expression soured. This egg bore no trace of life. It was evidently a stillborn. Such occurrences were not uncommon among demonic beasts. After all, these creatures were not mere insects or wild animals. Reproducing was hardly an effortless endeavor. With a grim countenance, Han Li examined the remaining eggs one by one. Indeed, all were lifeless, leaving him licking his lips in frustration, his heart heavy with disappointment. Han Li, filled with suppressed anger, initially contemplated incinerating these eggs in a blaze of fire. However, after a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a jade box and carefully stored them away. This gigantic mantis was no ordinary demon beast. Even if the eggs were lifeless, they might still possess some extraordinary utility. Han Li mused with a hint of reluctance. After extracting a pair of gray wings from the mantis, he reduced the beast's corpse to ashes before soaring towards the cave, though the prospects were slim. He was nonetheless eager to see if there were any other treasures to be uncovered. Upon entering the cave and conducting a thorough inspection, Han Li was left astounded. In one corner of the cavern, he discovered a skeleton draped in a gray robe, with an intact storage bag affixed to its waist. Clutching the storage bag, Han Li's heart raced with excitement. Without needing to be told, he understood that this skeleton must belong to a cultivator from the Yuling sect. It was astonishing that the individual had failed to secure the storage bag before his soul departed. This revelation filled Han Li with a mix of astonishment and joy. Unbeknownst to Han Li, the Yuling cultivator had succumbed to his grievous injuries almost instantly, leaving no time to attend to his remains. In his haste, he had merely managed to wrap the green radiant sword and condense a portion of spiritual energy from his golden core into a green pill. Fleeing in a panic with those 2 items before his soul could perish alongside his body. Naturally, Han Li was immensely curious about the storage bag belonging to this golden core cultivator. Straining to suppress his excitement, he delved his consciousness into the bag, meticulously examining its contents. However, after a thorough inspection, he was nearly overwhelmed by frustration. Within such a capacious storage bag, he found only an assortment of jars and bottles. the majority inscribed with the names of various demon beasts or insect feed, rendering them utterly useless to him. That a small fraction of the contents was marginally better, various samples of insects, each labeled with its respective name. To his astonishment, most of the insects contained within the bottles were still alive, despite having gone years without care. Their vitality was truly remarkable. Yet, the high-grade talismans urgently needed magical implements, and treasured charms that Hanli had hoped to find were conspicuously absent, leaving him speechless for a considerable time. Fortunately, he eventually discovered a green jade slip at the very bottom of the storage bag. The contents of the slip captivated Han Li's interest. It contained the insights of the Yuling cultivator regarding the rearing of peculiar insects, detailing over 1,000 strange species he had never encountered before. Moreover, it included methods for nurturing and commanding these creatures, and most intriguing of all was the ranking system he had devised based on the potency of these insects. The colossal mantis was indeed included, albeit referred to as the golden-backed demon mantis despite its gray hue, leaving Hanli bewildered. Remarkably, this giant mantis was ranked 73rd among a plethora of extraordinary insects, with 72 other species deemed even more formidable, which left Hanli, who had experienced the power of the golden-backed demon mantis, secretly astounded. He perused the jade slip with rapt attention for the better part of the day before withdrawing his consciousness. Pondering deeply before beginning to compare the insects he had on hand with those detailed in the slip, as he continued his examination, his dissatisfaction grew exponentially. What other uses could these insects possibly have? Hanli momentarily refrained from inquiring, yet the rankings seemed rather low. Astonishingly, only a mere 2 species managed to secure a position within the top 100, and they were situated at the very end of the list. The majority were relegated to the ranks of 2 or 300. Hanli was unaware that, should his grievances be overheard by the practitioners of the Yuling sect, they would undoubtedly scorn him vehemently. How could these peculiar insects be so easily collected? It is not merely the top 100 that is elusive. Even those within the top 3 or 400 are rare specimens, acquired through centuries of relentless effort and forceful appropriation. Chapter 345. The Old Man and the Bell. After surveying the contents of the storage pouch, Hanli unceremoniously transferred everything into his own pouch. Although this storage pouch was evidently of superior quality, Hanli dared not carry it casually, fearing it might bear some undetectable markings. Following another day's rest, Hanli deemed it time to alter their course with Chu Han and head towards the Huangfeng Valley, rather than the 7 sects' main camp. That he reasoned that if any significant developments occurred at the camp, the various sects would be the first to receive the news. Thus, it would be wise to first ascertain the situation within the valley. If all was well, he could still make his way to the camp in due time. Thus, after flying for 5 or 6 days with Chu Han, they arrived at the Taiyu mountain range without incident. Hanli made no attempt to disturb anyone, instead slipping back into his own cave dwelling. Upon entering, he promptly reset the great formation outside, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. After all, this was his domain, and safety was paramount. Without delay, he proceeded to the secret chamber of the Ling Yin spring. Indeed, 2 spider eggs had successfully hatched, and within the spring floated 2 fist-sized white spiders. Though small in stature, they were remarkably translucent, indicating their extraordinary nature. As soon as the 2 little spiders caught sight of Hanli, they darted towards him like flashes of white. Initially startled, Hanli quickly comprehended the situation and chose not to evade them. Consequently, the 2 spiders landed securely on his shoulders, playfully scuttling across him as if they were old companions. Hanli smiled faintly. It appeared that the blood essence binding spell he had cast had indeed taken effect. These little spiders had come to regard him as a parental figure, hence their affectionate demeanor. Filled with delight, Hanli curiously plucked one of the white spiders from his shoulder and placed it in his palm for closer examination. While spiders often evoke feelings of revulsion, this particular one was entirely radiant, its pure white form captivating to behold. What astonished Hanli the most was the palpable aura of spiritual energy emanating from the little spider, which seemed to possess the essence of a creature at the 3rd or 4th level of Qi refinement, making it a bona fide 1st-level lower-tier demon beast. It appeared that its potential for the future was indeed substantial. Notably, the white spider was also listed among the peculiar insects, known as the blood jade spider, ranking in the 100th tier. Though not as formidable as the golden-backed demon mantis, it was nonetheless a rare breed. After frolicking with the 2 little spiders for a while, Hanli placed them into a leather pouch, ensuring their company for his next return, whenever that may be, as he intended to train them gradually. Subsequently, Han Li returned to his chamber and retrieved a small box from beneath his bed. Inside the box lay a collection of storage bags filled with various talismans. Han Li casually selected 2 to take with him. Having nearly depleted his previous supply of talismans, he recognized the necessity of restocking. Once he had attended to these matters, Han Li left Chu Han within the cave abode and boldly set off towards Huangfeng Valley. Perhaps due to the majority of personnel being dispatched to the 7 sects encampment, Han Li encountered only a few scattered Qi refinement disciples along the way. He casually stopped one of them and inquired about the situation within the valley. Fortunately, he did not receive any unfavorable news, which allowed Han Li to breathe a sigh of relief. However, recognizing that this individual was merely a Qi refinement disciple, Han Li was not inclined to cease his inquiries. After a brief consideration, he made his way directly to the Bai Yao garden, reasoning that the old man, being in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, would possess more precise information. Moments later, Han Li arrived above Bai Yao garden, only to find his path obstructed by a misty array. The token he had received upon entering the formation had long been returned to the old man, leaving him unable to enter freely. Having witnessed the formidable power of the inverted 5 elements formation, Han Li regarded this rudimentary illusion array with little concern. Nevertheless, he had no intention of forcibly breaking through. Instead, he retrieved a sound transmission talisman from his person, murmured softly, and transformed it into a flickering flame, casting it into the mist below. Shortly thereafter, the swirling white mist began to part, revealing a passage approximately 10 feet wide. Observing this, Han Li chuckled lightly and gracefully descended. At the end of the passage lay the heart of Bai Yao Garden, where 2 figures awaited his arrival. "Brother Ma, it has been quite some time." Han Li greeted one of them with a cheerful smile. The individual in question was none other than the owner of Bai Yao Garden, the old man. "Humph, although we haven't met, you certainly know how to bring trouble my way," the old man retorted with a dismissive roll of his eyes. "Surely you cannot be dissatisfied with such a well-behaved disciple as Miss Xiao," Han Li replied nonchalantly, directing a smile towards the other individual. The young woman, blushing slightly, bowed to Han Li and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Xiao Chui'er pays her respects to Uncle Han. Thank you for your great kindness." This young lady was none other than the granddaughter of the Xiao patriarch. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the old man's expression darkened, and just as he was about to voice a complaint, Han Li preemptively interrupted, "Brother Ma, I have pressing matters to discuss with you that are of utmost importance." Han Li's demeanor suddenly turned serious. Noticing the gravity of Han Li's expression, the old man furrowed his brow and instructed Xiao Chui'er, "You stand guard at the entrance of the courtyard while your Uncle Han and I deliberate on some matters." "Yes, master," the young girl replied respectfully before making her way towards the courtyard entrance without further ado. Her obedient action evidently pleased the old man, who even displayed a hint of indulgence in his gaze. Han Li observed this scene with quiet amusement, reflecting that while Brother Ma claimed to be troubled by him, his evident affection for Xiao Chui'er revealed a rather comical contradiction. The elderly man led Han Li into the living room, and after they both took their seats, he casually inquired, "Junior brother, are you not stationed at the main camp near the border? What brings you here to pose questions? If there is something significant, do share." The elder brother Ma displayed an air of indifference. "It's a long story." Han Li sighed and replied with a wry smile. Having known the old man for many years, Han Li understood that although his words could be rather sharp, his heart was genuinely kind. Thus, he recounted the encounter with the Yu Ling sect cultivator upon his return, albeit briefly glossing over the specifics of their confrontation, primarily focusing on the possibility that Ling Beast Mountain might be an insider for the demonic path. The old man's nonchalant demeanor froze entirely after hearing Han Li's account. After a prolonged silence, he finally asked with a peculiar expression, "Junior brother Han, you extinguished the primordial spirit of a core formation cultivator? Ling Beast Mountain could potentially be an insider for the demonic path." He appeared utterly incredulous, as if he were listening to an outlandish tale. Observing this reaction, Han Li wore a look of distress. It was no wonder the other party reacted this way. Anyone would find such news hard to believe at first. Yet, with a furrowed brow, Han Li continued, "It is precisely because I am uncertain about the reliability of this news that I wish to return to the valley to discern if there were any whispers coming from the main camp. If there are none, only then would I dare to proceed with confidence." Before the old man, Han Li felt no need to hide his extreme concern for his own life. There have been no adverse reports. All that has come from the front are demands for the delivery of large quantities of spirit stones and resources. Everything appears quite normal, the old man stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Hanli let out a sigh of relief and muttered as he rubbed his nose. If that's the case, I've been thoroughly played by that fellow. Should I vent my frustrations with 3 hearty curses? Or should I celebrate the absence of trouble in the camp with 3 hearty laughs? No sooner had he finished speaking than a resounding bell tolled continuously from the direction of the council hall. Both the old man and Hanli exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. The bell tolled for a full tea time before finally ceasing. The old man's face darkened considerably. After taking a deep breath, he solemnly stated, "It has tolled 81 times. It seems your news is largely true. And the situation is indeed dire. Let us go and see what is amiss. It may not necessarily be related to my intelligence." Hanli paused for a moment before responding flatly, "Humph, that would be strange. If it were not due to a significant defeat at the front, why would the bell of calamity toll 81 times? The old man retorted with a cold smirk. Chapter 346. Ancestor Linghu Hanli and the elderly man stepped out of the house together. And upon hearing the series of resounding bells, Xiao Chui'er, who was stationed at the courtyard gate, also appeared alarmed. The old man noticed this and furrowed his brow, striding over to whisper a few words to her, which helped restore the girl's composure. Then, beckoning Hanli, the two soared into the sky on their flying instruments, heading straight for the council hall. Along the way, Hanli observed numerous cultivators hastening in the same direction, most of whom were Qi refinement disciples, indicating that the valley's strength had significantly waned. When the formidable forces of the demon path inevitably besiege, even with the protective array of the sect aiding in defense, it is unlikely to withstand for long. The two individuals, their faces shadowed with solemnity, traversed the path in silence until they arrived before the vast stone hall. At this moment, thousands of cultivators congregated at the entrance. Yet they were all halted by the guards, who permitted only those at the foundation establishment stage and above to enter for deliberations. Hanli and the elderly man, naturally possessing sufficient status, silently proceeded amidst the complex gazes of others. Upon entering the grand hall of the assembly, Hanli was taken aback, contrary to his expectations of a chaotic scene reminiscent of ants on a hot pan. Nearly 100 cultivators were present, utterly silent, each gazing with reverence at a single individual seated at the head. This person was certainly not the nominal leader of Huangfeng Valley, Zhang Lingdao, who stood humbly to the side. Instead, occupying the central position was an elderly man adorned in resplendent garments, his hair and beard completely white. The elder's complexion was sallow, his small eyes dim and lifeless, presenting an appearance of extreme ugliness. However, inexplicably, upon laying eyes on this man, Hanli felt a jolt within, his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. What could this mean? Hanli pondered in astonishment. The elder, upon noticing the entry of Hanli and the old man, merely cast a cursory glance at them. Yet, that single glance sent a chill coursing through Hanli, overwhelming him with an intense discomfort, as if every hidden secret had been laid bare before the elder's gaze, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Your spiritual essence cultivation is quite commendable. Perhaps you practice some method to refine the spiritual essence. After observing Hanli, a flicker of surprise passed through the elder's eyes as he inquired calmly. Upon hearing this, Hanli's heart was a tumult of fear and astonishment. What was even more unfathomable was the absence of any detectable spiritual power emanating from the elder, indicating a chasm of disparity in cultivation levels that could lead to such a phenomenon. Yet, even the golden core cultivators like Li Huayuan had never imparted such a sensation upon him. Could this esteemed figure truly be? After a brief contemplation, Hanli was struck by awe, his earlier flicker of anger dissipating into the ether as he hurriedly replied with utmost respect. I humbly report to you, esteemed elder, that I indeed practice a method related to the spiritual essence. Your discernment is truly remarkable. Hanli silently praised the elder. Hearing Hanli's words, the elder in resplendent garments offered a slight, knowing smile, then waved his hand gently. Hanli and the old man, understanding the unspoken cue, seamlessly integrated into the assembly. After a brief interval, during which a meal could have been consumed, a dozen or so foundation establishment cultivators arrived in succession. At this juncture, Zhang Lingyao respectfully addressed the elder. Ancestor, all the foundation establishment cultivators currently within the valley have gathered. However, Master Huang is presently at Tianshi Peak and may not return promptly. Upon hearing this, the elder's brow furrowed slightly, yet he quickly resumed his composure and instructed, if he has not arrived, then it matters not. Time is of the essence. We shall not wait for him. Let us commence without delay. Indeed, as the ancestor has said, Zhongling obediently concurred. The elder then chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. Brothers and sisters, allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, the revered ancestor Linghu, whom you have all long heard of. He attained the nascent soul stage 300 years ago and is the sole supreme elder of our sect. Now, as we face an unprecedented existential crisis, the responsibility falls to the ancestor to orchestrate our course of action. Zhong Lingdao spoke a few courteous words before gracefully retreating to the side, before the gathered crowd. Although most had surmised the identity of the venerable elder clad in brocade, a stir of commotion arose upon hearing his words. As they cast peculiar glances at this esteemed ancestor Linghu, he was the only nascent soul cultivator in Huanfeng Valley over the past millennium, rumored to be nearing 8 centuries in age. Truly a timeless sage of Huanfeng Valley. Observing the chaotic scene below, ancestor Linghu gently cleared his throat, and the hall instantly fell silent. Who would dare to offend the dignity of this venerable ancestor? Since you have heard the alarm of the Jinglong bell, I shall refrain from further superfluous remarks. The allied forces of the 7 sects have suffered a catastrophic defeat ahead. Our cultivators have sustained grievous losses. Although we have managed to establish a makeshift camp on the second defensive line, the prospect of failure is now unavoidable. As the elder's words echoed in the hall, the expression of the many cultivators shifted dramatically. While Han Li and the old man exchanged complex glances, left speechless. Ancestor, how can this be possible? Is our decisive battle against the demonic path not yet upon us? There is still over a month remaining. A middle-aged cultivator could not restrain himself and stepped forward to inquire that it is precisely because those ahead shared your naive beliefs that they fell prey to the ambush of the demonic forces. The elder's countenance darkened as he reprimanded without reservation. The middle-aged man, his face flushed with embarrassment, bowed and hastily retreated, witnessing the fate of the middle-aged cultivator. The others, no longer oblivious to the gravity of the situation, subdued their rising doubts and quietly awaited ancestor Linghu's further pronouncements that in truth, the failure in this battle cannot be wholly attributed to the negligence of those in command. Rather, it was due to a traitor within our ranks. The people of Spirit Beast Mountain, during a moment of vigilance, brazenly opened the external formation, allowing the demonic forces to infiltrate, resulting in this grievous defeat. As the elder spoke, a flicker of indignation crossed his features. Upon hearing the elder's words, the assembled cultivators suddenly grasped the situation, and a chorus of fervent denunciations erupted against the practitioners from Spirit Beast Mountain, plunging the hall back into disorder. Enough? What purpose does lamentation serve now? Our adversaries possess superior skill, and we can only yield in defeat. The paramount concern now is to prevent our sect from facing annihilation. Be ye aware that the remaining cultivators ahead can at most buy us 2 or 3 days. We must evacuate the kingdom of Yu at the earliest opportunity. Ancestor Linghu stated with remarkable calmness. Evacuate the kingdom of Yu. At the utterance of this phrase, the entire hall fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to speak. It seemed as though all were rendered speechless. For those born and raised in the kingdom of Yu, the notion of leaving was utterly unfathomable, and for a moment, none could voice their agreement with the elder's words. What? Are you reluctant? The elder remarked with an air of nonchalance, seemingly having anticipated this reaction. Ancestor, is it truly the case that even you and the other nascent soul elders cannot repel the demonic forces? At last, a young man in his 30s hesitantly posed the question. Of course, we can. If we old fellows join forces, we could effortlessly eradicate the demonic cultivators opposing you, the elder replied without hesitation. Then why? Yet, do not forget that the 6 sects of the demonic path have gained their formidable reputation for a reason. They certainly possess their own share of nascent soul cultivators. A few of us had long engaged in conflicts with the old fellows among them. As a result, we found ourselves at a disadvantage. Consequently, the opposing party compelled us to take a solemn oath, stipulating that none of us could personally participate in this grand battle. This confrontation was to be confined solely to cultivators at the core formation stage. The venerable Linghu let out a deep sigh, revealing an unexpectedly significant secret. It was then that Hanli below finally comprehended why no nascent soul stage cultivators had appeared in the melee. If we do not relocate, the entire Huanfeng Valley will soon be surrounded, and we will be caught in a net, powerless to assist due to our oaths. Therefore, I have resolved that the entire sect must depart from the kingdom of Yu. Moreover, it is not only we who will leave. The other 5 sects will also advance and retreat alongside us. In this manner, upon arriving in an unfamiliar place, we can make a fresh start. When our strength has grown, we can reclaim the kingdom of Yu. The venerable Linghu said this with a cold smile, clearly indicating that withdrawing from the kingdom of Yu was not something he found unacceptable. Witnessing the resolute stance of this elder, even those with differing opinions dared not voice them, resigning themselves to follow his command. While most matters could be easily arranged, there remained one perilous task that required someone to undertake it. Suddenly, the venerable Linghu uttered a startling statement that left everyone momentarily stunned, causing them to exchange glances. "Those I have pointed to, follow me to the back hall. The rest shall remain here." Listening to Master Zheng's arrangements for the evacuation. Upon finishing his words, he rose from his seat, his expression devoid of emotion as he strode towards the crowd, leaving everyone in astonishment. He was quite unreserved, pointing at a significant portion of those present, including Han Li and the old man. After selecting the individuals, the elder proceeded to the back hall. Without further ado, Han Li and the others felt a sense of unease, hesitating momentarily before obediently following him. Chapter 347. Evacuation. Upon arriving in the back hall and witnessing Han Li and a few dozen cultivators enter, he maintained a stoic demeanor and stated, "I have just assessed you individuals. Either your aptitudes are commendable, or your cultivation techniques are exceptional. Thus, you shall be the seeds for our sect's resurgence. Therefore, I grant you half a day to prepare your belongings, as you will be departing immediately under the guidance of Master Huang." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, with some expressing their suspicions. "Elder, did you not say that the demonic forces would require 2 more days to breach the defenses? Why the urgency?" "Humph. While it is true that they need 2 days to breach the front lines, do you think the enemy will simply allow us to escape unnoticed? They have already dispatched others to circumvent the defenses and launch a long-range assault on the various sections. Their objective is likely not to annihilate us, but rather to hinder our retreat. Therefore, we must abandon those left outside to buy you time for your escape. However, should you dare to leak this information to those outside during your preparations, causing chaos during the retreat, I will personally take action to cleanse the ranks." The icy tone of the brocade-clad elder sent a chill through the hearts of the assembled cultivators. Naturally, Han Li and the others did not dare to express dissent. Responding respectfully before hastily leaving to gather their belongings, Han Li traversed the path back. He and the old man parted ways midway, both burdened with heavy thoughts. Given the considerable distance to Han Li's cave dwelling, he immediately commanded the divine wind boat to soar at full speed, eager to arrive at his abode as swiftly as possible. At that moment, Han Li's heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. According to the words of the venerable Linghu, retreating to another country would ensure his survival, and he might even gain favor due to the shortage of manpower. However, the prospect of rebuilding Huangfeng Valley and establishing a foothold in a new land loomed ominously. As one of the dwindling number of foundation establishment cultivators, he would undoubtedly find himself entangled in mundane affairs, leaving little time for further cultivation. By the time everything settled and the 6 factions re-established their roots, he might have missed his chance to advance to the core formation stage, a scenario Han Li was adamantly unwilling to face. Yet, if he were to flee now, he remained uncertain whether he was still under the watchful gaze of that old monster's divine sense. A slight misstep could expose him. In such a case, this deserter would surely find himself without a grave. Regret surged within Han Li. Had he foreseen the situation deteriorating to this extent, he would have rather fled to another nation immediately than return. Reluctantly, he arrived at his cave dwelling. Upon entering, he retrieved all the storage bags containing talismans hidden beneath his bed, tucking them into his robe, before proceeding to the storage room to collect the remaining precious herbs. Finally, he ventured into the secret chamber of the Spirit Eye Spring, destroying the entire room and concealing the spring itself, since he could not relocate the spiritual item for the time being. Han Li preferred it remained undiscovered by nefarious practitioners. After completing these tasks, he meticulously inspected the premises once more, feeling satisfied that nothing was amiss. He then summoned Chu Han, pulling out the first set of inverted 5-element formation flags and discs from the entrance of the cave, carefully storing them away. Observing the cave's entrance re-emerging due to the vanishing formation, Han Li raised an eyebrow and unleashed 2 beams of dark light, spending the duration of a meal to obliterate the entire small mountain. Allowing the collapsed rocks to completely bury the cave. He then released the divine wind boat, circling in the air with Chu Han before soaring into the sky. Upon returning to the council hall, Han Li found that most others had already arrived. He left Chu Han outside and entered alone. To his surprise, he noticed not only the several dozen foundation establishment cultivators, but also several hundred Qi refining disciples gathered within the hall. Were they all preparing to evacuate as well? Han Li pondered, curiosity piqued. His eyes brightened unexpectedly as he spotted the old man and Xiao Chui'er standing together, engaged in hushed conversation, their expressions gravely serious. Without hesitation, Han Li approached them. "Master Han." Xiao Chui'er greeted respectfully upon noticing his arrival. Han Li smiled and nodded before turning to the old man, inquiring softly, "What is the matter? Are these Qi refining disciples departing with us?" Indeed, these individuals possess either exceptional talent or unique identities, making them invaluable and not easily forsaken. My disciple also falls into the category of exceptional talent, the old man replied calmly. However, when the subject of Xiao Chui'er arose, a hint of pride emerged on her countenance, which elicited a chuckle from Han Li. After a brief interval, the venerable Ling Hu and a robust middle-aged man finally made their appearance, having just received word of the presence of demonic cultivators nearby. Ling Hu instructed, "You are to depart immediately, and from this point forward, adhere strictly to the arrangements set forth by Master Huang. I shall ensure that the remaining members within the valley will divert the incoming adversaries." The gravity of Ling Hu's expression was palpable. Upon hearing his declaration, Han Li and the others were taken aback. The demonic forces had arrived with remarkable swiftness. The middle-aged man beside Ling Hu coldly interjected, "Time is of the essence. I shall be brief. With so many accompanying me in this retreat, I have but one stipulation. You must all comply with my orders without question. Those who defy my command will be treated as traitors and dealt with accordingly. Now, let us set forth without delay." His decisiveness was indeed striking. After a succinct discourse, he bowed deeply to the elder beside him and was the first to stride out of the grand hall. The others, momentarily stunned, quickly followed suit in a fervent rush. Thus, a grand procession of several hundred individuals ascended from the stone hall and swiftly soared northeastward. After several hours, the entire contingent emerged from the Taiyue mountain range. Pressing onward at an even greater pace, Han Li, standing upon the chiffon boat, positioned himself near the front of the group. Observing that Han Li's vessel could accommodate others, the old man unceremoniously beckoned Xiao Chui'er to join him, prompting Han Li to stifle a wry laugh. Unsure of how to respond, Xiao Chui'er exhibited a keen interest in the spirit known as Chu Han, her large eyes darting curiously in his direction. However, the old man soon discerned some of Chu Han's secrets. After a few inquiries, he ceased his questioning. Just as the team had flown over 100 miles from the Taiyue Mountains, a blinding white light suddenly streaked from behind, swiftly traversing above the multitude of cultivators before landing in the hands of Master Huang at the front of the formation. It was a gleaming white sword, upon which a jade slip was affixed. The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he raised his hand, bringing the entire group to a halt. He removed the jade slip and casually tossed the small sword into the air, whereupon it transformed back into a beam of white light. Retracing its path, Master Huang extended his consciousness into the jade slip for a closer examination, but moments later, he emerged with a troubled countenance, immediately lowering his head in contemplation, clearly confronted with a dire situation. "All Foundation establishment cultivators, step forward. There has been a change in circumstances, and I must reorganize the assignments," the middle-aged man said, his face grim. This statement left Han Li and the others momentarily bewildered. After exchanging glances, they complied and summoned their flying devices, while Xiao Chui'er obediently disembarked from the chiffon boat. "Master Uncle, what has transpired?" she inquired upon witnessing the middle-aged man receiving messages via the flying sword, which clearly implicated more than just one or two individuals. "The elder has communicated that, just as we departed, the forces of the demonic path have arrived hot on our heels. Moreover, they appear to be aware of our retreat strategy. They have split into two factions. One is besieging Huanfeng Valley, while the other is pursuing us. Therefore, to ensure the safe exodus of our main group, I require a contingent from among you to assist me in diverting the enemy. I will indicate those who are to accompany me in confronting the adversaries, while the remainder shall continue their flight under the guidance of designated leaders," Master Huang stated coldly. Upon hearing the words of the middle-aged man, a chill swept through the hearts of the others. They were not fools. This task of thwarting the enemy was clearly fraught with peril. Although most averted their gazes, the venerable Master Huang pointedly indicated over 20 Foundation establishment practitioners without any hesitation. Regrettably, Han Li found himself among them, while the old man managed to escape unscathed. The faces of those named turned ashen, yet none dared voice any dissenting words. Consequently, with a wave of Master Huang's arm, the others hastened away, leaving Han Li and the others looking isolated and desolate. "Time is of the essence. I understand that many of you harbor doubts regarding this ambush mission. However, I am not asking you to engage in a direct confrontation with the approaching enemies. I merely require you to launch a surprise attack to divert their attention and provide a modicum of cover for the front line, the middle-aged man articulated, his tone slightly easing. He then produced over 20 green jade slips from his person. Familiarize yourselves with the map contained within these slips, then destroy them. If we become separated later, we can regroup at the designated locations indicated on the map. After delivering these instructions, Master Huang raised his hand, and a cascade of green light erupted, with each person receiving a slip before them. Upon hearing Master Huang's words, the countenances of the others visibly brightened, since they were not facing a direct confrontation with the practitioners of the demonic path. Their chances of survival increased significantly. Thus, everyone eagerly grasped the jade slips, diligently committing the maps to memory. Although Han Li clutched the slip in his hand, he merely skimmed through its contents without committing them to memory. This opportunity to remain behind and confront the enemy was a rare chance for Han Li to extricate himself. He was unwilling to be bound to the path of Huangfeng Valley, especially with his aspirations for future core formation. Chapter 348. The Art of Heavenly Fire. Observing that everyone had crushed their jade slips, Master Huang's hand shimmered with a yellow light, and a small banner, about a foot in length, materialized in his grasp. This banner was entirely snow-white, yet radiated a yellow glow that obscured the intricate embroidery upon it. I shall employ the wind and cloud banner to conceal your movements, and when the enemy approaches, we shall strike unexpectedly, Master Huang stated. After saying this, he gently waved the small banner, and countless milky white mists instantaneously billowed forth, coalescing into a massive cloud spanning several dozen feet, enveloping Han Li and the others within its embrace. The Foundation establishment practitioners, caught between astonishment and delight, marveled at their fortunate concealment. Despite the cloud's density, they found their vision unimpeded, experiencing no blurriness, an impeccable hiding place indeed. Under the middle-aged man's incantation, the vast clouds swiftly ascended into the sky, merging seamlessly with other clouds, rendering them indistinguishable from one another. Witnessing this, Han Li could not help but silently marvel. His own magical artifact, the green fire miasma, while capable of conjuring mist, paled in comparison to this wind and cloud banner. Not only was its range limited, but it could only be utilized for his own concealment. Should his companions venture into his miasma, they would likely find themselves poisoned. Lost in thought, Han Li glanced toward Master Huang, who sat cross-legged amidst the cloud, eyes closed, utterly still. Yet beside him stood two cautious Foundation establishment cultivators, seemingly acting as his guardians. Han Li was taken aback for a moment, but quickly comprehended the others' intentions. They were employing their spiritual sense to scout for enemies. Given the formidable spiritual sense of a core formation cultivator, they should be able to detect movements within 100 miles, right? Observing this, Han Li similarly settled down on the divine wind vessel to rejuvenate himself. The imminent battle promised to be exceedingly perilous. Meanwhile, Chu Han remained motionless behind him, embodying the role of a loyal servant. After approximately an hour, the middle-aged man, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, his voice icy as he declared, "The enemy has arrived. We have veered off course by about 2 miles. We must position ourselves above their inevitable path." Upon uttering these words, he departed without further ado, soaring away amidst the clouds and mist. Those enveloped in the fog naturally dared not stray from its cover, unleashing their full magical power to closely trail behind this esteemed Master Huang. Noticing this, Han Li furrowed his brows slightly. During their flight, he retrieved a massive silver sword and tossed it to the ever-watchful Chu Han. Although uncertain of its utility, any augmentation to their combat strength would be beneficial. This is it. The adversaries are approaching swiftly. Prepare yourselves. Moments later, the colossal mass of clouds arrived at the so-called critical juncture in the sky, where Master Huang commanded without hesitation. Instantly, everyone brandished their magical artifacts, fervently applying protective spells upon themselves. A kaleidoscope of colors illuminating the air around them. Han Li produced 2 round orbs, one blue and one red, from his possession, gently tapping them together. With a muffled explosion, a thick cloud of blue-red smoke erupted from both orbs, swiftly enveloping him and transforming into a vast cloud with a diameter of 5 to 6 zhang, completely obscuring Han Li's figure within the mist. Han Li had ingeniously utilized the blue fire miasma to create a protective shroud. Astonishing his nearby comrades, they were bewildered, unable to fathom his intentions. Yet, Han Li paid no heed to them. One hand gripped a turtle shell artifact while the other clutched an ordinary blue flying dagger. Refraining from drawing the more ostentatious weapon, Hanli was acutely aware of his strategy. For him, the less conspicuous the attacking artifacts, the better. Only in this manner could he avoid being targeted by dangerous foes after launching a surprise attack. Making it easier to escape, everyone remained tense in anticipation. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had slipped by without any sign of the enemy. This caused a sense of urgency and impatience among the majority, prompting them to cast questioning glances at Master Huang. The resolute middle-aged man mirrored their confusion and, after a brief contemplation, spoke slowly. "Everyone, do not fret. I shall search once more with my spiritual sense." Having said this, he settled down again. But before he could truly commence his efforts, a deafening roar reverberated from above, initially intermittent, but soon resonating throughout the heavens. Merging into a continuous cacophony, startled, everyone instinctively looked skyward, only to witness a sight that caused the complexion of the Huangfeng Valley cultivators to drastically change. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had turned a deep crimson, with all the clouds transformed into a fiery red, rolling like molten lava, producing a series of inverted bubbles. The tremendous rumbling sound was, in fact, the result of these bubbles bursting. "What is this?" One of the individuals beside Hanli gasped in horror and exclaimed, "Be careful. This is an intermediate high-level spell, heavenly fire technique. Each drop of molten lava that falls from above is equivalent to a strike from a foundation-building cultivator, if one cannot withstand it. They will be reduced to ashes." The speaker was none other than Master Huang, whose expression was exceedingly grim. It was evident that they had intended to ambush others, but had instead fallen victim to an ambush themselves. "Why are we still standing here? I certainly do not wish to take this head-on," another individual cried out in panic. Upon finishing his words, the flying artifact beneath him glowed brightly, and he attempted to flee on his device. It was too late. The opposing spell had already taken form, and there was no escaping its range. "Listen to my command. Everyone, form a united protective shield," Master Huang commanded with a glint of coldness in his eyes, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Upon hearing the urgency in his voice, the others quickly sprang into action, joining forces to conjure a massive luminous barrier amidst a sea of blue light. Almost as soon as the shield materialized, the intermediate high-level spell unleashed its fury. A drop of deep red lava, approximately the size of a foot, plummeted directly towards Hanli and the others below. However, the freshly formed barrier effortlessly absorbed the impact. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Countless droplets of lava began to rain down like a tempest. Although the majority missed their target, many still struck the shield, igniting a dazzling display of red and blue light. Initially, the group felt adequately protected, but as the rate of lava drops accelerated and their density increased, Hanli and his companions found their spiritual energy depleting at an alarming pace, leaving them overwhelmed. The blue glow of the shield gradually diminished. Fortunately, this spell was swift in its onset and equally quick to dissipate, just as the barrier teetered on the brink of collapse. The heavenly fire technique abruptly concluded, and the fiery clouds vanished without a trace. This filled the members of Huangfeng Valley with immense joy. However, just as their expressions brightened, they immediately froze in shock, for unbeknownst to them, nearly 100 cultivators had silently appeared around them, encircling them with mocking gazes. Their attire unmistakably marked them as members of the 6 demonic sections. The members of Huangfeng Valley were filled with indignation and fury. Yet, this group comprised only foundation-building cultivators, with no presence of core formation practitioners, which brought a sigh of relief to Huangfeng Valley. Although they had expended considerable energy, it was likely that with a core formation cultivator on their side, they need not fear the adversaries. "How did you discover our whereabouts? My wind and cloud banner should have concealed us from your senses." Master Huang's expression darkened as he sternly questioned. "I can certainly divulge that information to you." A languid, melodious voice drifted down from the heavens, causing Master Huang's heart to shudder as he hastily looked up. There, descending from the sky, were a man and a woman. The man had white hair and a skeletal frame, as if a mere gust of wind could blow him away. In contrast, the woman was breathtakingly alluring, with a slender waist and ample hips, every move captivating the heart and soul. Hanli cast a fleeting glance at the pair and inwardly lamented, realizing the grave trouble they faced with the simultaneous appearance of 2 core formation cultivators. Crimson Skeleton, Master Huang's pupils constricted sharply upon seeing the two, and he asked with utmost seriousness, without waiting for a response. He abruptly shook the wind and cloud banner, causing the white mist to dissipate instantly. Hanli and the others emerged into view, Faced with a formidable adversary, Master Huang naturally had little regard for Han Li and his fellow disciples. "Hee, I didn't expect this fellow to recognize us as a couple," the enchanting woman remarked with a playful smile, seemingly devoid of any malice. "But it's rather unfair. You know the origins of our union. Yet we remain strangers to you. However, I have heard tales of a frosty individual from Huangfeng Valley possessing a treasure called the Wind and Cloud Banner, which is quite intriguing. Could it be you, esteemed one?" Despite her flowery laughter, Master Huang's expression remained icy, his gaze fixed upon her without uttering a word. Truly lacking in charm, just kill him. The woman pouted slightly, her demeanor shifting abruptly. "Very well. Since you desire his life, I shall gladly comply." The skeletal figure chuckled sinisterly. That moment, Han Li and the others received a telepathic message from Master Huang. "Once we engage, make your escape immediately. Every one of you must flee while you can." His voice was devoid of emotion as the words echoed. The Wind and Cloud Banner in Master Huang's hand emitted a blinding yellow light, which fluctuated and expanded in an instant. A denser and larger expanse of white mist surged forth from the banner, enveloping both friend and foe alike. Seeking death, the mist echoed with the enraged roar of the skeletal figure and the alluring laughter of the woman, followed by the sound of tremendous impacts within the fog, indicating that Master Huang had engaged the two core formation cultivators. Naturally, Han Li and the others seized this opportunity to flee, hastily dispersing in all directions as the mist reappeared. Han Li, relying on the speed of the divine wind vessel, ascended into the sky. This direction had the most cultivators, but their magical prowess was evidently weaker than that of enemies in other directions, leading Han Li to believe that this was the most suitable path for escape. However, few shared his thoughts. Most of his fellow disciples opted for routes with fewer interceptors, prompting Han Li to shake his head in dismay. In the blink of an eye, amidst the chaos, Han Li bypassed several individuals and reached the edge of the encirclement. The mist in this area had thinned considerably, and the demonic cultivators could vaguely discern Han Li's rushing figure. However, due to the influence of the Qinghua poison, they merely saw a large mass of azure and crimson mist, leaving them momentarily stunned. Yet, 3 nearby demonic cultivators swiftly raised their hands, unleashing a beam of golden light, 3 streaks of yellow radiance, and a vast expanse of black mist towards Han Li. With a grunt, Han Li pointed at the tortoiseshell artifact before him, which immediately expanded several times in size, advancing to meet the oncoming assault. Simultaneously, he poured more spiritual energy into the artifact, increasing the speed of the divine wind vessel by another third. He had resolutely determined that there was no time for protracted battles. He would rather expend more magical power to hasten his escape than risk being encircled by other enemies, rendering any attempt to flee futile. Moreover, he had great confidence in the tortoiseshell artifact, for its durability surpassed even that of the white phosphorus shield. At the moment when Han Li's thoughts were in turmoil, the tortoiseshell artifact collided with the golden radiance, effectively halting their advance. However, the remaining mass of black mist was exceedingly cunning. It suddenly split into 2 and forcefully collided with the tortoiseshell artifact, deftly sliding past it on both sides. Although this slight delay occurred, it still managed to rush towards Han Li's side, transforming into a massive ghostly head several meters in size, which lunged fiercely at Han Li aboard the divine wind boat. Observing this, Han Li not only remained unfazed, but also let out a cold chuckle in his heart. He then raised one hand, unleashing over 100 fireballs that instantly shattered the ghostly head into fragments. At this moment, Han Li possessed considerable experience in dealing with such rudimentary demonic arts. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly darted through the disintegrating ghostly head and, in the blink of an eye, broke free from the encirclement, leaving the demonic cultivators behind. Naturally, the failure to capture him did not deter these individuals. They immediately cried out and pursued him on their flying artifacts. However, Han Li paid them no mind, soaring forward with relentless speed. Just as he had surmised, the divine wind boat was indeed a rare gem among flying artifacts. Initially, he could still hear the curses of the pursuers behind him, but before long, their voices diminished to a whisper. Ultimately, after racing for several moments, he found himself alone, devoid of any pursuers. Upon glancing back at this scene, Han Li, still wary, continued to fly for a while longer before slowing his pace to survey his surroundings. He then lightly tapped the divine wind boat with his toe, descending rapidly towards the desolate mountains below. Han Li's condition was far from optimal. He had expended nearly half of his spiritual power while forming the united shield, and coupled with this frantic flight, he was in dire need of restoration. Otherwise, encountering a formidable enemy would spell trouble. Contemplating this, he landed on the barren mountain and retracted the toxic mist of the azure fire, seeking a concealed spot beneath a large boulder to sit cross-legged. Subsequently, he retrieved a mid-grade blue spirit stone from his storage bag to replenish his spiritual power. Meanwhile, Chu Han stood guard beside him, vigilant against any threats. Not long after Han Li settled down, a hurried red light streaked across the sky, pursued by 5 or 6 dark and green lights. They swiftly swept past Han Li, clearly another fortunate soul breaking free from encirclement. Yet Han Li paid no attention to any of this. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes, delving deep within, for only by achieving a state of emptiness could his spiritual power recover more swiftly. Time passed unknowingly, and when Han Li finally opened his eyes, his depleted spiritual power had nearly returned to its full capacity. Although he had replenished much of his energy, he was unwilling to linger any longer. Glancing at the sky, he noted that evening was drawing near, making it an opportune moment to slip away under the cover of night. However, Han Li did not hasten his departure. Instead, he cautiously expanded his consciousness to search the vicinity. Indeed, the demonic cultivators were nowhere to be found. They had likely retreated after their ambush was thwarted and pursued the main group instead. With this thought, Han Li shook his head. Given the enemy's strength, the main group was likely in grave peril. Without further contemplation, he summoned the divine wind boat, set his sights on the direction of the Yuanwu kingdom, and soared into the sky alongside Chu Han. Although the majority of the Yuanwu kingdom's cultivators had perished in the Yu kingdom, the 6 demonic sects would be preoccupied with assimilating the Yu kingdom's cultivation world for several months. Thus the Yuanwu kingdom remained relatively safe for the time being. Han Li had no intention of heading to any gathering place to pursue the main team of Huangfeng Valley. That fleeing group might have already been hunted down by the practitioners of the demonic path. To venture there now would be akin to walking into a trap. Moreover, he originally harbored the thought of seizing this opportunity to seek another location for his cultivation. Following Huangfeng Valley into foreign lands would at best lead to a fate as a senior manager, a life Han Li was unwilling to accept if he was not mistaken, even if the demonic path swallowed several nations. It would ultimately consolidate its forces and engage in a battle against the Righteous Path Alliance. At that time, the entire Tiannan region would be devoid of any sanctuary. This was fundamentally at odds with Han Li's initial desire for a tranquil cultivation environment. For now, he intended to retreat to Yuanwu Kingdom to evade the turmoil, assess whether the teleportation array could be repaired, and gauge the situation, should circumstances prove dire. He planned to use that teleportation array to escape to another location, thus evading this conflict altogether. Contemplating these thoughts, Han Li's spirit wind boat transformed into a streak of white light, vanishing into the horizon point 2 days later. Han Li made a considerable detour and finally appeared in the skies over the border between Yu Kingdom and Yuanwu Kingdom. He cast a backward glance at the mountains of Yu Kingdom, sighed softly, and then, accompanied by his companion Chu Han, flew into Yuanwu Kingdom. Little did he know that shortly after his entrance into Yuanwu Kingdom, a team of dozens of demonic path cultivators had also arrived in the vicinity and established a base there. They were tasked with overseeing the continuous border of hundreds of miles. Any Yu Kingdom cultivator attempting to flee into Yuanwu Kingdom would naturally be intercepted by them midway. Upon entering the lower regions of Yuanwu Kingdom, Han Li directed his flying vessel straight towards Jinma City. After 3 or 4 days of travel, he finally beheld the hilly terrain to the west of Jinma City. With careful scrutiny from above, he eventually located the residence of Qi Yunxiao and began his descent. As Han Li leaped from his small boat and surveyed the surroundings, a chill ran down his spine. The 7 or 8 stone houses he saw were now in disarray, with the scattered stones and green bamboo in disheveled heaps. Having been destroyed beyond recognition, the protective formation arranged by Qi Yunxiao had been forcefully breached. Han Li's expression darkened. He flipped his palm and secured a magical artifact before approaching the largely collapsed building. Although this scene appeared to have occurred some time ago, it was prudent to exercise caution. As he drew closer to the house, Han Li meticulously searched each room, and in one that was almost completely ruined, he discovered a long-decayed corpse. Pinching his nose, he scrutinized the head for quite some time, his brows knitting together. The deceased was not Qi Yunxiao, but rather the loyal servant who managed the shop. As for the other houses, no additional bodies were found, which offered Han Li a slight sigh of relief. Just as he completed his search, a sudden chill enveloped him. His figure flickered several times before he returned to the spirit wind boat and raised his gaze towards the southern sky. He observed 2 streaks of azure light suddenly erupting from the many hills to the south, hurtling towards him. Moments later, They landed not far in front of Han Li, and as the brilliance dimmed, revealed an elderly man and a younger individual. The elder had an unremarkable appearance, yet his elongated eyes and a tuft of goat-like beard marked him as a Foundation establishment cultivator, his face etched with surprise and suspicion. Another individual, a young man in his 20s, could indeed be described as handsome. However, his eyes were filled with a fierce aura, glaring malevolently at Han Li, despite merely possessing the cultivation of the Qi refinement stage. In Chapter 350, Instant Kill, Han Li regarded the two with an impassive expression, fully aware that their presence was likely linked to the destruction of Qi Yunxiao's residence. As expected. The young man could no longer contain himself and demanded, "Who are you? And what connection do you have with that fellow named Qi?" Upon hearing this, Han Li coldly cast him a glance and chose to disregard him. Instead, fixing his gaze upon the elder beside him. It was evident that the true authority in this matter lay with the elder. Infuriated by Han Li's blatant disregard, the young man felt a surge of anger. Knowing that Han Li was merely a Foundation establishment cultivator, yet his family was among the most renowned clans in the Yuanwu kingdom, he had never been treated in such a manner. Moreover, fueled by his outrage over the incident involving Qi Yunxiao, he clenched his teeth and prepared to unleash the magical artifact in his possession. However, the elder swiftly seized his arm, cautioning, "Wait, we do not yet know this person's background. Even if we are to engage, we must first ascertain the facts." Maintaining a calm demeanor, the elder spoke. Nonetheless, after uttering these words, he cast a curious glance at the ethereal figure of Chu Han behind Han Li. He sensed no trace of a living being emanating from it, yet felt the fluctuations of magical energy, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Han Li, upon hearing the elder's words, narrowed his eyes slightly. This elder, like him, was a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator and had evidently recognized that he was not to be trifled with. Displaying a hint of caution, "Was this place destroyed by your actions?" Han Li inquired nonchalantly. "What is your relationship with Qi Yunxiao? Are you a member of the Qi family?" The elder retorted instead of addressing Han Li's inquiry. Frowning slightly, Han Li realized that the other party would not respond truthfully, prompting him to alter his approach. It seems we are both reluctant to answer each other's questions. How about this? You answer one question, and I shall answer one of yours in return. That way, we can avoid wasting time, Han Li suggested with a slight raise of his brow. The elder paused for a moment, then, after a brief contemplation, agreed. "Since this is your proposal, then by all means, ask your question first," Han Li replied coolly. The elder wasted no time and immediately asked, "Are you a member of the Qi family?" "Certainly not," Han Li responded without hesitation. The resoluteness of his words caused both the elder and the young man to exchange glances, their expressions filled with skepticism. "Is Qi Yunxiao alive or dead?" Han Li inquired languidly. "He is still alive," the elder replied after a moment's hesitation. The confirmation brought immediate relief to Han Li. "What is your relationship with Qi Yunxiao?" The elder cautiously pressed on. "That we share a somewhat transactional relationship," Han Li replied coldly. "Transactional?" A flicker of surprise flashed in the elder's eyes. "Where is Qi Yunxiao currently located?" Han Li seemed to ask casually, yet he was profoundly concerned within. "I cannot disclose that information," the elder swiftly declined without a moment's thought. "Then allow me to pose another question. Why did you attack Qi Yunxiao?" Han Li, suppressing his fury, inquired once more. "He has slain members of the Fu family. Should he not face death for his deeds?" At this, the young man beside him scoffed and interjected. The elder furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure etched across his visage, yet he refrained from voicing any objections. Fu family. Upon hearing this, Han Li was immediately reminded of the Qi refining cultivators who had perished at his hands while he sought to rescue Xian Ruyan. And a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. Is that so? However, there are but the two of you here. Should a formidable figure from the Qi family arrive, how would you stand a chance? Han Li's demeanor remained unchanged, and he posed the question with apparent nonchalance. Why would the Qi family concern themselves with an outer sect disciple opposing the Fu family? Are we not sufficient with just the two of us? The young man, feeling a sense of superiority, retorted. Then it appears there are only the two of you here. Han Li's voice unexpectedly took on a grave tone. What do you mean by that? The young man's expression darkened, and he was about to respond, but the elder, sensing the shift in atmosphere, hastily interrupted. Yet, it was already too late. Suddenly, Han Li swept his hands, unleashing two streams of dark energy that shot towards the youth. He then swiftly retrieved a handful of white light from his storage bag, which transformed into a dozen puppet beasts and soldiers in an instant. As these puppets emerged, they unleashed a barrage of light beams towards their targets. The elder, witnessing this scene, felt a jolt of terror and instinctively moved to shield the youth that he raised a hand, summoning a coin-shaped talisman, which expanded to the size of a table, positioning itself defensively before them. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted as the various lights collided with the talisman, forcing the elder to stagger backwards in a state of shock and anger at that moment. A blood-curdling scream escaped the young man behind him, causing the elder to shudder. He turned his head to look, but barely managed to swivel his neck halfway before a chill enveloped his throat, plunging him into darkness. As the headless body of the elder collapsed to the ground, Han Li's figure materialized from thin air, his right hand's ring finger faintly shimmering with flowing light. The transparent, thread talisman. Just moments prior, Han Li had skillfully diverted the elder's attention with the overwhelming assault of the dark energy and puppets. Utilizing the Luo Yin step to traverse the 20-odd zhang distance from the Shenfeng boat to their rear in mere breaths, before effortlessly severing their heads with the thread, for Han Li. This was all accomplished with the utmost ease, practically without exertion. It was rather amusing, indeed, during conflicts among Foundation establishment cultivators, due to the inadequacy of low-tier elemental shields against the assaults of top-tier magical artifacts, and the time-consuming nature of deploying higher-tier shields with no instant-use talismans available. Those that existed were exorbitantly priced. Most opted for defensive artifacts for protection, rarely employing full-body barriers, believing them to be utterly useless. However, this circumstance afforded Han Li ample opportunities. Many demonic cultivators had met their untimely ends in similar fashion during the skirmishes at the borders. Reflecting upon it now, his methods bore a striking resemblance to those employed by the bloodthirsty minions of the Black Shaman sect, both characterized by their swift and lethal strikes, aiming for a decisive kill in the blink of an eye. Regrettably, such a method can only be employed when the enemy is on the ground. Otherwise, among cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage, he has little to fear. With this thought in mind, Han Li gently shook his head, feeling a deep sense of loss. He approached the headless corpses and began to search their storage bags. Upon using his spiritual sense to inspect the contents, disappointment welled up within him. Although there were 2 or 3 top-tier magical artifacts, they were merely commonplace items, of little use to Han Li. However, the copper coin artifact appeared to be a rather rare defensive tool. Contemplating this, Han Li beckoned towards the restored copper coin artifact, which immediately soared from the ground into his hand. After admiring it with some delight, he casually tossed out 2 small fireballs, incinerating the 2 corpses into ashes. Subsequently, he and Chu Han circled the vicinity in the air before soaring into the sky. This time, he headed directly towards the small mountain where Xen Ruin resided. Hoping that her dwelling was sufficiently concealed and had not fallen prey to the same sinister fate. A few hours later, Han Li arrived at the unnamed small mountain where Xen Ruin lived. Upon seeing the lingering mist enveloping the mountain, perfectly intact, his heart soared with joy. After a moment's contemplation, he dared not descend recklessly. Instead, he halted at a high altitude halfway up the slope and retrieved a communication talisman from his robe. He whispered a few words before casting it downwards. The firelight emitted by the talisman flickered in the air below before abruptly vanishing, but simultaneously, a dense fog began to rise, swiftly engulfing Han Li's figure within its depths. As his vision blurred, he found himself amidst towering trees, each over 100 feet tall, feeling as minuscule as an ant within this vast forest. Startled, he remained motionless, yet he knew that Xen Ruin, having received the communication talisman, would soon come to escort him inside. Sure enough, moments later, the towering trees around him transformed into phantasmal mist, and the swirling fog ahead revealed a passageway about 10 feet high. Without hesitation, Han Li urged the divine wind boat forward, entering the passage with Chu Han. The passage was remarkably long. After flying for 60 or 70 feet, he faintly discerned the exit, invigorating his spirit. However, just as he was 6 or 7 feet from the exit, a somewhat hoarse female voice rang out. "Senior Han, who is that person behind you? You should not bring strangers here." Upon hearing this, Han Li chuckled lightly and quickly clarified, "Miss Xin, you are mistaken. The person behind me is not alive. Rather, it is merely a corpse I have refined." After making this statement, he instinctively ceased his advance, allowing Xen Ruin to discern the identity of Chu Han's zombie form. Indeed, moments later, Xen Ruin's voice echoed again. "I see it was a misunderstanding. Senior Han, please enter." There was a hint of apology in her tone, but Han Li simply smiled nonchalantly, propelling the divine wind boat forward as he exited the passage. As he flew out, the scenery brightened, revealing the bamboo grove he had visited once before. Before the cluster of bamboo houses stood 2 women, none other than Xen Ruin and her lovely maid. dressed in simple white garments. The two individuals stood before Han Li, with Xin Rian adorned in the attire of a young widow, which left him momentarily taken aback. The bereaved Xin had paid her respects to the esteemed Han. Upon sighting Han Li, Xin Rian approached gracefully, performing a slight bow. However, her haggard visage, marred by illness, sparked a flicker of doubt within Han Li. "There is no need for such formalities, Miss Xin," he replied, his mind swirling with unanswered questions. At that moment, a petite maidservant, standing behind Xin Rian, also stepped forward to offer her respects to Han Li. He absent-mindedly nodded in acknowledgement. Clearly, Xin Rian had no intention of engaging in a prolonged conversation with Han Li at that moment. With a forced smile, she led him into a larger bamboo dwelling. Upon entering, Han Li was taken aback by the sight that greeted him. Directly opposite the entrance, on a wooden table, rested a pitch-black spirit tablet inscribed with the name Qi Yunxiao among other characters. In front of the tablet stood a small incense burner, from which several sticks of incense were lit, releasing tendrils of fragrant smoke. Realizing the implications of this scene, Han Li was struck with disbelief. Qi Yunxiao had indeed passed away. A revelation that left him utterly astonished. After a moment of shock, he sighed softly, stepped forward to retrieve a bundle of incense sticks from the table, ignited them, and bowed twice before placing them into the burner. "Miss Xin, what transpired?" he inquired gently after the ritual. "The tale is lengthy, Han Shenbei. Please follow me to another room, and I shall explain it all," Xin Rian replied, her eyes reddening as she spoke, her voice tinged with frailty. The Xin Rian before him bore no resemblance to the astute and capable woman Han Li once remembered. She had transformed into a pitiable figure. Han Li, seeing her state, could only nod in silent understanding. Thus, he followed Xin Rian into the adjacent room and took a seat. The sprightly maidservant swiftly prepared a pot of tea and poured a cup for him. After taking a sip of the fragrant brew, Han Li set down the cup and remarked solemnly, "I never anticipated that merely a few months of absence would lead to such misfortune befalling Daoist Qi. Truly, fate can be cruel, by the way. I am yet unaware of when Miss Xin and Daoist Qi became wed. Had I known, I would have surely brought a congratulatory gift." Upon hearing Han Li's words, Xin Rian's face contorted into a bittersweet smile. However, before she could respond, her charming maidservant interjected, "Xianbei, my lady voluntarily chose to remain in mourning for young Master Qi after his untimely demise." This revelation left Han Li utterly astonished, prompting him to gaze at Xin Rian in surprise. "Xiaomei speaks the truth. I indeed chose to honor young Master Qi in this manner," Xin Rian affirmed, nodding slowly as she met Han Li's incredulous gaze. Han Li found himself at a loss for words. "I owe a great debt of gratitude to young Master Qi for saving my life on several occasions. I could never repay such kindness. Had he remained unharmed, I would have eventually married him. I am merely fulfilling my duty now," Xin Rian said, delicately tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her composure unwavering. Realizing the depth of her sentiments, Han Li deemed it inappropriate to voice any further objections. Subsequently, Xin Rian recounted the events surrounding Qi Yunxiao's demise, her tone melancholic as she shared the tale. It turned out that shortly after Han Li's departure, Qi Yunxiao and Xin Rian had exercised caution, adhering to Han Li's advice to avoid unnecessary risks. However, 2 months later, Xin Rian, in urgent need of a very rare material for her research on formation arrays, found herself compelled to venture to the nearby market. Unbeknownst to her, this matter was inadvertently discovered by Qi Yunxiao, who, being utterly infatuated with Xin Rian, promptly took it upon himself to assist her. Little did he anticipate that the cultivators he had vanquished during his last rescue of Xin Rian were, in fact, disciples of the renowned Fu family, one of the largest cultivation families in the Yuanwu kingdom. With so many direct descendants mysteriously missing, the Fu family was bound to launch a thorough investigation. Consequently, after wandering the vicinity for a month or two, the Fu family's cultivators encountered the suddenly emerging Qi Yunxiao. Had Qi Yunxiao possessed a shrewder mind and greater experience, he might have navigated this predicament without evidence against him. Alas, he was excessively naive. After just a few pertinent inquiries, he fell into a state of panic. This naturally aroused the suspicion of the Fu family members, who immediately sought to subdue him and take him back for further interrogation. Qi Yunxiao, however, refused to surrender easily and, relying on the formidable magical artifacts at his disposal, managed to escape from several Fu family cultivators at the Qi refinement stage, swiftly retreating to his residence. Thus, he had unwittingly invited a death sentence upon himself. The Fu family's cultivators soon tracked him to his abode, only to suffer the loss of over a dozen of their members to Qi Yunxiao's formidable array. In a fit of rage, the Fu family dispatched a powerful cultivator at the core formation stage. After half a day's relentless assault, this expert succeeded in dismantling the outer array. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Qi Yunxiao, sensing impending doom, hastily set up a more formidable illusion array behind the first, unexpectedly ensnaring the core formation cultivator, thus seizing the opportunity to flee. The other Fu family cultivators, of course, would not let him escape so easily. Although Qi Yunxiao managed to elude their encirclement thanks to the remnants of his array, his loyal servant perished in battle, and he himself sustained grave injuries. Upon reaching Xinrian's residence, he succumbed to his wounds. Meanwhile, the Fu family remained oblivious to these developments, furiously scouring for Qi Yunxiao and even stationed guards at his residence to monitor it day and night. This led to the scene where Hanli eliminated the two Fu family cultivators, one elderly and one young. After listening to Xinrian's account, Hanli felt a pang of sorrow. Although he could hardly claim to be a close friend of Qi Yunxiao, he truly regarded him as a commendable individual. It was truly unfortunate that he had met his end so swiftly. Such is the unpredictability of fate. Senior Han, you have come here regarding the ancient teleportation array. Haven to you. After recounting the events, Xinrian suddenly posed this remarkably calm question. Oh, there's no rush regarding that matter. This statement elicited an awkward expression from Han Li's countenance. After all, the nominal spouse of the individual had just passed away, making it decidedly inappropriate to discuss such matters at this time. The teleportation array is nearly repaired. Give me another month, and it will be completely finished. Xinrian, seemingly perceiving Han Li's discomfort, continued at her own pace. Really? Han Li couldn't help but feel a surge of hope, a hint of joy illuminating his face. Indeed, not only will I thoroughly restore the teleportation array, but I also have 2 additional gifts for Senior Han. Xinrian spoke with an unruffled demeanor and promptly retrieved 2 jade boxes from her storage pouch, placing them upon the table. What is this? Han Li was truly taken aback, his face displaying a profound astonishment. One of these boxes contains my husband's cloud high insights and the tomes he has collected on artifact forging, while the other encompasses all my painstaking efforts in the realm of formations and a plethora of related texts. I sincerely hope that you, esteemed senior, will accept these items, Xinrian stated with a calm tone. Upon hearing her words, Han Li's heart trembled slightly. After casting a glance at the 2 jade boxes, he fixed his gaze upon Xinrian, his expression unwavering, and inquired, Miss Xin, what is the meaning of this? Why bestow such extraordinarily valuable items upon me? If there is something you wish to convey, please do so directly. His voice bore a hint of coldness. I offer these items to you, Senior Han, solely in exchange for a promise from you. Xinrian met Han Li's gaze without flinching, her face revealing a trace of determination. What promise? Although Han Li had an inkling of her intentions, he still inquired in a low, serious tone. If, one day, you truly attain the core formation stage, I hope you will eradicate the Fu family on behalf of my husband and me, ensuring that they vanish completely from the Yuanwu kingdom. Xinrian's voice was as frigid as ancient ice, and even Han Li shuddered at the palpable hatred within her words. Chapter 352. The promise. Han Li did not immediately agree or refuse. Instead, he furrowed his brow and fell silent. To be candid, he was reluctant to acquiesce to this request. For him, the arts of formations and forging were akin to a superfluous burden at present. Unless he succeeded in core formation, he would have no time to delve into such matters. Moreover, he was not inclined to provoke a formidable cultivation family, especially considering his own lack of capability. I understand that this request is excessive for you, esteemed senior, but I truly have no other recourse, Xinrian said with a sorrowful smile, her complexion paling. The reason Qi Gu died at the hands of the Fu family was due to the turmoil I instigated. If I do not avenge my husband in this lifetime, I would have no face to meet him in the afterlife. Xinrian murmured softly, her words imbued with a sense of desperation. Upon hearing her mention death, Han Li's brows involuntarily furrowed, as if a sudden realization had struck him. He abruptly raised his head, scrutinizing Xinrian's countenance closely, which caused her to pause in surprise. You do not appear well. Allow me to check your pulse, Han Li uttered, a statement that took Xinrian aback, yet his tone left no room for argument. That a flicker of uncertainty crossed Xinrian's eyes. But after a moment's hesitation, she obediently extended one of her jade wrists to him. Without hesitation, Han Li placed 2 fingers upon it, channeling a thread of spiritual energy into her body. After a considerable moment, his expression darkened. Are you aware that your meridians have all withered? At this rate, You will meet your demise within 2 years. Han Li withdrew his fingers and spoke coldly, in response to Han Li's grim pronouncement. Xian Rian smiled that of course I am aware. I am not oblivious to my own condition, that my constitution is that of the dragon's lament, a male form mistakenly bestowed with a female body, should I forcefully pursue the path of cultivation. My lifespan and meridians would gradually misalign and wither. To have lived until this day is indeed a stroke of fortuitousness. Initially, I exerted considerable effort to acquire an ancient remedy, convinced it would cure my ailment. Yet I ultimately failed. It was a lamentable waste of the numerous spiritual medicines that Brother Chi sought from me. A hint of self-mockery flickered across Xian Ruyan's face. Miss. The maid behind Xian Ruyan could not help but exclaim in sorrow. It is of no consequence, Xiaomei. I shall soon meet Brother Chi below. I could hardly wish for more. Xian Ruyan, rather unexpectedly, consoled her maid with an air of calm. Observing this scene, Han Li's expression softened. And for reasons unknown, he felt a genuine sense of pity for her. Alas, he too was powerless against Xian Ruyan's peculiar affliction and could only watch as she withered away with time. Since Senior Han is aware of this matter, he must also understand why Ruyan has chosen this path. Although the senior is merely a foundation-building cultivator at present, he is the only person I and Brother Chi know who might assist us in avenging this grievance. I require no oaths from the senior. Just a simple promise will suffice to allow me to depart in peace. Xian Ruyan's demeanor returned to normal, and she casually broached the subject of vengeance once more. Han Li rubbed his nose with one hand, feeling quite torn, but after a moment's contemplation, he suddenly inquired, Brother Chi is also from a family of cultivators, is he not? Surely the Chi family would assist in seeking revenge? The Chi family? Humph, they are merely an ordinary family in the Yuanwu kingdom. How would they dare offend the Fu family? Moreover, Brother Chi has been expelled from the Chi family, being an outer disciple. They would be even less inclined to concern themselves with this matter. As for my knowledge, it is entirely derived from a nameless formation master among wandering cultivators, who has long since passed away. Xian Ruyan seemed to grasp the implication of Han Li's words and softly recounted the origins of Qi Yunxiao and herself. Upon hearing this, Han Li was rendered speechless. It appeared that he was indeed her only option. Very well, I can offer Miss Xian a promise. However, I shall only act when my abilities are sufficient. This opportunity may never arise again. Do you not regret this? After much deliberation, Han Li took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. That is more than sufficient. As long as you can grant me a glimmer of hope, I shall be grateful. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Senior Han. Upon hearing Han Li's agreement, Xian Ruyan's face broke into a radiant smile, transforming her into a vision of exquisite beauty. Han Li was momentarily entranced by her enchanting presence, but quickly shook his head, brusquely sweeping his robe's sleeve across the table, causing 2 boxes to vanish without a trace into his storage pouch. Since it will take a month to restore the teleportation array, I shall return to disturb you in a month's time. For now, I must take my leave. Han Li said, rising leisurely, I bid you farewell. Senior, Xian Ruyan respectfully replied, making no further attempts to detain him. Thus, Han Li departed the small hill, soaring into the sky with Chu Han, hastening toward the marketplace of the Tianqing sect a day later. Han Li appeared near the market and casually retrieved a cloak from his storage bag to obscure his face, thus striding confidently into the bustling bazaar alongside Chu Hun. As he traversed the streets of the market, he was astonished by the throngs of cultivators bustling about. The number of practitioners engaging in trade within the bazaar was at least several times greater than what he had observed during his previous visit. And everyone seemed to be in a great hurry. Among them were even several rare foundation establishment cultivators, seldom seen in the market. After pondering for a moment, a thoughtful expression flickered in Han Li's eyes. But he soon cast aside such thoughts and made his way directly to the shop, where he had previously sought assistance in crafting magical artifacts. He possessed some materials that needed to be refined into usable magical tools. Hoping to bolster his own strength, the shop was still in its original location, and the imposing signboard remained as it always had. Han Li entered with a slight smile. However, upon stepping inside, he frowned slightly at the scene before him. The small shop was surprisingly occupied by 5 or 6 individuals, either standing or seated. As soon as they noticed Han Li's entrance, they instinctively cast glances in his direction. Observing this, Han Li coldly swept his gaze over them, causing those whose cultivation level was at the foundation establishment stage to lower their heads immediately. These individuals were merely Qi refining cultivators and naturally dared not offend a senior like Han Li. However, One fierce-looking man seated in a chair met Han Li's gaze without flinching. He, too, was a Foundation establishment cultivator, albeit at the initial stage, unwilling to lose face. Ignoring them, Han Li approached the store attendant, a burly man named Dahe, who was engaged in conversation with two others. Is shopkeeper Su here? Han Li inquired calmly. The burly man displayed a look of doubt. With a soft sigh, Han Li produced the pair of Wulong Diao and waved them in front of the man's eyes. It was impossible for him not to recognize the item, given that he had assisted in the crafting of these artifacts. It is you, senior. Allow me to fetch my master right away, the burly man exclaimed, his eyes lighting up upon recognizing the Wulong Diao, and he hurriedly excused himself to head to the back courtyard. The other individuals in the shop exchanged astonished glances upon realizing that Han Li was an acquaintance of the shop owner. Yet none dared to disrupt him. Before long, the white-haired shopkeeper Su emerged from the back, his face beaming with joy. After all, Han Li had left him with a considerable amount of rare materials during his last visit, which naturally endeared him to the old man. Senior, you have returned to our humble shop. It is truly an honor for this old man. Are you here to craft artifacts once more? Su inquired with barely concealed eagerness, his face alight with anticipation. Han Li smiled faintly, deliberately surveying the other cultivators present. Immediately, shopkeeper Su grasped Han Li's intent and hurriedly invited him to the back courtyard for a private conversation, eagerly leading the way. Observing this, the others dared not voice any objections, yet the fierce-looking man could not suppress a disdainful snort. He, too, sought to refine artifacts in this shop, but as a fellow Foundation establishment cultivator, he was incensed by the stark difference in treatment between Han Li and himself. Upon hearing the cold snort of the burly man, Han Li cast a frosty glance in his direction. It is worth noting that the number of cultivators who have perished at Han Li's hands is indeed considerable, and he had unwittingly acquired a murderous aura that is absent in ordinary practitioners. This single gaze left the burly man feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his entire being chilled, and fear was unmistakably etched upon his face. Observing the change in the man's complexion, Han Li chose to disregard him, instead accompanying Chu Han into the rear courtyard of the shop. At this moment, Dahe, displaying remarkable wit, stepped forward to offer apologies to the other patrons and concocted a casual excuse to quell their dissatisfaction. Senior, have you brought materials with you once again? Upon seeing Han Li and Chu Han enter the courtyard, the shopkeeper Su, somewhat taken aback, glanced at Chu Han and eagerly inquired of Han Li. Chapter 353, Stardust Pavilion. Noticing the elder's urgency, Han Li offered a faint smile and casually retrieved a storage bag containing the materials from his person. He gently directed the bag's opening towards the ground and released its contents in a soft spray of white light. What are these? The shopkeeper Su bent down to pick up a lower limb of a white spider, scrutinizing it intently, a look of perplexity emerging on his face. It was evident that although the elder was a master in weapon crafting, he was unfamiliar with these rare and unusual creatures. Thus, even upon recognizing the material's extraordinary nature, he remained utterly confounded. Seeing his expression, Han Li smiled slightly and began to explain. Most of these materials are derived from the exoskeleton and limbs of a white spider beast, while others consist of the forelimbs and wings of a colossal mantis. Both are fourth-level demon beasts, with the latter being particularly formidable, classified as a top-tier fourth-level beast. I hope you can make good use of these materials. They have required considerable effort to procure materials from fourth-level demon beasts, the white-haired elder exclaimed in astonishment, only to be swiftly engulfed in ecstasy. It is important to note that he rarely encountered materials from even second-level demon beasts, let alone those from fourth-level ones. Indeed, shopkeeper Su, however, for this round of artifact crafting, I have some special requests that I hope you can accommodate. Only upon fulfilling these conditions can I entrust these materials to you for refining. The remuneration will follow the previous arrangement. You may retain a portion of the materials to cover the costs of crafting the artifacts, Han Li stated with an unusual calmness. Rest assured, senior, whatever the requirements may be, this old man will undoubtedly comply. To be able to personally refine such top-tier materials, I can finally say my studies in the art of crafting have not been in vain, the shopkeeper Su exclaimed, lifting a massive mantis limb and caressing it, his eyes alight with fervor. Witnessing such enthusiasm from the elder, Han Li felt slightly surprised yet increasingly reassured, and he gently addressed the elder. The artifact I wish to have crafted this time is rather unique. Firstly, it would be best to refine these spider limbs into a set of usable offensive artifacts, and as for the mantis. An hour later, Han Li and Chu Han emerged from the artifact crafting shop. They had reached an agreement with shopkeeper Su, allowing him to first examine the materials and contemplate the refining methods. Han Li planned to return the next day to deliver the materials for the official crafting process. Seizing the opportunity, Han Li decided to take a leisurely stroll through the market. Upon hearing the words of the elder, he finally confirmed the thoughts that had lingered in his mind. The news of the devastating defeat suffered by the Xianhua and the two sects had reached the Yuanwu kingdom. Now, whether among the immortal cultivation families or the wandering cultivators, a sense of unrest had taken hold, as if everyone sensed an impending storm. Consequently, numerous cultivators flocked to the market, eager to exchange rare and precious items for the essentials they desperately needed, seeking to bolster their strength in anticipation of the looming catastrophe. Within just a few days, tidings of exquisite artifacts, elixirs, and other treasures surfaced from the various markets across the Yuanwu kingdom, attracting even more cultivators drawn by the rumors, resulting in a flourishing atmosphere throughout all the markets. Seizing this opportune moment, Han Li was naturally unwilling to let it slip by. With this thought in mind, he began to meander through the various shops. Indeed, there were many more valuable items than before, including several top-tier artifacts, which took Han Li by surprise. Although ordinary top-tier artifacts no longer held much allure for him the last time he visited, such artifacts were scarce in these shops. After a cursory exploration, Han Li only acquired a few rare herbs he had not encountered previously before deciding to move on. He then made his way directly to the heart of the market, the Stardust Pavilion. Having gained some experience from previous transactions, Han Li understood that to truly procure valuable items, one should seek out the larger, more powerful establishments. Only they possess the means to truly gather rare treasures. While the smaller stalls might have a few commendable items, yet could not compare to the collections of the larger stores, he recalled his visit to the Wanbao Pavilion in the Huangfeng Valley Market, where he had discovered numerous treasures not long ago. With this mindset, Han Li, accompanied by Chu Han, stepped into the towering Stardust Pavilion of the Tianqing sect. Upon entering the grand hall of the pavilion, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. The first floor was bustling with 2 or 3 dozen cultivators, all gathered around several counters, engaging in animated discussions with a few attendants clad in red garb, seemingly oblivious to Han Li's presence. Scratching the back of his head, he glanced at the staircase leading to the second floor and slowly made his way towards one of the counters. Adopting a nonchalant demeanor, at this particular counter, 3 Qi refining stage cultivators were present, one of whom was incessantly flipping a white formation flag, conversing in hushed tones with an attendant, appearing quite dissatisfied. The attendant from the Stardust Pavilion, however, maintained a beaming smile, seemingly unfazed, and continued to offer explanations. Yet, as these cultivators noticed Han Li and Chu Han approaching, they abruptly fell silent. It was evident that they harbored significant wariness towards unfamiliar cultivators. The one holding the formation flag hastily retrieved several dozen spirit stones from his person and handed them to the attendant before swiftly departing with the other 2. Han Li watched their retreating figures with a hint of frustration. Feeling somewhat perplexed at that moment, the attendant politely addressed Han Li, saying, "Esteemed senior, I sincerely apologize. This is the first floor, and I fear there are no items suitable for your esteemed self. If the esteemed senior truly wishes to make a purchase, I kindly suggest ascending to the 3rd floor or higher, for that is the designated area for accommodating advanced cultivators." Upon hearing this, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but his expression swiftly returned to normal, and he casually inquired, "How many floors does your Stardust Pavilion have? Please enlighten me." The attendant displayed a hint of surprise, but nonetheless responded with utmost respect, "Certainly, esteemed senior. Since this is your first visit to our Stardust Pavilion, it is only proper that I provide you with an introduction. Our pavilion consists of a total of 9 floors. The first 7 are open to the public, while the final 2 are restricted to outsiders. Among the first 7 floors, the 1st to 3rd are designated for low-level cultivators in the Qi refining stage. The 4th to 6th cater to high-level cultivators such as yourself, and the 7th floor is exclusively accessible to those in the core formation stage." The attendant efficiently summarized the information for Han Li, who nodded in acknowledgement before making his way directly to the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. The 2nd and 3rd floors, while slightly smaller than the 1st, were adorned with a significantly more luxurious and elegant decor. It appeared that the higher the level, the more precious the items for sale would be. Contemplating this, Han Li did not linger on these 2 floors, even bypassing the 4th, and proceeded straight to the 5th floor. As he attempted to ascend to the 6th floor, he was halted by a young attendant clad in red stationed at the staircase. "Esteemed guest, according to the regulations of our pavilion, Access to the 6th floor requires approval from the proprietor of the 5th floor. The handsome young attendant spoke with an impassive demeanor, showing no fear of Han Li's foundation establishment status despite possessing merely qi refining cultivation. Han Li furrowed his brow but refrained from anger, instead complying and entering the main hall of the 5th floor. Though modest in size, the hall was attended by several beautiful young maidens. Upon Han Li's entrance, he observed a man and woman engaged in light conversation. The man appeared to be in his mid-30s, of average appearance, while the woman, in her 40s, exuded the grace of a noble lady, suggesting she was once a rare beauty in her youth. Both were at the foundation establishment stage, with the middle-aged woman impressively at the later stage of foundation establishment, causing Han Li to feel a slight shiver. "Dear fellow cultivator, is there anything with which I may assist you?" The middle-aged woman turned to Han Li with a radiant smile, her voice melodious and exceedingly pleasant to the ears. "I wish to procure some genuine treasures. Be they magical artifacts or talismans, might there be any such items available here, madam?" Han Li replied, his demeanor cool as he regarded the noblewoman. The man, taken aback by Han Li's assertive tone, cast a surprised glance in his direction. Giggling, "If you seek rare treasures, esteemed fellow, you have indeed come to the right place. As long as you can afford it, we will undoubtedly ensure your satisfaction." The middle-aged woman's laughter, though she was no longer young, resonated with the charm of a youthful maiden. How fortuitous that this esteemed fellow is also in pursuit of exquisite treasures. Please allow me a moment. I shall fetch some items for your perusal." The woman said with a beaming smile. Turning her head, she adopted a more serious expression and commanded, "Zilian, bring tea for our distinguished guests." "Yes, madam," replied a maid standing respectfully behind her. The woman then calmly exited, while the maid, with a cheerful demeanor, poured a cup of clear tea for both Han Li and the gentleman. Chapter 354, Lady Lan. Han Li and the man sat on opposite sides of an eight immortals table, exchanging a few glances, yet neither displayed any inclination to initiate conversation. Among the cultivators who frequented this place to purchase items, it was uncommon to engage in casual chatter with strangers, as such behavior would only invite hostility. However, the man seated across from Han Li cast a curious gaze at Chu Han, who lingered at the staircase without entering the hall. With his keen perception, he had discerned Chu Han's identity as a corpse refiner, and the aura emanating from him sparked considerable intrigue. After all, the animated corpses crafted by cultivators, such as iron-armored ones, typically served merely as immensely strong laborers, devoid of any magical power. The man suppressed his urge to inquire further, as he felt a certain trepidation towards Han Li, who shared the same mid-foundation cultivation level. As Han Li savored his tea, the woman finally returned to the hall. However, this time she was accompanied by two burly men, devoid of any magical aura, their expressions utterly blank, two remarkably lifelike puppets. They each carried a large tray, heavily laden and covered with crimson silk, which seemed to contain the treasures the lady had mentioned. A flicker of intrigue flashed in Han Li's eyes when he attempted to use his spiritual sense to penetrate the red silk and discern the contents beneath. He was unexpectedly thwarted by the unassuming fabric. Leaving him somewhat astonished, he couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at the man across from him, who, too, bore an expression of surprise, clearly having engaged in the same endeavor. The middle-aged woman approached Han Li and the other man with a few strides, smiling before she spoke. "I am already acquainted with your esteemed friend, but I am yet to learn the name of this fellow cultivator. I am surnamed Lan. You may address me as Lady Lan." With an air of familiarity, she introduced herself. Observing this, Han Li felt it would be rather impolite to remain silent, and after a moment of hesitation, he replied somewhat stiffly, "I am surnamed Han." Thereafter, he fell silent, adopting an aloof demeanor that suggested his reluctance to engage further. Lady Lan, however, appeared unperturbed by his reticence. After all, among the cultivators who frequented this establishment, a significant majority exhibited a similarly indifferent facade, a behavior she had long since grown accustomed to. With a gentle smile, she gestured to one of the puppets, which promptly approached. Lady Lan then extended her delicate fingers, pulling down the red silk to reveal the items on the tray. Both Han Li and the gentleman across from him simultaneously widened their eyes in astonishment, their gazes fixed intently upon the contents. The tray displayed an array of items, including long swords, short blades, as well as flying daggers and circular artifacts, even featuring a piece of obsidian armor, each gleaming brilliantly, clearly indicating their extraordinary nature. Upon recognizing the various magical artifacts on the tray, Han Li and the man exhibited differing reactions. The latter stared intently at the tray, his eyes reflecting a hint of rapture. As Hanli cast a fleeting glance and swiftly averted his gaze, feigning a lack of interest, Lady Lan was taken aback and scrutinized him more closely. The item in question, known as the cold crystal blade, was crafted from the rare Shenjing and ice jade. Not only boasting formidable offensive capabilities but also imbued with a unique frigid aura that could sap the strength of adversaries during close combat without their awareness. It was truly a masterpiece among top-tier magical artifacts. With a graceful motion of her wrist, the lady retrieved a gleaming, translucent dagger from the tray, presenting it with an air of nonchalance. She then elegantly waved the magical weapon, causing a sudden chill to envelop the room, prompting the several maidens of mere chi refinement stage to shiver uncontrollably. "May I take a look at this blade?" inquired the man surnamed Fan. His excitement barely contained as he gazed at the artifact. This request elicited a slight smile from Lady Lan, who, without a hint of hesitation, handed the blade over, casting a subtle glance at Hanli. However, Hanli maintained an expressionless demeanor, merely gazing down at his empty teacup, exhibiting no signs of intrigue towards the magical artifact, which disappointed Lady Lan somewhat. "Very well, I shall take this cold crystal blade. Might I inquire as to the required number of spirit stones?" At that moment, the man surnamed Fan, who had been admiring the dagger, spoke up loudly. Lady Lan appeared somewhat surprised by this remark. "Do you not wish to peruse other items, esteemed friend?" she inquired, maintaining a neutral expression. "No. I am well aware that the subsequent items may be of even greater quality. However, my purse is rather light, and I can only afford this blade. Even if the other items are superior, I am unable to indulge, so it is better not to look at them and be tempted." The frankness and humor displayed by this cultivator named Fan elicited a light giggle from the beautiful lady, who covered her mouth with her hand. "This cold crystal blade is priced at 800 spirit stones. Once you provide the stones, dear Taoist Fan, you may take it with you," she said, her demeanor composed. "Very well, please verify these spirit stones to ensure their count is correct," the man surnamed Fan replied, displaying commendable straightforwardness as he produced a storage bag, pouring its contents onto the table, which soon overflowed with spirit stones of various hues. Lady Lan cast a cursory glance over the assortment before smiling softly. "How could I ever doubt you, dear friend? There is no need for verification." With that, she produced her own storage bag and swiftly absorbed all the spirit stones within. This maneuver greatly pleased the cultivator surnamed Fan, who departed with a friendly farewell. Yet, Hanli, observing this exchange, remained impassive, suppressing a few cold chuckles within. What does she mean by no need for verification? What of the faint spiritual sense she cast over the spirit stones moments ago? Clearly, Lady Lan's spiritual awareness surpassed that of ordinary cultivators, enabling her to ascertain the quantity of stones in an instant without raising suspicion, all while feigning such a disingenuous display of cunning. Unbeknownst to her, Hanli had seen through her little ruse. After bidding farewell to the man surnamed Fan with a smile, Lady Lan's gaze shifted back to Hanli. "Dear Taoist Han, it seems you harbor little interest in these items. These magical artifacts not captivate your discerning eye," she remarked with a gentle smile. "That it is indeed peculiar." Although she was acutely aware that the individual before her possessed a lesser cultivation level. For reasons unknown, she sensed an unusual aura of danger emanating from Hanli. This inexplicable feeling compelled her to adopt a more circumspect tone when addressing him, instinctively wary of offending him further. "While it is true that the quality of these magical artifacts is commendable, I seek something rather unique, an artifact that must harmonize with my cultivation techniques. Moreover, I desire not only magical artifacts and talismans, but also some rare items." Hanli responded with an air of serene composure. If fellow Taoist Han has such specific requests, you could have mentioned them earlier. I had assumed you were akin to that fellow Taoist Fan. Open to any kind of magical artifact, Lady Lan remarked with a bemused smile. As long as fellow Taoist is willing to pay the price, our Stardust Pavilion can procure everything you seek. The woman spoke with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, Hanli chuckled dryly a few times, refraining from further comment, and directly inquired, "Since you have stated this, I shall be forthright. I would like to ask if your esteemed pavilion has any alchemical formulas for the foundation establishment stage available for sale? Alternatively, a complete set of magical artifacts would suffice, with a greater number of artifacts in the set being preferable." After listening to Han Li's request, the woman's expression shifted slightly but quickly returned to its previous demeanor. "Your request is indeed rather unusual. Had it been a fortnight ago, I would have found it quite challenging to accommodate. However, our pavilion has recently received 2 alchemical formulas and a complete set of top-tier magical artifacts. That said, The price for these items is rather steep, and I am not authorized to make such decisions. You will need to go to the 6th floor for negotiations. Lady Lan's enchanting gaze remained fixed on Han Li as she spoke slowly. Am I permitted to go to the 6th floor? Han Li appeared to have anticipated her response, maintaining his usual demeanor as he asked, Certainly, but as per our regulations, I must first verify your qualifications. Lady Lan replied with a light laugh, gently adjusting her hair. What qualifications? Han Li inquired nonchalantly. Quite simple. If you possess over 1,000 spirit stones or items of equivalent value, that will suffice, the woman stated suddenly, her expression turning serious. Will this be sufficient? Without hesitation, Han Li produced a storage pouch containing spirit stones and tossed it to the woman. He had well over 1,000 spirit stones, likely nearing 2,000 lower-tier stones. Lady Lan accepted the pouch, briefly scanning its contents with her spiritual sense before nodding and returning it. Fellow Taoist Han, please follow me. I shall personally escort you to the 6th floor. With that, she turned and made her way towards the staircase without a backward glance. Han Li, seeing this, naturally followed suit in silence. The attendant in red stationed at the staircase made way for Lady Lan's passage as soon as she approached, allowing Han Li to ascend to the 6th floor of Stardust Pavilion, one step behind her. Note, we would like to address a matter. Recently, some members of the Mortal group have reported that a few readers, unable to join the already full Mortal QQ group, resorted to spamming in the group master's personal space with complaints, which is quite disheartening. If you cannot join one group, please try another instead of adopting such extreme measures. After all, these group masters are voluntarily providing group numbers and assisting with management. Everyone should show mutual understanding and not make things difficult for the group leaders. All right, let us keep this brief. I'm off to bed now. To be continued. For those curious about what happens next, please log in for more chapters. Support the author, support legitimate reading. To be continued. Chapter 355. The Red Thread Escape Needle. To be frank, Han Li was quite intrigued by the manager of the 6th floor. The Blue Madam on the 5th floor was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, so could it be that the 6th floor was graced by a senior in the early stage of core formation? Han Li felt a flicker of anticipation. Standing behind the Blue Madam, Han Li gazed at the young girl before him, who appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age. The girl was dressed simply and possessed only a fair countenance. At best, she was of above-average beauty. Yet, it was astonishing to find that the manager of the 6th floor was such an unremarkable mortal girl devoid of any magical prowess. This was utterly unexpected for Han Li. Particularly striking was how the moment the girl spotted the Blue Madam, she joyfully approached and seized the Blue Madam's arm, incessantly calling her Annie Blue, displaying an intimate affection that completely disregarded Han Li, leaving him somewhat disheartened. All right, Xiao, we have a guest here, the Blue Madam remarked, though the tone of her voice was laced with undeniable fondness that a guest. Only then did the girl lazily cast a glance at Han Li, her expression one of indifference. Yes, this fellow Taoist Han has come to purchase alchemical formulas, along with the complete set of magical tools we received last time. Hence, I brought him to the 6th floor to be attended to by you. I must head downstairs once more, as there may be other guests arriving on the 5th floor, the woman said with extraordinary tenderness. Though, I see. Then when Annie Blue has some free time, you must come up to keep me company. The girl replied, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Hearing this, the Blue Madam smiled benevolently and, under the girl's watchful gaze, descended the stairs. What kind of alchemical formulas are you seeking? The girl inquired coolly, finally turning her attention to Han Li. I have 7 or 8 formulas available here, but only 2 are suitable for the foundation establishment stage, and their prices are astonishingly high. Not something that can be acquired for mere hundreds of spirit stones. Han Li, upon hearing her tone, did not take offense. Instead, he chuckled. As long as the formulas are genuine, the price is not an issue. His confidence seemed rather bold, causing the girl to pause momentarily and scrutinize him more seriously. Please wait a moment. I will have the formulas and that set of magical tools brought to you, she finally said, her expression softening. After all, a seemingly generous customer was always welcome. She then retrieved a small copper bell from her person, rhythmically shaking it a few times before casually sitting down on a wooden chair, showing no inclination to attend to Han Li. Han Li, somewhat taken aback, unhurriedly pulled over a chair and seated himself beside her. The two separated only by a wooden table. The girl's delicate brows furrowed slightly at his action. Although her expression conveyed some displeasure, she ultimately chose to remain silent. Moments later, a young female cultivator entered, carrying 2 jade boxes, one large and one small. Just place them here, The girl indicated to the adjacent table, her face devoid of expression. Of course, miss. The nun respectfully acknowledged with a soft reply, placing the jade box upon the table before retreating gracefully. Observing the nun's deference towards the mortal girl, a flicker of astonishment crossed Han Li's eyes. The formula and the magical artifacts are right here. Please take a look at your leisure, should you find them satisfactory. I will then disclose the price, the girl calmly stated as she gently pushed the jade box towards Han Li. Not wishing to be impolite given her invitation, Han Li reached out and took hold of the smaller jade box. Lifting the lid to reveal 2 jade slips, one red and one white, he grasped both slips, closed his eyes, and gradually delved his consciousness into their contents. Noticing Han Li examining the slips, the girl produced a pristine silken book. Engrossed in her reading as if oblivious to her surroundings, after a brief moment, Han Li withdrew his consciousness, a contemplative expression adorning his face. Among the 2 formulas, one was the ancient recipe for the spirit-gathering pill, previously provided by Lei Wenk, which held little value for him now. The other, however, was a more contemporary formula known as the True Essence Pill. The required ingredients, though aged, were relatively easy to procure, making it quite suitable for his needs. Nevertheless, the price of this formula was likely several times that of the ancient one, for Han Li was well aware of the stark contrast in value between ancient and ordinary formulas within the realm of cultivation. With this in mind, Han Li composed himself, returning the 2 jade slips to the box before shifting his attention to the larger container, which he opened with curiosity. To his astonishment, the box contained 13 resplendent red needles, each merely an inch in length, yet they glowed with a fiery brilliance, faintly shimmering with an ethereal light. A flying needle artifact. Han Li muttered in disbelief. Although he prided himself on his extensive knowledge of magical artifacts, this was indeed his first encounter with flying needle-type artifacts, and he had never witnessed anyone wielding them before, igniting his intrigue. The girl, catching the murmured words, glanced up at Han Li, a fleeting flicker of displeasure crossing her features. Yet she quickly resumed her impassive focus on her silken book. In that moment, Han Li was engrossed, delicately pinching one of the red needles between his fingers, oblivious to the girl's expression. Even if he had noticed, he would not have been swayed by her haughty demeanor. At this juncture, his eyes narrowed in intense scrutiny. Despite having never encountered other needle-type artifacts, he had certainly heard whispers of the sinister reputation surrounding flying needle artifacts. It was said that while their offensive capability might be somewhat inferior to that of typical artifacts, their diminutive size and swift flight rendered them optimal tools for stealthy ambushes, leading many cultivators to refer to flying needle artifacts as shadow weapons, thereby bestowing them with considerable renown in the cultivation world. However, due to their small size, the materials required for their crafting were particularly unique, and the difficulty of their creation was several-fold greater than that of other artifacts, making such items exceedingly rare among cultivators. Even those who possessed flying needle artifacts regarded them as secret weapons, seldom revealing their existence to outsiders. Thus, the appearance of no fewer than 13 before Han Li was nothing short of astonishing. Might I inquire if this set of flying needles has a name? Han Li's heart was filled with unexpected delight, yet he maintained an impassive demeanor as he suddenly inquired of the young girl. The red line escape needles. Upon hearing Han Li's question, the girl set down the book in her hands and replied nonchalantly, "Very well. I shall take this set of flying needles along with the formula for that true essence pill." Han Li declared without hesitation. Do you truly wish to acquire this set of magical artifacts? The girl displayed a peculiar expression on her face, seemingly incredulous. Might I ask, does this esteemed establishment find any defect in this set of artifacts? Or do you simply have no intention of selling them? Han Li raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. You have misunderstood. While this set of red line escape needles is indeed exceedingly precious, it does not hold significant value in the eyes of our Stardust Pavilion. The reason I inquired is merely to inform you that this set of flying needles is unlike any ordinary complete set of magical artifacts. They lack a distinction between mother and child to wield them. One must simultaneously summon all 13 needles. Otherwise, they cannot be activated, the girl said coldly, casting a frosty glance at Han Li. Simultaneously summoned? Upon hearing this, Han Li suddenly understood. No wonder this rare set of flying needles had not been purchased until now. It turned out there was such a high mental limitation involved. Indeed, originally Aunt Lon had also set her sights on this set of artifacts. But she abandoned the idea since she could only control 8 to 9 needles with her consciousness. The girl continued, her expression devoid of any smile. 13 needles, you say? Han Li chuckled softly. then unexpectedly extended a hand towards the remaining flying needles in the box. With a flick of his wrist, a flash of red light erupted, and all the needles floated into the air simultaneously. They transformed into a dozen barely visible red lines, swiftly darting around Hanli, creating a delicate red web in an instant. Witnessing this scene, the girl's mouth fell slightly open, her face finally revealing a look of astonishment. Hanli then waved his hand, and the red lines flew back into the jade box, revealing the needle's original forms once more. I believe I can purchase this magical artifact now, Hanli stated in a steady voice. Given that you can utilize it, of course, along with the formula for the true essence pill. The total comes to 4,000 spirit stones, the girl replied, her expression returning to normal, once again devoid of laughter. 4,000 spirit stones. Hanli gazed at the girl and rubbed his nose. This price truly exceeded his expectations. The formula is 1,500, and the flying needles are 2,500. The girl quoted without hesitation. To be frank, this sum of 4,000 spirit stones did not strike the girl as exorbitant, considering both items were rare treasures in the immortal cultivation world. Had it not been for the current defeat of the demonic forces against the allied armies of the three nations, it was unlikely anyone would be willing to sell them. Just then, Hanli straightened his posture, a serious expression washing over his face as he asked, "May I inquire how your esteemed pavilion acquires Millennium Spirit Herbs?" Chapter 356, Fortune and Misfortune intertwined. A quarter of an hour later, he turned back to glance at the towering pavilion, a mysterious smile gracing his lips before he strode away with purpose. In Hanli's storage pouch, the set of red line escape needles and the jade slip containing the formula lay quietly within. Not long ago, he had casually inquired about the price of Millennium Spirit Herbs without presenting any spirit grass to the girl for her inspection. Instead, she produced 2 exquisite beauty-enhancing pills, infused with the essence of a millennium-old elixir, and presented them to the young maiden. Hanli distinctly recalled the stark transformation of the previously aloof girl. Upon grasping the miraculous effects of the beauty pills, an expression of fervent excitement illuminated her countenance. This striking contrast in her demeanor left him thoroughly astonished. Subsequently, the maiden promptly summoned a renowned alchemist from the Stardust Pavilion to personally authenticate these widely rumored yet rarely concocted pills. The outcome confirmed that the 2 pills were indeed genuine beauty enhancers, possessing remarkable effects. In an instant, the maiden, now visibly anxious, called for Lady Lawn, a figure of considerable status. Following a hushed exchange between the 2 women, Hanli managed to procure the formula and a magical artifact in exchange for the 2 beauty pills along with 1,000 spirit stones. Reflecting upon the transaction, he couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. The allure of eternal beauty is undeniably irresistible to women, a temptation that is nearly impossible to resist. Even Lady Lawn, a woman of profound insight and formidable cultivation, displayed an eagerness akin to that of the young maiden upon learning of Hanli's possession of the beauty pills. This revelation granted Hanli a deeper understanding of women's preoccupations with their appearances. However, it also resulted in the final price for the beauty pills exceeding his initial expectations. He had anticipated a maximum exchange value of 2,000 spirit stones. Yet the 2 women, upon speaking, left him thoroughly satisfied, and he was wise enough not to haggle further. It appeared fortunate that the proprietors of the establishment were women. Had it been a male shopkeeper, he might have been offered merely a few hundred spirit stones, which would have been considered a generous deal. After the transaction, Lady Lawn, having somewhat regained her composure, could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired about the origin of the pills. Hanli casually dismissed her question with a vague response, claiming he had obtained them by chance. As he departed the Stardust Pavilion, a tinge of reluctance enveloped him. He understood that, given the ease with which the Stardust Pavilion produced such rare items as the red thread escape needle and the formula, they undoubtedly possessed even more precious treasures. Alas, he realized he could not offer any more elixirs or spiritual herbs in trade. The perilous consequences of revealing his financial resources were all too clear to him. With a sense of regret, Hanli sought refuge in an inn within the marketplace, designed for the rest and relaxation of cultivators. During the remaining time, he began to meditate and refine his qi, preparing to consult with the shopkeeper Su the following day regarding the crafting of his magical artifact. The next morning, Hanli arrived at the shop as promised. The shopkeeper Su had been eagerly awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Hanli enter, he promptly beckoned him to the back courtyard with palpable excitement. Hanli smiled faintly and followed him inside. Over half a month later, Hanli emerged from the shop. Yet his expression was starkly different from when he had entered. His face was now clouded with gloom, as if burdened by a profound discontent. Following closely behind him was the shopkeeper Sue. Displaying a countenance of deep embarrassment and murmuring incessantly in whispers, Hanli exhaled deeply, feeling somewhat relieved, and exchanged a few amicable words with Sue before slowly making his way out of the marketplace, leaving the old man in a state of bewilderment. Soon after, Hanli exited the confines of the marketplace's restrictions and ascended his flying vessel, directing his course toward the nameless hill where Xian Ruyan resided. Standing aboard the divine wind vessel, Hanli's demeanor darkened once more, a reflection of the numerous failures he had encountered during the lengthy period of artifact crafting. He had greatly overestimated the craftsmanship of the shopkeeper Sue, resulting in the unfortunate destruction of a considerable amount of rare materials, from which he could only forge a single set of magical artifacts. Furthermore, the materials he valued most, those from the mantis demon beast, were utterly obliterated during the process. This left Han Li filled with profound regret, almost compelled to unleash his magical artifact upon Sue in a fit of rage. However, considering the elder's own overwhelming shame, he ultimately restrained himself. Even as he took his leave, he managed to offer a few words of gentle consolation to the other party. With a sigh at this thought, Han Li tapped his storage pouch, and 5 gleaming white flying daggers emerged, swirling around him in a graceful dance. Observing this complete set of artifacts crafted from the limbs of white spiders, Han Li's spirits lifted slightly. Although 3 of the legs had been ruined and the imagined armor made from spider shells had come to naught, at least he had not suffered the complete destruction of the materials, like those of the giant mantis. Perhaps this could be considered a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune, Han Li mused with a wry smile. Yet, from this experience, he had gleaned a crucial lesson. The more advanced and rare the materials, the greater the skill required of the artisan. After all, the last time with the inked flood dragon materials had resulted in a far greater success. As he soared through the skies on his artifact, a contemplative expression graced his face. Days later, Han Li once again found himself hovering above the nameless hill, this time, before he could even employ a sound transmission talisman. The mist enveloping the formation parted to create a path for him. Han Li smiled at this, realizing that Xian Ruyan had likely been waiting for his return as their agreed-upon day was drawing near. After a brief interlude, Han Li settled into a chair within the bamboo cottage, facing Xian Ruyan, who wore a serene smile and was still clad in plain garments. "Senior Han, your timing is impeccable. I only just completed the repairs on the ancient teleportation formation yesterday. If you follow the blueprint, it should return to normal," Xian Ruyan calmly stated, producing a jade slip from her possession and handing it to Han Li. For her, restoring an ancient teleportation formation was a worthy challenge, and her success brought her a measure of joy. Han Li eagerly accepted the jade slip, his heart brimming with happiness, and a rare smile broke through his usual composure. Although he had no immediate plans to utilize the ancient teleportation formation, it surely represented a viable option for the future. Thus, he immersed his consciousness into the slip, quickly scanning the contents, which indeed contained a complete method for restoring the ancient formation along with detailed steps for the process. "Thank you, Miss Xian," Han Li expressed sincerely, foregoing any lengthy declarations of gratitude, and carefully tucked the jade slip away. It was nothing. I have always held a keen interest in this ancient teleportation formation. Xian Ruyan replied with a faint smile. However, as if recalling something, she retrieved a small storage pouch and handed it over, saying softly, "I may only have 1 or 2 years left in my life. These few sets of formation flags and discs, crafted alongside Brother Qi, will no longer be of use to me. I wish to present them to you, Senior Han, in the hope that they may assist you in your future cultivation." Han Li was taken aback by the generous gift and the ease with which she offered it, gazing at her intently for a moment. After a moment of silence, he finally rose and, with both hands, accepted the storage bag, solemnly declaring, "Though I, Han Li, am neither a benevolent gentleman nor a chivalrous hero, I hereby reiterate my promise to Miss Xian, should my abilities greatly advance, and I possess the power to annihilate the Fu clan. I, Han, will ensure that the Fu family is forever erased from the realm of cultivation." At this moment, Han Li spoke with utmost seriousness. Xian Ruyan, witnessing this, smiled, for she understood that the purpose of presenting such a grand gift had indeed been fulfilled. The more reluctant someone like Han Li was to make promises, the more he would value the sincerity of the vows he had made. "If the esteemed senior has no pressing matters to attend to, you are welcome to stay in my humble abode for a few more days. I am eager to discuss the intricacies of formations with you," Xian Ruyan said with an expression as calm as ever. 3 days later, Han Li soared out of the nameless mountain on his flying artifact, heading straight for the nearby gathering place of cultivators. by Chi Mountain. There, various loose cultivators and members of cultivation families frequently convened, exchanging tidbits of information from the world of cultivation, and of course, seizing the opportunity to trade goods. The purpose of Han Li's journey was to glean information about the current dire state of the cultivation realm in the Yu Kingdom and whether the seven sects still had a chance of resurgence. Only after acquiring such intelligence could Han Li truly decide on his next course of action. The date of the next gathering was fast approaching. Bai Chi Mountain was not too far from Xian Ruain's nameless mountain. And Xian Ruain and Qi Yunxiao had participated in several gatherings there prior. Such localized meetings predominantly attracted Qi refinement stage cultivators, with very few foundation establishment practitioners in attendance. A day later, Han Li arrived at the so-called Bai Chi Mountain. The mountain was indeed substantial, comprising 3 peaks of varying sizes, with the most perilous and highest being the western peak, where numerous cultivators congregated. Han Li's transformed white light shot directly towards the summit of this peak. Chapter 357. Bai Chi Mountain. Atop Bai Chi Mountain's western peak, not only was there an ancient temple, but also several stone pavilions of various sizes, already occupied by groups of cultivators engaged in lengthy discussions. Outside the pavilions and temple, a few cultivators wandered about, indicating that some eager individuals had arrived early for this gathering. Han Li surveyed the summit from above for a while, then circled around before descending into a secluded corner of the peak. Accompanied by Chu Han, Han Li casually approached several nearby stone pavilions. With his formidable spiritual sense, he soon discerned the conversations taking place within the pavilions. One pavilion, occupied by 4 cultivators engaged in animated discussion, caught Han Li's attention. As he listened intently, he realized they were discussing the conflict between the 7 sects of Yu Kingdom and the demonic path, prompting a surge of interest within him as he promptly approached. The recent catastrophic defeat against the demonic path has not only forced the 6 sects of Yu Kingdom to flee their homeland, but even our Yuan Wu and Zijin nations now face impending disaster, lamented a pale middle-aged man among the 4. Indeed, while the 6 sects suffered significant losses in strength during the last battle, nearly 50 to 60% of the cultivators from our 2 nations who went to assist perished. This time, the Tianxing sect and other celestial factions are bound to face dire straits. Another young man, in his 20s, interjected with a tone of malicious glee. Upon hearing his words, 2 of the elder companions remained composed, betraying no reaction. However, the middle-aged man who had initially spoken could not help but let out a few bitter laughs, opening his mouth as if to say more. Just then, a voice from the side interrupted. It is likely that while the Heavenly Star sect and other major factions are in dire straits, our lives as scattered cultivators and members of various immortal families will become even more arduous. The demonic path adheres to the principle of the survival of the fittest. When that time comes, we shall not enjoy the current ease and comfort. Han Li approached slowly, articulating the very essence of the middle-aged man's bitter smile. The 4 individuals, startled by the presence of an outsider, fell silent at once. However, upon realizing they could not discern Han Li's cultivation level, a flicker of unease crossed their faces, and they all rose to respectfully greet him. The middle-aged man hurriedly attempted to exonerate the young man, saying, "Esteemed senior, my young nephew merely spoke thoughtlessly and harbored no intention of disrespect towards the various factions. Please do not take offense." These individuals had inadvertently mistaken Han Li for a high-ranking cultivator from one of the immortal sects of the Yuan Wu Kingdom. The young man's expression mirrored their apprehension. Esteemed friends, do not misunderstand. I am merely a scattered cultivator. I was only making a casual remark," Han Li said with a smile, gently clarifying. Upon hearing this, the group finally relaxed their tension. Although they remained uncertain of Han Li's true identity, it was clear that he bore no intent to pursue their earlier indiscretion. Thus, amidst their respectful greetings, Han Li took a seat at the stone table in the pavilion. "It is our honor that a senior like you has graced this place. However, with your level of cultivation, what brings you to such a modest gathering?" inquired the red-faced elder, somewhat awkwardly. His astonishment was understandable, as gatherings of this nature, particularly in a localized setting like Bai Chi Mountain, rarely attracted foundational cultivators. Higher-level cultivators would naturally attend more prestigious assemblies. Recently, I have been cultivating in a desolate mountain not far from here. I only ventured out upon hearing the news of our cultivators' significant defeat in the Yu Kingdom. Sensing that the cultivation world may face substantial upheaval, I came to inquire about any recent developments regarding the demonic path in the Yu Kingdom. "Do you have any news?" Han Li spoke casually. Hearing this, the 4 men exchanged glances, and almost immediately, 3 of them turned their attention to the lean elder. "If it's about being well informed, it must be Brother Ding." as his family has numerous secular enterprises directly operating in the Yu Kingdom. The red-faced elder chuckled lightly. The other two nodded in agreement, which caused a flicker of intrigue to flash in Han Li's eyes. The Ding elder, sensing this, displayed a hint of embarrassment and reluctantly said, "Our Ding family has indeed received some recent updates from our kin in the Yu Kingdom. Initially, these messages were not meant for external dissemination. But since you are all close acquaintances of mine, and this esteemed senior wishes to know, I shall share a few details. However, I kindly ask that you do not divulge this information carelessly." Upon hearing this, the remaining three men perked up, eagerly agreeing. Han Li nodded slightly. The elder then cleared his throat and slowly spoke. "A few days ago, I received news indicating that the current state of Yu country is quite chaotic. Although the demonic faction has defeated the allied forces of the 6 sects, a considerable number of retreating cultivators from these sects have yet to leave Yu country. Instead, they are leveraging the terrain to launch continuous attacks against the demonic forces. It is said that a few nascent soul cultivators among them have also not retreated, which has left the demonic faction somewhat beleaguered. After all, nascent soul cultivators are not easily dealt with. Moreover, the 6 sects have established roots in Yu country for many years, and their latent influence remains significant, making it somewhat challenging for the demonic faction to take over the cultivation realm there. As for the cultivation families of Yu country, they have now adopted 3 distinct attitudes. One group, witnessing the defeat of the 6 sects, has promptly switched sides and willingly aligned themselves with the demonic faction. Another group, fearing potential repercussions from the demonic faction due to their close ties with the 6 sects, has decided to withdraw from Yu country altogether. Just like the 6 sections, the final group remains in a phase of observation, intending to assess the situation further before making any decisions. The 7 sects, which have occupied their strongholds for many years, are said to have been largely overtaken, with the exception of the Inuit sect and the Jujin sect, which have yet to fall to the demonic faction. However, the spoils of war reportedly are meager, as most of the precious items were taken by the disciples of the 6 sects during their retreat. In my view, as long as the demonic faction cannot stabilize Yu country, they will not launch attacks against our nation or Zijing. After all, even with their numbers, managing to occupy 2 small nations and a medium-sized one may stretch their resources thin, which is likely why they are currently struggling to deal with the disruptive cultivators from the 6 sections. The elder slowly articulated these thoughts, revealing some of his insights. "Brother Ding, how long do you estimate the demonic faction will grant us a respite? Can our various sects still withstand their assaults?" interjected the red-faced elder beside him. "That is difficult to ascertain. After all, what I know is merely surface-level information. The true situation is likely only known to the higher-ups of each sect." Elder Ding replied, shaking his head as he cast a furtive glance at Han Li. Clearly, he still perceived Han Li as a cultivator from one of the local sects, which led him to speak somewhat evasively. Then, seemingly wishing to change the subject, Elder Ding suddenly shared a startling piece of news with Han Li. This time, due to the hasty retreat from Yu country, all 6 sects coincidentally adopted the strategy of lizard tail detachment, taking only their most talented and elite disciples while leaving many others in the dark, who ultimately became casualties. It is said that the Huangfeng Valley's upper echelons were particularly ruthless in this regard. To ensure the safe escape of their truly trusted elite, they sacrificed 2 batches of disciples, essentially all the cultivators outside of Huangfeng Valley's retreating group. Remarkable methods indeed, although the elder spoke nonchalantly. Han Li felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, and his expression subtly shifted. Fortunately, no one dared to fixate their gaze on Han Li, allowing his unusual demeanor to go unnoticed. "Friend Ding, you mentioned that Huangfeng Valley sacrificed 2 batches of disciples. What exactly transpired? I find myself quite intrigued." Han Li managed to suppress his shock and inquired with an air of calm. Since the elder has inquired, I shall speak candidly. The situation is as follows. Upon receiving news of their defeat at the front, the high-ranking officials of the Yu Kingdom swiftly devised a cunning ploy akin to a golden cicada shedding its shell. They first allowed a group of disciples from within the sect to retreat ahead of time, while secretly leaking this information to the spies of the demonic faction, claiming that these disciples were the elite of Huanfeng Valley and that they carried a substantial amount of spiritual stones and other treasures. This diversion completely captivated the pursuers of the demonic path. Simultaneously, another group of disciples, kept in the dark, remained within the sect to utilize the grand formation and confront the remaining members of the demonic faction. Once these 2 groups had successfully drawn the enemy's full attention, the higher-ups of Huangfeng Valley then allowed their most trusted elite disciples to discreetly withdraw with the sect's millennia of accumulated wealth from the opposite direction. It is said that although the number of people safely retreating from Huangfeng Valley was the least, they had the most unburdened escape among the 6 factions. In contrast, the remaining 5 factions, despite consolidating their forces for a joint retreat, were gradually caught by the pursuers and engaged in numerous fierce battles, resulting in a significant loss of treasures to the demonic faction. This incident, due to the trick played on the demonic faction, has since become widely circulated in the cultivation circles of the Yu Kingdom. The elder did not dare to neglect the matter and recounted it to Han Li. "Oh, so that's how it is. Those abandoned disciples of Huangfeng Valley are indeed rather foolish," Han Li remarked, his expression unchanged, speaking slowly in a low voice. Chapter 358. Boundless Sea, the Mulan people given this. The current state of the Yu Kingdom is quite chaotic indeed. This seemingly enigmatic statement left the other 4 with a sense of profound mystery, and they could only offer dry smiles in response. "Feel free to continue your discussions, my friends. I shall take my leave to explore elsewhere," Han Li said amicably as he stood up. "Senior, please do as you wish. Safe travels." The 4 hurriedly bowed in respect as they watched Han Li depart. Han Li waved his hand casually and called over the ever-watchful Chu Han, making his way towards another stone pavilion. 2 hours later, Han Li stood at the corner of a peak, deep in thought. He had just inquired with several groups of cultivators about the current state of the Yu Kingdom's cultivation realm. The result was that the present situation could only be described as chaotic. Given this circumstance, he found himself with 2 options. The first was to fly away on his spirit vessel, distancing himself from the Yu Kingdom and seeking a suitable location to continue his cultivation. The second was to attempt to repair the ancient teleportation array, taking a gamble on where it might transport him. After all, such a priceless ancient array could not have been constructed underground without reason. It must lead to a far-off destination at first glance. The first option seemed considerably more prudent. However, upon closer reflection, Han Li realized that this decision was not without its drawbacks. The east and west of the Yu Kingdom were dominated by the strongholds of the demonic faction, Tianluo Kingdom and the Righteous Alliance, Fengdu Kingdom, respectively, leaving only the north or south as viable directions. Although fleeing north through Yuanwu Kingdom would lead him through several smaller nations, it was evident that the cultivation realms of these countries would be unable to withstand the assaults of either the demonic faction or the Righteous Alliance. In fact, some of these nations had long since allied themselves with the 2 major powers, becoming puppets in their ongoing power struggles. Otherwise, the border between Tianluo and Fengdu countries is quite scarce. And previously, large-scale clashes were indeed unfeasible. These nations could potentially transform into a battleground for the forces of the demonic path and the Righteous Alliance at any moment, prompting Han Li to make his departure. However, should he take the perilous route through several countries and continue northward, he would ultimately reach the extreme northern region of Tiannan, where he would encounter the boundless sea, reputedly impossible for even immortals to traverse. This sea is not only murky and infinite, but also exceptionally inhospitable to aquatic life. The few species that manage to survive within its depths are ferocious and formidable, rivaling even high-tier terrestrial beasts. Thus, it would be exceedingly perilous for a cultivator at the core formation stage to fall into its waters. To attempt to soar over this sea would be a fanciful delusion. There was once a highly skilled individual at the nascent soul stage, who, driven by immense curiosity about the sea's terminus, undertook a prolonged journey of over a year along its expanse. However, he was met with nothing but an endless stretch of water, devoid of even a single solid ground to alight upon. At that juncture, he found himself with merely half of his medicinal pills and spirit stones remaining. Faced with such dire circumstances, the esteemed cultivator had no choice but to return, begrudgingly acknowledging that, without a replenishment of spiritual energy, even a nascent soul practitioner could only meet their demise in the depths of the sea. Naturally, Han Li would not entertain the fantastical notion of crossing the ocean. Thus, he was left to contemplate his journey southward. To the south of Yu country, traversing through the likes of Zijin country and several others, lies a closely knit alliance composed of 9 nations, collectively known as the 9 Nations Alliance. This coalition was forged under the auspices of the 9 Nations cultivation realm, primarily to confront a formidable and deranged adversary. The invading forces comprised of the Mulan tribe and their spellcasters. Speaking of the Mulan tribe and their spellcasters inevitably brings to mind the vast Mulan grasslands, inhabited by the Mulan people. Adjacent to the 9 nations, the Mulan folk starkly differ from the Yin people of Yu country and Yuanwu country. They are quintessential nomads, exhibiting a fiercely robust culture, where every individual is adept in wielding blade and spear. Across the Mulan grasslands, countless tribes have formed, varying in size from those comprising mere tens of thousands to others boasting populations in the millions. Within these nomadic tribes, cultivators also exist, though the Mulan people refer to them not as cultivators, but as spellcasters. Fundamentally, these spellcasters do not differ significantly from ordinary cultivators. Their levels of cultivation and foundational techniques are strikingly similar. The sole distinction lies in their lesser emphasis on external artifacts and talismans before reaching the core formation stage. Instead, they delve deeply into the mastery of the 5 elemental arts, even integrating indigenous secret techniques from the grasslands to develop more potent and esoteric new spells, thereby establishing their unique school of magic, which they term spiritual arts. Armed with these extraordinarily sharp spiritual techniques, the spellcasters of the Mulan tribe can even contend with cultivators of equivalent rank, often gaining the upper hand. However, as the number of Mulan spellcasters continued to proliferate, so too did their demand for spiritual veins and spirit stones, leading to a significant insufficiency of resources for their cultivation. After all, the Mulan grasslands are notoriously deficient in cultivation resources. Consequently, at some point, the spellcasters of the Mulan tribe began to set their sights on the 9 nations, where spiritual energy and resources are far more abundant. The frequent incursions into these nations for the purpose of seizing vital spiritual veins and resources, which the vast multitude of cultivators regard as essential to their very existence, have ignited a fierce conflict. The cultivation realms of the 9 nations, resolute in their resistance, were initially met with overwhelming defeat by the united forces of the Mulan clan, resulting in the loss of nearly half of their territory and resources. Recognizing the formidable nature of their adversary, the cultivators of the 9 nations hastily formed an alliance, learning from their prior mistakes, and began to employ cunning strategies and underhanded tactics. Gradually, they began to reclaim their lost lands, defeating the Mulan sorcerers bit by bit. However, the Mulan sorcerers, having tasted the sweetness of victory, were loath to relent. In the endless years that followed, the two factions found themselves ensnared in a relentless struggle, their mutual animosity deepening with the rising death toll, which in turn affected the mundane world, rendering the Yin and Mulan clans as bitter enemies. Presently, while the Mulan people dare not set foot within the 9 nations, the expanse of the Mulan grasslands remains devoid of any Yin presence. The true number of Mulan inhabitants remains a mystery. As the vastness of the Mulan grasslands obscures their count, the clans entangled with the 9 nations are but a mere fraction of the whole, though the Mulan grasslands may not be as unfathomable as the Black Magic Sea. It is said that traversing from one end to the other requires the tribes to endure 5 full cycles of spring and autumn. Moreover, the Mulan grasslands are merely a self-designation. On the opposite side lies the true nemesis of the Mulan people, the Tuyu people. This other nomadic nation refers to the sprawling grassland as the Tianlan Prairie, venerating the legendary Tianlan beast as their guardian deity, as fellow nomads sharing the same expanse. Enmity flourished between the two tribes without the need for justification, resulting in countless generations of bloodshed. Indeed, every century, a grand battle unfolds in the heart of the prairie, with millions of mortal warriors clashing upon the ground while thousands of cultivators engage in aerial combat. Ultimately, it is the battles above that determine the victor. All of this knowledge was gleaned by Han Li from various texts and tales. It is rumored that on the far side of the Mulan grasslands lies an enormous, almost inconceivable empire, reputed to be 10 times larger than the entirety of the Tiannan region. Such claims were difficult for Han Li to fathom. He could scarcely conceive the vastness of a nation surpassing the size of Tiannan by such a magnitude. However, these thoughts bore no relevance to Han Li's current plans. They were merely fleeting notions that intruded upon his mind. Once he cast aside these distractions, he contemplated that the 6 sects, upon their withdrawal, would not linger in the neighboring nations but would surely redirect their course towards the 9 nations alliance. After all, given the pattern of skirmishes between the cultivation realms of the 9 nations and the Mulan sorcerers, small conflicts every few years and grand battles every decade, the 6 sects would undoubtedly be a welcome source of support. Certainly, the specific country among the 9 where one would take refuge and the nature of the spiritual nexus one would obtain depends largely on the capabilities of the 6 sects. Thus, it appears that unless one were to return to the fold of Huangfeng Valley and continue to serve as mere cannon fodder, venturing south of the Tiannan region would undoubtedly be out of the question. Although he had long come to a clear understanding of these matters, contemplating them once more now caused him considerable distress. It seems the only course of action is to first repair the ancient teleportation array. If it is indeed restored, then he could contemplate whether to truly embark on a journey. Should he find the destination unsatisfactory, he could always return. Of course, a degree of risk is inevitable. Han Li mused with a wry smile. Chapter 359. A surprising encounter with an old friend. Having firmly resolved his thoughts, Han Li's absence during the gathering at Bai Chi, where he had previously conversed with several Qi refinement stage cultivators, left them perplexed. He first made a trip to the market of Tianxing sect, procuring all the necessary materials to repair the ancient teleportation array according to his list, before hastening towards the Yu Kingdom. This time, Han Li did not enter Yu Kingdom via the usual route. Instead, he took a detour and stealthily infiltrated from the remote border between Yuanwu and Yu Kingdom. The present-day Yu Kingdom was indeed a dominion of the demonic path, and he certainly did not wish to be pursued relentlessly upon entering such perilous territory. Little did Han Li know, his cautious approach inadvertently allowed him to evade a looming crisis. Currently, a significant number of personnel from the demonic path were patrolling the borders day and night. Had he recklessly returned via the original route, he would undoubtedly have fallen prey to their surveillance, and an escape battle would have been nearly unavoidable. Now, having safely entered Yu Kingdom, Han Li chose to traverse through sparsely populated areas, ultimately reaching the vicinity of the ancient teleportation array located near the Spirit Stone Mine without incident. At this juncture, the Spirit Mine had naturally fallen into the hands of the demonic path. From a distance, Han Li discreetly observed the disciples of the demonic path clad in green and white attire, judging by the green ghostly emblem and pink peach blossom insignia on their sleeves. They appeared to be cultivators from the Guiling sect and Hehuan sect. Upon discerning the identities of the demonic cultivators occupying the spirit mine, Han Li quietly withdrew and discovered a concealed underground entrance nearby, which he then infiltrated. He effortlessly located the cave that had been sealed on that fateful day. After shattering the loose rocks with his magical tools, he once again beheld the damaged ancient teleportation array. Seeing that the array still remained intact brought a slight sense of relief to Han Li's heart. In the days that followed, he first employed a newly acquired set of illusionary formation flags to completely conceal the hidden entrance. Subsequently, he utilized improved flags and formation plates of the inverted 5 elements array to establish a grand formation protecting the cave housing the ancient teleportation array. In this manner, even if the demonic cultivators were to discover him, he would have ample time to make a composed escape. Thus, with no lingering worries, Han Li commenced the repair of the teleportation array. The jade slip had clearly indicated that the restoration of the ancient teleportation array was an exquisitely intricate endeavor. Even a slight misalignment of an inconspicuous rune could lead to catastrophic errors within the entire array. Hence, Han Li's repair process was painstakingly slow. A full 7 days passed, yet only a fraction of the repairs had been completed. Just then, a significant predicament arose. He found himself completely out of the materials he had previously purchased. Faced with this situation, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. It turns out that the restoration materials he purchased, although exceeding those listed, completely disregarded the possibility of errors during the repair process, resulting in material wastage. Moreover, he is neither a skilled artificer nor a formation master. Consequently, due to his inadequate skills, a significant portion of the materials was wasted during repairs. Naturally, this left him short on supplies. Han Li let out a soft sigh. It seemed he would need to venture out. However, he recalled that a few days' journey to the east of the spiritual mine lay a small marketplace established by a certain cultivation family. Though modest in size, it would still offer materials such as iron mother and crystal jade. After all, the core of the teleportation array remained intact, requiring only some ordinary materials for repairs. His sole concern, however, was the current chaos within the cultivation world, leaving the existence of that marketplace uncertain. He feared that should he take the risk and arrive there, the marketplace might have vanished entirely. After much contemplation, Han Li decided to set out that very night. Emerging from the underground cave and swiftly heading towards the marketplace, he had already resolved that if the marketplace truly no longer existed, he could always return to the marketplace in Yuanwu Kingdom. Surely, the ancient teleportation array could not be left in a half-finished state. To mitigate risks, Han Li planned to travel by night and find a concealed place to rest during the day, thus minimizing potential dangers. Under the cover of darkness, Han Li flew eastward throughout the night, and as dawn began to break, he started searching for a suitable resting place. Just as he was peering down below, his expression suddenly shifted, and he turned sharply in a certain direction. Focusing intently, he sensed that someone was approaching rapidly, and it appeared there was more than one individual. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li stepped onto his divine wind vessel, veering downwards and swiftly vanishing into the night. Having successfully concealed himself and suppressed his spiritual energy, A blinding white light surged towards him like a bolt of lightning, silent yet striking. Following this white light was a swirling mass of blood mist, filled with the sounds of wailing and howling. Relentless in its pursuit, that a little further back, a pink radiance glimmered faintly, emitting melodic chimes, also in hot pursuit. Hidden among the forest below, Han Li paid little heed to the white light and the pink clouds. But the blood mist seemed eerily familiar. Wasn't this the protective demonic technique of the young master of the ghost spirit sect? Could it be him? Recalling the formidable prowess of the ghost spirit sect's young master and the hardships he had endured, Han Li's expression darkened. Just as he thought these figures would swiftly escape overhead, the white light ahead suddenly paused, the brilliance dimming as it came to a halt, revealing a white-clad woman standing atop a flying sword. This woman was tall and slender, adorned with a cloak, and upon revealing herself, she coldly addressed those behind her. "Junior, do you truly wish to court death by pursuing us relentlessly?" Her voice was frigid. Yet upon reaching Han Li's ears, it nearly caused him to leap several feet in surprise. This sounded remarkably like Nangong Wan's voice. Could it truly be her? Han Li was astounded, although he had exchanged but a few words with this woman. She had long etched herself into his memory as the first woman in his life. The voice indeed bore a striking resemblance to that of Nangong Wan, albeit with a slightly hoarse quality. Han Li remained somewhat perplexed. Just as he was engulfed in astonishment, the blood mist trailing closely behind, along with the pink glow, seemed momentarily daunted by the masked woman's words, halting in unison several dozen feet away. Subsequently, the blood mist and the glow began to thin, revealing the figures within. Emerging from the blood mist was none other than the young master of the ghost spirit sect, Wang Chan, on the other side. As the pink glow dissipated, two figures appeared that left Han Li utterly astounded. The man was the enchanting figure he had encountered at Yinling Fortress, strikingly beautiful like a woman, while the woman was actually Dong Xiner, who had been missing for several days and was presumed to have fallen into the clutches of dark forces. Dong Xiner wore an expression of cold composure, her previous seductive charm seemingly vanished, replaced by an air of dignified grace. Even more astonishing to Han Li was the fact that her cultivation had progressed from the initial stage of foundation establishment to the mid-stage. As he observed Dong Xiner standing shoulder to shoulder with the enchanting man, his brows furrowed in concerned anxiety. That moment, the young master of the ghost spirit sect and the alluring man exchanged glances with the masked woman, all displaying hesitation in their icy gazes. Although they had suffered mutual injuries against a formidable opponent of the ghost spirit sect, they were wary, after all. This woman had decimated countless cultivators of the dark path during the siege of the Conceal Moon sect. Should she choose to unleash a desperate strike, dragging them both down in a futile attempt, it would be a most unjust fate. With this thought in mind, the two exchanged a glance, neither willing to make the first move. Observing the situation, the enchanting man shifted his gaze, a smile gracing his features as he addressed the masked woman. Were it in the past, should Senior Nangong have uttered such words, my brother Wang and I would have naturally retreated. However, in the present circumstances, even if I, as a junior, wish to spare you out of respect for the ties between the Conceal Moon sect and the Harmonious Union sect, my brother Wang from the Ghost Spirit sect would not simply let this matter go. The enchanting man spoke as if they were allies, suggesting that everything could be negotiated, yet he unceremoniously pushed the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect forward as a human shield. Wang Chan's indignation flared at such words, though he was adept at concealing his emotions. After casting a cold glance at the speaker, he calmly replied, I have heard it said that within the secret arts of the Harmonious Union sect, there exists a technique known as the Xianyu absorption method, which allows a male practitioner to forcibly draw a portion of a woman's essence through dual cultivation. While it may not be significant, with your esteemed cultivation at the core formation stage, I trust you could assist this young Master Tian in breaking through his bottleneck from mid to late foundation establishment. Yes, upon hearing Wang Chan's words, the alluring man's expression shifted visibly. He had never anticipated that his relentless pursuit of this woman would be so readily discerned by Wang Chan, igniting a mix of embarrassment and fury within him. Meanwhile, the masked woman shot a furious glare, her silver teeth clenched as she retorted, a pair of jackals, seeking death. With that, she raised her hand, unleashing a blinding torrent of sword light that surged forth like a tempest. In response, both Wang Chan and the enchanting man were taken aback, their blood mist and radiant glow erupting around them as they prepared to retreat. Chapter 360. The midway abduction. Standing alongside the enigmatic man was Dong Xiner. who was similarly ensconced within the radiant aura emanating from him. A vengeful strike from a cultivator at the core formation stage was not something the three of them could withstand. The torrent of white sword light, propelled by the masked woman's command, surged forward for over 10 zhang before suddenly dissipating into thin air, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, the woman atop the magical artifact swayed precariously, appearing as if she might tumble down at any moment. Witnessing this scene, the flamboyant man and the young master of the ghost spirit sect were overjoyed, simultaneously charging forward with renewed vigor. Below, Han Li's expression shifted slightly. Without a second thought, he patted his storage pouch, and 13 red-threaded escape needles leapt into his grasp, which he held tightly, even if it was perilous to act now. Han Li could not bear to witness Nangong Wanxiang suffer a tragic fate. After all, no matter how selfish and indifferent he might be, he was not devoid of kinship or empathy. Moreover, he was confident that while he might not yet be a match for the young master of the ghost spirit sect, should he wish to flee, he would have ample means. Just as Han Li raised his hand, intending to release the flying needles to rescue the masked woman, the situation above took a sudden turn for the worse. The originally unsteady masked woman regained her composure as Wang Chan and his companions drew near, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Wang Chan and the flamboyant man were struck with terror, instantly realizing they had fallen into a trap. However, it was too late for them to retreat. With a flourish of her hands, the woman unleashed a torrent of sword chi that surged skyward once more, blinding white light engulfing the three of them entirely. Observing this spectacle, Han Li felt a sense of relief wash over him, and he slightly loosened his grip on the magical artifact at that moment. The entire sky was illuminated in a grayish-white hue by the sword light of the masked woman, while the blood mist and radiant glow within the white light, though precariously bobbing like a small boat amidst raging waves, somehow managed to endure. Particularly, the flamboyant man and Dong Xinier, amidst the radiant glow, shot forth beams of azure and crimson light from their hands, effectively countering the onslaught of the sword light. This turn of events caused Han Li to furrow his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he silently vanished from his original position. Simultaneously, the masked woman in the heavens was engulfed by anxiety. Although she had cleverly ensnared these two disciples of the demonic path, the intensity of the current assault was proving unexpectedly difficult to overcome. Not long ago, she had engaged in a fierce battle with a core formation cultivator of the demonic sect, and after exhausting her magical energy, she had nearly perished alongside her foe. While she had managed to escape the encirclement, her injuries were severe, leaving her deeply alarmed. Worse still, her treasured artifact, closely linked to her primordial spirit, had sustained significant damage during the confrontation, rendering it temporarily unusable. With pursuers hot on her heels, she had no choice but to employ a secret technique that depleted her vital essence, forcibly extracting a portion of her latent potential to summon a flicker of spiritual energy for her escape. However, to her dismay, although she had shaken off the majority of the demonic practitioners, these three proved to be exceptionally tenacious, relentlessly pursuing her. Thus, she found herself compelled to devise a means to eliminate them. Otherwise, once the effects of the secret technique faded, even a core formation cultivator like herself would become utterly vulnerable to slaughter. The reason she chose to halt here was that her spiritual sense had just detected the presence of a cultivator in this vicinity. Although she was unaware of the individual's identity, there was no trace of the demonic energy associated with the 6 sects of the demon path, which was certain. Moreover, this person was a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, likely affiliated with either a prominent cultivation clan or allied with one of the other 5 sections. Thus, holding on to the notion that the situation could not worsen significantly, she decided to fly to this location, harboring the intention of dragging this cultivator down with her, hoping for a potential turning point in the circumstances. However, she never anticipated that this individual possessed a formidable spiritual sense, promptly retreating to conceal themselves, evidently wishing to avoid trouble. Consequently, the masked woman was left to confront her adversaries alone, which filled her with an intense loathing for this person. To her dismay, yet another dire twist of fate emerged. The 3 practitioners of the demon path exhibited remarkable tenacity, equipped with exceptionally powerful defensive artifacts. The technique she employed with her dwindling spiritual energy proved insufficient to vanquish them. Furthermore, her advanced talismans and other potent artifacts had been entirely depleted during previous skirmishes. Now, she felt the last remnants of her mana slipping away, causing her heart to sink ominously. Meanwhile, Wang Chan and his companions, who were desperately enduring the oppressive sword light emanating from across the way. Gradually noticed the intensity of the sword light diminishing until it completely dissipated. This left the three momentarily stunned, but they soon beheld the masked woman standing motionless atop her artifact, her eyes devoid of spirit and her body quivering slightly. Evoking a sense of pity, after exchanging a glance filled with astonishment, Wang Chan and the striking young man felt a surge of hope. Yet, the recent hardships they endured made them hesitate, reluctant to act impulsively. Just then, a beam of white light shot upward from below, moving with the swiftness of lightning, reaching the masked woman in the blink of an eye. Within the white light, a shadowy figure seemed to swiftly embrace the masked woman. And then, making a sudden turn, the white light began to retreat along the same path. This spectacle incensed Wang Chan and the striking young man, for they could not allow the prize so near at hand to be snatched away by another. Without a moment's thought, they activated their escape techniques, pursuing the retreating figure. However, Dong Xian'er remained rooted in place, showing no intent to pursue, instead revealing an expression of confusion. The figure stirred a sense of familiarity within her, causing her to falter momentarily. In the blink of an eye, the white light descended into a dense thicket, revealing an inconspicuous young man who tightly embraced the masked woman, gazing upwards at the approaching Wang Chan and his companion with a blank expression. Yet, the masked woman struggled weakly in the young man's grasp, her eyes filled with a mixture of humiliation and anger, as if reprimanding him for something. However, the young man paid her no heed. "So it is you. It is you." Upon recognizing the man's appearance, Wang Chan and the striking young man exclaimed in unison. They both identified the unexpected arrival as Han Li, and after exchanging astonished glances, they no longer hesitated, each unleashing their powers and charging towards Han Li. Wang Chan's blood mist surged dramatically, swiftly enveloping a space of 20 to 30 feet, exuding a ghastly aura that was utterly formidable. With a disdainful chuckle, the flamboyant man suddenly produced a jade flute in his hand. After a brief flourish, a melodious sound resonated forth, and in response to the ethereal light emanating from his body, he transformed into a resplendent pink peacock, soaring directly towards Han Li. That he, refusing to be outdone, followed closely behind the peacock. Upon witnessing the menacing approach of the duo, a flicker of panic finally crossed Han Li's countenance. He forcefully stepped on the small boat beneath him, which immediately emitted a brilliant white light and trembled slightly, as if poised to launch forth a T. That moment, the formidable assault from Wang Chan and his companion had reached directly above Han Li, effectively obstructing any escape route. They could even clearly see the previously struggling masked woman suddenly become motionless, her bright eyes filled with despair. This revelation brought a sense of relief to the two men. It appeared that this female cultivator at the core formation stage was utterly devoid of the power to resist. Yet, amidst his panic, Han Li's expression shifted in an instant, a peculiar smile emerging on his face. Observing this expression from Han Li, the two promising disciples of the demonic path felt an unsettling chill run down their spines. Suddenly, the scenery before them transformed. Han Li and the masked woman seemed to vanish like a gentle breeze, replaced by two massive boulders standing before them. This sight caused Wang Chan and the flamboyant man to hastily retract their escape techniques, bewildered as they scanned their surroundings. What met their eyes caused their expressions to change drastically. No longer were they amidst trees. Instead, countless towering stone pillars loomed around them, revealing that they had become ensnared within an illusory formation. Fury ignited within the hearts of Wang Chan and the flamboyant man. Although the power of this illusion was not formidable, it would not take them long to break free. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for Han Li to abscond with their quarry. This intensified their animosity towards Han Li, fueling their hatred to the core. "Brother Wang, we must swiftly break this formation. Let us not forget, my disciple Sister Dong is still outside. With her cultivation level, she should be able to delay the opponent for a time." The flamboyant man suddenly recalled something, a cold smile gracing his features as he addressed Wang Chan. "Indeed, I nearly overlooked this matter," Wang Chan replied, a flicker of joy passing over his face, though doubt laced his words. "But that girl, if I remember correctly, was also a disciple of Huangfeng Valley. Will she truly intervene? She should be inclined to assist. After all, Dong Xian'er holds a significant position in my Hehuan sect, far superior to her status as an ordinary disciple in Huangfeng Valley. Moreover, my father has been quite generous towards her." Chapter 361. A comedic blunder. At that moment, Han Li, half embracing the masked woman, stood motionless in the air atop the chiffon boat. "Disciple Sister Dong, must you insist on taking action?" Han Li sighed lightly, a hint of resignation in his tone. "Hanli, should you wish to pass, your abilities must surpass mine. I have long been curious about the extent of your prowess. My master, Hongfu, insists that I must marry you." Dong Xian'er replied, her expression devoid of emotion, her eyes flashing with a glimmer of coldness as she regarded the masked woman, who had unknowingly succumbed into unconsciousness within Han Li's embrace. Furthermore, this individual is a core formation cultivator from the Yin Yu sect. Do you truly believe I would allow you to take her away so easily? Dong Xian'er's brows gradually furrowed, and a fierce aura began to manifest upon her countenance. Having reached this juncture in their conversation, Han Li had no intention of indulging in nostalgia or idle chatter. After all, the rudimentary illusion array hastily set up with formation flags could not possibly confine the two disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect for long. With this thought, Han Li's expression darkened as he declared, "In that case, Miss Dong, do not accuse me of lacking compassion." Upon uttering these words, Han Li let out a fierce shout, raising one hand to unleash 2 beams of dark light alongside 5 radiant white beams. Simultaneously, a turtle shell magical artifact appeared before him, serving as a shield from either side of his body. For puppet beasts emerged, their mouths agape, releasing 4 columns of light as wide as bowls. It was evident that he intended to unleash his full power from the outset, showing no hint of mercy. Seeing Han Li's ferocious offensive, Dong Xian'er's expression shifted dramatically. However, after a moment of hesitation, she gritted her silver teeth, raised one delicate hand, and summoned a pink gauze scarf. With her hands intertwining with red radiance, the scarf coalesced into a massive, shimmering red barrier that enveloped her. Dong Xian'er was confident that even Han Li's most relentless assault could not breach the formidable shield formed by the fusion of the Fire Phoenix scarf and her magical prowess. Yet, just as Dong Xian'er brimmed with confidence, the divine wind boat beneath Han Li emitted a flash of white light, and in an instant, both he and the artifact zipped past Dong Xian'er's side. The aggressive offensive artifacts, having feigned an attack, swiftly turned around and followed the white light in retreat. Remarkably, Han Li had avoided direct confrontation altogether and simply vanished. This unexpected turn of events left Dong Xian'er stunned, her face flushed with indignation. However, as her fury surged and she prepared to pursue Han Li, the 4 beams of light from the puppet beast had already closed in on her. Consequently, she had no choice but to wait for the beams to pass before hurriedly retracting her barrier. While Han Li had already maneuvered the divine wind boat into a distant black, soon to be completely out of sight. Unwilling to accept such humiliation at Han Li's hands, Dong Xian'er, relying on her exceptional evasion techniques, disregarded the puppet beasts and charged after him. Yet, within a mere moment, the black flickered a few times before vanishing without a trace. With a face contorted in anger, Dong Xian'er searched the vicinity for some clue, but found not a single trace. Left with no choice, she resigned herself to the fact that she had lost track of Han Li and returned along the same path. Dejected. Meanwhile, Han Li, clutching the masked woman, had hidden himself amidst a mound of loose soil. At that moment, he was enveloped by a yellow barrier, effectively keeping the earth at bay, allowing him to breathe without discomfort. A truly remarkable phenomenon. Han Li himself had not anticipated that this low-tier talisman he had crafted, the earth-binding talisman, would prove useful one day. It seemed prudent indeed to carry all his talismans with him. After a brief interval, once he sensed Dong Xian'er departing into the skies, he did not emerge immediately but cautiously confirmed with his spiritual awareness before leaping out from the mound and soaring away without hesitation. Several hours later, Han Li, still holding the masked woman, materialized within as Han Li gently set the masked woman down on the ground. He tenderly grasped her delicate jade wrist, channeling his spiritual energy into her in an attempt to assess her condition. However, he soon found himself regretting this impulsive action immensely. Just as his spiritual energy began to flow into her, an overwhelming force erupted from her body, causing Han Li's energy to surge out like a torrent breaching a dam. In a state of shock, he attempted to release his grip, but his hand felt as if it were glued to hers, refusing to part. Desperate, he sought to assist with his other hand, only to discover that upon contact with her body, he was equally ensnared. Consequently, his internal power surged forth even more intensely. Panic gripped Han Li as he felt his cultivated essence being forcibly siphoned away by the masked woman, the pull growing ever stronger. Helplessly, he found his hands trapped, and recalling the previous dire situation, he dared not resort to kicking her with his feet. In that moment of despair, he could only watch as his cultivation level plummeted from mid-foundation establishment to early stage, and then to the level of chi refinement. In his anguish, Han Li could no longer withstand the onslaught. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted, collapsing atop the masked woman. How fragrant, how soft, a fleeting, intoxicating thought crossed his mind as consciousness slipped away. Thus, in the stillness of the cave, a man and woman lay entwined in a most intimate embrace, oblivious to the world around them, while Han Li's spiritual energy continued to flow unceasingly into her. Time passed, and in a hazy stupor, Han Li finally began to awaken. As he opened his bleary eyes, he beheld a stunning silhouette standing at the entrance of the hollow, gazing outward with her back turned to him. Momentarily taken aback, he soon experienced a piercing headache. Struggling to remain silent, he recalled the events leading to his fainting spell and, alarmed, quickly probed his internal condition with his spiritual sense. To his dismay, he discovered that his cultivation had not only regressed to the realm of chi refinement, but had diminished to merely the third or fourth level of that stage. This revelation struck him like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly stunned. You've awakened. The enchanting figure spoke without turning, her voice soft and melodic. Nangong Wan. What has happened? I saved you out of goodwill, yet why has my power been siphoned away by you? Han Li, shaken from his reverie, found his expression darkening, and he could not help but voice his frustration. Nangong Wan. Do you know my cousin? At last, the woman turned to face him, her tousled hair now discarded, revealing an exquisitely beautiful visage that Han Li could see clearly. He was taken aback. Although her features bore resemblance to Nangong Wan's youthful countenance, this woman possessed a refined oval face and elegantly arched brows that exuded an undeniable sweetness, rendering her a stranger. Who are you? This cannot be. I distinctly heard those from the demonic path refer to you as Elder Nangong. Moreover, your voice. Han Li murmured in bewilderment, completely flustered. Yet, almost immediately, his complexion turned ashen, rendering him speechless, for he had finally discerned that the woman's voice bore a distinct difference from that of Nangong Wan, possessing a slightly husky quality. Initially, he had assumed that Nangong Wan was merely gravely injured, which accounted for the peculiarities in her voice. However, such a momentary lapse had led him to a grave misunderstanding. He not only rescued the wrong person, but also had all his cultivation drained by this woman. Over a decade of arduous cultivation had been utterly obliterated. The more Han Li pondered, the more he felt unfortunate and despondent, causing his face to fluctuate between shades of red and white. Are you Han Li of Huanfeng Valley? This female cultivator, who claimed to be Nangong Wan's cousin, remarked with a smile upon witnessing Han Li's demeanor, leaving him momentarily stunned. How did you come to know my name? Esteemed senior, Han Li could only muster the strength to inquire slowly, realizing that this woman seemed devoid of any intention to harm him. Feeling somewhat reassured, his thoughts drifted to the cultivation method of the three transformation heavy origin technique, allowing him to regain his composure. My elder sister, and I share a bond akin to that of sisters. There is nothing she could not confide in me. Your matters have been thoroughly disclosed to me. The woman stated with an impassive expression, betraying no hint of emotion. Han Li fell silent in contemplation. You know, my first impulse upon learning of this was to rush to Huangfeng Valley and dismember you into 7 or 8 pieces. Then feed your remains to the dogs. The woman's eyes gleamed with a chilling light, her words suddenly laced with murderous intent, causing Han Li's expression to shift. Chapter 362, Nangong Ping. Though this woman appeared gentle, her words cut like ice-cold blades. Has your esteemed self perhaps changed your mind? Han Li exhaled deeply, uttering a statement that took the woman by surprise. It seems you are not entirely without merit. At the very least, you possess some intelligence, she replied, her tone devoid of inflection. If you truly wish to kill me, it is likely that Han would not have had the chance to open his eyes again. Han Li remarked with a faint smile, maintaining his usual demeanor. I am Nangong Ping. No need to refer to me as esteemed senior as if I were some ancient relic. The woman turned her head away, her expression unchanging, conveying her indifference. Hearing this, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, then inwardly scoffed. Since you have already attained the core formation stage, by mortal standards, are you not akin to an elderly woman? All of Han Li's true essence had been siphoned away by her, igniting a simmering anger within him. Yet facing the imminent peril posed by her, he could only mutter a few curses under his breath. Although you mistook me for my elder sister yesterday and intervened to save my life, I must acknowledge you as my benefactor, Han Li. Furthermore, it was by inadvertently absorbing your true essence that I managed to stabilize my injuries and prevent their deterioration. This favor shall not go unreturned, the woman stated nonchalantly, her back turned to Han Li. Very well, since you are Nangong Wan's cousin, I shall consider it my misfortune. Han Li sighed, furrowing his brow in resignation. He then stretched his limbs and rose to his feet, with two crisp slaps resonating in the air. Han Li found himself momentarily dazed as a fleeting white figure appeared before him. A fragrant breeze enveloped him, only to be followed by the stinging sensation of two resounding slaps delivered by the woman. He involuntarily spun in place, nearly collapsing back to the ground. "You!" Han Li exclaimed in astonishment, pressing his burning cheeks with disbelief as he glared at Nangong Ping. "How dare you lay your filthy hands on me without my consent yesterday? Moreover, you audaciously pressed down on me until I fainted." "This is merely a slight reprimand," Nangong Ping replied coldly, though a hint of crimson crept onto her cheeks as she recalled being subdued by Han Li. Yet, her expression quickly hardened again. Han Li was at a loss for words. Engaging in a debate about propriety with a female cultivator at the core formation stage was an exercise in futility. One could easily find themselves subject to another round of slaps. He felt like a piece of meat on the chopping block, entirely at the mercy of his opponent. Moreover, he sensed that her hostility was not solely due to yesterday's incident, but rather a desire to teach him a lesson as a means of venting Nangong Wan's grievances. Upon this realization, Han Li suppressed his rising anger and gingerly touched his swollen cheek, choosing to remain silent. Observing Han Li's prudent silence, Nangong Ping was taken aback that as Han Li had anticipated, she had been prepared to retaliate with more force should he have dared to argue about the previous day's events. However, his unexpected discretion left her without a pretext to strike again. Thus, she could only huff dismissively and say, "Now that the slaps have been exchanged, let me outline how I intend to repay your great kindness. You have two options. First, I can provide you with a substantial amount of spirit stones here and now, more than enough to leave you utterly astonished, to compensate for your loss in cultivation and the debt of gratitude owed for your assistance. Second, you may accompany me as I rejoin our sect's evacuation team. Once our 6 sects have settled, I will concoct some spirit pills and arrange for you to engage in dual cultivation with a young female disciple of our sect, enabling you to swiftly regain your former prowess. Your true essence has been significantly depleted, and I believe that with a decade or two of effort, you could restore your previous level of cultivation. Of course, during this period, should I be pleased, I might even impart some of our sect's secret techniques to you. Bear in mind, our Hidden Moon sect is not akin to your hodgepodge Huangfeng Valley. We possess numerous secret techniques that are not shared with outsiders. They're marvels beyond the imagination of the uninitiated. The method I employed yesterday to absorb your cultivation is but one of them." After delivering this haughty declaration, Nangong Ping fixed her gaze on Han Li, awaiting his decision. However, Han Li was left somewhat bewildered. The disparity between these two options seemed excessively stark. One merely involved a handful of spirit stones to dismiss him, while the other not only promised to aid in his recovery but also offered a dual cultivation partner and the potential for secret teachings. The more he pondered, the more he felt that this woman was deliberately steering him towards the second option. This was decidedly peculiar. Could it be that she had ensnared him in some sort of trap? As Han Li contemplated this, he hesitantly cast a glance at Nangong Ping. However, from the depths of her eyes, he discerned a trace of intricate emotion, an amalgamation of anticipation and anxiety that a moment of bewilderment washed over Han Li, leaving him even more perplexed. He vigorously rubbed his nose, wrapped his arms around himself, and propped his chin up with his right hand, succumbing to deep thought. Time passed, stretching on for a full incense stick's duration, yet Han Li remained silent. Meanwhile, Nangong Ping could no longer contain herself. She arched an eyebrow and, with slightly parted lips, urged him, "So, have you made your decision?" At that moment, her face was painted with impatience. Responding to her insistence, Han Li lifted his gaze, contemplatively regarding her before gradually articulating, "I have made up my mind. I shall choose the first condition. All I require from you, esteemed senior, is a few spirit stones. I will find a way to restore my cultivation on my own. So there is no need for you to worry." Han Li's demeanor was calm and unruffled. Upon hearing his decision, Nangong Ping appeared momentarily taken aback, revealing a hint of peculiarity in her expression. She scrutinized Han Li's face for a while before suddenly raising her hand and tossing a crimson storage pouch towards him. "The spirit stones are within, along with some commonly used materials. Consider them all yours," she remarked, her tone tinged with a chilling undertone. Han Li paid no heed to her frosty demeanor. Unceremoniously grasping the storage pouch, he delved into it with his divine sense. And even though he was mentally prepared, the sight of dozens of mid-tier spirit stones and a myriad of assorted materials still astonished him. Suddenly, a flicker of joy illuminated Han Li's face as he eagerly inquired of Nangong Ping, "Esteemed senior, Do you happen to have any more of the Yuan Jade? Could you possibly spare me a few more pieces? His request elicited a flicker of surprise in the woman's eyes. Yet, after a brief silence, she began to rummage through her belongings and then tossed several pieces of white jade towards him. Hanli received them with great delight. With this, he had effortlessly gathered the materials necessary for repairing the teleportation array. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave, Nangong Ping stated, her gaze fixed coldly upon Han Li, her expression devoid of emotion. But there is nothing more that requires your attention, Han Li replied, his expression suddenly serious as he shook his head. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ping let out a delicate huff, promptly turning away and walking towards the entrance of the tree hollow. However, just as she reached the threshold, she turned her head and calmly remarked, Han Li, I cannot discern whether your choice is born of foolishness or self-delusion. With that, she summoned a sword from her sleeve, and in a flash of white, she ascended into the AIR.AT that moment. Han Li's languid voice drifted from behind her. Esteemed senior, do not forget to convey my regards to Nangong Wan. Upon hearing these words, Nangong Ping momentarily froze. But soon after, she transformed into a streak of white light and soared into the sky, leaving one to wonder whether she had acknowledged his message or simply ignored it entirely. Observing this scene, Han Li let out a wry smile, rubbed his nose, and settled back down on the ground, staring vacantly at the entrance of the hollow. Lost in thought that this day, he remained baffled as to how his entire cultivation could have been siphoned away by this woman. Was the technique of the moon-concealing sect truly so domineering? Was it not even stranger than the blood sacrifice of the Black Shaman sect? Nonetheless, Han Li pondered, the technique of absorbing the cultivation of others is undoubtedly fraught with numerous limitations and flaws. Otherwise, the practitioners of the Inua sect would have long since dominated the realm of immortality, leaving no survivors in their wake. Han Li's conjecture, in fact, aligns closely with reality. The reason Nangong Ping is able to siphon his true essence can be attributed to sheer coincidence. After employing her secret art, her true essence has already suffered significant depletion. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, her cultivation is bound to plummet, although she can still maintain the level of the core formation stage. The decades of arduous cultivation she has invested will be irrevocably lost. Furthermore, after the effects of her secret technique dissipated, she feared falling into the hands of the two demonic figures, which compelled her to resolutely activate the reincarnation true art of her cultivation technique. Once this divine ability is enacted, any external entity probing her body with spiritual power will inevitably be ensnared by the spiraling true essence within her, resulting in the complete absorption of their true essence and cultivation. Had she not awakened in time and ceased the technique, Han Li likely would have lost even the last vestiges of his cultivation. Naturally, this peculiar divine ability comes with exceedingly stringent conditions for its use. Firstly, it necessitates that the caster be in a state of significant depletion of true essence to invoke the technique. Secondly, should the technique be in operation for an extended period without any external true essence replenishing the caster's internal deficits, the practitioner would face a catastrophic implosion of their true essence, rendering it a self-destructive technique. Yet, the most disheartening aspect of this divine ability is that, while it can absorb the true essence of others, it is limited solely to the caster's original losses and cannot enhance their magical prowess in the slightest. Chapter 363, Teleportation. Not long after, Han Li emerged from the hollow of the tree. However, this time, he was far more cautious on his way back. He kept his senses fully extended, ready to conceal himself at the slightest rustle of wind or movement in the grass. After all, given his current level of cultivation, encountering even a single cultivator could prove to be exceedingly perilous. Thus, Han Li traversed the path with heightened vigilance, taking nearly half again as long to return to the underground cavern as it did to depart. Upon entering the inverted five elements formation, he finally let out a genuine sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the spectral soul remained quietly seated by the teleportation array, utterly motionless, mirroring the posture it had held when he first exited, which elicited a faint smile from Han Li. He understood that restoring his cultivation would not be accomplished in a mere 3 or 4 years, so he did not rush to consume medicinal pills or meditate. Instead, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the restoration of the ancient teleportation array in the days to come. Given his current predicament, embarking on a long-distance journey to another land in the chaotic realm of cultivation was fraught with excessive risk. He could only hope that once the ancient teleportation array was restored, it would indeed be functional. Although Han Li's cultivation had drastically diminished, it did not hinder his efforts in the restoration process. After 6 or 7 days of relentless work, all repairs were completed. Gazing upon the restored ancient teleportation array, even the typically composed Han Li felt a surge of excitement within. The next step he needed to undertake was the most critical one. Concerning the success or failure of his endeavor, he must test whether the corresponding teleportation array at the other end still exists intact. Should the corresponding array also be damaged or have long since vanished, then this ancient teleportation array would remain unusable. He could only relinquish his thoughts of teleportation and seek alternative paths. Contemplating this, Han Li meticulously placed several low-tier spirit stones around the teleportation array. Once the last stone was affixed, he hastily stepped back a few paces, instinctively holding his breath. Suddenly, the ancient formation, constructed who knows how many years ago, emitted a low hum, followed by a flash of yellow light, which quickly faded away like a fleeting dream. Han Li's heart sank. Could it be that the other end of the ancient teleportation array was truly abandoned? Were all his previous efforts in vain? A wave of disappointment washed over his face. Yet, refusing to succumb to despair, he clasped his hands behind his back and began to pace around the array, a contemplative expression flickering across his visage. Abruptly, he halted, furrowing his brows as if a thought had crossed his mind. He then bent down and extracted a low-tier spirit stone that he had just placed in the array. Upon inspection, Han Li inhaled sharply. The stone, once pristine, had lost all trace of spiritual energy. That a pensive look crossed his features, soon followed by a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, he rummaged through his storage pouch, retrieving several gleaming mid-tier spirit stones, and promptly replaced the low-tier stones. If his intuition served him correctly, the teleportation array was not inoperable. Rather, the low-tier stones lacked sufficient energy to activate the ancient formation. Once the final stone was swapped, the array emitted a deep, resonant hum, followed by a surge of potent spiritual waves, releasing a blinding yellow light that pierced through the cave's ceiling, effortlessly bypassing the restraints of the inverted 5-element formation. Witnessing this spectacle, Han Li momentarily froze, but a sudden realization struck him, draining the color from his face. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted from above the cave. Even with the protection of the grand formation, Han Li felt the ground tremble beneath him. His expression grew more anxious as he hastily beckoned to Chu Han, moving to the edge of the teleportation array. Yet, uncertainty clouded his mind. He was utterly unaware of what lay on the other side of the array. Initially, he had intended to ascertain the nature of the other end and any potential dangers before deciding whether to remain there. However, now that the ancient teleportation array had been revealed, it was evident that his journey would be one of no return. As Han Li hesitated, a thunderous bang echoed nearby, startling him into looking up. The cave ceiling had been violently torn open by some arcane artifact, allowing blinding sunlight to flood in and illuminating the interior with stark clarity. Outside the exposed cave, a throng of demonic cultivators floated in the air, equally astonished as they gazed at Han Li and the shimmering ancient teleportation array. "You again." A voice filled with fury emerged from the crowd of demonic cultivators. In the next instant, 3 figures shot forth from the mass. At the center stood a figure wearing a silver mask. The young master of the ghost spirit sect, Wang Chan. Flanking him were 2 peculiar individuals, an elderly man with flowing white hair and a visage lined with wrinkles, and a youthful figure with pale skin and red lips, resembling a child, the Li brothers, who had been seen at Yinling Fortress, the ancient teleportation array, upon catching sight of the object amidst the golden wheat. The Li brothers exchanged a glance, their faces alight with astonishment as they exclaimed in unison. Wang Chan, upon hearing their words, was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted with unrestrained joy as he queried, "Elder, you cannot be mistaken. Is it truly that artifact?" His voice trembled with excitement. The significance of an intact ancient teleportation array for a sect was not lost on him. The elder of the Li brothers chuckled darkly, about to articulate a response, when his expression suddenly shifted to one of alarm as he barked, "This is bad. That brat intends to activate the teleportation array. Seize him at once." With that, the elder opened his mouth, unleashing a jet of black energy that surged toward Han Li. He understood that there was a certain delay from the activation of the array to its actual functioning, and this window of time was ample enough for him to eliminate the youth several times over. However, as soon as his magical artifact entered the cave, it erupted in a dazzling display of light, a vibrant multicolored barrier instantaneously countering the dark energy. Taken aback by this unexpected turn, the elder's expression twisted into a snarl as he commanded, "Everyone, attack in unison." This brat has set up a formation. We must dismantle it immediately. Otherwise, it will be too late. Upon hearing the elder's urgent directive, the demonic cultivators behind him snapped back to reality, swiftly summoning their various magical instruments. Even the younger Li brother and Wang Chan joined in, unleashing their artifacts and treasures with fervor, directing them toward the ground below. Han Li's reversed five-element formation was merely a simplified temporary array. And under the concerted assault of two core formation cultivators along with a multitude of others, the multicolored barrier began to waver, displaying signs of strain. At that moment, Han Li had already positioned himself alongside Chu Han in the center of the teleportation array. He raised a talisman-shaped artifact, closed his eyes, and chanted incantations, paying no heed to the onslaught of the demonic cultivators. The great teleportation talisman. The elder, recognizing the shape of the talisman in Han Li's grasp, let out a furious bellow. Immediately, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a torrent of black light that surged toward the barrier below. After a few mournful cries, the grand formation finally succumbed under the weight of the elder's final desperate attack. The multicolored barrier shattered into a brilliant explosion. With no obstruction remaining, an array of colors surged toward Han Li with unrelenting ferocity. At that moment, Han Li's tightly shut eyes flew open, and he uttered two chilling words. Teleportation. Instantly, the yellow light intensified, and Han Li and Chu Han vanished without a trace amidst the golden glow. All attacks struck nothing but empty space. Above the cavern, the demonic cultivators stood frozen in disbelief. Wang Qian and the Li brothers wore expressions as dark as thunderclouds. None among them possessed the great teleportation talisman, rendering them incapable of pursuing Han Li. Moments later, the yellow light from the teleportation array flickered and abruptly faded away. Witnessing this, Wang Qian and his companions, who had been stationed nearby, were filled with immense fury. They understood all too well that Han Li had undoubtedly destroyed the teleportation array on the other end, preventing them from utilizing this ancient teleportation array, even if they were to acquire another great teleportation talisman. Yet, consumed by resentment, Wang Qian remained unwilling to accept defeat. He leveraged his position as the young master to assign several cultivators to vigilantly guard this location day and night. Fearing that the elusive Han Li might restore the teleportation array in return, he was determined to capture Han Li alive, to repay the latter for repeatedly thwarting his endeavors. However, soon after, as the forces of the demonic path began to expand once more, this young master of the ghost spirit sect embarked on a campaign of conquest, swiftly relegating this matter to the recesses of his mind. Meanwhile, the southern celestial realm, deprived of Han Li, remained in a prolonged state of chaos. It was only a year or two later that, in response to the formidable alliance of the demonic and righteous factions, the remaining nations finally united to form the Heavenly Tao Society, establishing a tripartite balance of power. Each of the three forces possessed nearly equal strength, leading to an unending cycle of conflict, with no resolution in sight in the near term. The six sects cultivators, having retreated to foreign lands, eventually settled within the Nine Nations Alliance, only to reignite a fierce struggle with local sects over resources such as spiritual veins and mines, vying for territory essential to their survival. Naturally, should the sorcerers of the Mulan clan invade the Nine Nations, they would have to contribute their efforts, losing the carefree existence they once enjoyed in the Yu Kingdom. Consequently, many foundational cultivators and even several core formation experts from the six sects perished in battles against the sorcerers. Han Li's master, Li Huayuan, also met his demise in a violent confrontation many years later. However, the new generation of cultivators within the six sects rapidly matured, with some foundational cultivators finally breaking into the core formation stage. Chapter 364. The Isolated Island. The great vessel. His head felt heavy as he and Chu Han began to teleport amidst the yellow light. An immense pressure suddenly enveloped him, but fortunately, the great teleportation talisman emitted a faint azure glow, alleviating the pressure instantly. Yet, he felt a frantic drain of spiritual energy from within him into the talisman. Han Li had anticipated this and remained unperturbed. Such phenomena had been documented in the text concerning the great teleportation talisman. In an instant, the artifact ceased its absorption of spiritual energy, and the yellow light dissipated. He and Chu Han found themselves in a murky place, shrouded in darkness, making it impossible for Han Li to discern his surroundings. The silence suggested the absence of any other presence, which relieved Han Li, prompting him to step out of the array. However, as soon as he placed one foot forward, he was beset by dizziness, his legs buckled, and he nearly succumbed to nausea. Han Li recognized this discomfort as a consequence of long-distance teleportation, exacerbated by his relatively low cultivation level. Yet, he could not dwell on his discomfort. Instead, he quickly ordered Chu Han to destroy the teleportation array. Chu Han, expressionless, drew forth the silver greatsword he had been given and methodically hacked at one corner of the teleportation array until it lay in ruins. Witnessing this, Han Li finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. He sat on the ground for a moment, resting and gradually acclimating to the darkness surrounding him. At this juncture, he sensed that the place resembled an abandoned room. Not only enveloped in profound darkness, but also reeking of decay. As he casually brushed his hand against the ground, he felt a thick layer of dust beneath him. However, with this realization, Han Li felt a greater sense of reassurance. At the very least, there would be no imminent dangers. After a while, once the discomfort subsided, he propped himself up with one hand and slowly rose to his feet. Subsequently, Han Li retrieved a moonstone from his storage pouch, illuminating the room with newfound clarity. Indeed, as he had surmised, this place was a stone chamber that had long been abandoned, devoid of any furnishings, save for a solitary stone door that stood before him. Glancing back at the damaged teleportation array, he hesitated momentarily before striding towards the stone door, attempting to push it open with a slight exertion. To his astonishment, the door yielded effortlessly to his touch. Here was. Han Li's expression shifted to one of surprise. Before him lay a long stone staircase, gradually ascending into the unknown, its length indeterminate. The staircase was similarly coated in dust, clearly untouched by human presence for some time. Turning once more to survey the chamber from which he had emerged, Han Li realized that what he had deemed a stone house was merely a modest rocky cave. After a brief moment of contemplation, he chuckled at himself, shaking his head lightly, and began to ascend the staircase at a leisurely pace, with Chu Han steadfastly trailing close behind. Though the staircase appeared lengthy, it was not long before Han Li rounded a corner and beheld the exit. A massive boulder obstructed the circular opening. Frowning at the sight, Han Li commanded Chu Han without hesitation, split it apart. After issuing the command, he stepped back. Chu Han, however, advanced with a determined stride, raising his silver sword high, and with a swift motion akin to slicing through tofu, cleaved the boulder into several fragments. Instantly, brilliant sunlight poured in from outside, accompanied by a refreshing breeze imbued with a hint of moisture. Han Li took a deep breath, savoring the air before exhaling slowly. Since his arrival, he had refrained from breathing due to the peculiar odor in the atmosphere, maintaining a state of breathlessness. Finally, he could liberate himself from that constraint. Yet, a lingering question remained. Why did the air possess a certain dampness and a faint salty tang? This was markedly different from any air he had inhaled before. With this query in mind, Han Li walked a few paces past Chu Han, squinting against the radiant sun as he surveyed his surroundings. The scene before him left him utterly astonished. As he gazed out, an endless expanse of azure water stretched before him, seemingly without end. Han Li stood in stunned silence for a considerable time before regaining his composure. Could this truly be the legendary ocean? A thrill of excitement coursed through him. It must be noted that the largest body of water he had previously encountered was merely a wide river in LNZHU, spanning only several dozen zhang. Such a vast and boundless sea had only been a distant concept to him, gleaned from the pages of books. Yet now, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience that left him profoundly awestruck. After gazing for a while, Han Li then lowered his gaze to assess his position, only to find a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He found himself perched atop a steep cliff, with the ocean's edge not far below, where massive waves crashed incessantly against the rocky shore. Observing this spectacle, Han Li stroked his chin, lost in thought. The color of the sea was starkly different from that of the fabled boundless ocean, resembling instead the hue of a typical sea as described in literature. It appears that he has truly ventured into the southern heavens, though the specific coastal region remains unknown. Nevertheless, it must be said that geographical names hold little significance for him. After all, once he has left the southern heavens, he is utterly oblivious, unable to recognize any path. With this thought in mind, Han Li did not immediately take flight on his spirit vessel. Instead, he closed his eyes and gradually released his spiritual sense to ascertain whether any cultivators were nearby. After a brief interval, equivalent to the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Han Li retracted his spiritual sense, his expression betraying an unusual intrigue. Wordlessly, he summoned the spirit wind boat. Swiftly ascending aboard it, and without a hint of concealment, he soared into the sky. Upon reaching an altitude of several dozen zhang, Han Li halted the spirit wind boat, standing at the bow and surveying the surroundings. In every direction, he beheld an expanse of deep azure brilliance. The undulating waves of the sea dazzled his eyes. Directly beneath him lay a solitary island spanning roughly a dozen li. The cliff from which he had emerged was merely a protruding stone hill atop this very island. Han Li rubbed his nose, unable to suppress a wry smile. This predicament was indeed troublesome. Although the area appeared devoid of danger, he could hardly cultivate on this island, as the spiritual energy here was exceedingly sparse. Even to nurture spiritual herbs, one required a location rich in spiritual energy. Otherwise, should he drip green liquid here, the following day, the spiritual grass would perish regardless. Moreover, the more precious and spiritually potent the herb, the greater its demand for spiritual energy. Leaving Han Li in a state of helplessness, he maneuvered the spirit wind boat around the island in a wide arc. He ultimately confirmed that there were no coastlines or other islands in the vicinity. Furthermore, apart from stones, trees, and a few small snakes, no living creatures could be found on this island. With a heavy sigh, he returned to the cave. Once inside, without a moment's hesitation, Han Li lay down at the cave entrance and fell into a deep slumber. After several days and nights of relentless cultivation, he was utterly exhausted. All troubles could wait until he awoke, replenished with energy. Thus, under the protection of Chu Han, Han Li enjoyed a sweet slumber that lasted a full day and night. However, upon awakening, Han Li found himself once again alone atop the stone hill, lost in contemplation as he gazed out at the vast sea. Time slipped away unnoticed, until at last, with an impassive expression, he piloted his vessel down from the mountaintop. He then sought a rock of similar size beneath the cliff to seal the cave entrance once more. Afterward, accompanied by Chu Han, he circled the area for a while before determining the direction of the setting sun, and, without looking back, set off at a brisk pace. Han Li surmised that since someone had established a teleportation array on this island, it surely indicated the presence of nearby islands or land. Otherwise, who would be foolish enough to construct such an expensive ancient teleportation array on a solitary isle? Of course, Han Li was unaware of which direction was correct. Nonetheless, he had resolved to fly in this direction for several days and nights. Should he encounter no traces of cultivators or mortals, he would then change course and start anew. Although this approach was undeniably simplistic, it was his only option amidst the unfamiliar sea. Besides, his storage bag brimmed with spirit stones, so he had no fear of depleting his spiritual energy. Perhaps fortune favored Han Li today, for after merely half a day's flight, he spotted a massive sea vessel upon the ocean's surface. Han Li's heart swelled with joy. After all, dealing with mortals was undoubtedly far more stable than negotiating with practitioners of immortality. However, he found it somewhat peculiar that this colossal vessel appeared rather strange. Lacking both masts and sails, at the bow of the ship, there were over a dozen enormous fish that Han Li had never encountered before, propelling the vessel forward with astonishing speed, despite their massive size and razor-sharp teeth. He could distinctly sense that they bore no trace of spiritual energy, indicating they were not some sea-dwelling demon beasts. Otherwise, Han Li would not have dared to approach the ship so recklessly. Chapter 365. Wang Chaqing. From a distance, Han Li cast several glances at the multi-zhonglong giant fish before soaring above the ship. Circling it twice. It was evident that the individuals aboard had noticed his arrival. After a few shouts, a throng of people, numbering at least 200 to 300, poured out from the cabin, quickly crowding the bow. Upon seeing Han Li hovering in midair, the crowd displayed expressions of awe. Bowing deeply in respect, Han Li stood there, somewhat astonished. A middle-aged man clad in the finest garments stepped forward, his demeanor tense as he uttered a few hurried phrases, subsequently standing with his hands clasped, seemingly awaiting Han Li's command. Han Li rubbed his nose, letting out a wry chuckle, for he could not comprehend a single word from the man's speech. The language barrier posed a significant challenge for communication, causing him considerable frustration. Noticing Han Li's silence, the middle-aged man appeared increasingly anxious, hastily repeating a couple of phrases, though Han Li could not grasp their meaning. It was clear that the man seemed to be trying to explain something to him. Furrowing his brow, Han Li pondered for a moment before suddenly speaking in the common tongue of Tiannan. "Is there anyone here who understands my words? If so, please step forward and provide me with an explanation." As soon as he uttered this phrase, Han Li swept his gaze over the crowd below. The middle-aged man bore a look of confusion, evidently unaware of what Han Li was saying, while the others appeared equally bewildered. With a resigned sigh, Han Li attempted to convey the same message in several ancient languages he had learned, primarily for the purpose of mastering intricate incantations. when he spoke in one of these tongues. A gray-haired elder in the crowd finally showed a flicker of recognition. Seeing this response, Han Li's heart leaped with delight, and he pointed towards the elder. "Kind sir, do you understand my words?" Han Li inquired softly in that ancient tongue. Though he struggled with its unfamiliarity, the elder, upon hearing Han Li's inquiry, hesitated momentarily before stepping beside the middle-aged man and respectfully replying in the ancient dialect. "I am Wang Changqing, and in my youth, I indeed studied this celestial language. What instructions might the esteemed immortal have?" Upon realizing that the elder truly understood the ancient language, a smile crept across Han Li's face. Suddenly, he flashed forward, standing before the elder, startling both him and the middle-aged man. "You must have noticed that I do not speak the local language. Kindly inform them that I am merely passing through, seeking to inquire about certain matters. And there is no need for such alarm." Han Li spoke gently. Just moments ago, he had thoroughly scanned the massive vessel with his divine sense, discovering that it was filled entirely with mortals, devoid of any cultivators. Only then did he feel at ease to descend. After uttering these words, Han Li paid no heed to the elder's incessant murmurs as he explained to the middle-aged man. Instead, he beckoned to the divine wind above, and a pristine artifact gently lowered Chu Hun to the bow of the ship. Following Han Li's instructions, Chu Hun stepped out, while the small boat swiftly shrank into a beam of white light that flew into Han Li's hand, being stored away in his spatial pouch. Once these tasks were completed, Han Li cast a sidelong glance and observed that, although the mortals aboard still wore expressions of deference, none displayed any signs of astonishment. This indicated that they must often witness the feats of cultivators. Otherwise, their demeanor would not reflect such casual familiarity. Thus, it could be inferred that either the individuals aboard were not of ordinary stock, or that there were numerous cultivators in this locale who did not mind being seen by mortals. Pondering this, Han Li's thoughts deepened at that moment. The elder relayed Han Li's words to the middle-aged man. Initially taken aback, the man soon displayed a look of delight, excitedly chattering away to Han Li in a torrent of words, his expression brimming with fervor. Taken aback by this sudden enthusiasm, Han Li instinctively turned his gaze towards the elder. The elder, understanding Han Li's intent, promptly approached to explain. "Esteemed immortal master, this Gu is the owner of this vessel. He wishes to invite you to reside on Cultivation Island, offering to cover all your cultivation expenses." Cultivation Island? Han Li stroked his chin, adopting a non-committal demeanor. Witnessing Han Li's indifferent expression, the middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with even greater eagerness, and he continued his enthusiastic chatter. From the way he smiled while speaking, Han Li could discern, without needing the elder's translation, that the man was likely reiterating his invitation to Cultivation Island. Thus, before the elder could translate for him, Han Li waved his hand dismissively and stated, "First, convey to this esteemed owner that I am new to your region and am not well acquainted with the circumstances here. I shall not rashly agree to anything. Once I have familiarized myself with the situation, I will decide whether to visit Cultivation Island. For now, since I do not understand your language, I hope you will allow me to remain on this ship for a few days so that the elder may teach me some local dialect and customs." Upon hearing this, the elder, not daring to be negligent, promptly conveyed Han Li's words to the middle-aged man. The latter's face clearly revealed a hint of disappointment, yet he still respectfully bowed to Han Li. He then shouted a few commands to the others behind him, prompting them to hastily retreat back into the cabin. After exchanging a few words with the elder, he too stepped back down. Thus, only the elder and Han Li remained at the bow of the ship. The elder, seeing this, smiled and said to Han Li, "Esteemed immortal master, Mr. Gu has agreed to your request and has even prepared a guest chamber for you. You may accompany me." Upon hearing this, Han Li simply nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his consent. Therefore, with the elder Wang Changqing leading the way, Han Li and Chu Hun followed closely behind as they entered the ship's cabin. What a grand space! This was Han Li's immediate impression upon entering the cabin. The cabin was a labyrinth of corridors, with passageways extending in all directions, and one could only wonder how many rooms it contained. During his journey, Han Li encountered several mortals who, upon seeing him, displayed expressions of awe and instinctively made way for him. After following the elder through a series of turns, Han Li and Chu Hun arrived before a rather large wooden door. Without hesitation, Wang Changqing pushed it open and stepped aside, inviting Han Li to enter first. Han Li, not wishing to stand on ceremony, entered the room after Chu Hun, taking a moment to survey his surroundings. To his surprise, The room was quite impressive. It not only boasted ample space, but also lacked any stifling atmosphere. However, what intrigued Hanli most was a peculiar small tree planted in a flower pot in the corner of the room. The tree had a straight trunk with no branches and was adorned with palm-sized triangular leaves. Moreover, the entire tree shimmered with a silvery sheen, as if crafted from pure silver. Gazing at this extraordinary specimen, Hanli's curiosity was piqued. It was evident that the immortal master had never encountered this silver horn tree before. This tree was indeed a rarity. Not only was it visually stunning, but it also had the remarkable ability to purify and refresh the air in stuffy environments, making it a prized possession for those who traverse the seas. Even someone as financially affluent as our host had managed to acquire only 3 or 4 of these trees. The elder, noticing the astonishment in Hanli's eyes, respectfully began to explain. Hanli merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. He could easily discern Wang Chongqing's intention to curry favor with his master. Hanli instructed Chu Han to stand guard at the door and took a seat on one of the chairs in the room. Wang Chongqing, feeling somewhat apprehensive, stood before Hanli, uncertain about taking a seat himself. Observing the elder's discomfort, Hanli smiled warmly and said, "Mr. Wang, there is no need for such formality. Please, have a seat. I have some matters I wish to consult you about." Upon hearing this, Wang Chongqing repeatedly expressed his reluctance, appearing quite flustered. Noticing this, Hanli frowned slightly and decided not to press the issue further. After a brief moment of contemplation, he directly inquired, "As a cultivator who has just arrived here, could you kindly introduce me to the local geography and customs? Of course, if you could elaborate on matters concerning us cultivators, that would be even better. I assure you, I will repay your kindness generously." As Hanli spoke, his demeanor was exceedingly calm. After a moment's reflection, Wang Chongqing replied slowly, "Since you have come from outside, you should be aware that this area is indeed part of the chaotic Star Sea, specifically located at its southwestern corner. Nearby, there are 3 major islands: Tailstar Island, Kuei-Star Island, and Sangstar Island, along with dozens of other various smaller islands inhabited by both immortals and mortals. The customs here are quite similar to those in other sea regions. Each island is governed by the most powerful immortal, who serves as the island master responsible for its protection. If other immortals are willing to settle on the island and take on certain roles, they will receive a yearly allocation of spirit stones from the island master for their cultivation. However, they must abide by the island master's directives. Conversely, if one wishes to reside on the island without assuming any duty, they will not only forfeit the spirit stone allocation, but must also pay a certain amount of spirit stones to the island master annually to remain at this juncture. Wang Chongqing paused, a hint of envy flickering across his face, seemingly filled with an intense yearning for the life of an immortal cultivator. Chapter 366, The Business of Master Gu. Wang Chongqing continued, stating, "Among the inhabitants of the various islands, there are mortals like myself, who must either perform labor or pay spiritual stones. This is because these islands are safeguarded by the mystical arts of the immortals, rendering us impervious to the assaults of ferocious beasts and tempestuous winds, allowing us mere mortals to dwell here in peace. Furthermore, the immortals possess extraordinary powers. Whenever we mortals embark on distant maritime journeys, we typically endeavor to hire 1 or 2 of them to accompany our vessel. This way, should we encounter a sea beast, we might have a chance at survival. Of course, those willing to accept such employment are generally of a more independent disposition." Tempestuous winds. Upon hearing this term, Hanli's face flickered with a hint of puzzlement. He was familiar with ferocious beasts, but this tempest he had truly never heard of. Had the places where the immortals once resided never experienced such winds? The elder displayed a look of curiosity. "Indeed, in the places where I cultivated in the past, I have never witnessed such tempestuous winds. What exactly are these winds that they can be compared to ferocious beasts?" Hanli replied nonchalantly, appearing utterly unconcerned. Upon hearing Hanli's words, Wang Chongqing, though somewhat skeptical, nonetheless provided an earnest explanation. Tempestuous winds, ferocious beasts, and ghostly mists are known as the 3 great calamities of the Chaos Star Sea. The ferocious beasts are self-evident, and the immortals undoubtedly possess more knowledge about them than I do. Most of the beasts in the sea are colossal and adept in water attribute demonic arts, which we mere mortals are utterly helpless against. Only the immortals have the capability to vanquish them. As for the tempestuous winds, they emerge from one end of the Chaos Star Sea twice a year, sweeping consistently towards the opposite end. Wherever they pass, towering waves crash and homes are obliterated, leaving devastation in their wake. Should we be residing on an island without the protection of mystical arts, We mere mortals would surely face dire consequences. Moreover, it is said that even the immortals, should they be caught in the tempest, would find it exceedingly difficult to extricate themselves, and might even perish within it. As Wang Changqing recounted this, a trace of fear appeared upon his countenance. And what of the ghostly mists? Han Li inquired, maintaining his composure that it would be prudent to understand these three great calamities, as it would better prepare us in case we encounter them. However, upon hearing Han Li's question, the elder was finally convinced that this immortal before him was utterly ignorant of maritime affairs. Even unaware of the most enigmatic of the three calamities, the ghostly mist thought he could not help but wonder where this immortal had been cultivating. Could he have come from the mainland? Yet, this was the Chaos Star Sea. And aside from other maritime realms, where was there any continent nearby? Suppressing his bewilderment, Wang Changqing continued to explain to Han Li. The ghostly mists are the most terrifying and mysterious of the three calamities of the Chaos Star Sea. It is said to be a black mist that drifts erratically over the ocean's surface, which not only guarantees death for us mere mortals upon encounter, but even the esteemed immortals cannot evade its grasp. For any living being enveloped by this mist has never re-emerged. The immortals are no exception. However, while this mist is formidable, it typically appears in specific locations and never approaches larger islands as long as one is vigilant and avoids its path. One may preserve their life. Thus, while it is indeed fearsome, it paradoxically claims the fewest lives of the three great calamities. The elder spoke with a hint of relief illuminating his countenance. Upon hearing this, Han Li began to ponder deeply within himself. What manner of place is this? If what he suggested is true, then my plan to seek out a small island imbued with spiritual energy for solitary cultivation may very well be in vain. Otherwise, encountering those celestial winds and ghostly mists could lead to a most untimely demise. Han Li felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Noticing his displeasure, the elder grew increasingly anxious. Had he inadvertently offended the esteemed immortal? As the elder mulled over his thoughts, Han Li paused in contemplation before inquiring, what prompted the esteemed Gu Dongzhu to wish for my residence on Cultivation Island? Furthermore, this vessel, it is indeed bound for that island. Is it not? Han Li scrutinized the elder's visage, revealing no trace of emotion. Observing Han Li's demeanor, the elder's heart sank, and a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. Recognizing the underlying tension, Han Li's expression softened as he continued. Fear not, Mr. Wang. My inquiry stems solely from a desire to comprehend the matter at hand. It would be rather unwise for me to acquiesce to Gu Dongzhu's request without fully understanding the circumstances. Should there be a genuine need for my assistance, I would not be averse to visiting Cultivation Island. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Wang Changqing realized that remaining silent would be perilous, for offending this immortal would yield dire consequences. Thus, he cleared his throat and, with trembling sincerity, replied, Esteemed immortal, please do not hold my age against me. There is truly nothing to conceal. It is merely that you had not inquired previously. Hearing such evasive remarks, Han Li inwardly rolled his eyes in exasperation. However, the elder quickly recognized the need to divulge the particulars. It turned out that this vessel was indeed returning to Cultivation Island after completing a transaction. Gu Dongzhu was not a native of Cultivation Island but hailed from one of its subordinate islands. After achieving prosperity through trade, he had recently relocated to Cultivation Island. The truly lucrative business lay in long-distance trade between the major islands, a privilege reserved for the inhabitants of Cultivation Island, distinguishing them from those on the subordinate islands. Gu Dongzhu, previously engaged in reselling between the subordinate islands, naturally sought to elevate his business upon moving to the main island. However, upon his family's arrival, he was astounded to learn that participation in such long-distance trade was not merely a matter of choice. Rather, it had been predetermined by the island's immortals, who had allocated specific quotas. Only 10 households on the island were permitted to engage in this lucrative enterprise, and these households were not fixed but determined through martial contests held every 3 years. Families wishing to partake in this trade must invite an immortal to challenge the previous qualifiers, succeeding in the contest to gain permission for inter-island transactions. Upon hearing this revelation, Gu Dongzhu was instantly thrown into a state of panic, due to his previous experience primarily in short-distance trade. He had never encountered any magical beasts and had therefore never employed any cultivators, resulting in a lamentably sparse acquaintance with such individuals. He had originally intended to offer a substantial sum to gradually recruit one after securing a business deal. However, time was no longer on his side, for by the time he received the news, the date of the 3-year contest of magic was fast approaching. There was simply no opportunity for him to leisurely make inquiries and seek out assistance. It is worth noting that while there are numerous celestial masters on Cultivation Island, most cultivators are notoriously proud and few are willing to accept employment from mortals. Those who do are often linked to these mortals through distant or close relationships, which compels them to lend a helping hand. Moreover, the few celestial masters who could potentially intervene were deterred by their connections to the 10 celestial masters involved, making it awkward for them to engage in challenges. Thus, in a short span, Gu Dongzhu found himself utterly unable to locate any willing cultivators on Cultivation Island. In desperation, he seized the opportunity of a delivery to return to his island of origin, hoping to solicit the aid of a distant relative who was a cultivator. However, he was taken aback to discover that this celestial master had just embarked on a long journey to AT this moment. Gu Dongzhu was truly at a loss. And now, with Hanli, an outsider cultivator, suddenly aboard his ship, how could Gu Dongzhu, who had been searching high and low for a cultivator, not be overjoyed? Although he was unaware of Hanli's level of cultivation, it was certainly preferable to relinquishing the opportunity altogether and waiting another 3 years. Thus, he was eager to win Hanli over, hoping to enlist his assistance in this matter. Upon hearing this, Hanli was utterly speechless. Initially, he found it incredible that cultivators could be employed by mortals to venture out to sea. Now, it was hard for him to comprehend that, for the sake of some business qualifications between the islands, they would engage in a meaningless contest of magic. This was truly difficult for Hanli to accept at the moment that it seemed that while cultivators in this realm still held a lofty status, their relationships with mortals were not as disdainful as those in Tiannan. Instead, there existed a complex web of interactions between the two. However, he certainly did not wish to engage in a contest of magic for Gu Dongzhu's business qualifications. He was not so destitute yet. Nonetheless, he harbored a lingering curiosity. After a gentle smile, he slowly inquired, "Mr. Wang, my experience is quite limited. I have another question I would like to ask. Please feel free to inquire about anything that puzzles you, and I shall do my utmost to provide an answer." The elderly man hastily replied with utmost respect, "I find myself somewhat perplexed. If goods are to be transported between the islands, why must they be entrusted to you, ordinary mortals? Should not the celestial masters possess storage bags or similar magical artifacts? Wouldn't flying to deliver goods be both swift and secure?" Chapter 367, The Protector and Settlement. Upon hearing Hanli's question, Wang Chongqing chuckled lightly. Cultivators do possess some storage bags, but they cherish them immensely. How could they lend them to us mortals for the purpose of carrying mundane items? Furthermore, each transaction involves substantial quantities exchanged between the islands. And while the storage bags are indeed marvelous, they cannot accommodate vast amounts. The cultivators would never engage in such menial transportation tasks, Wang Chongqing cautiously explained to Hanli. After listening to this, Hanli nodded in silence, his eyes half closed as he fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, he spoke in a calm tone. "I am unable to assist you with what Master Gu desires. My cultivation is regrettably insufficient. Even if I were to agree, it would merely lead to my own humiliation. I kindly request that Mr. Wang relay this truthfully to Master Gu and suggest he seek someone more capable." He continued, "As for the price for your ship to take me to Cultivation Island, I shall compensate you with a modest sum of spirit stones." Hanli articulated his words slowly and clearly, yet his voice remained icy. Upon hearing this refusal, the elder's complexion noticeably paled. Subsequently, he implored Hanli with great earnestness, "Esteemed immortal master, I beseech you to assist our Master Gu. You must understand that Master Gu has already expended considerable resources on both the vessel and crew in pursuit of this venture. Furthermore, he has invested a substantial amount of spirit stones to secure the qualifications for the challenge. Without obtaining the merchant's qualification among the Great Islands, the Gu family is certain to face bankruptcy, and we laborers would be left without work, compelled to seek other means of livelihood." The elder's face was a portrait of desperation. "Indeed, my cultivation is quite lacking, and I have no desire to invoke unnecessary troubles upon my arrival at Cultivation Island." Hanli replied impassively, shaking his head and firmly declining. Observing Hanli's resolute stance, Wang Chongqing's tone grew somewhat stern, dissuading him from further persuasion, and instead, he mustered the energy to engage Hanli in discussions about local customs and matters of pressing interest to him. After half an hour, noticing the elder's waning vigor, Hanli suggested he return to rest and return the following day to teach him some local phrases. Wang Chongqing, already feeling fatigued, accepted this considerate gesture without protest and exited. As Hanli watched the elder depart, respectfully closing the wooden door behind him, he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. although he possessed some invigorating elixirs that could benefit mortals. He had no intention of offering any to the elder in an unfamiliar place. It is wise to keep one's wealth concealed. Otherwise, one might attract unnecessary troubles, or worse, face dire consequences. With this thought, Hanli settled into a meditative posture on his bed. Retrieving a vial of Huanglong Dan, he poured one pill into his mouth and began to refine his qi. He needed to restore his cultivation as swiftly as possible. After all, in any realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. However, after only a brief period of meditation, he discerned the faint sound of footsteps outside. Although he did not open the door, his divine sense had already extended outward, capturing everything beyond the threshold within his mind. To his surprise, it was the elder Wang Chongqing returning, accompanied by Master Gu, who wore a troubled expression. Hanli furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed trouble was indeed at hand. Clearly, Master Gu was not yet dissuaded and sought to entangle him further. Had this been in Tiannan, Hanli would have coldly rebuffed them with a sharp remark, preventing their entry. Yet now, in a strange land, it was prudent not to appear overly unapproachable. With this in mind, Hanli addressed them calmly before they could knock, saying, "Please, come in. The door is not locked." Upon hearing Han Li's voice resonate near them, both Master Gu and Wang Chongqing were startled, but they quickly realized it was the esteemed immortal master inviting them in. They hastily adjusted their attire, responded with respectful acknowledgement, and gently pushed the door open to enter. At this moment, Han Li had already descended from his bed, standing within the room with his hands clasped behind his back. "Honorable immortal master, the esteemed Gu Dongzhu wishes to discuss that matter with you personally. Might I request an opportunity for him?" Wang Chongqing, having previously engaged with Han Li, was well aware that this immortal master was not easily deceived. Thus he directly articulated his intent. Upon hearing these words, Han Li cast a glance at the elder, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Of course. However, you might advise Gu to temper his expectations." Han Li exhibited an air of indifference. Wang Chongqing, upon hearing Han Li's response, displayed a hint of embarrassment, but nonetheless proceeded to relay the situation to the middle-aged man accurately. The man's expression shifted upon listening, but he quickly adopted a serious demeanor and spoke a few words to the elder, leaving Wang Chongqing momentarily stunned, his expression peculiar. Meanwhile, Han Li observed silently from the side, his countenance betraying no unusual emotions. "Honorable immortal master, our Dongzhu has stated that should you be willing to lend your assistance, regardless of the outcome, the Gu family is prepared to offer a substantial sum of spirit stones as remuneration. Furthermore, if you truly secure the commercial qualification for the Gu family on the Great Island, Mr. Gu would even be willing to act as a guarantor for you, an outsider, allowing you to become a permanent resident of Cultivation Island. Most importantly, whether or not you hold an official position on Cultivation Island in the future, the Gu family is willing to dedicate 30% of their profits from transactions to you over the next 3 years." As Wang Chongqing articulated these propositions, a look of dazed astonishment washed over his features, as if Gu had promised Han Li something extraordinary. Han Li was slightly taken aback, stroking his chin, and curiously inquired, "What? Is it necessary to have a guarantor to settle on Cultivation Island? I do not recall you mentioning this before." Although Han Li's tone was exceedingly gentle, it caused Wang Chongqing to break into a cold sweat. Hastily clarifying, "Honorable immortal master, you have misunderstood. There are generally 2 types of external immortal masters who remain on Cultivation Island. One type merely resides temporarily, without holding any positions. They typically stay for several years before deciding their fate based on personal preference. The other type, with the backing of a local prominent family, can obtain permanent residency on the island. Such immortal masters not only pay significantly fewer spirit stones annually, but are also eligible for positions on the island and may participate in the decade-long spirit land competition held on the island. Those who rank highly may acquire cultivation grounds with varying levels of spiritual energy. However, it is not a simple matter for outsiders to find a guarantor on a grand island like Cultivation Island. Which is why I momentarily neglected to mention this to you." Wang Chongqing, fearing Han Li might misconstrue the situation, hastily divulged everything. Upon hearing this, Han Li's expression darkened. "Does that mean all cultivators not residing on Cultivation Island cannot access cultivation grounds?" he queried skeptically. "Not quite," the elder explained. "Those who settle on affiliated islands can also partake in such competitions. However, they are limited to competing for the cultivation grounds of their respective islands. The reason Cultivation Island is deemed the principal island is due to its superior spiritual veins. which yield the richest spiritual energy in the surrounding seas, while those of other islands are considerably inferior. After listening to all of this, Han Li's expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness. These regulations evidently constituted a strategy to retain those cultivators with higher cultivation levels on the main island. For every cultivator who wouldn't desire a place rich in spiritual energy for their practice, even if he aimed to nurture spiritual herbs and cultivate, it was still a site for cultivation. The denser the spiritual energy, the better. With his brows tightly knitted, Han Li paced back and forth in the room for a few steps before raising his gaze to observe the middle-aged man surnamed Gu, who wore a face full of anticipation. Sensing the excitement in the demeanor of this Master Gu, Han Li sighed and spoke slowly. Please enlighten me about the cultivation levels of those challenging immortals. If they can indeed be dealt with, I shall make an exception and lend my hand this once. Han Li displayed a semblance of helplessness, exuding an air of great courtesy towards the two. Wang Changqing, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and hastily explained the matter to the middle-aged man, whose face also lit up with exuberance. After finishing his statement, Han Li pondered inwardly. If these immortals do not possess foundation-building cultivators among them, even with my current cultivation level, relying on the sharpness of my puppets and magical tools, I should face no significant issues. This would allow me to commence my training of the 3 transformations of heavy primordial energy on Cultivation Island. Of course, my external incarnation and the Dian technique would also require cultivation, as they would serve as crucial tools for preserving my life in the future. 4 days later, amidst the cheers of the ship's passengers, the colossal vessel finally arrived at Cultivation Island. Under the guidance of Master Gu and Wang Changqing, Han Li eagerly set about completing the necessary formalities for disembarking. After all, a new cultivator arriving at this island must inform the port authorities. This is to avoid being treated as a malicious intruder. However, as Han Li followed behind the two, silently surveying everything at the port, he was struck by the sheer size of the place. Whether it was the number of vessels or their sizes, it was simply incomparable to the small docks of Tian'an. Remarkably, several extraordinarily large ships, akin to Master Gu's, were docked here, with 6 or 7 moored at once, while the smaller vessels were countless. Although Han Li did not take the time to count meticulously, the entire dock should harbor around 200 to 300 ships as for the throngs of people coming and going. Boarding and disembarking, they were even more numerous, making Han Li experience, for the first time, what it meant for a crowd to surge like a tide. Chapter 368. The manner. While Han Li was attentive to the number of mortals, he also subtly sensed the presence of numerous cultivators in the vicinity of the port. As these thoughts crossed his mind, accompanied by Chu Han, he arrived at a stone house near the port alongside Master Gu and Wang Changqing. The interior was quite simply furnished. Apart from a wooden table and a chair, an elderly man with a sallow complexion sat there, eyes closed in meditation. Upon hearing the entrance of Han Li and the others, the immortal opened his eyes, and immediately a glint of cold light shot forth from them, causing Han Li's heart to shudder. This man was indeed a foundation-building cultivator, and remarkably seemed to retain his powers unscathed. The yellow-faced elder disregarded Master Gu and Wang Changqing entirely, casting a fleeting glance at Han Li and Chu Han. Upon discovering that Han Li's cultivation was merely at the qi refining stage, he resumed his languid demeanor. Yet Han Li noticed that the man seemed to regard Chu Han with a touch more interest. What brings you here, my friends? If you have something to say, do so quickly and do not disturb my rest. This individual uttered wearily, a hint of impatience flickering across his countenance. Han Li, possessing an exceptional memory, had already gleaned much of the local language from Wang Changqing. Although he was not yet capable of speaking fluently, he could manage to comprehend the essence of others' words. However, lacking any experience in dealing with the local cultivators, he refrained from speaking out, merely smiling as he observed Gu Dongzu and the cultivator in conversation. Gu Dongzu respectfully addressed him as Master Yang, then approached the yellow-faced cultivator, whispering a few words before gesturing towards Han Li. Seemingly explaining his origin, he then discreetly placed several spirit stones into the cultivator's hand. After examining the spirit stones, Master Yang's expression softened considerably, and he produced a green jade tablet from his person, brusquely inquiring of Han Li. What is your name? Han Li. Han Li pronounced his name with clarity. As for how the cultivator rendered it in his script, he paid it no mind. A flash of green light enveloped the jade tablet in Master Yang's hand. Moments later, as the radiance dissipated, 2 peculiar symbols unfamiliar to Han Li appeared upon the tablet. The yellow-faced elder then raised his hand, casting the tablet towards Han L. Be sure to keep this token safe, should it be lost. You must promptly return to me for a replacement. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences for trespassing upon Cultivation Island. Of course, if you plan to settle here, the jade tablet will no longer be necessary and will be reclaimed. As for the corpse you have brought, it is likewise unnecessary. Having delivered these words with an air of authority, the elder resumed his meditation, disregarding the three once more. Jiu Dongzhu, ever perceptive, hastily withdrew. Yet, Han Li, having discerned the true identity of this individual as a spirit manipulator, cast one last contemplative glance before silently exiting. Shortly after Han Li departed, Master Yang reopened his eyes, murmuring in perplexity, "This corpse is rather peculiar. It is undeniably a dead body, yet it exudes spiritual energy. Could it be a new technique for corpse refinement?" Following this, the yellow-faced elder fell into deep contemplation. Outside, upon exiting the port, Gu Dongzhu hired a beast cart drawn by two creatures resembling a cross between sheep and cattle. Ferrying Han Li along a broad road into the island's interior. On this thoroughfare, such vehicles were as plentiful as cattle, creating a bustling scene. However, as the cart traversed several tidy and lively towns, the number of these vehicles noticeably dwindled. After veering onto smaller paths, they encountered increasingly fewer pedestrians and carriages. Thus, after a hurried journey spanning half a day, the cart finally arrived at an expansive farm covering several acres. The land was adorned with an array of peculiar crops that Han Li had never before encountered. Some grain-like plants bore ears resembling rice, yet their leaves were broad and flat, exhibiting a purplish-red hue while emanating a faint, pleasant fragrance. Other green vegetables bore an uncanny resemblance to cabbage, yet the cabbages of this southern region were astonishingly large, with the cores blooming with several blue flowers. Amidst these fields, a dozen or so individuals resembling farmers were busily tending to the soil in small groups. What a serene and picturesque scene of a rural garden. Han Li was thoroughly captivated as the beast cart arrived at the entrance of the estate and came to a halt. He and Chu Han promptly leaped down and surveyed their surroundings. The vicinity of the estate was adorned with lush green pines, and nearby stood a modest hill, contributing to the elegant ambience that was quite distinctive. The entire estate was encircled by an earthen wall, towering 2 zhang and several feet wide, while the residences within the wall appeared remarkably new, as if they had been constructed not long ago. This was indeed the Gu family estate. Han Li silently praised the place, but after casting a keen glance at the pines, his expression subtly shifted. He was astonished to discover that among the pines surrounding the estate, there seemed to be faint indications of a formation, evidently imbued with restrictions. In Han Li's discerning view, although it could not be deemed a sophisticated formation, it was sufficient to ensnare low-level cultivators. Just as he was mulling over this, Gu Dongzhu, who had disembarked with him, smiled and said, "Han Xianshi, please rest in the estate for a moment. I shall summon my servants to prepare some local specialty wines for you." Upon hearing this, Han Li casually glanced around the estate and replied with a smile, "No need. I shall not trouble Gu Dongzhu and your family. I only require a temporary place to stay for now. Once my matters are resolved, I will seek a more permanent residence." After saying this, Han Li gestured towards a certain direction. Jiu Dongzhu and Wang Chaqing followed Han Li's gesture and beheld the solitary little hill, rendering them utterly speechless. However, after several unsuccessful attempts to extend a warm invitation, they reluctantly allowed the somewhat eccentric immortal to wander towards the hill. The two exchanged helpless glances before entering the estate. Han Li, accompanied by Chu Han, ascended the hill via a path that could scarcely be called a trail, reaching the summit. From there, he gazed down upon the Gu family estate, where Gu Dongzhu was being surrounded by a throng of men and women as he entered a grand mansion at the center of the estate. The crowd then dispersed, leaving only a few individuals of higher status, adorned in splendid attire, to follow him into the mansion. Han Li's lips curled into a faint smile before he turned away. Attending to his own affairs, he first sought a relatively flat area on the hillside and, with swift precision, selected several sturdy pines, utilizing his magical tools to swiftly dismantle them. Then Chu Han. Half an hour later, a modest wooden cabin materialized atop the hill, complete with a wooden table, chairs, and even a bed, all fully furnished. For the next month, Han Li resided in the cabin, diligently consuming elixirs and medicines, practicing qi refinement, and meditating, striving to restore his cultivation as swiftly as possible. During this period, Gu Dongzhu and Wang Chaqing visited a few times to discuss certain challenges, but they soon departed, not wishing to hinder Han Li's cultivation. Nevertheless, Gu Dongzhu proved to be a considerate individual. regularly sending exquisite food to the hill for Han Li's enjoyment. Han Li graciously accepted these offerings, particularly relishing several exceptionally sweet fruits, which were evidently local specialties he had never encountered before. In the final days of the month, Han Li surprisingly found his cultivation restored to the 5th layer of the qi refinement stage. This revelation left him astounded, yet also instilled a sense of reassurance within him. According to Gu Dongzhu, the celestial masters summoned by the 10 households were not particularly formidable cultivators. With a few exceptions, most were around the 6th or 7th layer of the qi refinement stage. And the opponents would be determined by Lot as long as Han Li's luck did not falter excessively. Defeating his adversary would pose no challenge. Furthermore, in a bid to enhance Han Li's chances of victory, Gu Dongzhu had scoured the surroundings to gather 2 or 3 powerful magical artifacts, hoping to bolster Han Li's strength. However, upon inspecting these artifacts, which could barely be considered upper tier, Han Li could only roll his eyes internally, accepting them nonetheless to appease Gu Dongzhu's concerns. Just 2 days after Han Li had regained his 5th layer of cultivation, Gu Dongzhu and Wang Chongqing approached him with palpable tension. Without uttering a word, Han Li followed them onto a beast-drawn carriage, speeding towards a certain location on the island. After 2 hours of rapid travel, they arrived at a city constructed entirely of white stone. Upon entering the city, they encountered numerous mortal guards stationed at the gates. While those exiting the city were not interrogated, all entrants were required to present a token resembling Han Li's waist badge for inspection. However, when Han Li approached, the guards merely waved a cylindrical device around him. Upon noticing a green light emanating from the cylinder, they immediately bowed respectfully to Han Li, only inspecting the tokens of Gu Dongzhu and Wang Chongqing. As Han Li observed the guards, he noted that although they lacked any fluctuation of spiritual energy, they were remarkably agile. What piqued his curiosity most was the cylindrical device. The fact that these guards, devoid of spiritual energy, could discern the identities of cultivators with such an object was truly fascinating. Han Li couldn't help but scrutinize the cylinder further. This moment did not escape Wang Chongqing's notice, who smiled and explained, "That is a spirit disk, allowing us mortals to identify celestial masters." Spirit disk? Han Li was momentarily taken aback by the term, but recalled that one end of the cylinder indeed housed a palm-sized jade disc, and he nodded slightly in acknowledgement without further comment. Subsequently, as Han Li observed with a detached gaze, the beast-drawn carriage traversed a street paved with white stones, making its way towards the city center. The thoroughfare was bustling with pedestrians, all moving in a constant flow, and it became increasingly lively the further they advanced. Most of the individuals were clad in white garments, while those adorned in other hues wore soft shades of yellow or green. With not a single person dressed in ostentatious attire, among these individuals, there was a clear hierarchy. Often, 1 or 2 elegantly dressed individuals would lead the way, followed closely by 3 or 4 individuals in somewhat tattered clothing, evidently of lower status. Eventually, due to the throngs of people and the beast-drawn carriage, their pace slowed, allowing them to continue onward. After considerable effort, the carriage finally reached a vast square at the heart of the city. This square spanned several acres, teeming with a sea of humanity, and as Han Li gazed across it, he was met with a sight of countless heads bobbing in a sea of black. The throngs of people from all directions continued to surge into the square without pause. Surrounding the plaza were numerous shops, teeming with a bustling crowd. In the midst of the stores, several temporary stalls were likewise filled to capacity with patrons. At the center, an even larger gathering of individuals engaged in fervent conversations, creating an atmosphere of lively commotion and exuberance. Han Li gazed in astonishment, his mind estimating that with such a dense congregation, the square must be brimming with at least tens of thousands of people. As the beast carriage arrived at this juncture, it was evident that further progress was impossible. Master Gu took the lead, disembarking from the vehicle, and, accompanied by Han Li and others, proceeded on foot towards a grand palatial structure adjacent to the square. This palace towered impressively, standing several dozen feet high, significantly surpassing the other buildings in stature. A row of sentinels stood vigil at the massive entrance, brandishing gleaming spears to prevent any unauthorized approach. Today marked the monthly market day of Cultivation Island, leading to an influx of visitors to Dongshi City that was several times greater than usual. Residents from numerous towns in the eastern region flocked here to trade for rare items not readily available elsewhere. As Master Gu advanced, he turned back to elucidate these details to Han Li. Han Li responded with a faint smile, following him to the palace entrance. Master Gu approached the gatekeeper, exchanging a few words, after which the guard gestured for them to enter. Swiftly, Master Gu beckoned Han Li and Wang Chongqing to join him inside. Upon entering the palace, the atmosphere shifted to one of cool serenity. In the corridor behind the door, dozens of individuals of apparent status gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves. Their gazes turned toward Master Gu with a hint of hostility upon his arrival. At that moment, a violet wooden door at the far end of the corridor swung open, revealing a young man in white robes, appearing to be in his 20s, with a delicate and refined countenance. "Are you Mr. Gu?" he inquired. "Everyone else has arrived. We are merely awaiting the Gu family. However, only those participating in the challenge are permitted to enter. So Mr. you must be here to await the outcome." The youth cast a friendly glance at Han Li before courteously addressing Master Gu. The young man's cultivation was unmistakably revealed to Han Li, indicating a level around the 4th or 5th stage of qi refinement, quite comparable to his own current standing. Observing this, Master Gu could only cast a hopeful glance at Han Li before stepping aside with an acknowledgement. Han Li maintained his usual demeanor as he followed the youth through the wooden door, which promptly closed behind them. My surname is Wan. You may call me Wan Chong. However, I notice you seem unfamiliar. Are you a newcomer to our Cultivation Island? After leading Han Li through the doorway, the youth turned back with a smile and inquired. I am Han Li, having just arrived on Cultivation Island last month. After some practice, Han Li finally found himself speaking the local dialect with relative ease. "Ha. I truly admire you. With your current level of cultivation, you dare to venture out into the world. You possess remarkable courage," the young man remarked with a hint of envy. As for myself, I have never left Cultivation Island since my birth. Upon hearing this, Han Li chuckled softly and refrained from responding. He continued to follow the youth until they arrived at a circular hall, where approximately 30 cultivators of various expressions were either seated or standing. It appeared that all had gathered. Let us commence the drawing of lots forthwith. In this contest, injuries are permitted, but fatalities are strictly forbidden. Otherwise, one shall forfeit their eligibility for victory. A venerable elder, exuding an air of ethereal grace, spoke succinctly. Among the throng of qi refinement practitioners present, he alone possessed the cultivation of an early foundation establishment, suggesting his authoritative role in this affair. Upon entering the hall, the youth bearing the surname, Wan hastily positioned himself behind the elder, standing with hands clasped in reverence. The elder paid no heed to the youth and retrieved a jade tube of azure hue, containing over 20 bamboo slips. "Now, those wishing to challenge may draw a slip. Participants with matching numbers shall face each other. Only the victor shall earn the right to contest the representatives of the original merchants." Upon hearing this, the majority of the 30 individuals fixated their gazes upon the jade tube. Suddenly, a layer of azure light emanated from it, enveloping the bamboo slips within. The consciousnesses of the onlookers were instinctively repelled by this azure luminescence, some of them swaying slightly as a result. Those who refrained from probing the jade tube with their spiritual awareness displayed expressions of schadenfreude. These were the cultivators set to be challenged. Naturally hoping for the challengers, including Han Li, to encounter as many difficulties as possible. Despite Han Li's formidable spiritual awareness, shattering the azure light would pose no challenge. However, he refrained from engaging in such ostentatious behavior. As they exchanged glances, Han Li and the other cultivators took turns stepping forward to draw slips from the tube. When Han Li drew his slip, he glanced sideways and noted an unusual silver symbol. He furrowed his brow. He had forgotten that he was unfamiliar with the local script. Nonetheless, Han Li maintained a stoic expression, gathering the bamboo slip into his possession, feigning nonchalance. The elder, addressing the assembly in a cold tone, declared, "Now." Instantly, 2 cultivators holding identical bamboo slips stepped forward. "Proceed to the platform over there. It is equipped with a formation that renders it impervious to spell damage. Victory is achieved by retrieving your opponent's slip and presenting it to me. I shall not inquire about the methods employed, provided that you do not take your opponent's life," the elder stated bluntly. "Yes, esteemed elder." The 2 individuals bowed respectfully before making their way to the vaguely discernible outdoor platform at the back of the hall. Soon after, a burst of white light illuminated the platform, and their figures vanished from sight. However, it was not long before they reappeared, somewhat fatigued. One of them, brimming with excitement, presented 2 bamboo slips to the elder. While the other dejectedly exited the hall, the second elder called out icily, "Given that the methods employed by qi refinement practitioners are relatively straightforward, the outcomes of their contests were determined with remarkable swiftness. In fact, there was a pair of cultivators who entered the platform only to emerge almost instantaneously, both the victor and the vanquished wearing cheerful expressions, evidently elated. This peculiar display piqued Han Li's curiosity. A seventh cultivator promptly stood forth at the elder's command, yet another lingered, hesitating to make an appearance. The seventh elder's countenance darkened as he reiterated his call. That it was then that Han Li, appearing somewhat dazed, stepped forward, hastily apologizing. Esteemed elder, I sincerely apologize that I mistakenly read the number and thought I was number 9. The elder paid no mind to Han Li's explanation, dismissively waving his hand, prompting Han Li to take the hint and promptly approach the platform alongside the other participant. After a flash of white light, Han Li and his opponent found themselves in a misty expanse, surrounded by a dense fog that enveloped the space, which was several dozen zhang wide. Your cultivation level is at least 2 tiers beneath mine. I see no need for further combat. I suggest you concede, fellow Taoist. It would be unfortunate if you were to suffer an injury due to a momentary lapse during our duel, declared the middle-aged cultivator across from Han Li, his face brimming with confidence. Han Li glanced at this adept of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, noting that, like himself, the man had not even activated his protective barrier. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. What is so amusing? The middle-aged cultivator retorted, his irritation sparking as he tried to assert his superiority. That I merely harbor compassionate thoughts and wish to avoid harming anyone. Han Li replied nonchalantly, Oh, it's nothing. I simply find this contest to be less taxing than I had anticipated. He tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot, his demeanor relaxed. What? You dare to underestimate me? The middle-aged cultivator's face flushed crimson. He raised his hand, conjuring a glimmering object, but before he could unleash it, he suddenly felt a blur before his eyes, followed by darkness enveloping him as he collapsed, unconscious. A moment later, Han Li emerged from the mist, casually carrying the dazed middle-aged cultivator. The other cultivators in the hall were taken aback by the scene. They clearly recognized the disparity in cultivation levels between Han Li and his adversary. Yet it was Han Li who emerged victorious, a truly unexpected outcome. However, not all cultivators were equally astonished. The elderly man, who had maintained a stern visage, displayed a peculiar expression, as if he comprehended the circumstances surrounding Han Li's decisive move. With a sly grin, Han Li discreetly placed 2 bamboo sticks before the elder and laid the unconscious opponent on the ground before rejoining the ranks of the victorious cultivators. The elder glanced at the middle-aged cultivator, still oblivious on the ground, shook his head lightly, revealing a hint of an enigmatic smile. When the final victor was announced, the elder surveyed the remaining 10 cultivators who had yet to participate. He cleared his throat and spoke in a measured tone. We shall proceed with the challenges in order of their numbers. If any of you feel that your magical energy is severely depleted, you may take a moment to rest before continuing. However, all challenges must conclude within today. Otherwise, you will be deemed to have forfeited. Furthermore, challengers may not contest against those who have already fought. As for the 11th contestant, they will have the opportunity to challenge one of the 10 victors at the end. Now, let us commence. As the elder concluded his remarks, the cultivator ranked first eagerly selected the weakest opponent from the 10, and both stepped onto the platform. The chosen adversary possessed only a 6th-tier cultivation, while the challenger was at the 7th tier, seemingly ensuring a favorable outcome. Yet, after the span of a single tea time, it was the 6th-tier cultivator who emerged from the white light, while the first-ranked cultivator, battered and bruised, followed shortly after. His face was a mask of shame as he wordlessly dashed out of the hall. Witnessing the spectacle, the expressions of the remaining challengers shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, the victorious cultivator returned nonchalantly to the group of 10. Next, the elder shouted without a trace of surprise, as if the victory of the cultivator was a matter of course. Senior, my spiritual power has not yet recovered. Please wait a moment, the second cultivator said. His complexion slightly flushed. The third elder paid no heed to whether this individual was truly lacking in power or merely hesitant, and directly called for the next number. After a slight furrow of his brow, the next cultivator also chose to evade confrontation. However, the fourth cultivator, unable to withstand the pressure, steeled himself and selected an opponent, stepping onto the platform. The same scene unfolded once more, observing the severely injured fourth cultivator. The remaining challengers could not conceal their astonishment. In such circumstances, the subsequent 2 cultivators also postponed their challenges, believing it wiser to allow others to test the waters first. After a moment's contemplation, the 7th elder slowly announced Han Li's number. Han Li walked out silently, extending a finger to indicate a sixth-tier opponent. The opponent, a robust man, grinned menacingly upon seeing Han Li's lack of retreat and strode confidently towards the platform. In contrast, Han Li approached with measured steps. As though contemplating his strategy, the figures of the brawny man and Han Li vanished within the white light. All eyes were fixed upon the platform. The elder in the foundational stage closed his eyes, seemingly gathering his thoughts. Moments later, his facial muscles twitched, revealing a hint of surprise as he opened his eyes wide. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the white light onto the platform. The gathered cultivators quickly focused, only to find that, after the light dissipated, it was indeed Han Li. Remarkably, he bore not a single injury, yet dragged behind him his singed opponent, strolling out with an air of utter nonchalance. Witnessing this spectacle, not only were the fellow challengers taken aback, but the remaining contenders displayed expressions of disbelief. As for the scholarly figure behind the elder, his mouth hung agape, unable to close in his astonishment. Han Li casually placed the still-breathing opponent before the elder, then, amidst a myriad of astonished gazes, leisurely returned to his original position. The other challengers, witnessing this, instinctively stepped aside, revealing a flicker of awe, observing this scene. Han Li smirked inwardly. It seems that no matter the circumstances, demonstrating strength remains the most persuasive argument. Perhaps Han Li's unexpected victory instilled confidence in the remaining challengers, for the following few did not shy away from combat, directly selecting their opponents for fierce battles. Yet, none escaped without sustaining grave injuries. Witnessing this, the earlier challengers, now thoroughly disheartened, extinguished any lingering competitive spirit. Ultimately, after some deliberation, they all opted to forfeit. After all, knowing they were outmatched, they were not foolish enough to push forward. Consequently, the elder announced on the spot that only Han Li had secured the qualification for the Gu family's commercial venture on the Great Island. He then handed a blue jade slip to Han Li, instructing him to present it to the members of the Gu family. Following this, the elder unceremoniously issued a dismissal order, expelling all the cultivators from the hall. Upon reaching the corridor, when Han Li presented the blue jade slip to the head of the Gu family, the expression on his face was nothing short of spectacular, initially filled with skepticism, then astonishment, and finally overwhelmed with elation. Master Han, I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude in extensive words. Please rest assured, the conditions promised by the Gu family will undoubtedly be fulfilled for you. As these words were spoken, Han Li, the Lord Gu, and Wang Chongqing were already seated in a beast carriage, en route back to the Gu family estate. Although his face bore a countenance of deep appreciation, he clutched the jade slip tightly in his hands, as if fearing it might fly away. The sight was indeed somewhat amusing. That I firmly believe that you would never engage in such treachery, especially towards an immortal cultivator. Leaning against the carriage wall, Han Li remarked with a faint smile. Upon hearing this seemingly cautionary statement from Han Li, both Lord Gu and Wang Chongqing turned pale and repeatedly expressed their reluctance to do so. Soon after, Han Li returned to the wooden cabin atop the hill, where Chu Han dutifully awaited him. Han Li practiced his breathing techniques within the cabin for 3 more days before Wang Chongqing came again. This time, he bore the news that Han Li could proceed to the Ascension Pavilion on the Immortal Mountain to secure permanent residency on Cultivation Island. He also intended to confirm Han Li's cultivation site. After all, every cultivator on the island is entitled to their own cave dwelling. Although the location would undoubtedly possess somewhat thinner spiritual energy due to Han Li's absence from the Spirit Land contest, it would still provide him with a place to cultivate. Clutching the signed guarantee from the Gu family, Han Li soared directly towards the central region of Cultivation Island, while Chu Han remained behind to guard the small cabin. Along the journey, Han Li flew over 7 or 8 cities and dozens of small towns, finally catching sight of the Immortal Mountain described by Wang Chongqing. That it was a colossal green mountain, towering into the clouds, with 3 peaks that pierced the heavens, exuding an aura of grandeur and majesty. Countless smaller peaks surrounded the giant summit, making it impossible for Han Li to ascertain the mountain's true breadth at a glance. Lost in contemplation, Han Li gazed at the so-called Immortal Mountain, momentarily dazed. That you, Taoist Han? A sudden voice called out from behind him. Startled, Han Li recognized it as somewhat familiar and quickly turned around. Not far behind stood the delicate and scholarly Wen Chong, beaming at him, standing upon a wheel-like flying artifact. It's you, Taoist one. What a coincidence, Han Li exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a hearty laugh. Indeed, I never anticipated encountering a fellow Taoist here. I am truly in awe of your ability to defeat the cultivators of the guard team. The guard team. Han Li was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 371. Ascension Pavilion. Taoist Han, the 10 cultivators you challenged, while not particularly formidable in cultivation, possess considerable experience from frequently battling ferocious beasts at sea and engaging in skirmishes with the island's cultivators. Thus, their combat experience and tactics far surpass those of ordinary cultivators. It is not uncommon for even regular cultivators, whose cultivation is 2 or 3 levels higher, to find themselves defeated by them. When Chang remarked, his face a mixture of astonishment and admiration. It's nothing. I merely relied on luck. Han Li replied with a smile. Maintaining his modesty, he was confident in his own combat experience as well. By the way, are you here to handle some formalities at the Ascension Pavilion? The young man asked, glancing towards the direction of the Green Mountains before turning back to smile at Han Li. The esteemed Taoist one has indeed guessed correctly. I am indeed seeking to complete the formalities for settling on the island, while also hoping to select a sanctuary for my cultivation. There is nothing to conceal in these matters. And thus Han Li spoke candidly. He chuckled. I have visited the Ascending Immortal Pavilion several times. Allow me to guide you, as it is conveniently on my path. Otherwise, given the vastness of Qingyan Mountain, it would truly be a challenge to locate it. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Wen Chang, without a moment's hesitation, suggested this course of action. Taken aback by the other's enthusiasm, Han Li expressed his gratitude profusely. Consequently, the two soared together towards the towering mountain ahead. This island's Qingyan Mountain, besides the 3 colossal peaks of Tianzhu, Tianshao, and Tianmen, boasts an impressive total of 367 smaller summits, with countless caves and valleys, making it a veritable treasure trove for cultivation. As they flew onward, the young man exuberantly shared insights about the mountain range with Han Li. Of course, while most of Qingyan Mountain is situated along a significant spiritual vein, the density of spiritual energy varies considerably. Generally speaking, the higher the peak, the more abundant the spiritual energy. Thus, the 36 peaks with the densest spiritual energy have become the targets of the island's decennial spiritual land challenge. Any cultivator who feels their cultivation surpasses that of the masters of these 36 peaks may challenge them at will. The victor gains dominion over that peak. As for the other peaks, their spiritual energy levels are not drastically different, and as long as a cultivator reaches the foundation establishment stage, they may claim one of these peaks as their cultivation site. Those in the Qi refining stage, however, must content themselves with seeking out valleys and caves for their practice. A foundation establishment cultivator can possess an entire peak. Han Li was greatly surprised. Indeed. But the foundation establishment cultivators on this island have nearly occupied them all. We Qi refining cultivators should not aspire to such fortunes, the young man replied with a hint of self-deprecation. Various thoughts whirled through Han Li's mind, stirring a sense of excitement within him. By the way, those 3 main peaks must possess even richer spiritual energy, given their height. Han Li suddenly inquired casually. That is certainly the case. The tallest, Tianzhu Peak, is the spiritual eye of the island and serves as the cultivation ground for the island's master, Mu Longjinren, who forbids entry to other cultivators. It is said that Master Mu is in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, possessing formidable powers. When Chang explained, a hint of envy flickering across his features. Taoist one, are the 2 deputy island masters also cultivators in the foundation establishment stage? Han Li asked, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, the 2 deputy island masters are not only in the early stage of foundation establishment, but are also a pair of dual cultivation partners. When Chang replied, nodding vigorously. Upon hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. The presence of 3 foundation establishment cultivators on a single island was quite beyond his expectations. As Han Li pondered this revelation, he and Wen Chang had already entered Qingyan Mountain, occasionally encountering a few fellow cultivators soaring through the air on their magical tools. However, these individuals merely cast a cold glance at the 2 before continuing on their way. After a quarter of an hour, Han Li finally soared to a higher mountain peak under the guidance of Wen Chang. The summit stood a 2-story pavilion, its exterior not only dilapidated but also remarkably antiquated, with a weathered plaque hanging from the door, missing a corner, and inscribed with 3 crooked black characters, Dang Xian Gu. Upon seeing this, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. This place is, despite the sight of the sign. Han Li could hardly believe it and turned to Wen Chang for confirmation. Reluctantly acknowledging the truth, Wen Chang expressed a resigned demeanor and shrugged, saying, well, This is where I leave you. Moreover, the senior in charge of Dangxian Gu has a rather peculiar temperament. Do take heed." With a wave of his hand, the youth bid farewell, imparting a final caution as he departed. Han Li watched the youth disappear, unconsciously shaking his head before calmly descending in front of the pavilion and approaching it at a measured pace. However, just as he reached the entrance, an ominous voice echoed in his ears. "Come in." The door is ajar. Startled, Han Li's heart skipped a beat, yet he stepped into the pavilion without hesitation. Once inside, Han Li was astounded. The interior starkly contrasted the exterior, lavishly adorned beyond imagination. The floor was covered in radiant crimson silk, while the walls were inlaid with gold and jade. Countless sparkling gems twinkling incessantly. In the corners of the pavilion stood several vibrant flowers and plants of varieties unknown to Han Li. Opposite him lay an unusual stone bed, emitting a faint azure glow, undoubtedly made from some exceptionally rare material. Reclining upon it was a haggard-looking middle-aged man, clad in a striking red leather coat, cradling a massive white pearl in his arms, gazing languidly at Han Li. "Greetings, Senior. I am here to complete the residency formalities. May I inquire if you are the one responsible for this matter?" Han Li suppressed his astonishment, bowing respectfully as he inquired, "Residency? Do you have a guarantor?" The middle-aged man inquired weakly after a slight cough. "Yes." Han Li promptly produced the document given to him by the Gu family and stepped forward to present it. He dared not underestimate this individual, as the fluctuations of spiritual power emanating from him clearly indicated that he was a formidable cultivator at the late stage of foundation establishment. The middle-aged man took the document, glanced over it briefly, and then set it aside. His gaze sharpened as he began to scrutinize Han Li. "I heard a new cultivator arrived on the island, defeating the guards with just a cultivation level of 5. That wouldn't be you, would it?" He casually stroked the pearl in his embrace, suddenly posing the question with an air of indifference. Taken aback by the inquiry, Han Li felt a jolt of surprise and quickly replied with humility, "It was merely luck on my part. I do not deserve such accolades." Luck." The man scoffed with a derisive chuckle. Observing his demeanor, Han Li furrowed his brow in concern, perplexed by how this individual was aware of such recent events. As the contest had only occurred days prior to if sensing Han Li's confusion, the middle-aged man tightened his fur coat and calmly stated, "The guard you defeated happens to be my incompetent disciple. To think he was bested by an opponent of even lesser cultivation, I have sent him to reflect upon his failure as a form of punishment." Upon hearing this, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, followed by a bitter smile. What a remarkable coincidence. Could it be that this individual seeks to avenge his pupil? A sense of unease began to creep over Han Li. "Fear not. This is merely a matter between your generation. I shall not exploit my seniority to bully the younger. However, 5 years hence, I hope you will engage in another contest with my unworthy disciple. Regardless of the outcome, I shall not pursue the matter further." The middle-aged man remarked coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Han Li. "Since you insist, I would certainly not decline." Han Li replied, feeling a weight lift from his heart, surprised by Han Li's prompt agreement. The middle-aged cultivator's expression shifted to one of satisfaction. "Now, allow me to assist you with your residency formalities," he said, as a flash of white light emanated from his hand, causing the pearl to vanish. Rising slowly, he continued, "The process for residency is quite simple." The middle-aged man produced a golden booklet from his person and inscribed Han Li's name within it. Naturally, the green jade token he possessed upon entering the port would be confiscated and replaced with a blue jade pendant. This pendant gleamed with a blue radiance, functioning as a low-tier magical artifact. According to the middle-aged man, it possessed minor water-repellent properties, proving to be quite practical. Next, the middle-aged man retrieved a silver booklet from his attire and tossed it to Han Li. "The areas marked in golden light are already occupied, while the white ones indicate available cultivation spaces. Choose for yourself," he instructed. Cough, cough. The middle-aged man seemed somewhat unwell. His speech hastened slightly, prompting a fit of persistent coughs, resembling that of one gravely ill. Chapter 372. Little Huand Island. Han Li took the booklet and slowly unfolded it, only to discover that it was a complete map of Cultivation Island, where golden and white lights flickered in harmony. However, the luminous areas were predominantly concentrated in a vast green zone at the map's center. It was at this moment that Han Li realized the extensive area occupied by Qing'an Mountain far exceeded his previous assumptions. The central green region alone encompassed more than a quarter of the entire island. As Han Li gazed at the shimmering white points of light, he couldn't help but squint and scrutinize them closely. Compared to the golden light, The white light was evidently more abundant. Yet, the brightness of the white light varied considerably. Some shone brilliantly, while others emitted only a faint glow. The areas marked as peaks were exceedingly dazzling. Yet Han Li dismissed these locations entirely, as the middle-aged cultivator's supplementary words echoed in his ears. Cultivators in the Qi refining stage are not permitted to select from the various peaks. However, there are no such restrictions on other areas, and any location marked with white light is available. This was precisely in agreement with what the young cultivator surnamed one had informed him. What remained were the natural valleys and caves. Where the white light was considerably dimmer, I would like to inquire about something. What is the extent to which one can establish a cave dwelling in these locations? Are there any restrictions? Han Li inquired gravely, having perused the illustrated volume for a time before lifting his gaze to address the middle-aged man. Your cave dwelling serves as the epicenter, and within a radius of 10 miles lies your private domain, where you may freely arrange formations and restrictions, provided you possess the requisite skill to delineate such boundaries, the middle-aged cultivator remarked, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, quickly replaced by a hint of derision. May I select this location? Since it also emits white light, it should possess a spiritual vein, correct? Han Li responded calmly. He then pointed to a specific area on the map, causing the white light there to transform into a vibrant yellow. Han Li returned the volume to the man. Here, the middle-aged cultivator's gaze swept over the spot Han Li indicated, his pallid face reflecting a look of astonishment. The location Han Li had pointed out was indeed an area beyond Cultivation Island, faintly shimmering with a subtle white light. This is Shaohuan Island. The island measures only 60 to 70 miles in length. Yet it indeed harbors a small spiritual vein spanning several miles. We have established a modest protective formation on the island and constructed a small town there, accommodating approximately a few hundred inhabitants, the middle-aged cultivator said, a sardonic smile playing on his lips, laced with an undercurrent of mockery. Han Li remained silent, aware that the man's expression indicated that this island was far from simple. To us at Cultivation Island, this island could be considered somewhat of a white elephant. Though it possesses a spiritual vein, abandoning it would be regrettable. However, its concentration of spiritual energy pales in comparison to that of other islands, and its size is rather limited. Should one truly choose this place, while one would be undisturbed by other cultivators during meditation, the concentration of spiritual energy would be at least 1/3 less than what we offer at Qingyan Mountain. In essence, your cultivation speed would be considerably slower than that of your peers. Previously, several cultivators of your ilk, who preferred solitary cultivation, selected this island. Yet, within a few years, they all returned, having opted to pay hefty sums of spirit stones to select a different cultivation site rather than remain here. After all, for us cultivators, spiritual energy is of paramount importance. Furthermore, there is a stipulation that those who choose this island must also bear the responsibility of protecting it. This means that the spirit stones required to sustain the defensive formation must come from your own resources. Of course, you may levy a certain amount of spirit stones from the island's residents as compensation, and you would no longer be required to pay annual tributes of spirit stones to the main island. However, I must caution you. The meager contributions from the island's inhabitants are insufficient to cover the routine expenses of maintaining the protective formation. Presently, the spirit stones consumed by this island have been directly covered by Cultivation Island, which is the only reason it has endured thus far, the middle-aged cultivator said languidly, tapping rhythmically on the edge of the bed with his finger. Can it be inferred that if I were to settle on this small island, I would effectively become its lord? Han Li pondered for a moment before softly asking, Indeed, that is a valid interpretation, the middle-aged man replied, somewhat surprised. He had clearly articulated the island's drawbacks, yet this young man still wished to choose it. Thus, it was no longer his concern. At this moment, the middle-aged cultivator scrutinized Han Li once more with a hint of intrigue, secretly chuckling to himself, when the immense expenditure of spirit stones came to bear. It was likely that this individual would lament his choice. He believed that, at most, within a year or two, this young cultivator would return, disheveled and disheartened, seeking a new place for cultivation. Otherwise, if he were indeed the rightful lord of such a modest island, other cultivators would have long since clamored to claim it for themselves, leaving nothing for him now. Very well, I shall select this island, Han Li declared, having pondered briefly without further hesitation. Upon hearing Han Li's resolute statement, the middle-aged cultivator exhibited no signs of doubt. He retrieved a golden brush from his robe and delicately touched it to the island depicted on the map, instantly transforming the white light into a shimmering gold. Then, he produced a jade slip from his person and inscribed a few characters upon it with the golden pen, tossing it to Han Li. Hanli caught the jade slip and glanced down. Noting two golden symbols that seemed familiar, presumably inscribed in the local script of his name, this jade slip serves as proof that Xiaohuan Island is your cultivation domain. It also contains a roster of the island's inhabitants. So do keep it safe, the middle-aged cultivator stated nonchalantly. He then gathered the sketchbook, reclined back onto the bed, and waved his hand dismissively at Han Li, unmistakably signaling for him to leave. Han Li offered a slight bow, understanding the hint, and withdrew. Upon exiting the Ascension Pavilion, he had no intention of lingering at Qingyan Mountain to admire the scenery or to forge connections with fellow cultivators. Instead, he promptly took flight on his spirit vessel. Returning to Gu family village. Early the following morning, Han Li left a letter for Master Gu on the wooden table in his dwelling before setting off with Chu Han towards the nearest small town. There, he purchased a map of Kuaishing Island and its surrounding waters and made his way directly to the port. According to Wang Chaqing, the largest city on the island, Kuaishing City, lay to the west. Featuring a thoroughfare known as Tiandu Street, exclusively for the trading of goods among celestial masters. Though Han Li was eager to witness the wares exchanged by overseas cultivators and to explore their cultivation techniques, he felt acutely aware of his own meager cultivation level. The thought of entering a bustling hub filled with other cultivators left him feeling anxious and unsettled, compelling him to suppress his curiosity. It seems that with insufficient strength, my courage has also dwindled considerably. Han Li mused self-deprecatingly as he journeyed towards the port. His decision to forego the cultivation grounds of Qingyun Mountain in favor of the relatively desolate Xiaohuan Island stemmed from his desire to safeguard the secret of his small vial. Only on such a remote island, far removed from other cultivators, could he cultivate the spirit herbs he required without drawing attention. The rapid advancement of his cultivation would not arouse suspicion among others. Although this choice might slow his progress slightly, the available spiritual energy would suffice for nurturing the necessary herbs. After all, he primarily relied on consuming and refining elixirs for his cultivation. The thinness of the spiritual energy would not significantly hinder his development. As Han Li flew beyond the vast restrictions enveloping Kuaishing Island, he adhered to the map's guidance, making a beeline for Xiaohuan Island, despite its proximity on the map. It took him an entire day and night aboard the chiffon boat before he finally caught sight of the island from above. After Han Li circled the island, he finally spotted a small dock that seemed to be the entrance to the formation. Gradually, Han Li descended onto the dock. The number of people present was sparse, consisting of only a dozen or so fishermen who were resting in small boats by the dock. Upon seeing Han Li and Chu Han descend from the sky, they hurriedly disembarked from their boats and approached him. "We are the humble He Gui, paying our respects to the immortal master." Upon reaching Han Li, this group of individuals bowed, with one particularly robust man with a dark complexion respectfully inquiring, seemingly the leader among the fishermen. "This must be the Little Huan Island, right?" Although Han Li believed he had not made an error, he still prudently asked. "Indeed, esteemed immortal master," the robust man replied, looking puzzled. "I asked the immortal master here to exchange spirit stones? It has been scarcely a while since the last exchange. I am not here to exchange spirit stones," Han Li clarified. "From this day forth, the consumption of spirit stones on this island will be my responsibility. For this island has now become my cultivation ground. You may henceforth address me as Master Han." Upon confirming that this was indeed Little Huan Island, Han Li sighed in relief and smiled at the crowd before him. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the fishermen, he beckoned Chu Han and soared back towards the island's center. Chapter 373, External Incarnation. The only town on the island was located at its eastern end. While the western part of the island featured a small mountain range extending over 20 miles, crowned by two modest peaks, one towering around 200 to 300 zhang, and the other merely a little over 100. Han Li caught sight of the peaks from a distance but restrained his excitement, choosing to land first in the town's center. The arrival of Han Li and Chu Han stirred quite a commotion. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man who introduced himself as the town mayor hurried over to meet Han Li. After Han Li presented a jade slip adorned with golden symbols for the mayor's inspection, the elder promptly declared that all townsfolk were willing to heed the immortal master's every command. Naturally, Han Li had no need for the assistance of mere mortals. Instead, he inquired about the situation on the island and how much of the spirit stone consumption the townspeople could shoulder for the protective formation. This was the matter he was most concerned about. Upon hearing a figure so minuscule it was nearly negligible, Han Li felt a wave of discontent wash over him. Was this not to imply that he would bear the entirety of the spirit stone consumption? It seemed the middle-aged cultivator's assurances of collecting a small fee from the residents to offset some of the losses were merely empty words, devoid of substance. Hanli quietly cursed the middle-aged cultivator in his thoughts but offered the elder a few words of comfort instead. Subsequently, he proceeded to examine the core of the formation in the town's center. After estimating the quantity of spirit stones required for the formation and comparing it with the figure provided by the elder, he immediately allocated a year's worth of spirit stones to the mayor. He instructed the elder to come to his newly constructed cave abode each year to collect the necessary spirit stones. Without paying heed to the elder's incessant thanks, Han Li and Chu Hun set off towards the western end of the island. They entered the mountain range, referred to as Little Huan Mountain by the island's residents. Han Li felt a gentle waft of spiritual energy greet him, which brought a subtle delight to his heart. After a brief moment, Han Li stood upon the divine wind vessel, circling around two peaks, one tall and one short, several times. It was evident that the concentration of spiritual energy was somewhat more abundant in the taller peak. However, the shorter peak appeared sturdier, seemingly more suitable for establishing a cave dwelling, and it already housed the remnants of an ancient cultivator's cave, intact and ready for immediate use. After a moment of contemplation aboard the divine wind vessel, a glimmer of determination sparked in Han Li's eyes, and he made his decision that he first entered the dilapidated cave of the shorter peak, seeking a secluded spot deep within the cavern to unleash his magical artifact, striking the ground with force. After half a day's labor, an underground passage began to take shape. This tunnel, with a diameter of 2 to 3 zhang, led directly to the base of the peak. However, when Han Li had excavated the passage to a depth over 10 zhang beneath the peak's base, it suddenly changed direction, burrowing toward another peak merely 2 to 3 li away. Though the artifact in Han Li's possession was extraordinarily sharp and aided by the assistance of Chu Han, this grand endeavor still consumed the better part of 2 days and nights before successfully connecting the two peaks. Subsequently, Han Li modeled a new cave dwelling within the higher peak after the ancient cave of Tian Nan. Everything about this cave mirrored that of Taiyu Mountain, save for the absence of an exit. Apart from the newly created passage, it was entirely semi-enclosed. This was to be Han Li's true sanctuary for cultivation and nurturing spiritual herbs, with one genuine and one false cave dwelling established. His safety was greatly enhanced. Once the cave was completed, Han Li laid out the earlier acquired set of the reversed 5 elements formation near the exit of the shorter peak. Yet, after hovering between the two peaks for a while, he felt a lingering unease. Thus, he decided to retrieve 2 more formidable arrays from the array instruments gifted to him by Xin Ruin, the Gale of Heaven's Wind Array and the Illusory Celestial Net Array. Complete with their respective flags and discs, these 2 formations, expansive in scope, enveloped both peaks entirely. Although they lacked the mystical nature of the reversed 5 elements formation, they would certainly pose a headache for any foundation establishment cultivator. In this manner, aside from the brute force of core formation cultivators, Han Li's cave was rendered virtually impregnable. Above the grand array, Han Li gazed at the indistinct peak shrouded in milky mist, chuckling lightly before gradually descending into the fog, disappearing from sight. Upon entering the true cave dwelling, rather than allowing himself a moment of respite, Han Li busied himself tirelessly. He first sowed various spiritual herb seeds within the secret garden he had created. After all, even if he wished to hasten their growth, he would have to wait for the seeds to sprout into seedlings. Next, he buried a small vial, which he regarded as his lifeblood, in a corner of the garden, covering it with remnants of a magical treasure to facilitate the condensation of green liquid through the subtle apertures in the cave walls. Following this, he carved out dozens of chambers of varying sizes and, adhering to the insect-rearing insights of the Yuling sect cultivators, meticulously modified the environments of each chamber, placing the pair of white spiders and the remaining peculiar insects within. He also set up restrictions nearby to prevent their escape. Naturally, he first scattered sufficient insect feed to ensure their sustenance. Upon completing these paramount tasks, Han Li did not resort to medication or engage in meditation to refine his qi. Rather, he cautiously retrieved the grayish-white jade slip acquired from the Emperor of Yu from his storage bag. This slip contained a plethora of exceedingly peculiar secret arts, including the long-desired technique of external incarnation. Delving deeply into the jade slip with his divine sense, Han Li meticulously scrutinized the methods of cultivating this technique several times before withdrawing his consciousness and falling into contemplation. Previously, although he had already formulated a plan in his mind, upon careful consideration, he realized that the dangers associated with cultivating this technique were indeed substantial. The jade slip clearly stated that should the ritual of refining the avatar fail, the divine sense transferred to the avatar would be irrevocably destroyed. Moreover, if the cultivator's divine sense was not sufficiently robust, it could lead to severe repercussions, mild cases resulting in prolonged madness, while grave instances could culminate in death by the backlash of one's own inner demons. Furthermore, even if the refinement were to succeed, this so-called external incarnation would merely function as a sophisticated puppet capable of autonomous cultivation and manipulation, starkly contrasting with the legendary ability to transform one into two, or to metamorphose into multiple entities. Nevertheless, with the blood condensation 5 elements pill in his possession, Hanli possessed a significant opportunity to forge a lethal avatar, an unprecedented chance to acquire a guardian at the core formation stage. Even if it were merely at the early stages of core formation, it would endow him with a means of self-defense against core formation cultivators from that point onward. Additionally, the most critical and challenging prerequisite for cultivating an avatar necessitated a body with spiritual roots that remained completely unscathed. He had already secured such a body. It was Chu Han, the soulless corpse. Logically, extracting the primordial spirit from a cultivator, particularly one of lower rank, generally resulted in damage to the physical body's meridians due to the forceful nature of the extraction. Hence, it is not uncommon for many cultivators to be astonished upon encountering Chu Han, a corpse still exhibiting signs of spiritual energy, while instances of a physical body remaining intact after the extraction of a cultivator's primordial spirit do exist. They are exceedingly rare, akin to a 1 in 100 occurrence. Unfortunately, the secret technique for refining the external incarnation stipulates that the body must not only remain completely unscathed after the extraction, but must also belong to a low-ranking cultivator below the 6th layer. This requirement renders the search for a suitable body even more arduous. Although Hanli was unaware of the rationale behind this peculiar stipulation, he surmised it might relate to the ease of controlling the body after implanting the divine sense. While the exact circumstances under which Chu Han was fortuitously created by Yu Zitong and Dr. Mo remain unclear, it is indeed the ideal body for refining an avatar, possessing all necessary conditions. The Emperor of Yu likely extracted the primordial spirits from numerous low-ranking cultivators before fortuitously encountering a suitable physical form. Otherwise, he should have been able to refine more than one avatar. Seated on the ground, Hanli pondered for a considerable time before ultimately deciding to cultivate the Great Evolving Technique to the 2nd layer before attempting to refine the avatar. Only in this manner could he mitigate the consequences of a failed refinement. At present, he had deeply experienced the remarkable efficacy of the Great Evolving Technique in augmenting his divine sense. Naturally, before embarking on the cultivation of the Great Evolving Technique, he must first restore his foundational cultivation to its initial stage, as the secret art of external incarnation could only be practiced by cultivators who had established their foundation. Once the ritual of refining his avatar was complete, regardless of the success of the transformation technique, Hanli had to delve into the cultivation of the 3 transformations of the primordial essence. After all, it was solely this technique, along with the Azure Origin Sword Art, that held the key to his ability to condense the golden core and embark upon the path of the Great Tao. After contemplating his future cultivation arrangements, Hanli entered the secret chamber of his cave dwelling and commenced the ingestion of elixirs to refine his Qi.at present. He was limited to consuming only the Huanglong Dan and the Jinsui Wan, both of which were low-tier elixirs. The foundation establishment pill was still too potent for him. It would be more prudent to wait until he reached the 7th layer before using it. According to his estimations, once the bottleneck of foundation establishment was removed, he should swiftly progress into that realm. In the 374th chapter, titled Cultivation Knows No Time, Hanli spent his days not only hastening the growth of spirit herbs and concocting the necessary Huanglong Dan and Jinsui Wan, but also sitting cross-legged to refine his qi, fully immersing himself in arduous cultivation. Naturally, he adhered to the insights on insect nurturing shared by the disciples of the spirit-taming sect, regularly training the white spider and other peculiar insects, which provided him with the sole enjoyment amidst his cultivation. However, as Hanli had anticipated, within just over a year, he ascended to the 9th layer of the qi refinement stage, achieving an astonishingly rapid progression compared to before. Yet, he found himself somewhat dissatisfied with this pace. Upon reaching the 9th layer, he resolutely consumed 3 foundation establishment pills. With the aid of their formidable medicinal power, Hanli spent approximately another year to re-enter the foundation establishment stage. At this point, he could finally wield the innate true fire. Consequently, Hanli immediately ceased the preparation of low-tier elixirs and began crafting several types of elixirs suitable for the foundation establishment stage. Based on Han Li's calculations, aside from the qi refining powder, which had lost its efficacy due to excessive consumption, he anticipated that the other 3 elixirs would adequately elevate his cultivation to the late foundation establishment stage. Nevertheless, adhering to his original plan, Han Li did not hastily deepen his cultivation, but instead focused on accumulating elixirs to modify his practice of the Dayan decision, preparing for the ritual of refining his avatar. Initially, Han Li had remarkably succeeded in cultivating the first layer of the Dayan decision, mastering it in merely 6 months. This instilled a sense of confidence within him, for although he possessed poor aptitude in comprehending the 5 elemental spells, he exhibited considerable talent in the Dayan decision. Thus, he held great faith in achieving the second layer of the Dayan decision. According to the partial scripture of the technique, upon mastering the second layer, his spiritual consciousness would be enhanced severalfold, allowing him to divide his consciousness into over 100 fragments. It was at this juncture, when this technique combined with the puppet technique, that the true terrifying power of the Dayan decision would be revealed. Although he was aware that cultivating the second layer would undoubtedly be far more challenging than the first, the time required exceeded Han Li's expectations significantly. What he had initially thought could be accomplished in 2 to 3 years actually took him 6 years of relentless dedication to barely achieve. This prolonged duration, nearly half again longer than anticipated, left Han Li feeling utterly helpless. During this period, the excruciating torment of forcibly honing his spiritual consciousness left him in a state of profound dread whenever he reflected upon it. And he could not help but turn pale at the memory. Moreover, during the 3rd year of cultivating the grand transformation technique, a disciple of a middle-aged cultivator from the Ascendant Pavilion, who had previously suffered greatly due to the merchant qualifications of the Great Island, truly obeyed the command of his master and came to Han Li's Little Huan Island to challenge him once more. As a result, he became ensnared in Han Li's formation for 3 days and nights, until Han Li, who happened to emerge from seclusion, discovered and released him. It is worth noting that Han Li, due to the arduous nature of the grand transformation technique, had long since forgotten this event. Faced with Han Li, who concealed his true cultivation level with a nameless technique, this man, having been trapped by the formation for several days and feeling somewhat exasperated, was naturally defeated by Han Li with impeccable timings, leading him to believe that Han Li was merely proficient with magical artifacts. Thus he returned in a state of dejection. 3 years later, having achieved the second layer of the grand transformation technique, Han Li prepared to cultivate the secret technique of external avatars. He first took a few days to recuperate, ensuring that his primordial spirit was in its most potent state, before summoning Chu Han to the secluded chamber for training, where they sat cross-legged facing each other. With a wave of his hand, Han Li closed the stone door of the chamber, focusing intently on Chu Han across from him, remaining silent for a considerable time. Gazing at Chu Han's grotesque yet familiar visage, Han Li found himself overwhelmed with emotions, recalling many long-forgotten memories, the 7 mystic sect, the colorful Clouds Mountain, and a host of familiar figures. However, after exchanging glances with Chu Han's vacant, lifeless eyes for a moment, Han Li sighed deeply, finally casting aside his hesitation. His hands moved in intricate gestures, releasing a faint azure light that flooded the chamber in a verdant glow. Soon, Han Li's face began to contort slightly within the green light, tiny beads of sweat forming on his forehead, while his eyes emitted a dazzling, piercing white radiance that deterred any who dared to look. Suddenly, Han Li let out a resounding roar, forming a peculiar seal with his hands, his body becoming motionless. Yet, from his nostrils emerged a sphere of green light the size of a thumb, which swiftly flew towards Chu Han, entering his body through the nostrils. At this moment, Han Li's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat rolling down like peas, but the white brilliance in his eyes grew even more intense, eventually erupting into 2 slender beams of white light that shot directly into Chu Han's gaze, causing both of their bodies to tremble in unison. The stone door of the training chamber remained closed for over a month. It was not until the middle of the 2nd month that the door finally creaked open, revealing Han Li, who emerged looking haggard yet extraordinarily exhilarated. This time, the ritual of creating an avatar had ultimately succeeded after enduring tremendous tribulations. Although the effects remained uncertain, at the very least, there had been no occurrences of ritual failure or backlash, which significantly relieved Han Li. Yet, as soon as he stepped out of the chamber, he immediately entered another stone room to commence further seclusion. The recent ritual had also taken a heavy toll on his vitality. Without immediate medication to replenish his energy, he risked a potential decline in his cultivation stage as for the avatar Chu Han. Since his consciousness had yet to fully master the body, he remained within the chamber, continuing to adapt and synchronize gradually. In just a few short months, Hanli had completely restored his damaged vitality. However, he did not emerge from his secluded meditation. Instead, he delved directly into the study of the cultivation method for the 3 transformations of heavy primordial power. The technique for this cultivation was articulated with remarkable clarity. Once a practitioner reached the late stage of foundation establishment, they were to disperse the majority of their cultivation derived from the Azure Primordial Sword technique, starting anew from the early stage of foundation establishment. Simultaneously, they were to compress and consolidate their true essence, guiding the liquefied true essence of the foundation establishment phase towards a more solidified state, thereby alleviating the bottleneck resistance encountered during the formation of the golden core. According to the estimations of the eminent figure who had devised this technique, such a back-and-forth repetition thrice would yield a 50% chance of successfully forming a golden core. When Hanli dispersed his cultivation, he had not yet attained the late stage of foundation establishment. Rather, he unexpectedly did so at the mid-stage. Nevertheless, he was unfazed by this occurrence. To Hanli, the distinction between the late and mid-stage was merely a matter of the quantity of true essence during the compression and consolidation process. As long as the overarching principle of compressing and solidifying the true essence remained unchanged, and he dispersed his cultivation twice more upon reaching the late stage, he believed there would be no significant issues. After months of dedicated study of the 3 transformations of heavy primordial power, Hanli felt he had thoroughly comprehended the technique. With a plethora of elixirs in hand, he entered the secret chamber, resolute in his determination that he vowed not to leave his abode until he had perfected the first transformation of this technique and elevated the Azure Primordial Sword technique to the 6th layer. As for the corporeal entity of Chu Han, Hanli insisted on having it continuously consume elixirs for energy refinement, preparing for the foundation establishment phase. Given that Chu Han possessed 3 spiritual roots, its aptitude far surpassed Hanli's. Thus, with the aid of elixirs, it experienced a meteoric rise in cultivation, nearly matching Hanli's pace in recultivation. Hanli estimated that within merely 2 years, Chu Han would be ready for foundation establishment. Moreover, Hanli had long selected the blood-refining divine light, a formidable demonic technique practiced by the Emperor of Yu, from the jade slip emanating a grayish-white aura for Chu Han to cultivate post-foundation establishment. After all, he had personally witnessed the immense power of this technique in the hands of the Emperor of Yu. As for the concern that this technique lacked subsequent methods for advancement after forming the golden core, Hanli paid little heed. Even if the core of evil were to be formed, Chu Han, being a dismembered entity, would only be able to maintain a cultivation at the early stage of golden core formation, rendering the absence of further techniques inconsequential. Time passed considerably during Hanli's cultivation. As the saying goes, in the realm of cultivation, time is but a blurred eye in the blink of an eye. Over 20 years had elapsed. Remarkably, throughout this protracted period, Hanli had not stepped outside his cave even once, nor had he reappeared before the island's inhabitants, for the hundreds of residents of Xiaohuan Island. Since the arrival of this immortal master, life had continued unabated, with fishermen fishing and farmers tending to their fields. That, of course, the 2 once clear peaks had become obscured by a dense white mist, rendering them indistinct. Initially, the mortal residents of Xiaohuan Island found this disconcerting. However, as time passed, they grew accustomed to the phenomenon, eventually disregarding it entirely. Nonetheless, the adults in town would still caution their mischievous children to steer clear of the mist surrounding the peaks, for anyone who ventured too close would become utterly lost, unable to find their way back. Only after enduring several days of hardship and calling out for Master Han could they rediscover the path to freedom. After a series of such occurrences, the residents of the town naturally learned their lesson, understanding that the esteemed Master Han was not fond of disturbances. However, staying away from the mountain peaks and merely gathering firewood and fruit in the vicinity of Xiaohuan Mountain posed no issues whatsoever. Furthermore, each year, as the town's protective array lacked spirit stones, the town chief would merely shout a few times towards the mountain through the white mist, and a year's worth of spirit stones would automatically emerge from the mist on a tray, allowing the visitors to take them back, without ever defaulting. Of course, after 20 years, the original town chief had long since passed away. The current town chief, whom Hanli encountered upon his arrival at Xiaohuan Island, was the dark-faced fisherman, He Gui, and his request for spirit stones proved equally effective. Thus, while the residents of Xiaohuan Island did not hold an extreme admiration for the esteemed Master Han, they generally regarded him with a favorable impression. On this day, however, Han Li ventured out from his cave dwelling. Chapter 375. Twin Beauties. The harbor of Cultivation Island remained as bustling as ever, with numerous vessels of varying sizes constantly coming and going, and the skies occasionally illuminated by flashes of vibrant light. The mortals on the ground had grown accustomed to such sights, no longer finding them remarkable. Yet today, a streak of white light flew in from outside the island, swift as lightning, pausing only briefly above the harbor before racing deep into the island. Those fortunate enough to approach the vicinity of the white light would discern two figures flickering within it. Han Li, who had successfully completed the first turn of the 3 transformations of the true element technique and reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and his doppelganger, Chu Han, who had similarly advanced to a comparable level of cultivation due to the accumulation of numerous elixirs. Over the span of 20 years, the rigorous practice of compressing true essence had not only refined Han Li's techniques, rendering them far more profound and potent than those of his peers, but Chu Han's catching up to him in cultivation brought Han Li immense joy, were it not for the fact that Chu Han required several special auxiliary items to condense the death pill, and Han Li himself needed to prepare for his own attempt at forming a core. He would have remained within the cave dwelling of Xiaohuan Mountain. However, this outing was intentional. Aside from purchasing supplies and retrieving the spirit stones promised by the former owner of the Gu family, Gu Dongzhu, he planned to return directly to the mountain without visiting other places. After all, this was a crucial period for his cultivation, and he could not afford distractions. With this thought in mind, the divine wind vessel carried Han Li and Chu Han straight towards the center of the island, to Cultivation City. He still possessed ample spirit stones and felt no urgency to visit the Gu family first. It was more convenient to procure his supplies beforehand. Several hours later, Han Li faintly discerned a massive city encircled by towering walls. Although he had never been to Cultivation City, he was certain of its identity based on the map's markings and the city's imposing grandeur. Lost in these thoughts, Han Li suddenly felt the divine wind vessel beneath him grow slightly heavier, as if burdened by a weight exceeding 1,000 pounds. He paused momentarily, quickly realizing he had triggered a restriction. Truly, this city lived up to its reputation as the largest in Cultivation Island, having established extensive restrictions even from such a considerable distance. In truth, with Han Li's current pinnacle of foundation establishment, he could easily disregard these restrictions and continue forward, expending merely a bit more spiritual energy. However, Han Li preferred to avoid attracting attention, so he gently pressed down on the front of the divine wind vessel, allowing the artifact to descend gradually. Han Li and Chu Han descended from the divine wind vessel with an air of calmness, stepping onto the ground. Once they had diminished the vessel and stored it away in their spatial bags, Han Li cast a glance at the distant colossal city and, with a gentle smile, strolled forward alongside Chu Han. The city of Cultivation was at least 3 or 4 times larger than the Dongshu city he had previously visited. As Han Li walked along one of the streets of Cultivation City, he observed the broad thoroughfare, ample enough for several beast carts to travel side by side, and he felt a surge of emotion. Casually inquiring with a mortal about the direction of Tiandu Street, Han Li and Chu Han proceeded without hesitation towards the northern part of the city. Is this what they call Tiandu Street? Han Li gazed at the scene before him, his expression one of astonishment. Before him loomed a vast, misty shield that enveloped the entirety of Cultivation City's northern district. This was no mere street, but rather a multitude of thoroughfares. This was in stark contrast to the solitary street he had envisioned. However, what astonished Han Li the most was the sight of a magnificent pavilion floating over 30 zhang above the ground in the center of this district. The pavilion, resplendent in a vibrant green, emanated a soft glow, resembling an enormous jadeite, utterly captivating in its brilliance. Gazing at the pavilion, which shimmered under the sunlight, Han Li found himself entranced for quite some time. Although he was unsure how this structure floated without descending, he was undeniably intrigued. Just then, Han Li's expression shifted, and he swiftly restrained his spiritual energy, maintaining it at the level of the 10th stage of qi refinement. Soon after, the sound of footsteps echoed behind him, followed by a melodious voice that rang out. "Is this your first visit to Tiandu Street, esteemed seniors and fellow cultivators?" Every practitioner seeing the Yunming Pavilion for the first time is often left in awe. The voice of the woman was as enchanting as a nightingale, prompting Han Li to glance back. There, a mere 10 steps away, stood 5 cultivators, 3 men and 2 women. The men were unremarkable in appearance. But the two women were stunningly beautiful, dressed in an exceedingly daring manner. Their simple garments not only revealed their fair arms and smooth legs, but also left their delicate feet bare. What drew even more attention were the three exquisite, luminous golden rings adorning their wrists and foreheads, adding a touch of fiery allure to their presence. The three men, in contrast, appeared rather ordinary. One of them even bearing a pockmarked visage that rendered him somewhat unattractive. All five of them seemed to be cultivators at the 10th stage of chi refinement, evidently desiring to enter the luminous shield. "Might I inquire who you esteemed friends are?" Hanli asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice as he stole another glance at the striking women. "This lovely lady is my friend, Yuan Yao. We are loose cultivators from a nearby island. Hearing that a shipment of rare materials from other great islands has arrived at Tiandu Street today, we decided to join these three newfound companions for a look," replied a petite, sweet-faced girl, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she regarded Han Li and Chu Han, offering them a charming smile. It was indeed the same woman who had initially posed the question. Beside her stood another young woman of remarkable beauty, whose exquisite skin rivaled snow and was as delicate as a flower petal. Beneath her form-fitting attire, her graceful figure was fully revealed, rendering men unable to suppress their salivation. She truly possessed the allure capable of causing turmoil in a kingdom. However, this enchanting lady did not cast a glance towards Han Li. Instead, her luminous eyes were fixated upon Chu Han, and her lovely countenance betrayed a hint of astonishment. Observing this scene, Han Li subtly furrowed his brow, although he had concealed his true cultivation level through his chi training technique. Chu Han's late-stage foundation establishment prowess was entirely unmasked. Han Li believed that having Chu Han, a practitioner of such high caliber, accompanying him would not only help avert numerous troubles, but would also deter other cultivators from harboring any ill intentions. Yet, it appeared that Chu Han's formidable presence, while indeed intimidating, was somewhat too conspicuous. Pondering this, Han Li maintained his composure and remarked, "I apologize for any amusement caused to my esteemed companions. I am Han Li, and this is my revered master uncle. Chu Hun. It is indeed our first visit to Tiandu Street. I thought so. If Chu Senior and Han Daoist were not unfamiliar with Yuming Pavilion, how could you linger here?" One of the ladies suggested playfully, "Why don't we all enter together? My sister and I can introduce you to the various shops of Tiandu, though we are not from Kuaishing Island. We have visited here numerous times and are well acquainted with everything." Upon hearing Han Li's words, the petite beauty smiled brightly and replied, "Indeed, if Chu Senior does not mind, my sister and I would be delighted to serve as guides for you, helping you save time in finding satisfactory items." The stunningly beautiful woman, Yuan Yao, chimed in with sparkling eyes. Her flirtatious laughter rendered it impossible for any man to utter a refusal to this. The three male cultivators accompanying the two women could not help but display displeasure on their faces. However, upon glancing at Chu Han, the esteemed practitioner of the foundation establishment stage, they could only stew in silence. Han Li was taken aback. It was indeed his first encounter with such overtly charming company. Yet, judging by the gazes of the two ladies, it seemed their genuine interest lay with the profoundly skilled Chu Han, while he merely played a secondary role, though he was uncertain of the ladies' intentions. Han Li had no desire to provoke these enchanting beauties. Thus, under Han Li's suggestion, Chu Han, who had remained taciturn, finally spoke in a raspy voice. "No need. I have always preferred solitude. Han Shidi, let us depart." With that, Chu Han grasped the slightly apologetic Han Li and strode confidently into the protective barrier, showing no inclination to engage with the two women. That Chu Han's abrupt demeanor caused the ladies' expressions to shift slightly, revealing their disappointment. Meanwhile, the three male cultivators brightened visibly, secretly displaying their delight. "Well then, ladies, this Chu Senior is clearly a person of peculiar temperament. Let us proceed on our own," remarked the pockmarked male cultivator, attempting to ingratiate himself with the two beauties. Upon hearing this, the two enchanting women exchanged a glance before replying with forced smiles, gracefully stepping into the protective barrier. At that moment, Han Li and Chu Han had already vanished from sight amidst the bustling streets. Upon witnessing this, the two women displayed expressions of resignation and could only randomly select a shop to enter. Chapter 376. Snow Spirit Water and Heavenly Fire Liquid. The two women and the three persistent male cultivators stepped into the nearby shop. Han Li and Chu Han emerged from behind another room. Casting a glance at the shop the women had entered, Han Li revealed a contemplative expression. After observing for a moment, he proceeded with Chu Han toward other streets. At first glance, The streets here appeared no different from the mundane shops outside, with rows of similarly sized square buildings flanking either side of the street. The signs and banners outside the shops bore a variety of names, such as Wu Family General Store, Chen's Magical Artifact Shop, Five Elements Refining Workshop, and Huiyang Materials, among others. Han Li chose not to enter these establishments, but instead made his way directly toward the center of Tiandu Street. Based on his previous experiences, he surmised that the more formidable shops would undoubtedly be situated in the prime locations, particularly beneath the Yunming Pavilion. As he contemplated this, Han Li unconsciously quickened his pace. Meanwhile, various cultivators traversed the street, frequently darting in and out of the shops, suggesting a significant presence of cultivators within Tiandu Street. After walking several hundred zhang, Han Li realized he had indeed found the right place. Before him lay a small square spanning several acres, its surface adorned with pristine, elongated jade, exuding exquisite elegance. At the center of the square stood nothing but the floating Yunming Pavilion, which at that moment appeared uninviting. Its grand entrance firmly closed, devoid of any intention to welcome visitors. Surrounding this modest square were 6 small pavilions, each distinct in style, positioned equidistantly in a seemingly confrontational arrangement. Aside from these 6 shops, no other establishments dared to encroach upon this square. Observing this scene, Han Li scrutinized the aerial pavilion for a while before shifting his gaze to the 6 pavilions below. Shanghai Pavilion, Baishui Tower. Yuhuan residents. Han Li murmured the names of these 6 shops, continuously assessing the flow of cultivators entering and exiting, hoping to choose the one with the most vibrant atmosphere. However, after a brief moment, Han Li furrowed his brow in frustration that it turned out that the foot traffic among the 6 pavilions was nearly identical, with most individuals making the rounds to each pavilion before departing with either reluctance or exuberance. In his vexation, Han Li focused intently on the 6 pavilions once more, only to discover a peculiar detail. The banners outside each pavilion bore emblems of profound significance. The banner of Shanghai Pavilion depicted a blue beast, while Baishui Tower featured a golden small sword, and Yuhuan residents showcased a green spiritual herb. Upon reaching this realization, Han Li faintly sensed that he may have misjudged a matter. To validate his thoughts, Han Li contemplated briefly before making his way toward the nearest Baishui Tower, with Chu Han silently trailing behind him. Upon entering the grand hall of Baishui Tower, he found the interior quite spacious. Measuring approximately 30 zhang in length and width, surrounding them were rows of exquisitely carved white jade racks, upon which sparkled an array of gleaming magical artifacts, numbering nearly 100. However, with a mere glance, Han Li discerned that the finest among them were but superior-tier artifacts, hardly worthy of his attention. Before each rack stood 4 or 5 neatly attired attendants in blue, who were assisting 7 or 8 cultivators in selecting and recommending certain artifacts. Yet, as soon as Han Li and Chu Han entered, a sharp-eyed attendant immediately recognized Chu Han's status as a foundational stage cultivator. Although he could not sense her precise level, his eyes brightened, and he hurried over. After bowing deeply to Chu Han, he astutely inquired, "Esteemed senior, what kind of artifact do you seek? Surely, ordinary artifacts would not catch your discerning eye. Might I suggest accompanying me to the adjacent side hall, where the shopkeeper can present some newly arrived top-tier artifacts for your perusal?" Upon hearing such articulate and transparent words, Han Li merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. In contrast, Chu Han coldly replied, "Lead the way. I shall take a look." The attendant, delighted by Chu Han's bold tone, beamed with joy as he ushered Han Li into the side hall of the main chamber, excusing himself to summon the shopkeeper. As soon as he departed, a beautiful maid entered, serving 2 cups of fragrant tea to Han Li and Chu Han before silently retreating. Han Li, unreserved, lifted his cup and took a sip. Shortly after, a middle-aged man with a peculiar appearance and 3 wisps of long beard entered. Initially smiling, his expression shifted to one of surprise upon recognizing Chu Han's cultivation level. He promptly clasped his hands together and exclaimed, "I did not expect you, my friend, to have reached the false Dan realm. Truly, congratulations are in order. I am Chao Lu, the shopkeeper here, and I wish you the swift completion of your golden Dan." As he spoke, his demeanor turned serious, causing Han Li to momentarily pause. However, with his quick wit, he soon understood that the term false Dan realm referred to Chu Han having reached the pinnacle of the foundational stage. Thus, Chu Han rose and casually remarked, "You flatter me, my friend. Achieving the golden Dan is no simple feat. However, I have indeed come to prepare for the breakthrough to Dan formation. This is my first visit to Tiandu Street. I am uncertain where to procure the necessary shuling water and Tianhua liquid, but I would greatly appreciate your guidance. Chao Daoist. Chu Han spoke with utmost courtesy, aware that this peculiar-looking middle-aged man was also a mid-foundational stage cultivator. Ah, that is easily arranged. Our six-linked hall has a spirit of mutual support. I shall contact Daoist Ouyang from Yuhuan residence right away. Should he possess these items, I will have them delivered to you forthwith. Without a moment's hesitation, shopkeeper Chao readily agreed and produced a messaging talisman, whispering a few words before transforming it into a streak of red light that flew out of the room. Subsequently, shopkeeper Chao engaged in enthusiastic conversation with Chu Han, subtly attempting to glean details about her origins and sect. However, Han Li would not disclose such personal matters to a stranger he had only just met. Merely manipulating the spirit of Chu Han, who ambiguously claimed to be a practitioner newly arrived at Cultivation Island. The intent was to temporarily reside there after unintentionally encountering Han Li, this esteemed nephew. Upon hearing these words, the esteemed manager Chao's smile became even more amiable, exuding a warmth that left Han Li feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Just as Han Li was inwardly perplexed, pondering the true intentions of the other party, a burly man clad in a light blue robe entered from the side hall. This individual, with a ruddy complexion and an imposing stature, emanated an air of formidable strength. Chao Daoyu, what prompted this sudden desire for shuling water and Tianhua liquid? Is there someone preparing to condense their core? The man boomed with hearty laughter upon entering. Yet his piercing gaze, after briefly scanning Han Li, fixated intently on Chu Han. The man's seemingly casual inquiry caused Han Li to furrow his brow in silent contemplation. Recognizing that this individual was likely not as straightforward as he appeared, but rather possessed a cunning disposition, that a shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to exercise greater caution around this man. Nevertheless, both Han Li and Chu Han maintained their composure, even wearing faint smiles. Ouyang Daoyu, allow me to introduce you. This is my esteemed friend Chu Daoyu, who has just arrived at Cultivation Island, and this is Chu Daoyu's nephew, Han Daoyu, who has already settled here, Chao Lu said with a beaming smile, gesturing towards Chu Han and Han Li. Chu Daoyu has reached the false core stage and is poised to advance to the real core. Ha. I extend my congratulations to Chu Daoyu. Should you succeed in condensing your core, it would certainly bolster our chaotic star C with another pillar of strength. The burly man grinned broadly, his enthusiasm palpable. However, he suddenly seemed to recall something, slapping the back of his head as if embarrassed, and added, how could I forget? Chu Daoyu must be eager for the shuling water and Tianhua liquid. But rest assured, I have brought both, and there is enough for 2 individuals to condense their cores. After saying this, the burly man produced 2 jade boxes radiating a yellowish glow from his person and placed them on the table before Han Li. These boxes, crafted from the rare deep sea extreme jade of earth attribute, could be considered treasures in their own right, though their value paled in comparison to the spiritual items they contained. Despite his seemingly indifferent demeanor, Han Li could discern a hint of pride in the burly man's tone. Thank you for your efforts, Daoyu, Chu Han replied, maintaining an impassive expression as he carefully opened the 2 jade boxes. Inside one was a clear, transparent liquid resembling pure water, which emitted a chilling aura upon the lid being lifted. In contrast, the other box contained a fiery crimson liquid, exuding an intense heat. After a thorough examination, Chu Han finally closed the lids with satisfaction and calmly inquired of the burly man, might I inquire how many spirit stones you would require to part with these 2 items? Though shuling water and Tianhua liquid were not as rare as millennium-old spiritual herbs, they were still difficult to procure and essential for enhancing the success rate of core condensation, making them indispensable in Han Li's pursuit. Chapter 377. The Pill Formula and the Demon Pill. Although our 6 has not entered the ranks of the 4 major merchant alliances, these 2 spiritual items, while rare, are not something we deem significant. Friend Chu, please take them as a congratulatory gift from our 6 for your impending success in forming your core. The burly man with a dragon-like beard waved his hand and spoke boldly. Upon hearing this, Han Li did not express overwhelming joy and allow Chu Han to accept the gift. Instead, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. It seemed implausible that someone would offer such a precious gift without any ulterior motives. Han Li could hardly believe that such goodwill existed in the world. Even if Chu Han were indeed the so-called false core formation cultivator in their eyes, these 2 individuals had no need to curry favor in such a manner. Did they harbor some hidden intentions? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Han Li grew increasingly cautious and insisted to Chu Han, shaking his head seriously. That is not acceptable. I am aware of the principle that one should not receive rewards without merit. These two items should be compensated appropriately. I still possess a modest amount of spirit stones. Or do the two of you have some unspeakable concerns? After uttering these words, Chu Han revealed a somewhat enigmatic smile. Seeing Chu Han's wariness towards the unsolicited benefits, Chao Lu and the burly man exchanged puzzled glances. However, after a brief exchange of looks, Chao Lu cleared his throat and said, "We apologize for causing you amusement. Friend, since you are indeed a sensible person, I shall speak frankly. We do have certain matters that require your assistance. These two spiritual items are merely a token of our goodwill from six. Should the matter be resolved, our establishment will present you with a grander gift." Chao Lu's words carried a notable sincerity, while the burly man exhibited a hint of embarrassment. Yet upon hearing this, Han Li could not help but smirk inwardly and gently declined with a smile. "To be candid, I am currently wholly engrossed in the matter of forming my core and have no inclination to attend to other affairs. I sincerely apologize, but you may need to seek assistance elsewhere." Chu Han seemed entirely disinterested in any further discourse, effectively shutting down the other's subsequent remarks in response to Chu Han's dismissal. Neither Chao Lu nor the burly man took offense. Instead, they burst into hearty laughter. "Haha, since you are so focused on your core formation, then it is precisely in this matter that you should lend your assistance. For upon successful completion, the reward from our six will be a falling dust pill, which is highly beneficial for core formation and can significantly enhance the chances of success." The burly man exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Falling dust pill?" Chu Han murmured, momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, we require 6 cultivators at the false core stage, and we have already found 5 that we are merely in need of one more. That IT would be splendid if you could join us. And each participating cultivator will receive a falling dust pill as a gift from our establishment," Chao Lu stated with a more serious demeanor. While the falling dust pill might indeed be renowned in the chaotic Star Sea, Han Li, who had just arrived at Cultivation Island and had been in seclusion, was unaware of its purported efficacy. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Chu Han cautiously inquired, "Could the two of you elaborate on the specific tasks I would need to undertake? I shall then decide how to proceed. Of course, it is only to be expected. In truth, it is not a particularly complicated matter. Our establishment has discovered a 6th-level demon beast, and we seek to acquire its demon core. Thus we wish to enlist some external assistance to eliminate this creature." Chao Lu chuckled lightly, expressing himself with a casual demeanor at a 6th-level demon beast. Chu Han smiled bitterly. Meanwhile, Han Li nearly leapt up in outrage. Ready to berate the two, he recalled how a mere 4th-level giant mantis demon beast had nearly cost him his life. Now, with the emergence of a 6th-level beast, were they not inviting certain doom upon themselves? "Rest assured, my friends, our establishment has devised a comprehensive plan for this endeavor, and there is minimal risk involved," the burly man hastily interjected. "In addition to our 2 guest elders at the core formation stage, we have also set up the 6 escape waterway formation. As long as 6 cultivators of the false core stage manage the formation, all will be well." Seemingly sensing Chu Han's discomfort, the burly man quickly provided clarification. The 6 escape waterway formation. Han Li found this term somewhat familiar, as if it were mentioned in the array insights gifted to him by XN Rian. Given the gravity of the situation, Chu Han, under Han Li's subtle guidance, proposed a delay for 2 days to contemplate the matter, after which they would provide an answer. Upon hearing Chu Han's vague response, Chao Lu was initially taken aback, but he quickly donned a beaming smile and acquiesced. However, as Han Li and Chu Han attempted to depart, Chao Lu and the burly man insisted that Han Li take the snow spirit water and heavenly fire liquid with him, graciously asserting that even if Chu Han declined their request later, it would not matter, for they had already established a rapport with him. Hearing such conciliatory words from the other party, Chu Han smiled slightly and accepted the jade box without demur. After exchanging a few courteous remarks, he and Han Li exited the hall. Once outside the Bai Shui Tower, Han Li glanced back at the edifice, shook his head lightly, and sought a side street to leave the square. Since these 6 halls were essentially branches of the same establishment, Han Li deemed it inappropriate to bargain further, especially after having received complimentary items. Therefore, he resolved to search for small shops on the outskirts to procure the remaining items he desired. In truth, Han Li had ventured out not only to acquire the snow spirit water and heavenly fire liquid needed for core formation, but also to purchase materials for crafting second-level puppets. Although he could cultivate the primary material, the centuries-old ironwood, he still needed to procure a substantial quantity of auxiliary materials like iron mother and cloud essence stone. Additionally, he required seeds for medicinal herbs to concoct spirit-feeding pills, intending to refine a batch for the formal training of his 2 white spiders. With these thoughts in mind, Hanli entered a small general store and acquired most of what he needed. The remaining rarer items were found after visiting several more shops. With a sense of relief, Hanli began exploring other types of stores. However, he remained particularly focused on those that sold elixirs and cultivation texts, for he had nearly exhausted his supply of formulas and earnestly hoped to procure 1 or 2 more. Regarding the cultivation techniques, although it is unlikely to procure any top-tier methods here, the ordinary ones can certainly provide him with insights into the types of techniques practiced by the cultivators of the chaotic star sea. However, after a thorough exploration, Hanli was utterly astonished when he instructed Chu Han to remain outside and entered a pill shop to inquire whether there were any foundational period pill formulas for sale. The shop assistant unexpectedly tossed him dozens of various types of formulas, nearly causing Han Li to bite his tongue in shock. With an expression of disbelief, he meticulously examined all the formulas, only to find himself utterly dumbfounded, regardless of the rarity and utility of the pills produced. The primary ingredients required were not spiritual herbs, but rather various grades of monster beast inner cores, particularly for several rare and precious pills. Even 6th or 7th grade monster beast inner cores were necessary for their refinement. Although these pills also required hundreds of years' worth of certain spiritual herbs for their concoction, within these formulas, the spiritual herbs had been relegated to mere auxiliary materials, entirely replaceable with other spiritual medicines. Thus, holding a hefty stack of formulas, Hanli remained in a daze for a considerable time. Eventually, under the curious gaze of the shop assistant, he purchased a few applicable ones at an exceedingly low price and wandered out in a state of bewilderment. Moments later, still feeling somewhat unsatisfied, he visited several more pill shops. Yet aside from the low-tier formulas for chi refining stage that did not necessitate monster beast inner cores, all high-tier formulas were similarly structured. Finally, unable to restrain his curiosity, Hanli cautiously inquired with the proprietor of one shop whether there were any high-tier formulas that did not require monster beast inner cores. The shopkeeper regarded Han Li with an expression akin to that reserved for a simpleton for a considerable time before responding. If high-tier pills do not require monster beast inner cores, then what materials are used for their refinement? Upon hearing this, Han Li left in a somewhat embarrassed state, having completely lost hope. Evidently, the alchemical practices of the cultivators in the chaotic star sea followed a path entirely distinct from that of Tian Nan, as they remarkably utilized the monster beasts of the sea as spiritual medicine. However, upon further reflection, this seemed quite reasonable. After all, the vastness of the ocean harbors countless monster beasts, and it would be impossible for even ancient cultivators to capture them all. This situation was undoubtedly far superior to that of Tian Nan, and these formulas must have been passed down since ancient times. Standing in a secluded corner of a certain street, Hanli sifted through the few formulas he had purchased and found one similarly titled Foundation Establishment Pill. Upon careful examination, he noted that, for the most part, it resembled the Foundation Establishment Pill formula from his memory, albeit with a few types of earth and heaven spiritual medicines, which could only be harvested from blood-colored forbidden lands. Replaced by inner cores from 5th grade monster beasts at this point, Hanli gathered the formulas, crossed his arms, and fell into contemplation. Chapter 378. Setting Sail, Part 1. After a considerable period, Hanli emerged from his reverie. His expression remained unchanged as he continued to peruse the shops selling cultivation manuals. This time, no surprises awaited him. The various cultivation techniques and elemental spells available were largely familiar to him, bearing little significant difference from those in Tian Nan. If there was any notable distinction, it was that the shops seemed to offer a greater selection of water-based spell manuals, including several new spells that Hanli had never encountered before. Hanli purchased a tome pertaining to new spells, along with an unintentional find, a book titled Evaluation of Alchemical Pills. The reason for acquiring this particular book lay in its inclusion of a distinguished figure's commentary regarding the dust-settling pill. Hanli intended to take it home for meticulous study before deciding whether to acquiesce to the 6th request concerning this elixir. Subsequently, with no further inclination to procure additional items, he and Chu Han exited Tiandu Street and made their way toward the outskirts of the city. Shortly after departing from Kuaishing City, Han Li and Chu Han soared into the sky on their flying apparatus, hastening toward Gu family village. After a brief period, Han Li caught sight of the familiar earthen walls of Gu family village. However, rather than immediately entering, he felt a stirring in his heart and chose to alight on a nearby hillock to inspect the small wooden house he had personally constructed on that fateful day. The wooden cottage still stood in its original location, yet it had evidently aged significantly since Han Li's departure, with some areas showing signs of decay and darkening. After observing for a moment, he sighed softly, then pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. To his surprise, the interior was not as he had envisioned, filled with dust and the stench of rot, but rather impeccably clean, with the tables and wooden bed untouched by grime. Astonishingly, a pot of unfamiliar blue flowers adorned the wooden table. Han Li stood in the room, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a silent chuckle. It appeared that the Gu family had indeed invested considerable effort into maintaining the place. Han Li touched his nose, murmuring to himself. Subsequently, without lingering, he exited the wooden house, allowing Chu Han to remain on the hill while he strolled slowly toward Gu family village. Han Li had no intention of forcefully entering the Gu residence, for although the barrier outside posed little challenge to him now, he deemed it prudent to exercise courtesy, as Gu Dongzhu was, after all, an old acquaintance. Upon arriving at the entrance of Gu family, two burly guards immediately took note of him. One of them, with a hint of suspicion, inquired, "Who might you be, and what brings you to our Gu family village?" "Inform your village master that a certain Han, an old friend, has arrived," Han Li replied with a gentle smile. "Our village master does not entertain outsiders." Surname Han. Could it be that you are Master Han? Initially, the guard rejected the notion, yet after scrutinizing Han Li closely, he suddenly appeared taken aback. "You recognize me?" Han Li furrowed his brow slightly. "Indeed, it is Master Han. Please wait a moment while I inform the village master." Without further ado, the guard dashed inside the village. Han Li observed the interior of the village with an impassive expression, remaining silent. Before long, a throng of villagers emerged from within. At the forefront was an elderly man who, upon spotting Han Li, beamed widely and called out, "Master Han, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your return for many years." The elder hurried forward to pay his respects, followed by the others who bowed in deference. Han Li regarded the elder's vaguely familiar visage. It was none other than Gu Dongzhu, albeit now with graying hair and a visage marked by time. "Mr. Gu, it is good to see you well," Han Li said, his tone softening slightly. In the warm reception of Gu Dongzhu, Han Li entered the grand residence at the heart of Gu family village. Upon entering the residence, the esteemed Gu patriarch did not wait for Han Li to speak, but proactively summoned someone to bring forth a large bundle of spirit stones. Presenting them to Han Li with great enthusiasm, he fervently introduced several young members of the Gu family to Han Li, particularly his eldest son, a man in his 30s named Gu Kai, who was the focal point of his introductions. Observing this scene, Han Li quickly grasped the underlying intention of the Gu patriarch. He likely sensed his own mortality and wished to secure some future support for the Gu family from this immortal master. Han Li offered a faint smile, and in light of their past connection, he ambiguously acquiesced with a few words. The Gu patriarch was instantly overjoyed and promptly proposed a banquet in Han Li's honor, which Han Li graciously declined. After exchanging a few more words with the Gu patriarch, he gracefully departed from the Gu estate. Once outside, Han Li summoned Chu Han from the hill and flew towards a nearby small town. In the town, he casually selected an inn to stay at and spent the night engrossed in the tome titled Dan Dao Evaluation, resulting in a sleepless night. The following day, Han Li had gained a considerable understanding of the various elixirs from the chaotic star sea, particularly studying the dust-settling pill with unwavering diligence. According to the text, the crafting of the dust-settling pill necessitated not only the inner cores of several rare demonic beasts, but also numerous other rare spiritual herbs, making it exceedingly precious. This pill indeed possessed remarkable efficacy in enhancing the chances of forming a core, albeit the increase was said to be modest, and only one could be consumed during the core formation process. Nevertheless, it was regarded as a treasure by many cultivators on the brink of core formation because even a mere 1% increase in probability was an invaluable boon for those seeking to achieve such a milestone. However, Han Li was acutely aware that since the Six-Linked Hall was willing to offer such a rare elixir as a reward, the task at hand was far from as simple as they had described, merely involving the arrangement of an array. Should he proceed, considerable danger loomed ahead. It was uncertain what treacherous situations he might encounter. Nonetheless, Han Li harbored an intense desire for the dust-settling pill, as both he and Chu Han faced the imminent challenge of core formation. He did not dare to harbor expectations for success this time, but Chu Han's blood pill had a 1/3 probability of success, yet the likelihood of failure remained predominant. His concern was palpable. Acquiring the dust-settling pill was imperative. After pondering deeply in the inn for most of the day, Han Li ultimately resolved to take the risk. After all, both he and Chu Han were cultivators at the late stage of Foundation establishment, and they should be capable of ensuring their own safety in the face of potential dangers. Moreover, the six-linked hall appeared to possess considerable influence. Establishing a connection with them could prove advantageous for their future endeavors in the chaotic Star Sea. However, before proceeding, he needed to inquire among other cultivators regarding the reputation of the six-linked hall. He could not afford to complete the task only to have the other party turn hostile without warning, which would spell disaster for him. Having made up his mind, Han Li immediately set forth with Chu Han, soaring towards Cultivation City. Half a month later, an enormous sea vessel sailed into the harbor of Cultivation Island. Shortly thereafter, two beams of white and blue light streaked from the distance, unhesitatingly piercing into the ship. As the brilliance receded, three figures emerged at the bow of the ship. A tall, unattractive brute, a middle-aged man with an unusual appearance, and an ordinary-looking young man. Welcome, esteemed immortals, aboard this vessel. I am Luo Zhang, the captain of this ship. The other immortals are already on board, and I shall guide you to the location where the demonic beasts have been sighted. A rugged man with thick brows and prominent eyes emerged from the cabin, respectfully addressing the two gentlemen. The immortals he referred to were, of course, Han Li and Chu Han. Accompanying them was the middle-aged manager of Bai Shui Lu. Chao Lu. Take care, Chu Daoyu. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Chao Lu said, exchanging polite pleasantries with Chu Han before departing on his flying artifact. Please, esteemed immortals, step inside. Your quarters have been prepared, the burly man stated, bowing his head in servitude. Han Li glanced at the cabin and, without a word, walked in alongside Chu Han, followed closely by the self-identified Luo Zhang. Meanwhile, the massive ship began to move slowly once more. Upon entering, Han Li was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. It was not the narrow corridor he had envisioned, but rather a luxurious hall measuring over 10 zhang in both length and width. The floor was adorned with a red satin carpet, and in the center stood a long sandalwood table inlaid with gold and silver, surrounded by a dozen chairs. Several individuals were gathered around the table, engaged in conversation. And upon spotting Han Li and Chu Han, several piercing gazes immediately turned towards them. Yet, these scrutinizing looks merely brushed past Han Li, focusing intently on Chu Han. I am Chu Han, and this is my esteemed disciple. Han Li, may I inquire how you all prefer to be addressed? Chu Han interjected, stepping protectively in front of Han Li with an impassive expression. Welcome, Chu Daoyu. We are all here to oversee the formation. A woman in her 40s rose with a beaming smile and said, while she could not be deemed stunningly beautiful, she possessed a certain charm. It is you, Feng Daoyu. Chu pays his respects. Chu Han replied with measured courtesy, leading Han Li towards the table. Han Li's gaze swept across the unfamiliar cultivators in the hall. There was an unremarkable middle-aged scholar, a charming young woman in her 20s, an elderly man with gray-white eyes, a vibrant young man glowing in red, and the woman who introduced herself as Feng San Yang, making a total of 5 individuals. However, the young woman seemed to be at the early stages of Foundation establishment and appeared quite close to the scholar, suggesting they were a couple. As Han Li pondered this, Feng San Yang chimed in with a playful laugh. Chu Daoyu, your timing is perfect. We were just discussing the variations of the 6 escape waterway formation. If we can practice it beforehand, I'm sure it will make the arrangement much smoother for everyone later on. But before we proceed, allow me to introduce you to the other esteemed cultivators, evidently skilled in social interactions. Feng San Yang's soft and inviting words quickly bridged the distance between Han Li and the others in the hall. These two are Mao Daoyu, the esteemed disciple of the island master of Weixing Island, and his partner, Shui Daoyu. She indicated towards the middle-aged scholar and the young woman. Chu Han, I am familiar with many cultivators from Weixing Island, yet I have never heard of you, Mao Daoyu remarked. The middle-aged Confucian scholar cast a cold glance at Han Li and, with an air of haughtiness, spoke. For reasons unknown, this scholar appeared to take a particular disliking to Chu Han, and his very first words were somewhat offensive. This caused Feng Sanyang's previously cheerful demeanor to falter momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. I am not originally a practitioner from Cultivation Island. I have merely come to visit my nephew, Han, who has recently settled here. It's so strange that you are unaware of my name. Chu Han retorted, maintaining a calm facade. Allow me to introduce, this esteemed elder is Taoist Qingswan, a reclusive practitioner from Jinbi Island. Though little known, his mastery of wood-based spells is unparalleled among those in the foundation establishment stage. As for Taoist Yin, he is even more formidable, possessing the rare dark fire body, capable of wielding pure yang true fire with extraordinary skill. The middle-aged scholar's expression darkened with anger, and he seemed poised to say more when the woman interjected, deftly redirecting the conversation. Taoist Qingswan. Taoist Yin. Chu Han nodded slightly in acknowledgement of the elder and the youth. Although these two shared the same foundation establishment stage as the Confucian scholar, the pressure they exerted on Han Li was palpably greater, evidently due to their exceptional cultivation techniques. Han Li was not inclined to offend either of them lightly. Greetings, Taoist Chu. I am Yin, at your service. The two responded with modesty, smiling in acknowledgement towards Chu Han. This exchange only served to further discomfort the middle-aged scholar. Thus, without allowing Feng Sanyang a chance to speak further, he abruptly stood up, his face stern as he declared, I wish to return to my quarters to meditate for a while. We shall discuss the formation later. With that, he swept his sleeve and exited the hall, followed by the young woman who cast an apologetic glance at the others. Humph! What arrogance! Does he not have a master who is the island lord? The youth with the surname Yin remarked, a flicker of irritation illuminating his features. The elder and Feng Sanyang's expressions shifted slightly, yet the elder quickly regained his impassive countenance, while Feng Sanyang forced a smile, inviting Chu Han to take a seat. Seemingly unwilling to delve into the matter of the scholar any further, is it not customary for there to be 6 participants in a discussion? Might that Taoist Shui also be a member of the formation? Chu Han inquired candidly after taking his seat. Han Li, opting for discretion, positioned himself behind him. There is also Taoist Do from Huaming Island. However, it is said he is currently engrossed in cultivating a formidable technique and will not be emerging from his residence for a few days. Feng Sanyang explained with a smile. Oh, I see. Han Li nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet, Feng Sanyang appeared remarkably intrigued by Chu Han, frequently posing seemingly unrelated questions, which left Han Li, standing behind Chu Han, somewhat taken aback, uncertain of the woman's intentions. However, when she inquired if Chu Han was familiar with the Liuxian waterway formation, Chu Han, under Han Li's subtle guidance, readily denied it. Consequently, the woman cheerfully remarked that the others were equally unfamiliar, and she began to elucidate the intricacies of the formation to the three. To his surprise, Han Li discovered that Feng Sanyang was indeed a rare and skilled formation master, though the middle-aged scholar seemed to be at odds with the others. He finally returned to the hall the following day to listen to Feng Sanyang elucidate the critical considerations for managing the formation. After all, the purpose of inviting them to the 6 linked halls was to have them preside over this formation. Several days later, another cultivator, Han Li, who had been in seclusion within the cabin, finally made an acquaintance. He was a towering figure, a bald man standing 7 feet tall, with a face full of coarse flesh that gave him an exceedingly fierce appearance. However, this individual was quite affable in his speech and demeanor, managing to get along well with others. Thus, after Han Li and the others listened to Feng Sanyang elucidate the intricacies of the formation, they often requested the ship to come to a halt, allowing them to fly out to the nearby waters to continuously practice the evolution and coordination of the 6 escape waterway formation, aiming for a successful capture of the beast at the opportune moment, ensuring everyone's satisfaction. Consequently, the ship's pace was naturally slowed, yet the 6 linked halls seemed unperturbed, although they frequently stopped and started. Feng Sanyang remained ever smiling, showing no signs of urgency. However, once the various transformations of the formation had been flawlessly perfected, Feng Sanyang wasted no time and instructed the ship to proceed at full speed. A month later, the ship finally anchored near an unnamed deserted island spanning several miles. Under Feng Sanyang's guidance, Han Li and the others disembarked. No sooner had they set foot on the island than a blinding golden light descended from the heavens, swirling around them before dissipating to reveal an elderly man with a pale golden complexion, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze upon them. This individual exhibited no fluctuations of spiritual power, appearing as though he were an ordinary mortal devoid of any spiritual energy, yet simultaneously exuding an aura of immeasurable power, capable of being concealed at will. This sent a chill down Han Li's spine. Subordinate Feng Sanyang pays her respects to Elder Miao. Feng Sanyang stepped forward without hesitation, bowing deeply to the elder with a respectful demeanor. At this moment, Han Li and the others, standing behind her, quickly realized the identity of the elder and stepped forward to pay their respects as well. A cultivator in the core formation stage was not someone they could afford to slight. No need for formalities. Feng Sanyang, you have done well this time, bringing these helpers at the right moment. Have they mastered the practice of the formation? The elder inquired, his expression unchanged as he spoke slowly. Rest assured, elder, my fellow cultivators have thoroughly grasped the various transformations of the 6 escape waterway formation and will undoubtedly be able to ensnare this beast. Feng Sanyang replied with great confidence. Excellent, fellow cultivators. Our 6 linked halls require your assistance, as long as you exert yourselves diligently. This hall shall not treat you unfairly. Elder Miao scanned the group of scholars, his expression softening as he became more amiable. Senior, you can count on us. We will certainly do our utmost. Before others could respond, the middle-aged scholar eagerly interjected, a smile plastered on his face. Observing the sycophantic demeanor of the scholar, the others exchanged glances of dismay but could only echo in agreement. Elder Miao was exceedingly pleased with their attitudes and nodded slightly before continuing. The grand formation was set up half a day ago. You simply need to preside over it. Meanwhile, Elder Gu is currently entangled in a pursuit with the beast nearby. I will lead it here. I estimate that by tomorrow morning, we should be able to lure it into the grand formation, at which point it will be up to your capabilities. For now, please rest a while on the island. Upon finishing her words, Elder Miao transformed into a beam of golden light and soared into the sky, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The fellow companions had all heard the words spoken by Elder Miao. They decided to rest for half a day to rejuvenate their spirits, for tomorrow would bring a fierce battle. Feng Sanyang turned back, speaking with solemnity. At this point, the others naturally refrained from voicing any further comments, nodding in understanding. However, it was at this moment that Qing Xuanzi, who had been notably reticent throughout the journey, suddenly spoke up in a dazed manner. Feng Daoyu, we have been inquiring about the beast we are to confront, yet you have remained tight-lipped. With the impending confrontation, shouldn't you reveal some details to us? Upon hearing this inquiry, the hearts of the others stirred, and they all fixed their gazes upon Feng Sanyang, sharing the same curiosity. What manner of fearsome and rare beast could warrant such an extensive mobilization from the 6, and such meticulous planning? A mere level 6 demon beast would hardly justify such an effort. Chapter 380. The infant carp beast. Listening to this, Feng Sanyang, while brushing aside her bangs, spoke slowly. Esteemed friends, it is not that I am unwilling to divulge the truth. Rather, I was instructed not to disclose information until we arrived at this island. Now that we have reached this place, those restrictions no longer apply. Allow me to convey the facts. The beast we aim to confront is the infant carp beast. Thus we must proceed with utmost caution. Upon hearing this, Qing Xuanzi and the others turned pale and exclaimed in disbelief. Han Li observed the unfolding scene with a cold gaze. Although he was unaware of what the infant carp beast truly was, the dismay on their faces indicated that this creature was indeed formidable. No wonder the esteemed Hall was so cautious. If it were indeed this beast, extreme care was warranted. If other factions were to learn of this, the uproar it would cause was unimaginable. Qing Xuanzi murmured in disbelief. This stirred Han Li's heart. The expressions of the serious young man and the bald man fluctuated erratically, reflecting their inner turmoil. Only the middle-aged scholar wore an exceedingly grim countenance as he coldly addressed Feng Sanyang. Your 6 is being excessive, is it not? Who does not know that the infant carp beast is a naturally gifted water spirit beast, possessing formidable water-based abilities? If it is of level 6, it is surely comparable to an ordinary level 7 beast in the ocean. How can you still claim it to be merely a level 6 beast? Is this not a deliberate deception? As the middle-aged scholar spoke, anger began to surface, revealing his sense of having been duped. At this point, Qing Xuanzi and the others finally regained their composure, albeit with evident dissatisfaction. However, as they were solitary cultivators, they dared not easily offend the 6, thus they remained silent, observing how Feng Sanyang would respond to this matter. Dao friend Mao, your statement is rather unjust. In what manner have we six deceived you? While it is true that the infant carp beast is formidable, it is undeniably a genuine level 6 beast. Surely, you cannot expect us to falsely elevate it to level 7. Furthermore, since you were aware that our hall was willing to offer such a precious item as the Jiangshan Dan as compensation, you should have realized that what we are dealing with is no ordinary level 6 beast. Otherwise, how could our hall engage in a losing venture? Feng Sanyang's expression darkened as she retorted without hesitation. The words rendered the middle-aged Confucian scholar momentarily speechless, leaving him at a loss for words. Han Li furrowed his brow in contemplation. Upon hearing the woman's statement, he felt it bore a semblance of truth. Yet a sense of discomfort brewed within him, prompting him to glance at the others. The expressions of the other three mirrored Han Li's sentiments, their faces tinged with displeasure at that moment. Feng Sanyang suddenly smiled at Chu Han and the others, saying, "Of course, my actions are primarily motivated by the desire to safeguard the secret of the baby carp beast. Thus, prior to my arrival here, I secured assurances from above upon the successful completion of this endeavor. In addition to the promised dust-settling pill for each of you, I shall also bestow an additional 1,000 spirit stones as compensation for maintaining confidentiality. I wonder if my esteemed friends find this satisfactory?" Upon hearing her words, the resentment of Qing Xuanzi and the others began to dissipate, and they gradually nodded in agreement. The middle-aged scholar appeared somewhat dissatisfied, yet his enchanting companion whispered a few words into his ear, causing his expression to shift subtly, leading him to fall silent. Subsequently, the group dispersed across the small island, each seeking a tranquil spot to meditate and rest. Han Li and Chu Han chose a massive boulder by the sea, sitting cross-legged across from one another. Under Han Li's deliberate instruction, Chu Han soon entered a state of recuperation. Han Li himself gradually closed his eyes, aiming to enter a meditative state. However, after a brief interval, he opened his eyes with a furrowed brow, gazing at the surging and tumultuous waves, lost in thought. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of unease, as if something significant were about to transpire, leaving him in a state of anxious tension. After pondering for a while without uncovering the source of his disquiet, Han Li chuckled softly to himself, recognizing his own jitteriness. Although his spiritual perception had always served him well, how could two core formation cultivators, accompanied by the powerful 6 escapes waterway formation, possibly fail to subdue a 6th-level demonic beast? Admittedly, this beast seemed rather extraordinary, yet a demonic beast was still a demonic beast. Regardless of its strength, it could hardly hope to triumph against cultivators. Having reassured himself with such thoughts, Han Li attempted to compel himself into a state of focused cultivation. Yet, after some time, a heavy weight lingered in his heart, preventing him from achieving the desired state. Sighing, Han Li stood up, realizing that inactivity would not bring him peace of mind. With a hint of helplessness, he surveyed his surroundings while extending his consciousness. Fortunately, there were no other cultivators nearby. Swiftly, Han Li rummaged through his storage bag, producing a dozen shimmering array flags and 5 or 6 array discs. These were the tools for setting up the blue water-green armor formation. Though this formation paled in comparison to the inverted 5 elements formation and the formidable 6 escapes waterway formation he was to preside over the following day, it was nonetheless superior to ordinary formations. Additionally, thanks to the presence of the array tools, it was exceedingly simple to arrange. Without hesitation, Han Li beckoned Chu Han to begin setting up the array flags and burying the array discs within a radius of several dozen feet around the boulder. Observing Chu Han diligently inserting the array flags into the ground, Han Li felt a sense of reassurance wash over him, a faint smile creeping onto his lips, tinged with self-mockery. Indeed, he was quite fearful of death. On the following day, before dawn had fully broken, Feng Sanyang summoned several individuals to gather together, and they swiftly made their way towards a maritime area located over 10 miles away from the small island. Simultaneously, a golden light and a yellow light were speeding towards the nameless isle from 1,000 miles away. Following closely behind them, a vast expanse of mist, nearly 100 yards in diameter, raced across the surface of the water at an equal pace, faintly echoing the wails of an infant, a sound so mournful that it sent shivers down one's spine. Elder Miao, utilizing his flying sword, sent a message. "Are they prepared?" A resonant voice suddenly emerged from the rushing yellow light. Indeed, Elder Miao, enveloped in golden light, responded without hesitation to In the next instant. He dashed into the adjacent yellow light, while the golden glow around him transformed into a fleeting golden rainbow that vanished in an instant. The vast white mist behind, seemingly provoked by this scene, intensified the infant's cries, which grew increasingly piercing, gradually giving rise to a thunderous sound that swelled in volume. This is bad. That fiend is about to unleash the water thunder. Go. Accelerate quickly. Elder Meow's anxious voice resonated from the yellow light, revealing his dread of the impending thunderous noise. Rest assured, my Hunyuan Bowl is no slouch in speed. The deep voice had barely finished speaking when the yellow light surged forward, swiftly widening the distance from the white mist. However, the mist appeared unwilling to concede, and amidst the clamor of thunder and cries, its speed increased, carving a long white wave upon the ocean's surface that seemed to stretch into infinity. Chu Han and the others had taken their positions before their respective array gates, each wielding a large blue flag. This flag, approximately 2 yards long, shimmered with a radiant blue light, dazzling to behold. The 6 cultivators at the late stage of Foundation establishment wore solemn expressions, each standing over 100 yards apart, floating upon their magical tools to form a semicircular formation. Han Li stood coolly behind Chu Han, while the young woman positioned herself beside the middle-aged scholar, displaying a look of concern. After a moment, a golden light suddenly descended from the heavens, landing in Feng Sanyang's hand, capturing the attention of the others. Everyone, be cautious. The infant carp beast is about to arrive. Once that creature enters the grand formation, seal the array gate immediately. Feng Sanyang appeared to have received some intelligence, her expression grave as she shouted to the others. Then released the golden light once more, allowing it to soar into the sky. Han Li felt a tightening in his chest, his gaze fixated on the direction the golden light had disappeared. Not blinking an eye, the others also wore tense expressions, hinting at an impending storm. Time passed, and soon the distant rumble of thunder became audible, growing louder until 2 stunning streaks of gold and yellow raced towards them at a breakneck speed, trailed by a vast expanse of white, as if something relentless was in pursuit that the infant carp beast. Though Han Li discerned that the large white mass was merely mist, he could not fathom the fearsome visage of the beast concealed within. Chapter 381. Unusual Treasures and the Beast's Ambush. Commenced the spellcasting. Feng Sanyang let out a thunderous shout, brandishing the azure flag in her grasp. Instantly, ripples of cerulean waves emanated from its surface. The others, upon hearing her command, silently joined in the rhythmic waving of their own banners. In an instant, a luminous azure radiance enveloped them all, which then flickered several times before the group vanished without a trace, completely concealing their whereabouts. From a distance, one could only behold the desolate expanse of the sea, utterly devoid of any presence. Moments later, 2 streaks of light soared into the vicinity, zipping past without a moment's pause. Appearing as if they were in a desperate flight for survival, the encroaching white mist followed closely behind, unhesitatingly plunging into the area. Yet, as soon as the mist breached the confines of the formation, a brilliant azure glow erupted around them, and a colossal azure barrier materialized out of thin air, trapping it within that moment. Feng Sanyang, Chu Han, and the others revealed themselves around the perimeter. They raised their azure formation flags high, simultaneously directing their focus toward the barrier, unleashing 6 azure beams as thick as bowls, which continuously surged into the immense shield, rendering it an even more resplendent deep blue. The 2 streaks of light, appearing as a golden and a yellow rainbow, witnessed this scene and, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly turned around and took refuge above the barrier. As the radiance subsided, it unveiled Elder Meow alongside a formidable man with shoulder-length hair. Excellent work. We must withstand this beast's counterattack below, allowing the 2 of us to subdue it with the borrowed extraordinary treasures, Elder Meow proclaimed with a gleeful expression, after exchanging a glance with the ancient elder. Both reached into their robes and retrieved an item to their astonishment. It was a pair of antiquated bronze-long spears, marred with the marks of time, appearing rather unremarkable. The 2 elders of the 6th realm, both in the core formation stage, bore solemn expressions as they chanted incantations. The long spears, seemingly animated by their will, floated into the air, emitting a yellowish glow that grew progressively brighter. Meanwhile, the infant carp beast, trapped within the barrier, appeared to comprehend its dire predicament. Following a heart-wrenching wail, the vast expanse of white mist suddenly contracted toward its center, swiftly diminishing to a mere 10 odd jong, transforming into a milky white, fog dome. Simultaneously, the rumbling sounds within the mist converged like a stampede of galloping steeds, resonating so intensely that it left the surrounding cultivators, who had set up the formation, with ears ringing and hearts racing in alarm. Suddenly, the infant's wailing ceased. Following this, countless azure orbs, each the size of a fist, erupted from the white mist, charging aggressively toward the azure barrier, their momentum striking fear into the hearts of the onlookers. When they were merely 10 zhang away from the barrier, a surge of greenish light burst forth, causing a portion of the orbs to vanish in a flash within the radiance, only to reappear above the white mist. Crashing down with tremendous force, this segment of the assault was unexpectedly repelled by the formation. However, there were simply too many orbs. The majority still struck the azure shield in an instant. Both the azure barrier and the white mist erupted in a resounding explosion of blinding white light. Though the brilliance within the mist flickered and vanished almost immediately, the barrier, however, trembled violently, with azure and white luminescence intertwining and flickering, as if on the brink of collapse. Fellow Taoists, quickly amplify your magical power. This is one of the infant carp beast's 3 deadly techniques. The Water Gang Divine Thunder. It will not last long. As long as it can hold for a fleeting moment, it will suffice. Feng Sanyang's countenance changed drastically as she exclaimed, then promptly recited several incantations. With a swift motion, she spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the array flag in her hand, causing a brilliant blue light to surge forth. The previously slender beam of light immediately thickened several-fold, providing some stability to the protective barrier before her. The other 5, witnessing this, had no choice but to channel their full magical energy, desperately sustaining the formation. Han Li, positioned behind Chu Han, felt a sense of surprise. He had not anticipated that after just engaging with the infant carp beast, they would be compelled to fight with such desperation. This beast was indeed remarkably formidable. Above the array, the bronze halberds before the 2 core formation cultivators began to undergo a transformation. Amidst the solemn and mysterious incantations, the 2 halberds, radiating a yellow glow, grew larger inch by inch, their tips gradually angling downwards, directly targeting the center of the white mist below. The infant carp beast within the mist seemed to sense the imminent danger from above, suddenly emitting a piercing long cry amidst the fog. The white mist then began to swirl slowly, gaining speed until, in a matter of moments, it transformed into a colossal whirlwind, churning up towering waves. Within this tempest, glimmers of blue light could be seen, those perilous water-based divine thunderbolts. Upon witnessing this alarming transformation, the likes of Qing Xuanzi exchanged anxious glances with Feng Sanyang, who likewise bore a look of dread, seemingly unaware of the astonishing spell being unleashed by the infant carp beast. Observing the unfolding scene, Han Li's expression darkened, and he urgently urged Chu Han to further expend her magical energy. Although uncertain of the divine ability the infant carp beast was wielding, it was evident that the creature was preparing a desperate strike. With this thought, Han Li instinctively looked skyward, where the 2 halberds had now grown to an imposing height of 7 to 8 zhang, faintly emitting melodious chimes. The 2 elder cultivators of the core formation stage formed an intricate hand seal, their eyes fixed fiercely upon the colossal halberds, their incantations unwavering, their expressions tense to the utmost, beads of perspiration forming on their foreheads. With a startling croak, the blue and white waves, propelled by the tempest, surged forth with astonishing speed towards the protective barrier in a specific direction, towering at a height of several dozen zhang, an awe-inspiring sight. The middle-aged scholar and the woman beside him instantly paled, their faces devoid of color. The terrifying onslaught was aimed directly at the defensive array gate before them, prompting silent lamentations within him. In a moment of desperation, he clenched his teeth, his entire being enveloped in a dazzling interplay of yellow and blue light, radiating brilliantly. Then, gripping the array flag tightly, he infused all his spiritual power into the flagpole, converting it into an immensely thick beam of light that shot forth from the flag's tip, momentarily halting the oncoming monstrous wave. However, it soon resumed its relentless advance, crashing against the barrier. The sounds of thunder, shattering, and gasps of astonishment echoed simultaneously. The barrier, having endured just a brief moment, succumbed amidst anguished cries, collapsing under the strain. Chu Han and the other cultivators managing the array simultaneously paled, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. Almost instinctively, as the middle-aged scholar coughed up blood, he seized the woman beside him, and the 2 promptly fled to a distance of several dozen zhang. As the grand formation crumbled and the countenance of Feng Sanyang and her companions turned ashen, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. Monstrous fiend, prepare to meet your demise. No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than two enormous streaks of yellow light flashed in the sky, akin to furious lightning, and descended forcefully into the tumultuous waves that a piercing wail of an infant erupted, and the sea instantly calmed, the mist gradually dispersing to reveal the true form of the infant carp beast concealed within. Two bronze-long spears, restored to their original shape, gleamed with yellow light as they crossed and pinned the creature to the surface of the water. Hanli hastily instructed Chu Hun to retrieve a mid-tier spirit stone. Eager to restore his magical energy, while he focused his gaze downward, before him lay the so-called infant carp beast, an extraordinary sight indeed. It resembled an infant of less than a year, with a blue-scaled carp body and tail, supported by four delicate human hands beneath, and adorned with two massive fins that resembled wings. Most peculiar of all, each of its four hands clutched a different object, a gigantic red crab claw, a several-foot-long blue coral, a pearl the size of a chicken egg, and a silver shell resembling a shield. Each item glimmered brightly, unmistakably rare treasures. At that moment, the infant carp beast's head bore an expression of agony as it opened its mouth to emit a sharp, continuous cry, revealing a set of razor-sharp teeth that sent a shiver down Han Li's spine. Its carp body, measuring about a zhang in length, thrashed its tail incessantly, attempting to escape the grasp of the two bronze spears. However, these spears appeared to be the creature's natural nemesis, steadfastly pinning it to the water's surface regardless of its desperate struggles, as though it were firmly ensnared. The two elders from the six who had unleashed the bronze spears displayed expressions not much stronger than those of Han Li and the others, their faces lined with exhaustion. Clearly, the release of these extraordinary treasures had drained their vitality. Nevertheless, they wore expressions of wild joy as they soared downwards. The middle-aged scholar and Qing Swansea, fixated on the restrained infant carp beast, could not help but display greed upon their faces. Yet, upon catching sight of Feng Sanyang, who was eyeing them with a predatory gaze, their avarice was swiftly extinguished, leaving them to swallow hard as they watched the two elders seize the opportunity to vanquish the beast and claim its treasures. Just as the two Foundation establishment cultivators approached within 30 to 40 zhang of the infant carp beast, a sudden, inky black wind surged up from the depths of the sea below, instantly encasing the hundreds of zhang of ocean surface. Along with the infant carp beast, in a crystalline ice sculpture, unrelenting, the dark force surged skyward, fiercely lunging towards the two Foundation establishment cultivators. Han Li and his companions were rendered utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 382, The Unsightly. The profound demonic Qi elders Miao Gu and the other two seemed to recognize the origin of this black mist. Their faces contorted in fear as they cried out in alarm. Startled, they darted apart like two scorpions, hastily retreating to either side. The black mist showed no intent to pursue them, retracting like a venomous snake back to the sea, where it coalesced into a swirling mass of darkness beside the ice-encased infant carp beast. As the black wind gradually subsided, the forms of a man and two women emerged beside the creature. The man was short and emaciated, with a face obscured by darkness, while the women were voluptuous and resplendent, clad in sleeveless short skirts, all radiating an aura of chilling malevolence. The two women appeared to be in good spirits, albeit with cultivation levels only at the late stage of Foundation establishment. However, the grotesquely emaciated young man was inscrutable to Han Li, who could not discern the depths of his cultivation, yet he was indeed a cultivator at the core formation stage. What do you mean by this? Wu Chou, are you intending to declare war on our six? Elder Miao, clearly recognizing the man among them, retorted in a fit of unrestrained anger. War? I have no such interest, the emaciated youth declared haughtily. His eyes turned skyward. It is simply that my ancestor is about to emerge from his seclusion beneath the sea, and this infant carp beast's demon core shall serve as my congratulatory gift. The extreme ancestor is about to emerge. The youth's proclamation sent a shiver down the spines of the two elders from the six, prompting them to exchange alarmed glances. Nearby, the other cultivators, including Qing Swansea, turned pale upon hearing these words. Even the previously proud middle-aged scholar trembled slightly, revealing a look of trepidation. Han Li observed all of this with quiet astonishment. Could it be that this extreme ancestor held such formidable renown? What struck him as even more peculiar was the faint sense of familiarity he felt towards the dark malevolence radiating from the youth, which puzzled him immensely. However, upon further contemplation, Hanli recalled that although he was uncertain of the dark energy's potency, it bore a resemblance to the blood-refining divine light practiced by both the Yu Emperor and Shu Han. This led him to recall the mention of the Xianyin Sutra in the gray-white jade slip. Could this Xianyin demonic energy be connected to that item? Hanli began to harbor doubts. Before he could ponder further, Elder Miao could no longer contain himself and exclaimed loudly, "Wu Chou, what nonsense are you spouting? Who isn't aware that your ancestor has been in seclusion for over 100 years? Unless he undergoes another breakthrough in cultivation, he would never emerge for any grand event. Do not tell me your ancestor has somehow reached the mid-stage of Yuaning within just a century." Upon hearing this, Wu Chou threw his head back and laughed maniacally at "Haha, you six are truly ignorant. Who told you that my ancestor's seclusion was aimed at attaining the mid-stage of Yuaning? In reality, he is perfecting an unparalleled demonic art, and now that his technique is complete, it is only natural for him to emerge." Elder Miao and Elder Gu were momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether the youth's claims were true or false. Acknowledging the reputation of the ancestor, the young master declared, "I shall accept this infant carp beast. Surely, you six will not deny us, the Extreme Island, this courtesy, will you?" Observing the expressions of the two elders, Wu Chou continued ominously. Hearing such brazen words, Elder Miao's complexion paled slightly, while Elder Gu's gaze flickered as if contemplating something. For a moment, neither spoke. As for Qing Xuan Zi and the others, invited to lend their support, they instinctively took a few steps back, clearly wishing to avoid entanglement in the situation. Feng Sen Yang, witnessing this, knitted her brows, feeling utterly helpless. After all, Chu Han and the others had only agreed to deal with the demon beasts. They were not subordinates of the SIX.I in terms of the current predicament. The six found themselves in a disadvantaged position. Although there were two cultivators at the early core formation stage, they had already expended considerable energy to activate two borrowed rare treasures, the Honghuang. Meanwhile, the youth named Wu Chou, although also at the early core formation stage, practiced the top-tier demonic art of Xianyin, a far cry from the capabilities of ordinary core formation cultivators. Moreover, the formidable figure behind it, the Extreme Yin ancestor, is a notorious demon overlord known throughout the chaotic Star Sea. Who would dare to provoke him lightly? However, allowing Wu Chou to take the infant carp beast away would be a tremendous loss of face for the six. Not only would all their prior efforts be rendered futile, but it would also cast them in a light of weakness, which would be detrimental to the future development of the six. At this moment, the disheveled Elder Gu's lips moved slightly as he engaged in a clandestine conversation with Elder Miao. As they deliberated, their expressions fluctuated between dark and light. Meanwhile, Wu Chou let out a disdainful snort and arrogantly approached the infant carp beast at his feet. A flash of dark energy in his hand manifesting into a pitch-black, demonic blade. With a swift motion, he severed the beast's grotesque head, unceremoniously rummaging through its interior. The two women, however, remained vigilant, keeping a wary eye on the two elders, Miao and Gu, hovering above. Upon witnessing this scene, Feng Sanyang's expression turned extremely grim. Yet, in the presence of the esteemed guest elders, she dared not make any rash moves. Han Li and the others silently observed the unfolding events, none daring to utter a word for fear of inviting calamity. In a short span, Wu Chou extracted a turquoise orb from the head of the infant carp beast, his ugly visage lighting up with delight. He then raised his gaze toward the bizarre objects, such as the crab claws, held by the four monstrous hands, a glint of greed flashing across his face. However, just as he lifted the demonic blade once more, Elder Gu's voice resonated with authority, halting his actions. "Young Island Master, in consideration of the acquaintance shared between your ancestor and our home master, you may take everything else from the infant carp beast. However, the demon core is an absolute necessity for our six and must remain. Otherwise, we will not be able to report back to the home master." Elder Gu's voice was flat, devoid of any emotion of joy or anger. Yet, upon hearing this, Wu Chou let out a series of cold laughs, disregarding the elder's words as he brought the blade down once more, seizing the severed wrist of the beast along with the tightly grasped blue coral. At this sight, Elder Gu initially revealed a hint of warmth, only to let out a sigh shortly thereafter. With a sense of helplessness, he suddenly relayed a message to Wu Chou. The moment these words entered Wu Chou's ears, the demonic blade he had raised froze mid-air, his face betraying a look of incredulous shock. He then lowered the blade, unable to believe what he had just heard, his lips moving as if inquiring about something. Elder Gu, maintaining a stoic expression, uttered a few more words. This bizarre exchange left Hanli and the others thoroughly perplexed, feeling utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Elder Miao floated motionless in the air, seemingly indifferent to the entire situation. I do not believe you unless you provide evidence to prove your identities. Wucho suddenly shook his head, his voice chillingly loud. This statement, whether intentional or inadvertent, was uttered without the use of any sound transmission technique, clearly audible to Han Li and Feng Sanyang, leaving them filled with confusion. The expressions of Elders Gu and Miao drastically changed as they exchanged furious glances. Then this should serve as proof of our identities. Elder Gu's face hardened as he raised a hand, releasing a shard of dark light. Wucho effortlessly caught it in his hand that a flicker of realization struck Han Li as he focused intently. Leveraging the formidable strength of his spiritual sense to discern the object with remarkable clarity, it was a token intricately adorned with grotesque demonic faces, emanating a faint aura of dark energy. Wucho, with an air of meticulous scrutiny, examined it from various angles. The chill ran down Han Li's spine as an unsettling premonition began to take root within him. He hastily turned his head, scanning the surroundings, and his heart sank. The others appeared relatively composed, equally bewildered as they observed the movements of the three nascent soul cultivators. However, Qing Xuanzi's complexion turned ashen, and he began to retreat silently, gripping his hands tightly as he withdrew a distance of 30 or so zhang in the blink of an eye. Upon noticing Han Li's gaze upon him, he was first taken aback, then revealed an expression of profound distress, followed by a sudden transformation into a streak of azure light. Fleeing desperately, witnessing this spectacle, Han Li's heart plummeted. Without a moment's hesitation, he slapped his storage pouch with one hand, swiftly summoning the divine wind boat, and then, gripping the soul-controlling talisman, he activated the artifact, transforming into a beam of white light and hastening towards the direction of the nameless isle. The bizarre actions of Qing Xuanzi and Han Li left Feng Sanyang and the middle-aged scholar, who had just realized the gravity of the situation, utterly stunned, their confusion palpable. Below, Gu and Miao also took note of this scene, their expressions turning icy in unison. The elder Gu, with a sinister tone, declared, "We shall take responsibility for eliminating the two fleeing individuals. The rest left behind will be entrusted to Brother Wu for silencing." Without waiting for Wu Chao's consent, he and Elder Miao transformed into two astonishing streaks of light, swiftly pursuing Han Li and Qing Xuanzi, disappearing from sight in an instant. That Wu Chou snorted coldly, his face a mask of unwillingness, yet his gaze gleamed with murderous intent as he turned towards the bewildered Feng Shenyang and her companions. "Humph, consider yourselves unfortunate for overhearing what you should not have. Now, surrender your primordial spirits to this young master." With that declaration, Wu Chao's arms spread wide, and an overwhelming torrent of dark wind surged forth from him, enveloping the area with a menacing force that rushed towards Feng Shenyang and the others. Chapter 383. The Battle of Nascent Soul. The speed of the divine wind boat was astonishing, especially propelled by Han Li's late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, soaring through the air like an arrow released from a bow, accompanied by the sound of slicing through the void. As Han Li caught sight of the nearby rocky outcrop, he exhaled a sigh of relief, raising his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his brow while glancing back. Suddenly, an eerie sensation gripped him from behind. In a state of alarm, Han Li stamped his foot onto the divine wind boat without a second thought. Instantly, both he and the artifact veered sharply to the side, the boat darting 10 zhang away from its original position. Almost simultaneously, a deep yellow streak of light flashed past the spot where Han Li had just stood, continuing forward for another 20 to 30 zhang before coalescing into the form of a person. Han Li, wiping the sticky cold sweat from his brow, looked at the figure and forced a bitter smile. Before him stood an elder from the Lu Lian Hall, his disheveled hair cascading over his shoulders. At that moment, he stood upon a circular, earthy yellow artifact, silently gazing at Han Li with an icy demeanor, as though in his eyes, Han Li were but a corpse. Beneath the malevolent figure, at a distance of a dozen or so paces, lay the site where Han Li had meticulously set up his grand formation, which sent a chill coursing through his heart. However, Han Li was fully aware that any words of inquiry or pleas for mercy at this juncture would be utterly futile. The only course of action was to confront this senior in the core formation stage, and see if he could leverage the power of the array to ensnare him. With this resolution, Han Li steeled himself at his command. Chu Han's figure flickered and positioned itself protectively in front of Han Li, emanating a faint crimson glow that enveloped him in an aura imbued with a hint of sanguine scent. Meanwhile, Han Li's hands shimmered with light as he summoned two magical artifacts. Observing Han Li and Chu Han's defiance, the ancient elder's eyes glinted coldly. The circular talisman beneath his feet let out a resonant peal, and a brilliant yellow light surged forth, cocooning him in a radiant armor-like glow. Suddenly, the elder spread his hands wide, unleashing a flurry of yellow luminescent points that spiraled from his fingertips, swiftly morphing into crescent-shaped blades the size of a palm. Silently rushing towards Han Li and Chu Hun in a moment of panic, Han Li exhaled in relief. This individual's artifacts were not akin to Lei Wankong's speed-driven ones, granting him a sliver of hope for survival. Regaining his composure, Han Li raised both hands. One hand propelled a gigantic tortoiseshell artifact into the fray, while the other conjured a gleaming small mirror, from which a vast expanse of azure light burst forth, hurtling directly into the oncoming barrage of blades. That a series of muffled thuds echoed as a portion of the crescent blades, caught by the azure light, faltered and slowed. However, as more blades surged forth, eager to breach the blue light, the azure radiance was swiftly fragmented into scintillating motes. Simultaneously, the mirror in Han Li's hand shattered with a sharp crack, splitting in two, casting aside the remnants of the mirror without a hint of regret. Han Li unhesitatingly tapped his storage pouch with one hand, summoning two dark beams and 5 white lights that soared forth in succession, spiraling above him before aligning neatly in formation. Yet Han Li was not finished. From his side, an additional 7 or 8 white lights flickered into existence, revealing as many puppet beast soldiers that simultaneously drew their bows, poised and ready to unleash their might at this moment. The crescent blades had struck the massive tortoiseshell artifact, and upon contact, the surface of this magical item was immediately marred with countless deep gouges. With a mournful wail, it splintered into innumerable shards after but a brief struggle. This momentary reprieve allowed Han Li's 7 or 8 top-tier magical artifacts to arrive just in time, swirling before Chu Han and forming an intricate curtain of interwoven black and white blades. Naturally, these elite artifacts were equally incapable of withstanding the now diminished onslaught of the crescent blades. After a few flickers, the dark dragon and the 5 white blades transformed into fleeting fireflies. The unimpeded crescent blades, devoid of any obstacles, mercilessly sliced toward Chu Han, who had remained steadfastly in front of Han Li since the onset of their confrontation. From the mouth of Chu Han erupted a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Instantly, the crimson light emanating from his body detached itself, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal scarlet serpent, its fangs bared and claws poised as it lunged forward. In that moment, the intertwining clash of the red light and the waning blades of light culminated in a stalemate, while the luminous arrows from Han Li's puppet soldiers seamlessly joined the assault of the crimson serpent. This spectacle filled Han Li with elation, while the elder Gu, positioned across from him, exhibited a look of astonishment, momentarily taken aback. However, the pursuing cultivator of the core formation stage soon scoffed disdainfully, a flicker of yellow light emanating from his being. As he raised his hands once more, upon witnessing this, Han Li's heart sank. Having already exhausted his treasures to withstand this wave of assault, he realized that should the adversary launch another ferocious attack, he would be left with no means of escape. Just as dread gripped his heart, fortune seemed to favor him. The coldly smiling core formation cultivator's expression abruptly shifted, an unhealthy flush rising on his cheeks, followed swiftly by an unnatural pallor. The yellow light surrounding him dimmed, and he doubled over in agony, trembling. The elder Gu was simultaneously astonished and enraged, fully aware that this was a consequence of his previous injuries compounded by his failure to rest and recover, coupled with his reckless use of true essence. Nevertheless, he believed that with just a moment's respite, he could suppress his injuries and extinguish Han Li with ease. Yet, in that instant, Han Li was overjoyed. Seizing the opportunity, he unhesitatingly pulled Chu Han along, disregarding the several puppets and the struggling crimson serpent, and sped toward the nameless isle below like a flash of lightning. He darted diagonally downward from beneath his opponent. The elder Gu was consumed by a mix of shame and fury. Should Han Li truly escape from his grasp, it would become a monumental embarrassment, Frustrated, he cast aside any concern for exacerbating his own injuries. Gritting his teeth as he forcefully channeled all his spiritual energy to suppress his discomfort, without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted, the yellow light radiating brilliantly as he pursued Hanli. The distance of several dozen zhang was negligible for Hanli, who was fully focused on his flight, and in before him, the ancient elder transformed into a brilliant flash of yellow lightning within the formation, relentlessly assaulting the constraints of the array with the fury of thunderclaps. Appearing on the verge of breaking free, this rendered Han Li's expression a tumult of uncertainty. Observing the situation, it was clear that should he attempt to flee on his magical artifact, he would undoubtedly be pursued once more by this formidable adversary. After all, the disparity in speed between magical treasures and artifacts was indeed vast. After a moment's hesitation, the elder shattered several layers of the array's restrictions. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Han Li's eyes. Feeling the pressure mount, he no longer hesitated and summoned Chu Han. Together, they stealthily slipped into the protective cover of the constraints, gradually closing in on the ancient elder. Yet, before Han Li and Chu Han could truly approach, the elder, who had been wreaking havoc within the array, suddenly seemed to sense something amiss. He abruptly halted his actions, casting a vigilant gaze around, his expression dark and foreboding. Han Li furrowed his brow. However, with a flick of his wrist, a flash of light revealed a collection of azure flags in his grasp. The principal flag controlling the array. A few whispered incantations escaped his lips, and he then tossed the flag, which transformed into a streak of azure light, merging seamlessly into the grand formation. Instantly, the scene before the ancient elder shifted. The surrounding waters surged violently, and the already immense pressure, weighing over 1,000 pounds, intensified suddenly, momentarily immobilizing him. Chapter 384. Slaying the High Order. As the body of the core formation cultivator within the array slowed, a dozen crystalline white ice spears shot forth from the side waters without warning. The elder, whose movements had been clumsy, suddenly regained his agility, swiftly pivoting and raising his hand to unleash a massive yellow crescent blade that shattered the ambushing ice spears with a cacophony of crackling sounds. Continuing unabated towards the direction from which the ice snakes had emerged, simultaneously, the waters behind the elder parted abruptly, and a blood-red pillar of light surged forth, due to its incredible speed and short distance. The elder, constrained by the array, had no time to evade, and with a slight change in complexion, he allowed the yellow light surrounding him to swell. Bracing himself for the impact, the blood-red beam struck him, forcing the core formation cultivator to stumble forward 2 steps, momentarily unsteady. Yet at that instant, a flash of azure light appeared, and Han Li materialized beside the ancient elder, gripping a colossal silver sword tightly. Delivering a fierce diagonal slash downward, the ancient elder was genuinely taken aback. Just moments ago, there had been no one here. What kind of evasion technique did the opponent employ to appear so mysteriously? Though astonished, the elder's yellow light surged instinctively, preparing to withstand Han Li's mighty sword strike. Han Li chuckled lightly, vanishing from sight before the elder's eyes, yet the air around resonated with the sound of piercing projectiles. Suddenly, a dozen slender red threads appeared, viciously darting forward. The ancient elder was struck with terror. Naturally, he was well acquainted with the deadly implements of the cultivation world. In an instant, his yellow light blazed brightly as he resolved to destroy these sinister artifacts before falling prey to an unseen ambush. With a resounding crash, Han Li appeared behind his adversary and struck down with his sword, causing the yellow glow to tremble violently. Subsequently, over a dozen crimson lines, serpentine and sinister, penetrated the yellow aura. Burrowing several feet deep and relentlessly pushing forward, the ancient elder, both astonished and enraged, felt a chilling glint in his eyes as he hastily reached for his storage pouch. At that moment, he began to comprehend that, under the onslaught of the opponent's formation and bizarre attacks, his severely depleted vitality rendered him reliant on a single magical artifact, making victory seem increasingly elusive. However, before he could retrieve any additional items, 2 blood-red beams, as thick as his thumb, flashed before him and pierced through his protective yellow glow with ruthless precision. The slightly dimmed yellow aura, having already withstood a strike from Han Li's silver sword and entangled with the flying needles, was easily penetrated by these seemingly inconspicuous blood beams. The ancient elder's face turned as pale as death, yet, being a cultivator of the core formation stage, he sensed the imminent peril the instant the blood beams pierced through his protective barrier. Without a moment's hesitation to retrieve any treasures, he abruptly leaned away, narrowly avoiding one beam that grazed his ear, taking a substantial chunk of flesh with it. Although the other beam missed his heart, it left a gaping, bleeding hole in his. After soaring only 20 to 30 miles. Han Li directed his flying tool and plunged headlong into the vast ocean below, descending to a depth of several dozen fathoms. Subsequently, he retracted the magical artifact and retrieved a red, translucent veil that suffocated his aura, enveloping both himself and Chu Han within its protective embrace. Simultaneously, the two employed an unnamed incantation, refining their qi and stifling their breaths. Not long after completing these preparations, a powerful and wrathful divine consciousness descended nearby, scouring the surface of the ocean and the skies in search of them. Although this divine awareness conducted an exhaustive search, it failed to uncover Han Li and Chu Han's whereabouts. The turbulent consciousness swept past them in a frenzy before hastily pursuing other leads. At that moment, Han Li finally felt a sense of relief. Naturally, he would not be foolish enough to reveal himself by resurfacing immediately. Instead, he conjured a faint blue shield at the seabed, isolating the two from the surrounding water, and settled down with Chu Han to cultivate their spirits. In this submerged concealment, half a month slipped by. During the initial days, the formidable divine consciousness seemed relentless, returning repeatedly to scour Han Li's vicinity several times. However, each time, Han Li adeptly refined his qi and stifled his breath in anticipation, leaving the entity empty-handed. Now that this divine awareness had completely vanished, having not reappeared for over 10 days, Han Li finally dared to take action. Cautiously, he began to stealthily traverse over 100 miles beneath the ocean, before emerging from the water and setting his sights on a determined direction, propelling himself forward with all his might. Returning to Cultivation Island was an impossibility. He would have to seek refuge elsewhere. Though he remained oblivious to the questionable connection between the ancient and the young man named Wu Chou, which compelled them to resort to assassination, it was undoubtedly beyond the reach of a mere Foundation establishment cultivator like himself. It was prudent to maintain a safe distance from their sphere of influence. Alas, it was truly regrettable to abandon the cave dwelling of Shaohuan Island along with the 3 sets of precious array tools, compounded by the losses incurred during the conflict. Indeed, he had suffered a significant setback. As Han Li soared through the air, a self-deprecating smile crept upon his face. Nevertheless, in comparison to the dire fates that awaited the likes of the middle-aged Confucian scholars, he had managed to preserve his own life, and thus had little to lament. While Han Li was engaged in self-reassurance, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to retrieve the storage pouch belonging to the ancient elder. Having been on edge for an extended period, he had not had the inclination to examine its contents until now. Surely, a storage pouch belonging to a core formation cultivator would not be lacking in value. He hoped it might compensate for some of his losses. Gradually immersing his divine sense into the pouch, Han Li was astounded and overjoyed to discover 70 or 80 mid-grade spirit stones within. The ancient elder's wealth was indeed substantial. He had carried such a considerable amount of spirit stones with him. Was he perhaps like Han Li, accustomed to having all his possessions on hand? If that were the case, such a quantity of spirit stones would seem rather normal for a cultivator who had attained core formation many years prior. With this thought, Han Li finally shifted his focus away from the spirit stones and turned his attention to several other items. Among them was a yellow jade vial, approximately an inch in height, 2 talismans shimmering with blue and gold hues, a volume of scripture, and a sphere radiating a blue light. The rest comprised a hodgepodge of inconsequential trinkets. The scripture was of little note, being an upper-tier technique entitled Earth Separation Formula. Although it could not be dismissed as ordinary, it was not something he intended to cultivate. The 2 talismans were indeed remarkable treasures. One depicted a golden dagger, while the other illustrated an enigmatic blue dragon, which filled Han Li's heart with joy. He examined the orb for a while, ultimately confirming it to be the inner core of a 5th-grade demon beast, a possession of extreme rarity. Finally, there remained a rather inconspicuous small vial. However, upon twisting the cap off the yellow bottle, 5 thumb-sized yellow pills rolled out. These pills were not only uniform in size, but also boasted a vibrant hue, glistening and exuding a peculiar medicinal fragrance. Governing dust elixir. Gazing at the pills resting in his palm, Han Li was momentarily stunned. Although he had never encountered the actual item, the shape, color, and aroma of the elixir were identical to the descriptions found in the tome he had purchased. Titled A Commentary on Alchemy, what else could it possibly be? Chapter 385. Sea Ape Island. Han Li delicately pinched one of the pills between his fingers and brought it closer to his eyes. Scrutinizing it for a moment. At last, this perilous gamble had not been in vain. With these governing dust elixirs, he and Chu Han's chances of successfully forming their cores would surely increase. After carefully repackaging the pills, Han Li gently returned the vial to his storage pouch. Now, he sought a location imbued with spiritual energy that was also secure, where they could hastily undergo the core formation process, whether it was Chu Han or himself. As long as one of them could enter the core formation stage, they would possess a fighting chance against the pursuit of core formation cultivators. However, core formation was not a feat that could be accomplished in an instant. Apart from those prodigious cultivators endowed with heavenly roots, most cultivators required ample spiritual herbs and time to break through the bottleneck. The snow spirit water and heavenly fire liquid he intended to purchase were two essential spiritual items for cultivators during the core formation process. While it was not impossible to form a core without them, the success rate would plummet to a level that could make cultivators weep in despair, though no one had formally tracked the statistics. It was rumored to be far below 1%. Besides these two items, other spiritual herbs could also be consumed during core formation. The greater the variety, the higher the hope for success, albeit with a less pronounced effect compared to the snow spirit water and heavenly fire liquid. Of course, like the aforementioned spiritual items, repeated consumption proved ineffective. After all, this was not mere qi refining. The varied spiritual herbs must be administered in appropriate quantities, as excess could yield counterproductive results. Ironically, while other spiritual herbs were far less effective than the snow spirit water and heavenly fire liquid, they were paradoxically more elusive and rare. Most required one or even several types of millennium-old spiritual grasses as ingredients for their concoction. What cultivator could afford such extravagance? Aside from the snow spirit water and heavenly fire liquid, it would be considered an extreme luxury to procure even one or two additional varieties. Yet, for Han Li, this posed no significant issue. With the exception of a few rare spiritual grasses he had either never heard of or could not procure, he had cultivated and prepared over a dozen types of auxiliary spiritual herbs for core formation during his years of training on Little Huan Mountain, all safely stowed away in one of his storage pouches. Most astonishingly, these spiritual herbs did not require the innate true fire of a cultivator for their refinement. They could simply be prepared as one would with ordinary medicinal substances in the mortal realm. The medicinal formula could be effortlessly located within various ancient texts, leaving Han Li in a state of astonishment for quite some time. And to this day, he remains somewhat perplexed. The 5 dust-reducing pills he acquired are indeed a type of auxiliary elixir required by cultivators in the Chaos Star Sea during their core formation, which accounts for their rarity. However, it does not imply that merely consuming these supportive spiritual herbs would significantly enhance the success rate of core formation compared to other practitioners. According to the information Han Li gathered, even with such an extravagant method of core formation, the success rate would only marginally exceed that of other cultivators by a mere 10 to 15%. While this is an improvement over not using them, it is essential to note that these are merely Han Li's conjectures. Furthermore, the process of core formation is not something that can be completed in a matter of days or weeks. Based on various texts and the experiences shared by Li Huayuan, the entire core formation process is expected to last between 3 to 5 years, with the duration varying according to one's innate talent. During this period, one must avoid extreme emotional fluctuations and refrain from engaging in battles, while also absorbing a certain amount of natural spiritual energy. Thus, it is imperative for Han Li to find a secluded island with a hint of spiritual energy to enter seclusion for his core formation. With this thought in mind, Han Li retrieved a jade slip from his possession, which contained a vast map of the sea centered around the 3 major islands, including Cultivation Island. Immersing his mind into the map, he exerted considerable effort and finally discerned his approximate location, subsequently identifying several lesser-known islands marked with annotations on the map. After a meal's time, Han Li reluctantly withdrew from the jade slip and gazed at the surrounding sea and the blazing sun above. With his eyes slightly squinting, he adjusted his direction and, accompanied by Chu Han, transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing into the horizon. Along the way, Han Li briefly landed on deserted islands to recuperate his spiritual power. And when encountering islands inhabited by other cultivators, he swiftly evaded them, fearful of leaving any trace that might lead to pursuit. After changing directions several times, he finally soared towards his intended destination at an accelerated pace. 2 months later, the figures of Han Li and Chu Han appeared above a particularly remote island. This island, while not nearly as vast as Cultivation Island, is significantly larger than the average small island, barely qualifying as a mid-sized island. This is the destination of Han Li's long journey, Sea Ape Island. Aside from a handful of mortals, the island is predominantly inhabited by low-level cultivators who have yet to establish their foundations. And there is no concept of an island master here. It is entirely a free place for entry and exit. The island derives its name from the peculiar low-tier demon beasts known as sea apes that inhabit the nearby waters. These creatures bear a striking resemblance to ordinary apes, with the sole distinction being their ability to employ low-tier water-based spells and a remarkably high level of intelligence. An adult sea ape possesses the cognitive abilities of a 7- or 8-year-old child and can dive into the deep sea to catch fish for sustenance, making them highly sought after by cultivators for servitude and miscellaneous tasks within their abodes. Despite being classified as demon beasts, a cultivator at the 5th or 6th layer of the chi refining stage can effortlessly defeat and capture them. Consequently, small boats from various regions dock here annually to hire low-level cultivators to capture and sell these creatures. Certain small merchants have chosen to jointly invest in establishing a magical formation on this island, creating permanent storefronts that perpetually acquire live sea monkeys at low prices. When the shipping vessels arrive during specific periods, they transport the creatures away in large quantities. Consequently, this island naturally attracts some low-ranked cultivators seeking to earn spirit stones. However, after the formation was established, other wandering cultivators swiftly settled here, primarily due to the presence of a rather substantial spirit vein on Sea Monkey Island. Although the quality of the vein is rather mediocre, its sheer size allows low-ranked cultivators to practice almost anywhere on the island. The so-called spiritual nodes and areas with slightly denser spiritual energy are not significantly different from the rest of the island, making it unlikely for high-ranked cultivators to engage in conflict over them. With such sparse spiritual energy and the remote island known only for its modest sea monkey products, it has escaped the notice of major powers, becoming a realm of unrestrained freedom for low-ranked cultivators. While it is not uncommon for foundation establishment or core formation cultivators to visit the island, most are merely passing through. It is the perfect hiding place for Han Li to conceal himself and cultivate towards core formation. 2 days later, Han Li stood in a desolate mountain corner of the island, gazing at the temporary cave dwelling he had just excavated, feeling immensely satisfied. Besides a simple medicinal garden and 2 concealed chambers, there were no other complex structures within the new cave. Naturally, Han Li employed a set of array tools to set up a basic concealment formation at the cave entrance and cautiously released 2 blood jade spiders from specially designed bags meant for spirit beasts to guard the cave's entrance. After years of training, these 2 white spiders had grown to the size of a human head and had advanced 2 levels, reaching the upper tier of the 1st level, easily able to handle ordinary chi refinement cultivators. They were the only peculiar creatures Han Li had brought from his cave on Small Huan Island. As for the other exotic insects and spirit beasts, they remained in the genuine cave on Small Huan Island. Han Li speculated that if those with ulterior motives still sought to silence him or exact revenge for the cultivator surnamed Gu, they would inevitably trace him back to his cave on Small Huan Island. Although the true and false caves were concealed by 3 large formations, they would likely not withstand the assault of a core formation cultivator for long. The true cave would undoubtedly be exposed, while the false cave, based on Han Li's calculations, had a 50-50 chance of remaining undetected. The tunnel leading to the true cave was concealed not by easily discernible formations, but rather by mundane mechanisms, cleverly blocked by a stone chair carved from a massive boulder. If visitors merely searched the peak where the false cave was located, Han Li was confident they would not notice anything amiss. However, if the intruder were meticulous and inclined to investigate thoroughly, the situation could be precarious. After all, the unique aura of the peculiar insects within the other peak would be impossible to hide from the powerful divine senses of a core formation cultivator. Thus, although Han Li felt some reluctance towards the peculiar insects he had been unable to tame, he could only leave his fate to chance. Of course, if they remained undiscovered and went without food for 5 or 6 years. Given the resilience of these venomous creatures, they would likely not perish. They had previously survived for years without sustenance. As he pondered lightly, Han Li and Chu Han each entered a secret chamber. Chapter 386. 4 years of forming the golden core. Before consuming the spiritual elixir, Han Li sat in meditation within the chamber for several days, adjusting his entire body's true essence and vital energy to their optimal state. He carefully dripped several drops into his mouth, hastily secured the bottle, and closed his eyes, awaiting the elixir's effects. Soon, the meridians within Han Li began to burn with heat, and his true essence surged like boiling water, rapidly coursing through his veins. Though a sense of alarm stirred within him, Han Li swiftly retrieved an unknown packet of spiritual medicine from his person and, without hesitation, poured it into his mouth. Commencing his focused practice of the Qingyuan sword art to break through his bottleneck, it was on the day when the seventh layer of the sword art reached perfection that Han Li would successfully form his golden core. Naturally, prior to this, Han Li had instructed Chu Hun next door through his divine sense to similarly consume the heavenly fire liquid and other auxiliary spiritual medicines. Chu Hun's practice, the blood-refining divine light, belonged to a type of accelerated demonic path technique, which under normal circumstances would not allow for the formation of a golden core. However, with the blood-condensing 5 elements pill, the situation was markedly different. Thus, his path to golden core formation was vastly dissimilar to Han Li's. Chu Hun was not utilizing a specific technique to condense the golden core. Rather, he had ingested the blood-condensing 5 elements pill in succession, directly refining its power to forge the Sha Dan comparatively. His journey to golden core formation was significantly simpler. Consequently, after issuing a series of precise commands, Han Li left Chu Hun to his own devices, no longer distracted by his progress. While Han Li's own success in forming a golden core appeared bleak, he felt compelled to make a serious attempt. Even if he could not succeed, he would nonetheless accumulate valuable experience for future endeavors. With such thoughts, Han Li gradually shut himself off from all external sensations, fully immersing himself in the arduous cultivation of Qi that moment. The passage of time outside became inconsequential to Han Li. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. Seasons changed. 4 years later, on a particular day, Haiyuan Island remained as tumultuous as ever, with the docks and the island's sole city buzzing with a subtle excitement. For it was the season when numerous sea monkeys surfaced to mate. Countless low-level cultivators hurriedly traversed the island, capturing these elusive beasts that were typically hard to find. The cultivators, naturally, were all smiles as they earned spiritual stones. And the merchants were equally delighted, continuously purchasing their catches. However, at noon, an astonishing scene unfolded on a remote, desolate mountain on the island, leaving nearby secluded cultivators utterly dumbfounded. The previously clear azure sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. A vast expanse of black clouds had inexplicably enveloped the mountain, accompanied by silver lightning and deafening thunder that danced like frenzied serpents. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to swirl around the mountain, forming a colossal vortex several miles in diameter beneath the dark clouds, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy and leaving the scattered cultivators in a state of shock and disbelief. They all instinctively emerged from their cultivation abodes and hastily made their way toward the mountain where the phenomenon had occurred. Even the most unworldly of cultivators realized the significance of this astonishing celestial event. Such a remarkable display of natural phenomena was unmistakably indicative of a senior cultivator in the world of immortality on the verge of achieving great success in forming their golden core. The chaotic star C was about to gain another cultivator in the golden core stage. However, it is astonishing that someone would achieve the formation of the golden core in such a desolate place, a fact that has left many scattered cultivators utterly bewildered, filled with envy and amazement. They naturally wished to uncover the truth behind this remarkable occurrence. If they could forge a connection with this esteemed individual, or even become their disciple, would that not be a splendid outcome? Yet, before these individuals could reach the location, the distant vortex of spiritual energy seemed to have absorbed an ample amount of essence, and with a resounding cry of a phoenix, it shattered completely. Amidst the chaotic spiritual energy, ethereal hues of 5 colors flickered, creating an extraordinarily beautiful sight. Subsequently, the clouds parted, the thunder ceased, and everything returned to normal, revealing a splendid day of sunshine at that moment. The scattered cultivators had only just arrived near the desolate mountain. However, before they could approach, a chilling voice resonated in their ears. Those who dare to approach this mountain shall be killed. This merciless declaration carried no trace of emotion and caused the countenance of the dozen or so low-ranking cultivators to change dramatically, prompting them to halt in unison and exchange glances of trepidation. Clearly, this senior who had just succeeded in forming their golden core seemed to harbor a disdain for interruptions. After a brief exchange of looks, they wisely decided against pressing forward, turning silently back. Soon after, news of a cultivator successfully forming a golden core on Hyuan Island began to circulate, leaving the remaining cultivators on the island in a state of astonishment for half the day. The notion that someone would choose to form their golden core on Hyuan Island was utterly perplexing. Instantly, many low-ranking cultivators began to establish new abodes centered around that desolate mountain, although warned by the newly formed golden core cultivator. These scattered practitioners, harboring various intentions, were reluctant to approach the mountain indiscriminately, yet they remained hopeful that by residing nearby, they might catch a glimpse of this esteemed individual. Consequently, the area experienced a surge in activity. Yet, unbeknownst to all, within a certain cave inside the desolate mountain, it was already abandoned. The true practitioner who had formed the golden core was soaring thousands of miles away in the sky. Accompanying him was a tranquil-faced young man, none other than Han Li, who had yet to achieve the golden core. Han Li glanced at Chu Han, who was seated beside him in meditation, although his expression remained calm. A sense of contentment blossomed within him. In truth, he had ceased his seclusion a year prior. After 3 years of consuming spiritual herbs and engaging in chi refinement, he had to concede that success in forming a golden core was utterly unattainable this time, with not even a hint of true essence solidifying. Thus, he had resolutely halted his cultivation to focus on assisting Chu Han in their endeavor to form a golden core. As a result, aided by a multitude of spiritual herbs, Chu Han had indeed lived up to Han Li's expectations, successfully forming the demonic core during the recent convergence of dragons and tigers. The smoothness of the process had even taken Han Li by surprise. Elated, Han Li had dismissed the scattered cultivators who had approached out of curiosity. He then promptly abandoned the cave, stealthily departing from Hyuan Island with Chu Han. His current objective was to return to Xiaohuan Island to ascertain whether the true cave abode there still existed. He believed that after 4 years, even the most patient of those individuals could not possibly have any golden core cultivators still fixated on Xiaohuan Island. If all was well, he intended to take the peculiar insects within the abode and then flee far away. Completely departing from this southwestern sea region, the chaotic starry sea was vast, and with Chu Han's early-stage golden core cultivation, it was inconceivable that there would not be a place for Han Li to find refuge. Furthermore, although Chu Han was unable to wield the Green Huang sword due to the incompatibility of their spiritual roots, they would find a way forward. However, the ancient elder's treasure, the Hunyuan bowl, could still be wielded with some effort. Even if it could not be fully refined to unleash its complete power, it could at least serve as a means for a meager confrontation against other core formation cultivators. Moreover, he had entrusted the golden small sword talisman and the previously acquired golden skull talisman to Chu Han, leaving only the small knife talisman in his possession. With Chu Han's core formation cultivation, activating the talismans would not necessitate a protracted exertion of spiritual power. A mere instant would suffice to launch an attack against the enemy. Compensating for the inadequacy of the treasure's might, with such thoughts in mind, Han Li exerted himself to the utmost, propelling the divine wind vessel, which transformed into a beam of white light, soaring towards Kuaishing Island. Over a month later, the figures of Han Li and Chu Han materialized in the skies above Xiaohuan Island. Han Li first employed his divine sense to scour the surroundings of Xiaohuan Island, finding no trace of other cultivators. Only then did he and Chu Han confidently activate the artifact, proceeding from the dock towards the mountain peak where his cave abode resided. Although still a considerable distance from the two mountains, Han Li's divine sense had already swept over the peaks in advance. He was momentarily taken aback. Not only were the true and false cave abodes intact, but even the 3 external formations appeared to be utterly unscathed. This was utterly beyond his expectations. However, the emergence of such a bizarre scene heightened Han Li's vigilance. When he was a reasonable distance from the mountain peaks, the divine wind vessel came to a halt. Rather than hastily entering the formation, he surveyed his surroundings with a grim expression. There appeared to be no unusual findings within and around the mountains. After lowering his head in contemplation for a moment, he suddenly raised his brows, stepping down upon the divine wind vessel, and ultimately decided to venture into the grand formation. The formation indeed resembled the state it had been in when Han Li had departed 4 years prior, showing no signs of alteration. After a brief inspection, he no longer hesitated and entered his cave abode. Naturally, he paid no heed to the false cave abode on the lower peak, opting instead to enter the true cave through the underground passage. He then strode purposefully towards the secret chamber where the peculiar insects were nurtured. However, upon reaching the threshold of the chamber, His mouth fell slightly agape in astonishment. The scene before him left him utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 387. Golden Eating Insect. The secret chamber for nurturing the peculiar insects was situated against to prevent them from escaping. Han Li had set up minor restrictions between the various stone chambers, ensuring they could not break free. In Han Li's estimation, despite their high rank, most of these peculiar insects were still young, and even ordinary restrictions would suffice to contain them. Yet, the chambers before him now displayed a complete absence of the established restrictions, and all the stone doors were riddled with holes like a honeycomb, having been severely damaged. Han Li felt a sense of alarm rising within him. With a thought, Chu Han took a significant step forward and pushed open the nearest stone door. Inside, it was utterly empty, devoid of anything. Han Li exhaled lightly. Despite having prepared himself mentally, he found himself overwhelmed with frustration. He surveyed the interior of the chamber and, with a slight turn of his head, redirected his gaze towards the stone door. Then, without uttering a word, he approached and half-squatted before the damaged stone door. The manner in which the door had been destroyed was quite peculiar, covered with countless tiny holes of uniform size. However, what perplexed Han Li was that the insides of these small holes were not smooth at all. Rather, they were exceedingly rough, which did not resemble the characteristics of artifacts or similar objects. Frowning slightly, Han Li gradually rose to his feet. He slowly closed his eyes, and his spiritual sense swiftly scanned the remaining secret chambers. The same emptiness prevailed. Even within the chambers housing peculiar insects ranked within the top 100 of the odd insect list. This sight caused a twinge of pain in Han Li's heart. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he opened his eyes. The glint of cold light flashed within them as he exited this room and made his way to another secret chamber. It was another empty room, yet upon entering, Han Li did not hesitate to bend down and pick something up from the blue stone floor. He placed the object in the palm of his hand and brought it closer to examine it closely. It was a shell the size of a bean, shimmering with a brilliant silver luster, as if crafted from pure silver, and it was extraordinarily beautiful. When Han Li touched the shell with a finger, he found its surface exceedingly smooth and remarkably hard. After pondering for a moment, he concluded that this object was certainly not the shell of any peculiar insect he had raised. Consequently, Han Li's expression turned serious, and he narrowed his eyes. Centered around these secret chambers, he began to meticulously search the cave inch by inch with his spiritual sense, unwilling to believe that he could not uncover any clues. Moments later, Han Li made an unexpected discovery in the medicinal herb garden. Beneath a sturdy flowering tree, there hung a radiant silver sphere, which was not a native object of the cave, summoning Chu Han. With a somber expression, he exited the secret chamber and headed towards the medicinal garden. The silver sphere was not large, only about the size of a child's head. However, its dazzling, mystical silver light was undeniably eye-catching. Standing at the entrance of the medicinal garden, Han Li gazed intently at the silver sphere in silence. He had a lingering feeling that he had heard of this silver orb somewhere before, though he could not recall the specifics at that moment. Nevertheless, this object was assuredly related to the silver insect shell. In a flash of inspiration, Han Li recalled something in his mind. He quickly reached into his storage bag, and a piece of green jade slip appeared in his hand. It was the very slip that recorded the insights of the Yuling sect's practitioners on insect rearing. As his mind delved into it, Han Li soon found relevant content regarding the 12th position on the peculiar insect list. The golden eating insect, a cluster of ferocious insects, ranked 12th on the peculiar insect list. They were known to devour peculiar insects, adept at consuming metals and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, displaying extreme ferocity, impervious to water and fire, favoring to congregate in spherical formations, and residing beneath spiritual wood. Jade wood could confine them, and spider-like peculiar insects could counteract them. After perusing this introduction several times, Han Li felt both astonished and elated. He could not help but lift his gaze once more towards the silver orb. Although his meticulously nurtured peculiar insects were gone, if they were to be replaced by the peculiar insect before him, which still ranked above the golden-backed mantis, he would undoubtedly welcome it with open arms. However, according to the jade slip, the golden-eating insect was known to consume nearly everything except for jade and wood, making them quite challenging to capture. Fortunately, he still possessed 2 blood jade spiders, although their rank was significantly lower than that of the golden-eating insect. They should be able to counteract them. According to the description at the back of the jade slip, the silver golden-eating insect was presumably a recently hatched larva that had already ascended to the first level of the upper tier. surpassing these golden-eating insects in terms of beast rank. Nonetheless, before proceeding, he still needed to test whether these insects were truly as formidable as the jade slip suggested. Upon reaching this point, Chu Han, standing behind Han Li, immediately stepped forward and positioned himself in front of him. Bloodlight surged from Chu Han's body as he raised one hand, fingers splayed, and a vast expanse of deep crimson light surged forth, enveloping the silver sphere in an impenetrable shroud. Yet, the silver sphere remained eerily still, as though it were an inanimate object. Observing this scene, Han Li absent-mindedly touched his nose, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The cultivator from the Yuling sect had boasted so greatly about this creature, yet its reactions appeared so sluggish. After a moment's hesitation, Han Li instructed Chu Han to initiate further probing actions. Chu Han fixed his gaze on the silver sphere, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes that he raised his hand, casting a green spell that struck the blood light encasing the sphere. Immediately, the crimson radiance began to shift, gradually turning violet, and in an instant, it erupted into a fierce blaze of demonic fire. Under the searing onslaught of the uncanny flames, the silver sphere finally underwent a transformation, but it splintered apart, like sand molded into shape, instantaneously fracturing into countless specks of silver light, emitting a resonant, buzzing sound. Han Li focused intently, observing that these silver motes were each the size of a mung bean, resembling ordinary beetles save for the addition of notably visible fangs. There seemed to be nothing exceptional about them. Han Li was perplexed. Could it be that these were not the fabled gold-devouring insects, and had he misidentified them? However, after a few moments of scrutiny, Han Li's astonishment grew, for within the inferno conjured by Chu Han, these beetles showed no signs of being charred to ashes. Instead, they were lively and vigorous. Even more astonishingly, they were voraciously consuming the demonic flames at an astonishing speed, causing the violet flames to diminish rapidly. Witnessing this spectacle, Han Li snapped back to reality, overwhelmed with elation. He promptly loosened the mouth of a pouch at his waist, and two beams of white light burst forth, landing steadily on the ground. Indeed, they were the two blood jade spiders, each the size of a human head. Without hesitation, Han Li issued the command to capture them alive. In that very moment, as the last flicker of demonic fire was devoured by the gold-devouring insects, two jets of white liquid erupted from the mouths of the white spiders, transforming mid-air into two webs with a diameter exceeding 10 feet, ensnaring all the silver beetles within. These webs were markedly different from ordinary ones, with minuscule apertures that rendered the silver beetles incapable of escaping through the gaps. Sensing the imminent danger, the gold-devouring insects immediately contorted into arrowhead shapes, resembling actual crossbow bolts as they shot towards the webs. With two sharp sounds, the white webs ensnared the silver projectiles, forming a tightly knit bundle. The insects within became frantic, emitting piercing shrieks as they began to gnaw at the strands of silk, seemingly intent on breaking free. Yet, the two white spiders offered no reprieve. After a few leaps, they reached the tangled mass and relentlessly sprayed jets of white liquid, swiftly encasing them in a colossal clump. However, Han Li was aware that this web would likely not contain the gold-devouring insects for long. He hastily retrieved a jade box from his possession, swiftly cramming the soft, yielding mass into the box, sealing it with haste, and stowing it away in his storage pouch. It is said that one should utilize specialized spiritual beast bags to contain formidable spirit beasts. Otherwise, ordinary spirit creatures would suffocate and perish within a storage bag due to lack of air. However, the peculiar insects listed on the strange insect rankings are remarkably different. Their resilience is unparalleled, allowing them to thrive in storage bags without the need for respiration. Otherwise, the cultivator from the spirit beast sect would not have carried so many larvae in various containers. Naturally, if one truly wishes to command beasts in battle, a dedicated spiritual beast bag is the most suitable option. Not only does it facilitate the summoning of spiritual beasts, but it also greatly aids in their training. Most importantly, spiritual beast bags possess the capability to compress oversized beast forms into a smaller size for storage, a feat that storage bags cannot achieve with living creatures. Thus, even for the larger peculiar insects, a specialized spiritual beast bag is essential. Han Li carefully stowed away the jade box, concerned about potentially overlooking other items, and conducted a thorough search of his cave and its vicinity with his divine sense. Ultimately, aside from discovering a multitude of tiny holes on the floor of the storage room, which were likely left by the golden-eating insects burrowing into his lair, there were no further findings. With this realization, Han Li dared not linger in the cave any longer. He promptly exited the genuine and false caves, collecting the array-setting tools of the three formations, and ascended into the sky. Chapter 388. The malevolent presence of Chu Han. Han Li and Chu Han hurriedly departed from the small Huan Island, but barely 10 miles away from the isle. Han Li calmly addressed the air ahead. Do not hide any longer. Reveal yourselves. Ah! A voice from the void expressed astonishment. Subsequently, a flurry of colorful lights flickered, and 7 or 8 Foundation establishment cultivators manifested their forms not far ahead. Han Li, you and the cultivator surnamed Chu have been exposed for the murder of junior brother Mao and other disciples under the Tail Star Island Master in pursuit of the dust-settling pill. Now, we enforcement cultivators, under the command of Master Mu, have come to apprehend you and deliver you to Master Zhantai for judgment. You might as well surrender, declared one of the late Foundation establishment cultivators with an air of arrogance as he revealed himself. In order to maintain a low profile, Han Li and Chu Han had been concealing their true cultivation levels, leading these individuals to misjudge their strength, which contributed to their brazen demeanor, although they were somewhat surprised that Han Li had detected their presence early. Causing their ambush to fail, they believed that dealing with a mere Qi refining and Foundation establishment cultivator was a trivial matter. Thus, they did not take it to heart and were inclined to confront him directly. Han Li observed them with a calm demeanor before responding indifferently. Are you cultivators from Kuishing Island? What evidence do you have to accuse me of murdering other cultivators? Upon hearing this, the white-haired elder who had spoken initially appeared taken aback, but soon broke into a cold chuckle. What? Do you think you can refute the testimony of Elder Miao from the Six-Linked Hall? Do not harbor any delusions. Master Mu has already issued orders. The two of you, being exceptionally cunning, are to have your cultivation abolished upon discovery. At this, Han Li's expression shifted slightly, and a layer of frost settled on his face as he remarked, Abolish my cultivation. Does Master Mu not intend to allow us to defend ourselves? Heh? After evading for years out of guilt, the evidence against you is irrefutable. What further defense could you possibly offer? Everyone, seize these two and return with them for the reward. The elderly man with white hair glared, impatiently turning to instruct the others. Instantly, the cultivators fell silent and sprang into action, an array of various magical tools being summoned, their radiant hues soaring fiercely towards Han Li. Han Li's eyelids twitched. This display clearly indicated an intent far beyond merely incapacitating him. The murderous glint in their eyes unmistakably suggested a desire to kill him in one fell swoop. Although uncertain of any underlying schemes, Han Li could not suppress his murderous intent. Chu Han, eliminate them. Leave not a single soul alive. Han Li's voice, though soft, was imbued with an icy chill. Chu Han, who had been standing silently behind him, stepped forward, an astonishing bloodlight emanating from his body, transforming him into a dazzling orb of light in an instant. With a low howl, Chu Han's feet glimmered with yellow light, and he charged towards the throng of magical tools. After a few flashes, he vanished amidst the myriad lights of the artifacts, only to reappear at the center of a massive bloodlight that enveloped the magical tools, rendering them sluggish and ineffective. Chu Han's form materialized within the crimson glow, his expression impassive as he formed hand seals, uttering a forbidden word. Immediately, the magical tools seemed compelled by an unseen force, obediently flying to Chu Han's side, where with a mere flick of his sleeve, they vanished into thin air, as if collected. Chu Han then turned his emotionless gaze towards the group of enforcing cultivators, who were already rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. Core formation stage. He is a core formation cultivator. Someone finally discerned Chu Han's true power, their face paling in terror. The other cultivators, equally alarmed, witnessed two of their more astute companions immediately turn to flee on their flying devices. Meanwhile, the white-haired elder's arrogance evaporated, leaving only disbelief etched upon his features. However, since Chu Han had accepted Han Li's command, he would not allow these individuals to escape. His eyes suddenly glowed a fierce crimson. Devoid of emotion as he regarded the fleeing pair, raising his hands without a word, 2 columns of crimson blood erupted from his palms, shooting forth with incredible speed, vanishing in an instant as they reached the two cultivators who had managed to distance themselves by dozens of yards. One wore a shimmering, earthy yellow armor, while the other was entwined with a chain of azure light that was clearly of superior quality. Yet, upon merely grazing the blood columns, both the cultivators and their magical tools were obliterated into ashes. Witnessing this scene, the remaining enforcement cultivators who had contemplated fleeing turned ashen. The white-haired elder, in a state of utter panic, cried out, "Senior, it's all a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding." Chu Han paid no heed to the elder's desperate claims. With a shake of his shoulder, the bloodlight surrounding him soared skyward, rapidly coalescing into a significant blood cloud above the cultivators. Then, with a swift motion, Chu Han unleashed a purple spell, causing the blood cloud to ignite like a flaming oil fire, instantly transforming into a vast expanse of purple flames, cascading down upon the opposing cultivators. Below, the white-haired elder and the other cultivators wore expressions of despair, desperately summoning defense yet, under the frigid gaze of Chu Han. They could barely endure for a fleeting moment beneath the violet demonic flames, their very beings along with their magical artifacts reduced to ashes. Subsequently, Chu Han's figure flickered as he deftly seized the several storage bags that had fallen from them. Han Li had already retrieved the storage bags of the two who had been vanquished by the beam of light from a distance, and he now soared back to Chu Han's side on his flying artifact. "Let us depart. If a core formation cultivator were to arrive, it would pose a significant dilemma," Han Li murmured, casting a glance around. As if addressing Chu Han while conversing with himself, Chu Han silently flickered back onto the divine wind vessel. And Han Li immediately urged his artifact into motion, transforming into a streak of white light as he fled into the distance. A quarter of an hour later, two brilliant rainbows, one red and one blue, surged from the direction of Cultivation Island, swiftly arriving at the site where Chu Han had dispatched several enforcement cultivators. As the blinding radiance dissipated, an old man with a cunning face and a middle-aged man exuding a grayish aura materialized in midair. "This must be the location. The fluctuations in spiritual energy have yet to subside. It seems the perpetrator has not been gone long," the middle-aged man said grimly. "One of the enforcement cultivators on duty at Xiaohuan Island was indeed my disciple." Upon the sudden demise of this disciple, an anomaly appeared on the soul plate of the middle-aged man, which had been activated through a secret technique. Realizing that his disciple had met with misfortune, he immediately soared over with a friend who had been visiting his cave residence, only to find that they had arrived a moment too late. "Yuan Island Master, I employed the floating cloud tracking technique and observed that the assailant has likely fled in this direction. If we pursue now, we still have a 30% chance of intercepting them," the old man said, gesturing languidly towards Han Li's escape route. "Very well. We shall give chase. We must capture the culprit," the middle-aged man declared, his gray aura swelling as a fierce expression overtook his features. However, judging by the fluctuations in the local spiritual energy, it is evident that the assailant must be a core formation cultivator. Though it appears to be the work of a single individual, who can say whether there are other cultivators accompanying them? The old man suddenly shifted his tone, earnestly advising the middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was initially taken aback, but soon his expression darkened as he retorted, "Shall I simply allow my disciple to die in vain? If this matter were to spread, would I not be branded as a coward?" The old man chuckled softly, dismissing the concern. "Aside from Qi, are there any other outsiders present? Given that the assailant is a core formation cultivator who dared to act so recklessly near Cultivation Island, they are undoubtedly not from the southwestern seas. They would not carelessly spread word of this incident. And as for Qi, he is not one to gossip. Thus, upon our return, we shall feign as though we arrived too late, and the matter shall naturally fade into obscurity. Otherwise, to recklessly confront an unknown fellow cultivator for the sake of an ordinary disciple would be an unworthy risk." The old man laughed heartily, appearing unconcerned. Listening to this, the anger on Yuan Island Master's face gradually dissipated, replaced by a contemplative expression. After a moment of reflection, he finally regained his composure and, with a respectful gesture towards the old man, expressed, "Thank you, Qi Daoist, for your sage reminder. I am exceedingly grateful. Let us return at once. In the future, we shall treat this disciple's family with kindness." This is indeed correct. As seekers of the immortal path, we are of immense worth. How could we recklessly court danger? Even if one must take risks, there should be a commensurate price to pay. The elder chuckled wickedly, clapping his hands in delight. However, these enforcing cultivators are merely monitoring the cave on that island near Xiaohuan Island. How could they provoke a passing Jedon cultivator into a murderous rampage? Could it be related to the two cultivators who are simultaneously wanted by the 3 islands and the 6 linked halls? The middle-aged man pondered this with growing confusion. "Never mind. What does it have to do with us? The master of Mu Island has deep ties with the six linked halls, which is why he is so fervently pursuing those two. We are merely Vice Island masters. Is it necessary for us to fret over such matters? The elder huffed, his words dripping with jealousy. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled faintly. Subsequently, after a brief conversation in the air, Master Yuan and the elder retraced their steps. Chapter 389. Celestial Star City and the Star Palace. Han Li, of course, remained oblivious. Yet, out of caution, he continued his flight towards the northeast without pause. Day and night. Since he had been marked as wanted, he could no longer linger in the southwestern seas. However, venturing elsewhere would require a complete map of the chaotic Star Sea, and Han Li possessed only the chart for the southwestern region. Thus, a month later, he paused on a small island. Although the island was modest in size, its location at the junction of the southwestern sea and other realms allowed it to host a bustling marketplace. Exercising caution, Han Li instructed Chu Han to employ a certain secret technique to simultaneously conceal their appearances, and they donned cloaks in this manner, unless one possessed cultivation surpassing that of Chu Han. Even those attempting to peer into their identities with divine sense would only perceive a hazy crimson glow. In the subsequent half-day, Han Li replenished a vast array of materials in the island's marketplace, acquiring numerous tomes detailing various aspects of the chaotic Star Sea and related maritime charts, spending a considerable sum in the process. The owners of the many small shops in the marketplace were overjoyed at the arrival of such a significant patron. Once he had gathered all his supplies, Han Li dared not linger, departing the small island on the same day. Seated aboard the Shinfeng boat, Han Li meticulously examined each jade slip he had retrieved. After an indeterminate amount of time, he exhaled deeply, tossing the jade slips into his storage pouch as he fell into contemplation. After careful scrutiny, Han Li finally acquired a general understanding of the entire chaotic Star Sea. The chaotic Star Sea is vast, yet precisely how vast remains a mystery, for no one is foolish enough to measure it. The current maritime charts represent only a minuscule fraction of the true expanse of the chaotic Star Sea. A consensus acknowledged by all cultivators within. The explored regions are typically referred to as the Inner Star Sea, while the uncharted outer territories are known as the Outer Star Sea. What is commonly referred to as the chaotic Star Sea actually pertains solely to the Inner Star Sea. The Outer Star Sea bears a more fearsome designation. The demon Set is said that many inconceivably powerful demonic beasts thrive there, rivaling even the strength of Yuanian cultivators, leaving many lower-tier cultivators who have never ventured into the Outer Star Sea utterly astounded. Ancient texts recount that in primordial times, both the Inner Star Sea and the Outer Star Sea were domains ruled by monstrous sea creatures, leaving cultivators confined to a mere handful of desolate islands. After an indeterminate span of time, the valiant ancestors of the Chaos Star Sea gradually eradicated these formidable beasts, thereby forging the present-day Inner Star Sea. Currently, the entirety of the Chaos Star Sea is governed by a colossal faction known as the Star Palace. This entity has existed for an unfathomable duration, with no precise timeline documented within the ancient texts. The reasons for its establishment are shrouded in mystery. Some assert it was founded by the illustrious predecessors who vanquished the beasts, while others claim it was birthed from the ambitions of a former titan who unified the chaotic seas before its inception. Today, the Celestial Star Palace has transformed a massive island in the central region of the Inner Star Sea into a grand metropolis known as Celestial Star City. Within its confines reside the two enigmatic rulers, revered as the Celestial Twin Saints, who command the entire Star Palace organization. These sovereigns are shrouded in secrecy, rarely seen outside the confines of Celestial Star City, and their true appearances remain unknown to the public. Nevertheless, rumors abound among the cultivators of the Chaos Star Sea, suggesting that these two saints are either advanced practitioners at the late stage of the nascent soul realm or celestial beings of the legendary transformation god stage. After all, the title of the Celestial Twin Saints has been passed down for nearly a millennium, a duration far exceeding that of ordinary cultivators. In addition to Celestial Star City, the Star Palace has established directly governed sub-islands in 8 regions on the periphery of the Inner Star Sea and 3 of the largest islands in the central region, collectively known as the 24 Outer Star Islands and the 12 Inner Star Islands, surrounding Celestial Star City like a protective embrace. The Cultivation Island, where Han Li resided, is one such outer island under the jurisdiction of the Star Palace. Consequently, these Star Islands, along with the multitude of smaller isles that accompany them, render the Star Palace the unequivocal official authority of the Chaos Star Sea. Even more astonishing is the dual methodology employed by the Star Palace in appointing the masters of these star islands. The 12 inner star islands are presided over by the two saints, each selecting 6 individuals from within the organization for appointment. In contrast, the 24 outer star islands undergo a public selection process every 100 years in Celestial Star City, where challengers vie for the title of Island Master. The ultimate victor is granted the authority befitting the position. Thus, the Grand Assembly held every century for the selection of the Outer Island Masters has come to be known as the Star Plucking Conference. Drawing high-ranking cultivators from across the Chaos Star Sea, some are driven by the ambition to attain the position of Island Master, while others merely seek to broaden their horizons, engage with fellow practitioners, or seize the opportunity to trade materials, elixirs, and techniques, creating a confluence of talent that often results in a bustling Celestial Star City. Even on days devoid of the Star Plucking Conference, Celestial Star City remains a vibrant hub of activity. Teeming with life and diversity, the city embodies an unparalleled freedom, permitting cultivators of all ranks to enter and exit at will. Aside from a prohibition on combat within the city limits and a nominal monthly fee of spirit stones for those wishing to reside long-term, the Star Palace imposes no restrictions on the affairs of the city. Even notorious criminals or malevolent practitioners sought by the Star Palace are left unperturbed, provided they do not cause disturbances within the city's bounds. The prominent merchants are exceedingly satisfied with this liberated environment, establishing permanent establishments throughout the city, and forming their own auction houses and acquisition firms, engaging in lucrative ventures that yield substantial amounts of spirit stones. Consequently, an abundance of rare treasures flows into Tianqing City from the chaotic sea of stars each year, rendering the variety countless. Furthermore, there exists an even more alluring aspect that attracts numerous cultivators to this city. Within its confines, the Tianqing Palace has constructed a teleportation array that leads directly to the outer SE as long as one is willing to part with a significant sum of spirit stones. They can utilize this array to reach various islands populated by magical beasts in the outer sea, each island a spirit-infused sanctuary established by predecessors. Upon arrival at these islands, cultivators can slay a myriad of magical beasts in the surrounding waters, seize their beast cores, and return to Tianqing City to exchange them for spirit stones. Given the value of these cores, a single 5th-grade beast core can fetch nearly 1,000 spirit stones, while a 6th-grade core could ensure a foundation-building cultivator's uninterrupted cultivation for a lifetime. Thus, a considerable number of cultivators flock to Tianqing City each year, primarily drawn by the allure of these teleportation arrays. After all, traveling to the outer sea without employing the array not only consumes excessive time, but also poses the perilous risk of wandering aimlessly like a headless fly. Upon contemplating this, Han Li, without a moment's hesitation, resolved to venture to Tianqing City. The prospect of its secure environment and the opportunity to hunt beasts for cores was indeed a significant temptation for him. Naturally, apart from the formidable Tianqing Palace, the chaotic sea is home to various other factions, such as the 4 major merchant alliances of Night Dragon Island, the Charm Demon Sect, the 3 Immortal Sects. And indeed, the 6 Halls of Extreme Een Island also represent considerable powers. Han Li silently organized the information he had gathered, retrieving the sea chart of the chaotic sea from his belongings and studying it intently for a while. Subsequently, he adjusted the course of the Divine Wind vessel, transforming alongside Chu Hun into a streak of white light and soaring through the void. Several months later, a white light streaked across a certain expanse of sea. With Han Li, who bore the weariness of extended travel etched upon his face, standing atop, this lengthy journey had proven to be a rare experience for Han Li. Avoid squandering this time on the road. He practiced the Great Yin Decision while flying the vessel, relying on his formidable spiritual sense. Initially, mastering this dual-focus technique was exceedingly challenging. After all, it was not a mere matter of using a cultivated split mind to control a puppet. It required genuine dual tasking, leading to frequent errors in the beginning. Either the Divine Wind vessel would veer off course during the practice, or he found it impossible to concentrate that segment of his spiritual sense on cultivating the Great Yin Decision, resulting in several days of stagnation. However, as the saying goes, practice makes perfect. After countless trials and the struggle of managing dual tasks, Han Li finally managed to fly the vessel while maintaining a composed demeanor to practice the Great Yin Decision. Nevertheless, today, Han Li was not engaged in dual focus. Instead, He stood earnestly at the bow of the divine wind vessel, continuously scanning the horizon ahead, based on the desolate island he traversed a fortnight ago. He should be nearing the vicinity of the colossal island where Tianqing City resides. Excitement began to stir within him. After flying for a short while longer, Han Li's expression subtly shifted as the view ahead remained somewhat indistinct. A colossal black dot gradually emerged, drawing closer. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li urged the artifact beneath his feet, accelerating suddenly as he soared forward. Chapter 390. The Giant City. Moments later, the black dot expanded in size, though still unclear. Its immense silhouette resembled a towering pillar, instilling in Han Li an overwhelming sense of as he approached with growing astonishment. The shadow finally revealed itself to be a city, indeed. A super city occupying the entirety of the island. What left Han Li profoundly astonished was that this city's foundation was radically different from any he had previously encountered. It was not constructed upon flat ground, but rather built upon a towering mountain at the island's center. Spiraling outward in concentric circles. At the mountain's base, layers upon layers of various structures extended right to the island's edge, leaving almost no gaps. Undoubtedly, this was the renowned Tianqing City, the largest city in the Chaos Star Sea. Gazing at the multitude of buildings that reached into the clouds, appearing no larger than ants, Han Li remained in awe for an extended period. It was only when the Shenfeng boat approached the island within several dozen miles that he regained his composure and instinctively slowed the artifact beneath him. For in the surrounding skies, he was no longer alone in his flight. Flashes of light began to appear at varying distances, all seemingly heading toward Tianqing City. Han Li could not help but marvel silently. Truly, Tianqing City lived up to its reputation. Even from such a distance, other cultivators were already visible. After flying another 15 to 20 miles, the skies were filled with radiant lights, and massive sea vessels appeared below, also cutting through the waves with ease. Even more astonishing to Han Li was the sight of some cultivators not flying on artifacts, but rather racing across the sea on small boats or riding low-tier demonic beasts. Shaking his head, Han Li felt a twinge of emotion before transforming into a streak of white light. Quickening his pace, in a short while, he reached the outskirts of Tianqing City. It was only then that he noticed the city before him was encircled by towering stone walls, rising several dozen feet along the coastline. Beneath the seemingly endless high walls, Han Li could discern numerous gateways of various sizes. There were docks specifically for mortal ships, bays for various demonic beasts, and, most notably, several small city gates suitable for individual cultivators. Han Li flew toward one of the shorter gates, which, while described as small, revealed itself to be a towering entrance of 7 or 8 feet upon closer inspection. Prompting a wry smile of self-deprecation from him, in front of Han Li stood a poised woman in blue, appearing to be in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. After exchanging a few polite words with the 2 white-clad cultivators stationed at the gate, she presented several spirit stones and received a blue ring, which she casually donned before gracefully stepping inside. Only then did Han Li, accompanied by Chu Han, leisurely approach. The 2 cultivators appeared to be temporarily stationed, likely residing in the city for an extended period. It turns out this is a senior. Welcome, esteemed senior, to Tianqing City. According to the regulations of this city, all esteemed cultivators who have achieved the Golden Core stage are entitled to reside here free of charge for an indefinite period. This is an identity token. Please keep it safe. A cultivator clad in white, scarcely blinking, was about to articulate words he had undoubtedly repeated countless times. However, he only managed to utter half of his statement before another cultivator beside him recognized the identity of Chu Han and hurriedly tugged at his sleeve. The cultivator, taken aback, reassessed Chu Han with a newfound respect and promptly produced a crimson ring from within his robes, offering it forth. This is my first visit to Tianqing City. What purpose does this ring serve? Chu Han inquired, his voice somewhat hoarse. This is the spirit ring that certifies one's identity. The blue variant is worn by cultivators who are temporarily residing in the city, obtainable for the payment of 3 spirit stones. The red one signifies a permanent residence. Ordinary cultivators must contribute 800 spirit stones to remain here indefinitely. Consequently, the luminescence of the blue ring only flickers for 7 days. After this period, the ring's glow extinguishes, compelling its owner to vacate Tianqing City or to exchange for a new ring at the city gate. The red ring, on the other hand, possesses a perpetual glow, and once infused with one's blood essence, it recognizes its master, ensuring that it cannot be seized by others. The white-clad cultivator, in the early stages of foundation establishment, explained to Chu Hun with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. He raised one of his hands, revealing a similar red ring that shimmered with light. Chu Hun silently nodded and accepted the ring. After a brief moment of hesitation, he pricked his finger to let a drop of blood fall onto it, subsequently adorning it on his hand. "Would you kindly provide me with another red ring?" he requested. "I also intend to reside in the city for an extended period." Han Li, with a cheerful demeanor, retrieved 8 mid-tier spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to one of the cultivators. The 2 white-clad cultivators exchanged surprised glances with Han Li, but said nothing as they accepted the spirit stones and similarly presented him with a red ring. After Han Li also infused it with his blood essence and donned it, he smiled and walked through the city gate alongside Chu Han. The street beyond the gate was neither too small nor excessively wide, comfortably accommodating 4 individuals walking side by side or 2 beast carts passing through. Flanking the street were rows of stone houses, clearly the shops of mortals, their wares predominantly mundane, offering little of interest. The street was largely devoid of cultivators, save for a few ordinary folk engaged in shopping or conversation, who displayed no signs of curiosity or intrigue towards Han Li and Chu Han. Han Li cast a cursory glance around before casually raising his head to observe the sky, where numerous beams of light darted about, revealing that cultivators were flying on their magical tools. To his surprise, the largest city in the chaotic Star Sea had no restrictions against aerial travel. This unexpected revelation was advantageous for both him and Chu Han, prompting him to summon his Shenfeng boat. Eager to ascend and soar alongside Chu Han. "Hold on, esteemed cultivators." Suddenly, a male voice called out from the side of the street. A lean man with 2 wispy mustaches approached from a nearby shop, his expression one of deference as he bowed to Han Li and Chu Han. His eyes sparkled with keen intellect, yet he emitted no discernible aura of cultivation, clearly a mere mortal. Han Li displayed a hint of surprise, furrowing his brows as he inquired, "What is it? Do I know you?" "Hee. I am Lu Er, and it is indeed my first time encountering the 2 esteemed cultivators," he replied. The lean man, with a beaming smile, spoke up. Upon hearing his words, Han Li's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. However, before he could voice his thoughts, the man, Lu Er, hurriedly continued, "Esteemed immortals, it appears this is your first visit to Tianqing City. You must be quite unfamiliar with its roads and circumstances. As a native resident of this city, I am intimately acquainted with all its intricacies. Should you wish to travel anywhere or attend to any matters, I would be more than willing to guide you, thus sparing you considerable hassle. All I ask in return is 2 spirit stones." After concluding his speech, Lu Er gazed expectantly at Han Li, having discerned that this youthful figure seemed to be the one in charge. Han Li chuckled softly. "Lu Er, is it? If I am satisfied, I shall reward you with 5 spirit stones. However, should I find your services lacking, you shall receive not a single stone." With a half smile, Han Li dismissed the man and boarded the Shenfeng boat, followed by Chu Han. Standing on the magical vessel, Han Li glanced over at Lu Er, whose countenance fluctuated between fear and uncertainty. As soon as Han Li's gaze fell upon him, Lu Er gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well, I shall adhere to your wishes, esteemed immortal. I will ensure that both of you are thoroughly satisfied." Han Li nodded indifferently, revealing no surprise at the man's reaction as he stepped onto the vessel. The Shenfeng boat descended slightly, nearly brushing the ground. Observing this, Lu Er swiftly approached and cautiously ascended. The Shenfeng boat then gradually lifted into the air, making its way toward the colossal mountain at the city's center. After ascending several dozen zhang, Han Li turned to glance at Lu Er, noting the flicker of fear upon his face, yet he managed to maintain a semblance of composure. With a slight nod of approval, Han Li casually inquired, "It seems this is not your first experience flying on a magical vessel. Have you frequently guided visiting cultivators before?" "Indeed, I have assisted 5 or 6 esteemed immortals in the past, but this is only my second time soaring through the skies," Lu Er replied with a strained smile, as the strong winds at such heights appeared to unsettle him. Observing Lu Er's slightly pale complexion, Han Li smiled gently and suddenly raised his hand, summoning a flash of blue light. Instantly, a shimmering blue barrier enveloped the Shenfeng boat, shielding all 3 within. Lu Er's expression visibly brightened. Before he could express his gratitude, Han Li interjected, "First, tell me where I might find a secluded location suitable for cultivation without disturbances." Chapter 391. New abode. Upon hearing Han Li's request, Lu Er was momentarily taken aback and cast a glance at the rings adorning their fingers. As he beheld the red ring, realization dawned upon him. "So you intend to reside in the city long term?" this is quite manageable. Have you both seen the houses constructed upon the holy mountain? According to other esteemed immortals, the entire mountain is a natural spirit vein. The higher the rental property is located on the mountain, the more abundant the spiritual energy, though, of course, it comes at a greater cost. If one prefers solitude for cultivation rather than renting a residence, it is possible to lease a ready-made cave dwelling, thus possessing a private sanctuary. However, it is said that the costs may far exceed those of conventional housing. Moreover, whether it be a house or a cave, the charges are calculated over centuries. Every 100 years, one must renew the payment. Failure to do so will result in reclamation by the celestial masters of the Star Palace. Lu'er adeptly elucidated this to Han Li Do. Is it possible to secure a cultivation space on the topmost level as long as one possesses sufficient spirit stones? Upon hearing this, Han Li exhibited a look of considerable interest. The celestial master jested. This is certainly not the case. Lu'er shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. The sacred mountain is divided into 81 levels, each circle ascending from the base to the summit. The first 50 levels are accessible to external celestial masters. As long as one has spirit stones, they can lease a place for cultivation. The last 30 levels, however, are reserved exclusively for the esteemed individuals of the Star Palace. As for the highest level, that is the Sacred Palace, the abode of the two venerable sovereigns, an entry is strictly forbidden to all. That Lu'er stated with a hint of embarrassment. After contemplating for a moment, Han Li decisively remarked, "Very well, lead the way. Let us first seek a residence." "Yes, I shall guide you immediately." The celestial master directed that they fly towards the sacred mountain, where at its base lies a pavilion dedicated to these matters. No sooner had he spoken than the divine wind boat transformed into a streak of white light, darting towards the distant giant mountain. Although the mountain appeared close, Han Li flew for a full quarter of an hour before truly nearing its foot. Under Lu'er's guidance, the divine wind boat descended before an imposing pavilion. Aside from Han Li, a considerable number of cultivators were observed entering and exiting, with flashes of brilliance occasionally soaring or descending. Han Li surveyed the surroundings briefly before entering the grand pavilion alongside Chu Han and Lu'er, which featured majestic steps. Upon entering, he beheld a dozen or so cultivators engaged in conversation, with several solitary white-robed practitioners around a few isolated stone tables. Some individuals wore expressions of utmost joy, while others appeared deeply troubled. To even beseech the white-robed practitioners with desperate pleas, showcasing a veritable spectrum of emotions, Han Li silently observed the scene before him for a while. "Celestial Master, there is an unoccupied table over there. Should we approach?" After a moment, Lu'er cautiously prompted Han Li. Han Li, having noticed the recently vacated stone table, nodded in agreement. However, this time, it was Chu Han who took the lead, with Han Li following closely behind. This change surprised Lu'er, who had always believed Han Li to be the primary figure in charge, leaving him somewhat astonished as he trailed behind. "Elder, do you wish to rent a residence on the sacred mountain? How many levels do you intend to secure? The upper levels tend to be more expensive." The gaze of the Star Palace cultivator swept over Chu Han before he spoke with evident respect. It seems that cultivators at the core formation stage command respect wherever they may be, which was precisely why Han Li had chosen to let Chu Han take the lead. "Are there ready-made cave dwellings available?" "The higher the level, the better," Chu Han stated expressionlessly. "Cave dwellings? Please hold on. Elder, I will check." Upon hearing Chu Han's assertive tone, the white-robed cultivator perked up, hastily retrieving a jade slip to begin his search. "Found it. On the 31st level, there are 3 dwellings. On the 39th level, there are 4. And on the 47th level, there are 2. Here, one can find the pricing, as well as the structures and functions of these abodes." The white-clad cultivator, without hesitation, produced several jade slips and placed them upon the stone table. Upon hearing this, Chu Han, displaying no reticence, grasped each slip and turned to examine them with his spiritual sense. Han Li had always considered himself well off in terms of spirit stones, believing himself a minor wealthy individual even among core formation cultivators. However, upon perusing the rental fees for these dwellings, he was taken aback. Setting aside the dwelling on the 47th level for the moment, even the several abodes on the 30th level caused him considerable distress. The rental period was merely a century, yet the cost soared to 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. Truly exorbitant. Noticing Chu Han's complexion shift as he fell silent, the cultivator across from them seemed to surmise his thoughts and smiled as he explained, "Esteemed elder, while our sacred mountain may not claim the title of the best spiritual vein in the chaotic star sea, It undoubtedly ranks within the top 5. Even practicing at the foot of the sacred mountain allows for a much swifter cultivation speed compared to the prime locations of ordinary spiritual veins. Moreover, beyond the 30th level, the cultivation speed can increase by more than a quarter. Hence, the costs of these dwellings are understandably high, yet they are well worth it. Upon hearing this, Han Li furrowed his brows. At that moment, Chu Han had already reviewed all the jade slips. Let us go with this one. Following Han Li's instruction, Chu Han picked up a jade slip and handed it over. It was for a well-equipped dwelling on the 39th level. Very well, the fee is 2,700 spirit stones. The white-clad cultivator, seeing Chu Han truly intent on renting this costly abode, felt immense joy and quickly stated. This time, Han Li did not ask Chu Han to handle the transaction. Instead, he personally retrieved over 20 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them to the cultivator. This is the dwelling's restriction token. With this token, you may freely enter and exit the dwelling. However, after a century, this token will be reclaimed. I trust the esteemed elder will keep it safe. Upon receiving the spirit stones, the cultivator beamed and produced a yellow token, which he handed to Chu Han. Without further ado, Chu Han accepted the token and turned to leave. Han Li, along with the ever-cautious Lu Er, promptly exited the building. How exorbitantly priced, exclaimed Han Li, exhaling deeply as he murmured in mild frustration. This expenditure had considerably diminished his wealth. Might I inquire where the two celestial masters wish to go next? Lu Er, sneaking a glance at Han Li, asked in a hushed tone that he was astounded by Han Li's lavish expenditure on spirit stones. Previously, while guiding other cultivators, those expenditures rarely exceeded a few dozen spirit stones. Witnessing someone spend 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones in one go was a spectacle he had only heard of until now. Instantly, Lu Er's respect for Han Li deepened, and his confidence in receiving his reward surged. After all, given Han Li's generous spending, as long as he satisfied him, there was no doubt he would receive his fair share of spirit stones. Take me to the market in this city and introduce me to some of the larger shops, Han Li remarked casually after glancing at Lu Er. He then boarded the Shinfeng boat once more, accompanied by Chu Han and Lu Er, as they soared into the sky. After a lengthy period, Han Li reclined on a grand wooden bed, his hands propped behind his head, lost in contemplation. Not long ago, under the introduction of Lu Er, he had familiarized himself with all the significant locations within Tianqing City. After which he parted ways with Lu Er, having compensated him with the agreed-upon reward. Observing Lu Er's jubilant departure, he then found himself alone in the 39th level cave dwelling that he had rented for an exorbitant sum. This cave indeed matched the description provided in the jade slip. It was not only relatively secluded and tranquil, but it also boasted a sizable, empty medicinal garden. However, what pleased Han Li most was the remarkably abundant spiritual energy here, far surpassing that of ordinary spiritual veins. In comparison to his previous cave dwelling in Tianan, this one was leagues ahead. This realization further affirmed Han Li's sense of value. The formations and restrictions accompanying this cave were also quite formidable, seemingly no less effective than his own simplified version of the inverted 5 elements formation. Despite this, Han Li remained uneasy about relying solely on the cave's original formations for his safety. He planned to take a brief rest and, upon the morrow, set up his own formations outside of this array. Only then would he truly feel secure, granting him the opportunity to reorganize his cultivation plans. Lost in thought, Han Li soon drifted into a sweet slumber, having endured months of exhausting travel atop magical artifacts. Early the next morning, upon awakening, Han Li immediately set to work. He swiftly established 3 additional grand formations outside the cave. And then in the barren medicinal garden, he planted various herbs and spiritual medicines to facilitate their future maturation. Lastly, he ventured into the market to procure a considerable quantity of premium jade, which he meticulously embedded within a chamber measuring several dozen feet in size, leaving no inch unadorned. Once the chamber's stone walls had transformed into a jade veneer, Han Li cautiously introduced the gold-devouring insects into the enclosure. His expectations for these highly ranked peculiar insects were substantial, as he intended to train them well, hoping they would one day lend him their assistance. Chapter 392. Raising insects. Although the gold-devouring insect ranked prominently among peculiar insects, according to the jade slip of the Yuling sect cultivator, its individual capabilities were quite limited. Even upon reaching maturity, a mere dozen or several dozen would prove of little utility. Only when their numbers swelled to the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands would they truly merit their ranking on the peculiar insect list. The mere thought of countless insects swarming through the skies, attacking relentlessly, sent a shiver down Han Li's spine. Thus, the pressing task at hand was to hasten the maturation of these gold-devouring insects and ensure they produced offspring swiftly. Only then could their numbers multiply exponentially. However, while this sounded simple, the execution was undeniably challenging. The gold-devouring insect, an ancient marvel, had long since vanished from the realm of cultivation in Tiannan. The precise methods for their breeding and nurturing had been lost through countless generations. The Yuling sex jade slip merely collated some of the insect's habits based on ancient texts, lacking any detailed training techniques. This left Han Li feeling quite vexed. In truth, not only the gold-devouring insect, ranked 12th, but nearly all the peculiar insects within the top 30 had been extinct from the realm of cultivation for many years. The disciples of the Yuling sect were originally infatuated with insects, tirelessly scouring ancient texts for analysis before finally ranking these ancient creatures on the extraordinary insect list. Whether the rankings at the forefront of this list can be deemed reliable is known only to the heavens. Han Li's acquisition of these seemingly extinct golden-eating insects was a mere coincidence. For reasons unknown, these larval golden-eating insects had been lying in a state of false death deep beneath the surface of the Little Huan Island since ancient times. Logically, even amidst cataclysmic upheavals, these bizarre insects would not awaken easily. Yet, within the confines of his cave on Little Huan Island, Han Li managed to gather a multitude of other extraordinary insects for sustenance, the scent of which gradually permeated the underground, miraculously rousing the golden-eating insects from their slumber driven by their innate hunger. They should have launched an attack long ago, but the presence of the blood jade spiders, which naturally preyed upon them, instilled a deep-rooted fear, causing them to hesitate in approaching Han Li's cave. Thus, they lurked in the depths of Little Huan Island while fixating intensely on Han Li's dwelling. During one of Han Li's excursions, when he inadvertently took the blood jade spiders away, the golden-eating insects seized the opportunity. As Han Li observed, these insects devoured all the extraordinary creatures he had nurtured, establishing their lair in the medicinal garden of the cave. Consequently, upon his stealthy return, Han Li captured them all in one fell swoop. Now, devoid of his previous nurturing techniques, Han Li had no choice but to explore the path of trial and error. He began by introducing various types of insect food into the insect chamber, only to discover that the hundreds of golden-eating insects voraciously consumed everything without exhibiting any signs of selectivity, which filled Han Li's heart with joy. However, this elation was short-lived, as he soon realized that despite their gluttony, the golden-eating insects showed no signs of growth or change. This left Han Li in a state of dismay, prompting him to seek alternative methods. Aware that these insects thrived on metals and spiritual energy, he attempted to feed them raw ores and low-grade spirit stones. Yet, after consumption, the insects remained unchanged, marking yet another failure. In utter frustration, Han Li decided to toss a few of the preserved dead eggs of the golden-backed mantis into the insect chamber. After being partially consumed by the golden-eating insects, these creatures finally exhibited a transformation in their spiritual energy, appearing even more ferocious than before. This revelation filled Han Li with both surprise and concern. Could it be that the golden-eating insects could only mature by consuming other extraordinary insects? This posed a significant dilemma. Apart from the two blood jade spiders, he had no other extraordinary creatures at his disposal. In desperation, Han Li resorted to purchasing some blood meals from pigs and sheep, tossing them into the insect chamber. However, this only served to further agitate the golden-eating insects without promoting their ascension to maturity. Eventually, Han Li managed to cultivate a sufficient quantity of spiritual herbs and began concocting the spirit-nourishing pills. Previously, he had been preoccupied with refining pills to enhance his own magical power, leaving him no time to create this particular elixir. Now, he had the perfect opportunity to test it. Within a few days, his first batch of spirit-nourishing pills was successfully prepared. Han Li immediately allowed the golden-eating insects and the two blood jade spiders to partake in a portion of the pills. The results of the spirit-nourishing pills left Han Li feeling both delighted and troubled. The joy stemmed from the realization that this enhancement elixir was indeed effective for these extraordinary insects as well. It is indeed concerning that the effects of this pill, when administered to the golden-devouring insects and blood jade spiders, vary so drastically. The two blood jade spiders, after consuming 4 or 5 spirit-nourishing pills, exhibited a noticeable increase in their spiritual energy by the following day, showcasing an exceptionally pronounced effect. In contrast, the golden-devouring insects, despite also partaking of several spirit-nourishing pills, displayed only a trivial enhancement. Barely a mere flicker of growth when compared to the blood jade spiders. It is likely due to the sheer quantity of golden devouring insects, as distributing the pills among hundreds of them inevitably limits any significant improvement. This is merely a fraction of the total, and the thought of needing to harness the power of tens of thousands in the future caused Han Li to lose confidence in continuing the breeding of these insects. He decided to utilize all the green liquid produced in the small vial for the crafting of spirit-nourishing pills, realizing that it would be impossible to cultivate such a vast army of golden-devouring insects within a mere century. With this conclusion drawn, Han Li's interest in training the golden-devouring insects waned. After administering the remaining spirit-nourishing pills to the blood jade spiders, he merely tossed some insect feed to the golden-devouring insects each day. At this point, Han Li had already spent half a year in Tianqing City. During the remaining days, he secluded himself to fervently manufacture second-tier puppets and various talismans. For the talismans, it is worth noting that without attaining the core formation stage, he was still unable to master intermediate spells, and thus could not craft intermediate talismans. However, the production of numerous talismans did yield a singular benefit. His proficiency in crafting primary talismans significantly improved. Even for high-tier primary talismans, he achieved an almost 50% success rate, which saved him a considerable amount of crafting materials. The primary material for the second-tier puppets was centuries-old ironwood, which Han Li could hasten the growth of, thereby reducing the cost of producing each puppet by over half. Moreover, the souls required for puppet crafting, of which he possessed an abundance in the soul-gathering bowl he had previously acquired, were primarily lost spirits devoid of spiritual consciousness. Han Li had no reservations about utilizing them, as these souls, having lost their consciousness, were no longer eligible for reincarnation and could only serve as ordinary sacrificial materials. Finally, after the completion of over 200 puppets, all of which were uniform beast-shaped constructs, Han Li felt immense satisfaction. However, the emergence of these puppets also signified a further depletion of the spirit stones in his possession. While the cost of a single puppet may not be exorbitant, the cumulative expense for over 200, combined with materials wasted due to manufacturing failures, was indeed staggering. At this juncture, Han Li had been in seclusion for a full 2 years. Throughout these 2 years, the spirit-nourishing pills he crafted were exclusively used to nourish the blood jade spiders. Under the potent effects of the pills, the two beasts ascended once more, entering the ranks of the top-tier first-class beasts. Simultaneously, over these 2 years, Chu Han had finally made substantial progress in refining the primordial bowl, although he could not achieve complete synchronization of mind and spirit, being a non-original owner of the artifact. He could at least incorporate it into his being and harness approximately 70% of its power. Han Li had contemplated having Chu Han forge a treasure for him. However, firstly, the materials required for crafting such artifacts were prohibitively expensive, and with his remaining spirit stones, he might struggle to gather even the most ordinary components. Secondly, the process of forging a treasure is not something that can be accomplished in a short span. It typically requires at least 2 to 3 decades of arduous effort to manifest any significant power. Han Li simply could not afford to waste such time. He was in urgent need of a substantial quantity of demon beast inner cores to concoct spiritual medicines. Preparing to initiate the second phase of the third transformation of the heavy elemental art. Previously, whether it was training the peculiar insects or crafting numerous puppets, all endeavors were aimed at preparing for the hunting of demon beasts at sea. He believed that with the puppets, the blood jade spider, the array formation tools, and with Chu Han as the main force while he assisted from the side, slaying 5th-level demon beasts should pose no great challenge. With this thought, Han Li finally departed from his cave abode one day, accompanied by Chu Han, heading towards the market of Tianqing City, since he intended to venture into the outer sea to hunt high-level demon beasts. It was imperative to gather information on demon beasts and the extraterrestrial islands related to the teleportation arrays. All of this information should be readily available in the marketplace. The marketplace of Tianqing City was located on the first tier of the Sacred Mountain. Its vastness occupied more than half of that tier. Every day, countless cultivators flocked here to trade various magical artifacts and materials, the scale and prosperity of which were unmatched by any marketplace Han Li had previously encountered. During the past 2 years, Han Li had visited the marketplace several times to replenish materials for crafting puppets. Thus, after inquiring with one of the shopkeepers about relevant matters, he received the information he sought and proceeded with Chu Han to a bookstore named Baimen Pavilion. Inside the shop, he indeed found all the records of the demon beasts discovered in the chaotic star sea to date, invigorating Han Li's spirit. He spent over 100 spirit stones to obtain copies of these records. As for the information regarding the Demon Beast Islands in the extraterrestrial sea, Han Li discovered it in another inconspicuous little shop. Having achieved his objective, Han Li initially intended to return to his cave abode immediately. However, as he passed a shop specializing in storage bags and spirit beast bags, he felt a sudden urge and entered. The items he needed to carry were indeed too numerous, not to mention. The over 200 puppet beasts alone occupied 3 or 4 storage bags, which was rather inconvenient. Moreover, since he planned to venture into the sea to hunt demon beasts, aside from the demon cores, the rare materials from the demon beasts were also of considerable value and could not be discarded. Consequently, acquiring a few larger capacity storage bags was certainly necessary. Half an hour later, Han Li left the shop feeling a pang of regret. He had spent over 1,000 spirit stones to purchase 2 large capacity storage bags, each nearly 10 times the capacity of his previous bags, which should suffice for his needs. Subsequently, as he passed by the renowned Fengla auction house of Tianqing City, he couldn't help but glance a couple of times. The auction catalog displayed in front of the auction hall truly tantalized Han Li. Not only were there demon cores from rare 5th and 6th level demon beasts, but many high-grade materials for crafting magical artifacts were also plentiful, not to mention a myriad of rare items he had never even heard of. Regrettably, although the items auctioned in this reputed first auction house of Tianqing City were exquisite, they were far beyond the means of cultivators like Han Li, who possessed only a few thousand spirit stones. For any rare item entering this auction house, its original price would almost certainly inflate by a considerable margin. Given the rarity of the Millennium Spirit Grass, it could naturally command a high price at auction. However, Han Li was reluctant to invite trouble. Despite feeling somewhat short on spirit stones, he was not in a desperate situation, and thus he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Gazing at the exorbitantly priced auction items, Han Li felt a pang of envy deep within his heart and promptly returned to his cave dwelling. For the subsequent month, he engaged in no other pursuits, dedicating himself entirely to the study of the peculiar habits and weaknesses of the alien beasts that had emerged from the sea. He contemplated the most suitable methods to confront these creatures should he encounter them. However, on a certain day, a month later, Han Li suddenly erupted into hearty laughter, dancing with glee while holding a jade slip in his hands. His face alight with excitement, he then swiftly dashed out of his cave, once more soaring towards the market. In the blink of an eye, another 6 months had passed. Han Li and Chu Han found themselves in the 50th layer of Tianqing City. Before them stood a grand hall constructed of white marble, adorned with a massive plaque several yards long, inscribed with the words Starry Sky Hall in golden powder. At the entrance of the hall, not a soul was in sight. Han Li and Chu Han entered calmly. After traversing a short corridor, they were greeted by the sight of a spacious hall measuring over 20 yards in length and width. Within this hall, 5 cultivators, 4 men and 1 woman, were engaged in conversation with a white-clad cultivator from the Tianqing Palace. Behind them, several rows of equally sized teleportation arrays were lined up, each accompanied by a small stone tablet clearly indicating the destination of each array. Han Li did not linger on the teleportation arrays but instead cast a discreet glance at the cultivators, feeling a surge of astonishment. Among the 6 cultivators, 3 were at the core formation stage, while the remaining 3 appeared to be in the mid to late stages of foundation establishment. Upon noticing Han Li and Chu Han's entrance, the group expressed a hint of surprise. The white-clad core formation cultivator maintained a composed demeanor despite the slight bewilderment that crossed his face, while the other 5 cultivators revealed expressions of delight at the arrival of the 2 newcomers. "Are you 2 also heading to the Beast Island? Why not join us for the teleportation? We can share the cost equally per person," suggested a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s with a charming smile. Han Li was momentarily taken aback. Instead of responding immediately, he glanced at the white-clad cultivator managing the teleportation array, puzzled as he inquired, "Elder, is this permissible?" "Of course it is. The teleportation arrays do not charge by the number of people, but rather by the number of uses. It costs 700 spirit stones for 1 person, and the same for multiple people. However, only up to 7 individuals can be teleported at once," the white-clad cultivator replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Han Li respectfully expressed his gratitude and then turned to the group with a smile, asking, "May I inquire where you fellow cultivators intend to go on the Beast Island?" "My master and I are bound for Ningsue Island." "Ningsue Island." The woman in the late foundation establishment stage was momentarily taken aback, glancing back at her companions before cheerfully responding, "What a coincidence. We, too, Plan to travel to Ningsue Island. It seems we are destined to journey together. Though Han Li's expression remained unchanged, a cold smile flickered within his heart. What a coincidence indeed. It was evident that these individuals were indifferent to which beast island they would visit. Nonetheless, recognizing the opportunity to save a considerable amount of spirit stones, he naturally did not decline this advantageous offer and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Han Li exchanged 200 spirit stones, while the Woman S group contributed 500 spirit stones, and together they stepped onto the teleportation array marked with the inscription Ningsue Island. After the white-robed cultivator received their spirit stones, he distributed a teleportation talisman to each of them, affixing it to their bodies. This talisman possessed a protective effect akin to that of the Grand Teleportation Order, safeguarding them against potential mishaps during long-distance transmission. Although the teleportation talisman allowed for an extensive range of travel, it was still subject to certain limitations and could only be utilized once. Consequently, in comparison to the Grand Teleportation Order, it was significantly inferior. Nevertheless, this talisman was still considered a rare item, crafted solely by the talisman masters of the Star Palace, with no sales available outside its confines. With a slight sense of tension in his heart, Han Li observed as the spirit stones embedded around the teleportation array emitted a resplendent white light. The transmission proceeded smoothly. Following the flash of white light, Han Li and the 6 others found themselves within a rudimentary stone chamber, where aside from a stoic cultivator from the Star Palace, the place was utterly devoid of inhabitants. This Star Palace cultivator appeared to be at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, seated cross-legged in one corner of the stone chamber. Although he glanced at Han Li and the others upon their arrival, he merely closed his eyes again, displaying no intention of acknowledging their presence. Han Li sensed some unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy, indicating that the stone chamber was enveloped by some kind of array restriction. The door to the chamber stood partially open, through which faint voices could be heard from outside, along with the occasional flicker of figures. Just as Han Li curiously surveyed his surroundings, the 5 individuals had already stepped down from the teleportation array, and one elderly man with a ruddy complexion suddenly turned to Chu Han and said, "Do you have any interest in joining forces? The demon cores we acquire can be sold for spirit stones, which we can then share equally." This elder was indeed one of the core formation cultivators among the group. "No need, we have our own plans," Chu Han replied bluntly, revealing no change in expression. Upon hearing Chu Han's refusal, the elder displayed a hint of disappointment, sighed softly, and continued, "What a pity, if we had allies. Capturing a 6th-level demon beast wouldn't be impossible. It seems this is your first visit to Demon Beast Island, right? Allow me to offer you a word of advice. Not only must you be wary of high-level demon beasts, but also of the treachery of some rogues and evil cultivators that if possible, it would be prudent to team up with more allies." He concluded with, "I welcome you to join us at any time." After saying this, the elder pushed open the door and exited with the others. Han Li remained silent for a moment before letting out a light chuckle and following Chu Han outside. "What is this?" Han Li gazed in astonishment at everything beyond the stone chamber. It seemed undeniable that he found himself on a small street, as there were not only general stores, magic weapon shops, and talisman shops nearby, but also several purchasing establishments, each with a languid shopkeeper seated within. Yet, these shops appeared exceedingly rudimentary. They were either constructed from rough-hewn stones or assembled from crude wooden planks. Utterly simplistic in design, Han Li couldn't help but wonder if a strong gust of wind would leave these stores standing at all. Moreover, the so-called street is essentially centered around the newly emerged stone houses, haphazardly constructed in a confined space, with buildings scattered chaotically in every direction, creating a most discomforting sight. Chapter 394, Cultivators, Beasts, and Islands. What perplexed Han Li even further was that, aside from those shops, he realized after a brief contemplation, he couldn't believe he had forgotten. This was far from a leisurely island in the Interstar Sea. Those who dared to venture here were certainly not mere Foundation establishment cultivators, but at the very least, mid to late-stage practitioners. Moreover, the number of cultivators dispersed across other beast islands would naturally be limited. The cultivators on Ningsue Island must have all set sail to hunt beasts. With this thought in mind, Han Li raised his head to survey his surroundings, only to discover that this place was nestled against a small earthen hill built into the slope. After a moment's thought, he made his way toward the cluttered goods shop constructed from piled stones. "Oh, you have the latest maritime maps of the nearby New Sea areas?" Han Li inquired with a calm expression. He was already aware that all maritime maps of the Beast Islands were continuously updated, and he naturally sought to purchase the most recent one. Indeed, We have both rough and detailed versions available. May I ask which one the esteemed senior desires? The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man in the Qi refinement stage, brightened up upon seeing Han Li and Chu Han approach with inquiries. The detailed one. Han Li replied without hesitation. The detailed maritime map costs 100 spirit stones. The middle-aged man boldly declared 100. Han Li felt as though he had misheard the price, but his expression quickly darkened, revealing his anger. Although he had no intention of causing trouble, he would not allow a lowly cultivator to brazenly extort him. Please do not misunderstand, esteemed senior. This price is not set by us, but directly dictated from above. We are merely following orders. Moreover, when other seniors sold us the new maritime topographical maps, the prices were also quite steep. The shopkeeper, seeing Han Li's face clouding with displeasure, instead began to express his grievances. From above, which merchant alliance do you belong to? Han Li's anger subsided slightly as he furrowed his brow in inquiry. He understood all too well that any merchant capable of establishing business on the Beast Islands could not be a small guild. It was likely affiliated with one of the 4 major merchant alliances. Haha. Esteemed senior is truly perceptive. I make a living under the Fengla Merchant Alliance, the middle-aged man replied, momentarily taken aback before smiling. The Fengla Alliance, one of the 4 major alliances which operates the Fengla Auction House in Tianqing City. Precisely, esteemed senior. Upon hearing this, Han Li ceased his lengthy discourse and tossed a mid-grade spirit stone. Instantly, the shopkeeper beamed as he handed Han Li a jade slip. The other shops, they aren't also part of your Fengla Alliance, are they? After glancing at a few other establishments, Han Li tucked away the jade slip and asked curtly. That's impossible. Aside from the acquisition shop to the west, the rest are operated by other alliances and have no connection to us. The middle-aged man replied with a hint of animosity as he glanced at the other shops. After hearing this, Han Li chose not to say any more and turned away with Chuhun. As he took a few steps out, just as he was about to command the divine wind vessel to soar into the sky. A sudden green arc descended from the heavens, landing precisely in front of a nearby acquisition shop. As the brilliance subsided, a burly figure, a cultivator at the core formation stage, emerged. Fan lad, your business has arrived. He bellowed into the shop. He then produced a storage bag from within his robes and emptied its contents onto the ground. A burst of radiant light enveloped the area, revealing the corpse of a bizarre fish. Measuring 2 to 3 zheng in length. It could only be termed a fish due to its body being covered in a layer of azure scales, yet it bore a head akin to that of a python and possessed a pair of enormous, lethal claws protruding from its abdomen. Moreover, a gaping, blood-spewing wound was torn open near the front of its back, suggesting that its demon core had been extracted. It is Senior Hao, exclaimed a young man from the Qi refinement stage, who rushed out from the acquisition shop, his eyes sparkling with keen intelligence. While he examined the beast's carcass, he lavished praise upon the burly man, who responded with hearty laughter, revealing a jovial disposition. Suddenly, the man turned to face Han Li and Chu Han, and after casting them a cursory glance, he cheerfully beckoned. You two are unfamiliar faces. You must be new to Ningzui Island. Would you care to join me in hunting demon beasts? Seeing the man's enthusiastic demeanor, Han Li chuckled silently without responding, while Chu Han, under his mental instruction, gently shook his head in refusal. The man, noticing this, displayed a hint of disappointment but remained fervently amiable as he continued. I am Hao Yuantian, and I hold a modest reputation here on Ningzui Island. Should you reconsider your decision in the future, you may seek me out. After saying this, he accepted a pouch of spirit stones from the young man in the acquisition shop, glanced at it, and then swiftly transformed into a green arc, soaring away. Han Li stood in silence, reflecting on the warm overtures from the red-faced elder and the enthusiastic Hao. It was evident that there were not many core formation cultivators visiting Ningzui Island, and they had formed their own small factions. It appeared, as he had gleaned from the records, that even core formation cultivators needed to band together in this alien sea to safely hunt demon beasts. Had he not harbored his own plans, he might have accepted one of the invitations. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he and Chu Han boarded the divine wind vessel, rising into the air from another direction and hastening towards the open sea. On the artifact, Han Li meticulously examined the sea area map he had just acquired before putting it away. Ningzui Island was not particularly large, and in the span of mere moments, the divine wind vessel had reached the island's edge. Standing at the vessel's bow, Han Li surveyed his surroundings. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he readjusted his course, aiming for the boundless depths of the ocean. Hanli was cautious not to fly too low above the water's surface, for certain highly skilled demon beasts could lurk beneath, capable of preying on any living creature that passed overhead, even from several hundred zhang below the waves. Should any cultivators disturb them, they would find themselves in grave peril. Thus, Hanli proceeded with utmost vigilance. Yet, even in the alien sea, one cannot soar too high, for not only are there hordes of monstrous beasts lurking beneath the waves, but also aerial creatures of the same ilk continuously circling above. Should they set their sights on you, it would spell grave danger. But of course, this is not an absolute rule. As the conditions of various maritime regions exhibit certain disparities, there is no guarantee of absolute safety. Each year, numerous cultivators are teleported to the islands of these beasts, harboring dreams of slaying the monsters to procure elixirs. However, many who depart from the islands never return. Instances of core formation cultivators failing to hunt the beasts and instead becoming prey to higher-tier monsters are not uncommon. Thus, while the allure of hunting these beasts in the alien sea is undeniably tantalizing, it equally signifies a perilous undertaking. Hence, cultivators venturing forth to hunt typically form fixed groups with familiar companions, ensuring greater safety in their endeavors. However, gathering a large contingent to hunt monsters is also considered a taboo. Previously, there was an incident on a beast island where cultivators banded together to collectively hunt the monsters. They relished their success for but a fleeting moment before attracting the ire of several 7th-tier deep-sea beasts, along with a multitude of other creatures. The outcome was catastrophic. Not only did these cultivators suffer heavy casualties, but the island itself was utterly devastated by the onslaught. Following two similar occurrences, no one dared to amass too many cultivators for a joint operation. At most, small groups of a few or a dozen would venture forth. This has led to a proliferation of small groups across the Beast Islands, with solitary cultivators of considerable prowess being highly sought after. With this knowledge in mind, upon departing from Ninsue Island, Han Li's demeanor grew solemn that he not only unleashed his formidable spiritual sense, enveloping an area of several dozen yards around him, but also propelled his divine wind vessel, transforming it into a streak of white light as it soared through the air at remarkable speed. After several hours of flight, he would pause to ascertain his direction, deeply concerned about veering off course and failing to reach his intended destination. Indeed, Han Li's fortune proved quite favorable along his journey. Aside from spotting a 5th-tier beast frolicking on the ocean's surface from a distance, he encountered no significant troubles. After 3 days of intermittent flying and resting, he finally beheld a small island of vibrant crimson hue. As he drew nearer, it became evident that the island was composed of numerous clusters of resplendent red coral, shimmering under the sun's rays, a truly enchanting sight. Han Li hovered above the island, his face alight with joy. Chapter 395, Rainbow Grass, Red Coral Island. This is the nearest coral island, indeed. Han Li murmured to himself atop his divine wind vessel, then maneuvered the artifact to swiftly circle the island. After confirming that there were no other cultivators or beasts in the vicinity of the coral island, Han Li and Chu Han gradually descended onto its shores. The island, though not extensive, possessed an irregular ring-like structure, formed by clusters of coral reefs of varying sizes, arranged in a haphazard yet captivating manner. Standing on the smooth ground, Han Li rubbed the dark red, sand-like powder beneath his boots, lifting his gaze to scrutinize the island's topography. Before long, he narrowed his eyes, revealing a contemplative gaze. Suddenly, Han Li issued a command to Chu Han to maintain vigilance in the vicinity, while he himself began to traverse the island, under the watchful eye of Chu Han. Han Li spent the next 2 days exploring the island, surveying its eastern and western flanks. He meticulously inspected every corner of the coral isle, even delving into the depths of the circular island's seabed, where he remained submerged for half the day. On the 3rd day, Han Li finally came to a halt. Having reached a decision in his mind, he commanded Chu Han to establish the formidable formations of the reversed 5-elements array, the tempestuous wind array, and the illusory celestial net at several strategically chosen locations. These grand arrays effectively obstructed the 3 essential pathways leading to the heart of Honghu Island. Subsequently, Han Li employed all remaining array tools at the island's circular center, laying down several smaller magical formations to completely seal off the surroundings. In this manner, it could be deemed a comprehensive trap. After completing all these arrangements, Han Li conducted a meticulous inspection to ensure there were no oversights. Before retrieving a jade box from his robe, gently caressing the surface of the box with one hand, he revealed a mysterious smile and delicately opened the lid. Inside lay a single-stemmed spirit herb, approximately an inch tall, adorned with 13 leaves. The leaves were all curled into cylindrical shapes, presenting a peculiar sight. However, the most astonishing aspect was its ethereal, misty white appearance, radiating a faint, resplendent light that was simply breathtaking, a true celestial treasure. This was Han Li's ultimate trump card, the rainbow herb. In truth, while this herb could not be classified as commonplace, it was hardly an extraordinary rarity, as it could be found amidst the coral reefs of the chaotic Star Sea. Yet, if cultivated in ordinary soil, devoid of vibrant surroundings, the rainbow herb would wither and die within a day or two, which was quite intriguing. Remarkably, the luminescence it emitted would always align with its environment, shifting hues in tandem with changes in its surroundings, potentially radiating red, blue, or other colors. However, its medicinal properties held little significance for cultivators. Far from being as enticing as its appearance suggested, it merely served as an ingredient for concocting low-grade elixirs, typically failing to capture the attention of practitioners. Yet, the herb bore another exceedingly peculiar name, seductive grass, which had once stirred considerable commotion in the cultivation circles of the chaotic Star SE. It was unclear which cultivator had stumbled upon this discovery. Despite the herb's striking allure, with its 13 curled leaves, it would gradually unfurl one of its leaves every 100 years, a process lasting 6 to 7 days, during which it emitted an unusual fragrance. This scent held no effect for cultivators, yet it proved irresistibly alluring to most aquatic beasts. Upon catching a whiff of this aroma, creatures within a certain radius would be irresistibly drawn to it, eagerly competing to devour the herb. Moreover, the older the rainbow herb, the greater the area of influence during its leaf unfurling, thereby intensifying its allure for higher-tier beasts. It is said that there once existed a transcendent being in the nascent infant stage of cultivation, who, deep within the alien sea, fortuitously discovered a rare treasure known as the radiant grass, which had flourished for over a millennium and had just unfurled its 11th leaf. As a result, this sage witnessed an astonishing spectacle. Dozens of formidable 6th and 7th tier demonic beasts charging towards him in unison, which compelled him to flee in terror. Consequently, once this revelation became public within the realm of cultivation, many practitioners contemplated using this grass to entice demonic beasts, with the intent of exterminating them and obtaining their essence. For high-tier cultivators, the most vexing predicament when venturing into the chaotic Star Sea was often the scenario of drifting for months on the ocean's surface without encountering a single demonic beast. For the majority of cultivators, 5th-tier demonic beasts represented the most viable targets, while engaging with 6th and 7th tier beasts posed the risk of casualties among their ranks, as for beasts of 8th tier and above. Other than the ancient monsters of the nascent infant stage, practitioners of lower tiers would invariably flee in terror. Otherwise, the endeavor would transform from hunting demonic beasts into merely providing sustenance for them. Indeed, the number of demonic beasts in the alien sea is vast, yet they remain elusive as long as they do not surface, lurking in the depths of the ocean. Were it not for high-tier cultivators possessing the ability to traverse thousands of miles in a single day and employing divine senses to search the surface and seabed, it would be entirely normal to wander the chaotic Star Sea for half a year or even a full year without encountering a single beast. After all, aside from the sheer vastness of the alien sea, most demonic beasts possess unique means of concealment, which even divine senses might easily overlook. The emergence of the radiant grass, known for its peculiar ability to lure demonic beasts, naturally caused quite a stir in the cultivation community at that time. Within a short span, the price of the radiant grass, aged over a century or even several centuries, skyrocketed. However, those eager individuals soon realized that their hopes were nothing more than a daydream. Firstly, they found themselves unable to ascertain the precise timing of the radiant grass's leaf unfurling. Although it was said to unfurl a leaf every 100 years, a deviation of 2 or 3 years was not uncommon. These cultivators, embarking on their oceanic ventures, could not effectively utilize this time frame. Secondly, they were dismayed to discover the peculiar nature of the radiant grass, which could not be uprooted until it had reached a century of growth. Otherwise, it would lose its remarkable ability to unfurl leaves and emit its enticing fragrance. Thus, their aspirations to carry the swiftly unfurling radiant grass with them to transplant in the alien sea were dashed. Consequently, the term luring grass was soon abandoned by practitioners, reverting back to the appellation of radiant grass. Hanley encountered this information documented in a jade slip as a light-hearted anecdote. At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, leading him to contemplate the extraordinary synergy between the miraculous vial and this spiritual herb. which could yield astonishing results akin to waiting for a hare to come to rest. He promptly acquired a batch of radiant grass from the market and commenced experiments within his cave abode. Indeed, after applying the green liquid, the grass would unfurl a leaf within a span of 1 to 5 days, accompanied by the release of an unusual aroma, neither pleasant nor foul, but rather a bizarre scent that left a profound impression. Intrigued, Hanli placed 2 blood jade spiders into his herbal garden. The moment they detected the peculiar aroma, the 2 spirit beasts leaped with fervor, unhesitatingly devouring several stalks of the radiant grass that emitted the strange scent. Once the aroma dissipated, the 2 white spiders promptly returned to their normal state. Amidst Han Li's astonishment, he observed the blood jade spider for over 10 days without any signs of abnormality, which finally allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. With this formidable trump card in his possession, he was suddenly filled with confidence regarding his journey to slay demons and procure elixirs. After making meticulous preparations, Han Li not only brought along a substantial quantity of neon grass seedlings and small vials, but also specifically selected the waters around Condensing Emerald Island from the Coral Island, teleporting them over. After all, it was only in areas abundant with coral that the neon grass could thrive. Now, having laid an intricate web of traps on the red coral island, he awaited the moment when the neon grass would mature. Enticing the demon beasts to come forth willingly, Han Li found a solitary coral reef at the circular center of Coral Island and transferred the neon grass seedlings from the jade box to this location. Although he understood that the older the neon grass, the wider the area of influence upon unfurling its leaves, he chose to begin with the century-old specimens for precautionary measures. He retrieved a small vial from his person and carefully dripped a single drop of green liquid onto the neon grass. Subsequently, he closed his eyes to meditate on the nearby Coral Island, with Chu Han having already returned to his side, both of them conserving their energies in unison. On the 3rd day, under Han Li's watchful gaze, the neon grass finally exhibited signs of leaf expansion, accompanied by a peculiar fragrance. Without hesitation, he raised one hand, and a flash of light illuminated the area as several radiant array flags appeared around him, neatly planted into the ground before him. Han Li observed these flags for a moment, his expression unchanging, before closing his eyes once more. He had already devised a plan. Should no demon beasts appear within a few days, he would add another drop of green liquid to further extend the range of the neon grass's allure. This way, he was certain that demon beasts would eventually present themselves. Chapter 396. Slaying demons for elixirs. Han Li's apprehensions were evidently unwarranted. Merely half an hour later, he sensed 2 formidable waves of spiritual energy rapidly approaching Red Coral Island from the east and west, causing his expression to shift slightly. He abruptly opened his eyes. Fixating intently on the row of array flags before him, his lips pressed tightly together, feeling an involuntary tension rise within him despite having made all the necessary arrangements. Suddenly, one of the azure-purple array flags erupted with brilliant light and began to quiver slightly. Han Li's demeanor turned solemn, yet he refrained from taking immediate action, choosing instead to observe in silence. He understood that while 5th-level demon beasts were said to possess a degree of intelligence, becoming ensnared within such a complex array as the reversal of the 5 elements formation made it impossible for them to break free in a short span of time. Although 5th-level demon beasts were reputed to be on par with initial-stage core formation cultivators, when it came to actual combat, they often found themselves no match for their fellow cultivators of the same rank. After all, their inherent lack of intelligence and the simplicity of their innate spells rendered them vulnerable to being outmaneuvered and ultimately defeated by cultivators of equal standing. The intricacies of such profound formations were not something they could dismantle in a brief period. Thus, Han Li could patiently await the arrival of another demon beast into the formation before feeling secure enough to take action. Just as he was anxiously contemplating this, a yellow array flag began to radiate brilliantly, accompanied by a low, resonant humming sound. Suddenly, a hint of joy flickered across Han Li's previously solemn face. He swiftly formed a hand seal, sealing off the essence of the nearby rainbow grass with the restrictions of the surrounding illusion array. Otherwise, if 1 or 2 more beasts were to be attracted, he would find himself overwhelmed. After accomplishing this task, Han Li extended his hand, deftly grasping at the void, causing 2 peculiar array flags to soar into his hand. He then softly uttered a command. Instantly, behind him, Chu Han opened his mouth and unleashed a beam of yellow light, which expanded magnificently, enveloping Han Li and transforming him into a streak of yellow rainbow, soaring into the heavens. Moments later, Han Li appeared above the illusionary Tianluo array at the far west. where he beheld the swirling yellow and green hues of the colorful mist, accompanied by a resonant bellow reminiscent of a raging bull emanating from within the array. Han Li released the divine wind boat. Ascending solo into the air, he then drew forth the yellow array flag from his robe, giving it a gentle shake, and a beam of yellow light shot forth from the flagpole, striking the colorful mist. Instantly, the myriad hues receded, revealing a beast ensnared within the array. This creature measured approximately 2 to 3 zhang in length, its rotund body covered in fiery red spines. At first glance, it resembled a colossal sea urchin. However, its plump form was adorned with dozens of equally sized emerald eyes. These eyes, chillingly cold, incessantly emitted crimson beams that bombarded the restrictions of the grand array, their source being the bellowing sounds emanating from its corpulent belly. Seemingly in a state of furious agitation, the moment Han Li discerned the visage of the beast, he immediately recognized its origins, a surge of excitement swelling within him. This was one of the most commonly encountered fifth-tier beasts of the chaotic Star Sea, perfectly suited for him to hone his skills. He dared not delay for long. This was no mere reversal of the 5 elements array. It could not withstand this beast's relentless turmoil for long. Thus, he swiftly directed his thoughts, issuing a command to Chu Han. Upon receiving the order, the surrounding yellow light of Chu Han transformed abruptly into a soaring crimson glow. Then, with a swift motion of his hands, he thrust them apart, releasing a crescent-shaped yellow beam that hurtled into the array, striking fiercely at the thousand-eyed demon. This was the result of Chu Han refining the numerous magical artifacts into the mixed-element bowl. Although the thousand-eyed demon was ensnared within the array, it seemed aware of the threat posed by the yellow light. In an instant, all its eyes turned toward the approaching mixed-element bowl, and dozens of crimson beams converged, transforming into a massive red pillar of light that forcefully countered the advance of the yellow beam, resulting in a contest of magical prowess between Chu Han and the creature. Observing this scene, Han Li felt not anger but a surge of delight that he smacked a bulging storage bag at his waist, causing over 100 beams of white light to erupt from within, swiftly encircling the grand array and revealing a host of menacing puppet beasts. As these puppet beasts, each standing a zhang tall, emerged, they immediately opened their mouths, commencing to gather various piercing lights within, poised to unleash their might. At this moment, a flush of excitement colored Han Li's face as he flipped his hand, revealing the set of red thread escape needles. Simultaneously, over 100 beams of light erupted in unison from the mouths of the puppet beasts, surging fiercely toward the thousand-eyed demon ensconced within the array. The monstrous creature seemed to sense impending doom. With a sudden, piercing shriek, it contorted its body into a massive, spiky orb. Simultaneously, the hue of the light emanating from its eyes shifted dramatically, the crimson rays transforming into a vivid green. Yet, rather than launching an assault on its foes, these emerald beams coalesced around the orb, forming a thick protective shield. Hundreds of light pillars struck the green barrier simultaneously, and amidst the resounding explosion of light, the creature's shield remarkably held firm. Though the flickering green light indicated its precarious state at that moment, the primordial bowl finally shattered the now powerless red light beams, and, under the guidance of the soul of the, expanded into a colossal disc several meters in diameter, delivering a powerful diagonal strike in conjunction with the light pillars that the crisp cracking sound echoed as, despite the green rays from this support, the shield could not withstand the dual onslaught of the light pillars and the primordial bowl, ultimately collapsing in ruins. Witnessing this, Han Li, who had been patiently waiting, swiftly raised his hand, releasing a flurry of red lines that shot toward the exposed body of the creature without hesitation. After a brief interval, Han Li, positioned at the center of the formation, cradled a green sphere the size of an egg in his hands, his face alight with joy. Beneath him lay the battered corpse of the monstrous beast, featuring a gaping, fist-sized wound in one of its sides. Without further ado, Han Li stowed the corpse of the into his storage pouch and was promptly whisked away by the yellow rainbow conjured by, racing towards another grand formation. Thus, Han Li remained on Red Coral Island for over a month. He repeatedly dripped green liquid onto the vibrant, compelling it to unfurl its leaves and emit alluring scents, thereby gradually expanding its range of attraction for monsters. Consequently, almost every 2 or 3 days, a beast would be drawn in, allowing him to eliminate over a dozen 5th-level monsters, filling Han Li with exuberant delight. However, when they reached 400 years of age, it unexpectedly attracted a rare 6th-level beast, the Cock-S-Comb Flood Dragon, startling Han Li greatly. He hastily employed the formation to suppress the scent of the, which ultimately led the creature to wander nearby for a few circles before it begrudgingly departed. Having been sufficiently alarmed, Hanli realized that it was best to mature the only to 300 years. Any further aging would inevitably draw even higher-level monsters. Therefore, he swiftly replaced it with a young seedling and began the maturation process anew. However, by this time, the fifth-level monsters in the vicinity of Red Coral Island had been nearly eradicated. After observing a consecutive 6 or 7 days without any monsters appearing, Han Li, and feeling no attachment to the place, promptly dismantled the formation and ventured deep into the Starry Sea for several days, seeking another coral island to set up a grand formation and continue their hunt for monsters and elixirs. This exhilarating yet monotonous and perilous existence allowed Han Li to spend 5 years in the Starry Sea. During this period, he vanquished countless fifth-level beasts, some of which were entirely unfamiliar to the cultivation world, thrusting Han Li into life-and-death situations on multiple occasions, had it not been for the fearless tenacity of and the puppet. Even with the aid of the formation, he might have perished in the vast ocean. Moreover, after years of consumption, not only have the puppets dwindled to a mere 20 or 30, but the array instruments have also suffered significant damage and are mostly destroyed or incomplete due to the self-detonation of several ferocious beasts. Even the formidable inversion of the 5 elements formation was abandoned half a year ago when it inadvertently attracted a 7th-level beast. Left with no choice, he and Chu Hun fled while temporarily restraining the creature. The losses incurred over these 5 years have been staggering, yet the gains have been extraordinarily impressive. Apart from acquiring hundreds of 5th-level demon cores, Han Li has amassed an incalculable number of rare materials from demon beasts, to the extent that he had to discard some items of lesser value to alleviate the burden on his storage pouch. Furthermore, through the battle against hundreds of demon beasts, he has honed his combat skills to an exquisite level and mastered numerous unique techniques for exterminating them. Now, Han Li can face an ordinary 5th-level demon beast with unflinching composure. Chapter 397, Closed-Door Cultivation. Ever the cautious and prudent Han Li understands that without the aid of formations and puppets, relying solely on himself, Chu Hun, and 2 blood jade spiders in this foreign sea is exceedingly perilous. Although they can easily handle 5th-level demon beasts, should they attract the attention of a 6th-level beast or higher, their chances of survival would be bleak. He estimates that the demon cores he has gathered should suffice to support his 2nd and even 3rd transformations abundantly. Hundreds of 5th-level demon cores are worth at least several 100,000 spirit stones, not to mention the presence of several exceedingly rare varieties that could potentially double their value. Han Li is not greedy. Everything he does is aimed at advancing further along the path of immortality. Thus, upon realizing that continuing to hunt demon beasts had become fraught with danger, he promptly decided to withdraw. They had already ventured sufficiently deep into the foreign sea. Had it not been for his meticulous documentation of his sea chart at every unfamiliar island, he might have struggled to find his way back. The journey back took Han Li several months of flight. With precious treasures in his possession, he was genuinely apprehensive about encountering formidable demon beasts or legendary robbers along the way. Demon beasts are manageable. They might chase for a while, but generally do not pursue relentlessly. However, should they encounter malicious cultivators, they would certainly not spare the opportunity to ambush them. In such a scenario, not only would the demon cores be at risk, but their very lives could also be in jeopardy. Thus, throughout the journey, he and Chu Han remained on high alert, swiftly concealing themselves or retreating upon detecting the presence of other cultivators. As a result, they successfully returned to Ning Chui Island with the demon cores, which brought him immense relief. Han Li stepped into the dilapidated little street. Aside from 2 shopkeepers who had changed their appearances, everything else remained as it was when he left. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he directly entered the stone house for teleportation. Inside the stone house, the cultivator from the Tianqing Palace had been replaced by a kind-faced middle-aged man. Upon seeing Han Li and Chu Han enter, he greeted them with a smile and asked, "Do you 2 friends wish to teleport?" Han Li collapsed onto the large bed before him, falling into a deep slumber. At this moment, he had returned to his cave dwelling on the 39th floor of Tianqing City. Weary in both body and mind, he paid little heed to other matters and succumbed to a deep slumber for several days before awakening. Revitalized and invigorated, this expedition into the alien sea had truly taken a toll on him. Upon regaining consciousness, Han Li meandered around his cave dwelling, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity after years apart. However, upon encountering the insect chamber, he discovered that the golden devouring insect had transformed into a massive silver orb. suspended from the ceiling of the chamber, entering a prolonged slumber. This sight compelled him to shake his head in bemusement. Subsequently, Han Li ventured to the marketplace, visiting several shops and procuring a variety of alchemical recipes from the stalls. He then returned to his abode, immersing himself in the bustling craft of alchemy. Over the course of 2 years, Han Li diligently combined the collected recipes with the spirit herbs nurtured from demon essences, producing a vast array of medicinal pills. The previously troubling issue of resistance had finally been resolved. During this period, he also gradually sold off various beast materials he no longer required to the smaller merchants not frequently found in Tianqing City, thereby acquiring a substantial amount of spirit stones in return. For the time being, he would no longer fret about the scarcity of spirit stones. After accomplishing these tasks, Han Li sealed the cave completely, preparing for the dispersal of his cultivation. Yet, while reorganizing the pills and remaining beast materials in his storage pouch, he inadvertently stumbled upon an unusual dilemma concerning a significant quantity of rainbow grass, which he had cultivated during his endeavors in the chaotic Star Sea. Although these herbs held little value in the market, he felt a sense of regret at the thought of destroying them, especially since they had required considerable green liquid to mature. Moreover, he was genuinely intrigued by the remarkable allure these rainbow grasses seemed to possess for demonic beasts. Igniting a desire to study them more closely, as he gazed at the numerous rainbow grasses before him, an inexplicable and increasingly potent thought began to take root in his mind, one that he found difficult to suppress. This left him feeling somewhat perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly repackaged the rainbow grasses and transported them to the insect chamber housing the golden devouring insect. Casually, he tossed a several hundred-year-old rainbow grass into the chamber. However, the dormant insect showed no response whatsoever. Witnessing this scene, Han Li couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he instructed Chu Han to relocate these rainbow grasses to several large coral reefs within the medicinal garden. Shortly thereafter, Han Li entered the secret chamber and, following the dispersal techniques provided by the 3 transformations of heavy origin technique, began the cautious process of reducing his cultivation to ensure stability. He proceeded with great deliberation. This entire process lasted for half a month, gradually lowering his cultivation to the early stages of foundation establishment, marking a successful conclusion. At this juncture, Han Li temporarily exited his seclusion to solidify his post-dispersion cultivation before resuming his practice of the 3 transformations of heavy origin technique. During this period, Han Li, almost unconsciously, used the green liquid once more to mature a single rainbow grass, and as it emitted a peculiar aura, he cast it into the insect chamber. He then stood outside the chamber, peering through a slender opening, intently observing for a while, only to find himself somewhat disappointed. The silver orb formed by the golden devouring insect remained utterly motionless, seemingly unchanged from before. This situation both surprised Han Li and struck him as rather unremarkable. The allure of the rainbow grass is not universally compelling to all demon beasts. Thus, it is perfectly reasonable that the golden devouring worm, ranked so highly, remains unaffected by its charm. Han Li sighed softly, deciding it was futile to squander further time and green liquid on this grass. Instead, he resolved to focus entirely on concocting the spirit-nourishing pill, which would be far more advantageous in elevating the 2 blood jade spiders to a higher level. As he pondered this, the silvery sphere within the insect chamber suddenly fractured. Hundreds of golden devouring worms, their eyes aglow with crimson light, surged towards the oddly scented rainbow grass, devouring it entirely in an instant. They continued to hum incessantly, exhibiting signs of agitation. Witnessing this scene, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but quickly revealed a glimmer of joy that it seemed this experiment could indeed proceed. In high spirits, he departed the insect chamber and instructed Chu Han to periodically introduce another specimen of the same rainbow grass. He was eager to uncover the grass's effects on demon beasts, in order to resolve his lingering curiosity. Shortly thereafter, Han Li entered the secret chamber, armed with all his elixirs, and sealed it off from the outside world. He had entirely abstained from food, determined to devote himself solely to his cultivation and vowing never to step outside the chamber during this time. As for everything within the cave, he had Chu Han to manage remotely, alleviating his concerns. Thus, Han Li retrieved a vial of elixirs from his storage bag, consumed one, and gradually closed his eyes, entering a state of transcendental meditation. In the days that followed, apart from daily communications with Chu Han outside the chamber, all of Han Li's focus was devoted to his qi refining and meditation. As time passed, he became utterly engrossed. Whenever he sensed a depletion of spiritual energy within, he would casually retrieve an elixir and continue his cultivation. Time flew by swiftly, the monotonous years of rigorous practice, driven by Han Li's fervent desire to achieve the core formation, slipped by unnoticed. A decade flashed by, with the chamber door remaining undisturbed. 20 years passed, and still, the door remained firmly shut. 30 years, time flowed on, with days and months weaving together like a tapestry. One day, 60 years later, a sudden shroud of dark clouds enveloped the skies above Han Li's cave. Silver serpents danced wildly, and the atmosphere transformed dramatically. Concurrently, the spiritual energy within 100 miles began to frantically converge towards Han Li's cave, coalescing into a visible vortex of spiritual energy. This spectacle astonished all nearby cultivators, whether passers-by or residents, who halted in their tracks or emerged from their caves, gazing in astonishment at the extraordinary phenomenon. Someone has achieved core formation. Many cultivators stared blankly at the sight, murmuring to themselves, their expressions a tapestry of emotions, jealousy, confusion, and predominantly, an overwhelming sense of envy. Simultaneously, numerous cultivators of core formation and above within the city, though they did not witness the tumultuous celestial phenomenon, could not escape the abnormality of spiritual energy permeating the entirety of Tianqing City, which was perceptible to their formidable consciousness. After casting a glance towards Han Li's cave, some remained impassive, others displayed hints of excitement, while some furrowed their brows in contemplation. Consistently ranking among the top 6 in the realm of fantasy, the writing is commendable, and I encourage everyone to take a look. Chapter 398, Core Formation and Magical Artifacts Within the Cave. A figure flickered into view. An individual with disheveled hair, obscuring their features, slowly emerged from the hidden chamber. At that moment, a flicker of yellow light appeared, and Chu Han promptly materialized at the side of this individual, his expression one of utter detachment. Heh. Core Formation. At last, the golden core is complete. Casting a glance at the surroundings outside the chamber and at Chu Han beside him, the person suddenly threw back his head and laughed heartily. An echo of dragon roars and tiger howls resonating faintly in his mirth. Revealed amidst the tangled locks was none other than Han Li, who had entered the hidden chamber 60 years prior. Yet now, his eyes shimmered with a piercing brilliance, and every movement he made exuded an overwhelming aura, as if he had transformed into an entirely different being. After his boisterous laughter subsided, Han Li surveyed the exterior of the chamber, feeling an unfamiliar sensation wash over him. The 60 years spent in seclusion had bestowed upon him a profound sense of disconnection from the world, as if all that had transpired in the past had become exceedingly distant. Han Li did not linger in place, but instead retraced his steps back to his quarters, guided by the impressions etched in his memory. After a brief repast, he emerged from his room, radiating vitality and having regained the appearance and attire of decades past, presenting himself once more as a youthful figure in his 20s. However, in this moment, he bore an exceptionally cool demeanor, proceeding leisurely towards the chamber of insects. Inside the insect chamber, the golden-eating insects had undergone a remarkable transformation since decades ago. Their numbers had surged to a staggering tens of thousands, and the formerly silver shells now bore ominous golden speckles, rendering them far more menacing. Witnessing this scene, Han Li did not betray any surprise. He had long been apprised of this development through his avatar, Chu Han. Now, he was merely witnessing the reality firsthand. It is worth noting that Han Li had never anticipated that the initial spark of inspiration, which led him to experiment with these golden-eating insects as a means to cultivate the rainbow silken grass, would inadvertently resolve the breeding issues of the insects. During his seclusion, Chu Han had persistently fed the golden-eating insects with the rainbow silken grass month after month, causing their tempers to grow increasingly volatile. After 3 to 4 years of this regimen, the golden-eating insects finally underwent a mutation. Following a feast on the rainbow silken grass, they began to devour one another in a frenzy of cannibalism. Within a few days, the hundreds of insects had dwindled to a mere handful, yet those that survived were far larger and more formidable than their predecessors. Shortly after these insects had consumed their kin, they commenced laying eggs, each one depositing nearly 100 eggs before gradually succumbing. Thus, Han Li acquired thousands of eggs. Remarkably, these eggs hatched within just a year. Subsequently, Chu Han continued to nourish them with the rainbow silken grass, instigating a cycle of consumption and reproduction. After several such cycles, the numbers of the standing outside the insect chamber, Han Li gazed at the golden devouring insects for quite some time, his eyes flickering with contemplation. Yet he uttered not a single word. He was acutely aware that the method of breeding these insects was certainly not the orthodox technique employed by ancient beast-controlling cultivators, but he firmly believed that the miraculous efficacy of the mysterious vial in hastening their maturation was unparalleled in this mundane world. It was possible that this method surpassed the insect-rearing techniques of his predecessors. With this thought, Hanli allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he made his way to another insect chamber not far away, where two bloodjade spiders were confined. Under Hanli's guidance, Chuhan had utilized only a small portion of the green liquid produced over the years to cultivate and refine the spirit-feeding pills. However, after such a lengthy period of being nourished by these pills, the two bloodjade spiders had already ascended several tiers and were now formidable beasts at the pinnacle of the 4th level. They now bore an uncanny resemblance to the white jade spider he had encountered in the subterranean cavern, their bodies translucent and lustrous as jade, utterly enchanting. The arrival of Hanli evidently startled the two white spiders, which had long since established a mental connection with him. They immediately darted toward the stone door, seemingly eager to frolic and play with him. Hanli felt a surge of joy and promptly opened the stone door. The two bloodjade spiders leaped forth, swirling around him in a playful dance. After affectionately stroking their backs for a while, Hanli marveled at their exquisite, glistening forms. He then stored them away in his spirit beast pouch and turned to leave the insect chamber. Hanli had no immediate intention of utilizing the golden devouring insects. He planned to wait until these creatures had hatched a few more generations, their bodies fully transformed into gold, before employing them as his hidden trump card. Subsequently, Hanli ambled about the cave, his spirits elevated, before returning to his quarters. Reclining upon the comfortable wooden bed, he reminisced about the experience of forming his core in the secret chamber. Remarkably, the speed at which he had successfully achieved this milestone had exceeded even his own expectations. He had not fully mastered the 3rd transformation of the, but had merely completed the 2nd transformation after spending over 30 years in diligent cultivation. Relying solely on elixirs to advance through the 3rd transformation had accelerated his progress far beyond his initial projections. He had assumed that completing all 3 transformations would be exceedingly arduous, perhaps even unattainable. Yet, to his astonishment, he had achieved the 2nd transformation in just over a century, leaving him ample lifespan to cultivate the 3rd transformation. With this realization, Hanli's thoughts began to swirl, and he hesitated to place all his hopes for core formation solely on the. After all, this technique was an original creation, with no precedent of others having cultivated it. Furthermore, the assertion that the 3rd transformation would yield only a 50% success rate for core formation suggested that even if he completed the 3rd transformation, there remained a significant possibility of failure. This unsettling notion prompted him to consider adopting additional measures to enhance his chances of success. At that moment, the words of Lin, the former disciple of the Qian bamboo sect whom he had vanquished, resurfaced in his mind, speaking of the De Yin Ju's capacity to improve core formation success rates when cultivated to a profound level. Thus, after careful deliberation, he resolved to cultivate the 3rd layer of the De Yin Ju. Regardless of the veracity of this claim, there could be no harm in pursuing this path. This was Hanli's straightforward rationale at the time. The 3rd layer of the De Yin Ju naturally demanded more time to master than the 2nd layer had required. Hanli took over 20 years to finally break through the bottleneck, managing to cultivate it with great difficulty. As for the 4th layer of the Dian decision, Hanli had no intention of attempting to cultivate it at all. The time required for such cultivation was beyond what he could afford to waste at his current stage. Subsequently, with the assistance of various spiritual herbs, Hanli embarked on a lengthy process of forming his golden core that lasted several years. To be honest, after the devastating failure he experienced during his previous attempt at the 1st transformation, he held little hope for the 2nd transformation's golden core formation. He approached it merely with a mindset of trying his luck over the course of a few years. It took 4 years for Chu Hun to form the corpse pill, while Hanli, due to his inferior aptitude, needed over 5 years to unexpectedly achieve the completion of his golden core not long ago. Even as he felt the spirit energy of the world surging into his body like a torrent, and his true essence frantically swirling in his dantian, condensing into a thumb-sized orb of 4 colors, Hanli still felt as if he were in a dream. Had he truly entered the golden core stage like this, he could hardly believe it, caught off guard by this heavenly surprise. His mind was nearly thrown into chaos, threatening to shatter the still unstable golden core. Startled, he quickly gathered his thoughts and calmed his mind to avoid creating a major blunder that would send him back to the foundation establishment stage. Reflecting on this, Hanli, lying in bed, couldn't help but smile faintly, the corners of his mouth curling up in a barely perceptible grin. With a sudden burst of energy, he sat up and got out of bed. Even though a considerable amount of time had passed since he entered the Golden Core stage, the thought of it filled him with growing excitement, making it impossible for him to remain still. Entering the Golden Core stage not only signified his status as a senior figure in the realm of cultivation, but also granted him an astonishing lifespan of 500 to 600 years, allowing him to cultivate with peace of mind in the future. Most importantly, he could finally utilize Dan Fire to refine and enhance his magical treasures. Speaking of magical treasures, Han Li possessed two. One, the Primordial Bowl, had already been refined by Chu Han. The other, the Green Radiance Sword, he intended to use for self-defense temporarily. Ultimately, however, he aimed to forge the coveted Qinju Peak Cloud Sword, a treasure he had long desired. This sword was part of a complete set, and once successfully crafted, it would possess immense power sufficient to sweep away cultivators of the same level. Moreover, with his Qingyuan sword technique having reached the 7th layer, he could finally employ the divine ability of Sword Shadow Splitting Light, filling him with anticipation for the path of cultivation that lay ahead after forming his Golden Core. What he needed to do now was to quickly gather the necessary materials to forge the Qinju Peak Cloud Sword, so he could cultivate this treasure into a formidable weapon through Dan Fire and his primordial spirit. Chapter 399. The Mysterious Sound Sect. While Han Li was deep in contemplation in his bedroom, a sudden change flickered across his face. Upon arriving at the long-sealed entrance of the cave dwelling, he immediately noticed 7 or 8 colorful sound transmission talismans buzzing about like headless flies within the restrictions at the cave's entrance. Seeing this scene, Han Li raised his eyebrows, retrieved the restriction command token, and uttered a word of gathering. Instantly, the sound transmission talismans flew into his hand as if granted amnesty. Han Li did not leave the area. Instead, he calmly began to inspect them one by one. A small portion of these sound transmission talismans contained congratulatory messages from nearby core formation cultivators, while another segment was comprised of solicitations from various organizations, both large and small. Some offered to appoint him as a guest elder, awaiting his acceptance, while others proposed to compensate him with rare and exquisite treasures. One even boldly suggested presenting a pair of stunning maidens as a token of their recruitment efforts. Upon hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. He politely responded to the messages from the core formation cultivators, but outright declined the propositions from the organizations. He firmly believed that attaining the core formation stage did not guarantee a life of ease and tranquility. It was far wiser to take the time to solidify his cultivation and continue to maintain a low profile. In the days that followed, Han Li frequently visited the caves of several nearby core formation cultivators, humbly seeking advice on the matters to be mindful of after entering this new stage. Since his inquiries were not about any secrets, these cultivators were more than willing to offer guidance during their casual conversations, which proved to be quite beneficial for Han Li. However, these cultivators were also envious of Han Li's youthful appearance post-core formation. After all, unless one possessed extraordinary innate talent or, like Han Li, had access to numerous spiritual herbs to aid their cultivation, most cultivators were considerably older by the time they reached the core formation stage. Even though their lifespan significantly increased after reaching this stage, their appearances would not revert to their youthful forms. They would merely age at a greatly reduced rate. Of course, some individuals practice techniques that naturally preserve their youthful look, allowing them to remain as youthful as teenagers even after core formation. This time, Han Li did not cling to his treasures. He readily exchanged a few of his facial rejuvenation pills for some rare items from the cultivators. After several such exchanges, although he and these cultivators were not yet close friends, they had at least become familiar with one another's faces. They engaged in amicable banter, addressing each other as fellow cultivators and brothers, which fostered a pleasant rapport. During this period, Han Li was also focused on refining the Green Radiance Sword while searching for materials to craft magical artifacts and third-tier puppets. The materials for crafting magical artifacts were abundant, and the methods varied greatly. When equal time and effort were invested in cultivation, artifacts crafted from superior materials exhibited a starkly different potency and greater potential for enhancement compared to those made from ordinary materials. Furthermore, even if the same materials were utilized, differing secret methods of crafting similar artifacts could yield vastly different effects and strengths. Thus, aside from widely known methods for creating ordinary magical artifacts, the more specialized crafting secrets of various sects and factions were seldom divulged. However, this did not imply that possessing the finest materials and the best crafting techniques would guarantee the artifact's immense power upon completion. The true potency of a magical artifact primarily depended on the cultivator refining it, who must continuously nurture and cultivate it within their divine consciousness. If the artifact's owner were to grow complacent and neglect to invest time in its cultivation, the extraordinary item might perform no better than a standard artifact, which was entirely normal to AS for the King's Hufing Cloud Sword that Han Li intended to forge. The name itself implied that its primary material needed to be crafted from spiritual bamboo aged for thousands of years. Originally, this material could be easily obtained with Han Li's small bottle's ripening function, given some time. However, he disregarded the notion of using ordinary bamboo, instead seeking legendary exotic divine bamboos to serve as the main material for crafting his magical artifact. After waiting in the bustling market of Tianqing City for an extended period, Han Li found himself disappointed by the lack of satisfactory options, though a sense of urgency began to gnaw at him. He remained steadfast in his belief that it was better to wait for the right opportunity than to settle for something subpar. Consequently, he had no choice but to temporarily set aside the matter of refining magical artifacts. Fortunately, he still possessed the Green Radiant Sword and several protective talismans, which provided him with a sense of security for the time being. With the inability to engage in the refinement of magical artifacts, Han Li naturally shifted his focus toward the creation of a new puppet. According to the puppet scripture, a third-level puppet could deliver a strike equivalent to that of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. However, the materials required for its creation had become increasingly expensive, and various forms of puppets had emerged. After careful consideration, Han Li opted for a simian puppet primarily made of wooden materials. Although this choice demanded a greater quantity of aged ironwood and the inclusion of the rare heavenly crystal during the crafting process, Han Li could nurture the wooden materials using green liquid, significantly reducing costs. Nevertheless, even with this advantage, the other auxiliary materials necessary for the upgrade amounted to an exorbitant sum. Furthermore, with the number of controllable puppets now on the rise, the total expenditure became even more staggering. While these spirit stones did not lead Han Li to financial ruin, they left him destitute once again after gathering the required materials. In desperation, he was compelled to part with some rare materials from 5th-level demon beasts to alleviate his financial strain. Little did he anticipate that, despite his utmost caution, the release of these materials would catch the attention of those with ulterior motives. One day, as he concluded a transaction with a small merchant from out of town and was preparing to return to his cave dwelling, he was unexpectedly halted on the street by a girl whose beauty seemed to rival that of blooming flowers. "Are you perhaps Senior Han?" she inquired. "Why, lady has invited you to the nearby Xinghe tea house for a discussion. Might you consider gracing us with your presence? If you decline, I shall face severe consequences from my lady." The girl spoke with an air of vulnerability. "Not interested," Han Li replied curtly after casting a quick glance at her. Refusing without hesitation, he could discern that while the girl was merely at the chi refinement stage, she seemed to have practiced some form of seductive art, carelessly attempting to employ it on him. And thus he had no intention of indulging her. Upon hearing Han Li's response, the girl, appearing somewhat flustered, hurriedly pleaded, "Senior Han, if you choose not to attend, I will truly find it difficult to report back, even if I must beg you." Before she could finish her sentence, Han Li, with an expression of indifference, turned to leave. Despite being unaware of her true identity, he had no interest in meeting with a stranger. "Please wait, Senior Han," a sweet voice called out from behind him. "I am Fan Jingmei from the Miaoing sect, here to pay my respects. I apologize for my subordinate's earlier offense. I hope you can forgive us." Having taken just a couple of steps away, Han Li paused at the sound of the melodic voice. Turning back, he noticed that a woman, draped in a light veil, had joined the girl, though her features were obscured. Her skin was as fair as snow, her lustrous black hair elegantly styled, and her clear, bright eyes gazed intently at Han Li without blinking. "I do not know your lady. If there is something to discuss, please be succinct, as I still have to return to my abode for cultivation," Han Li replied, his tone carrying an unmistakable air of dismissal. The woman who introduced herself as Fan Jingmei was momentarily taken aback by the words spoken. But she quickly responded with a light laugh. "Since Senior Han is so forthright, I shall speak candidly. Have you recently sold a considerable quantity of rare materials from magical beasts? My esteemed sect holds a keen interest in these materials and wishes to engage in a thorough discussion with you. However, given the number of people around, it would be preferable for you to accompany me to a private room in a tea house for a more discreet conversation. What do you think?" Upon hearing her self-introduction and invitation, Han Li narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the woman for quite some time. It was only when her gaze betrayed a hint of shyness that he bluntly replied, "Very well, lead the way. Thank you for your graciousness. Senior Han, please, this way." The woman's eyes sparkled with delight as she gracefully stepped forward, while the young girl trailed behind, looking rather dejected. Yet, despite walking ahead, the girl couldn't help but glance back, inadvertently meeting Han Li's gaze, which startled her into quickly turning her head away, a rosy hue blooming on her neck. This elicited a bemused expression from Han Li, who couldn't help but chuckle silently to himself. The tea house mentioned by the woman was not far away, and soon after, Han Li followed them into a loft adorned with a large tea banner. At that moment, there were not many patrons present. A middle-aged man, who was savoring his tea, promptly rose and approached the women as soon as he noticed their arrival, saying, "Master Uncle, the room has been booked. You may enter with your guests now." "Good. Ensure you remain outside the door," Fan Jingmei instructed nonchalantly. Understood. Following the middle-aged man's lead, the two women and Han Li ascended to the second floor and entered an elegantly appointed private room.